Hi everyone, welcome to this Business Analytics with Excel course by Simplilearn. In this course, we will show you how to unlock the power of Excel to make data-driven decisions that can shape your career. Excel isn't just for spreadsheets, it's a dynamic tool that can help you organize, analyze, and visualize data like pro. Now, whether you're into analytics or looking to sharpen your skills, you are in the right place. Here's what you can expect. We will start by laying the groundwork where you will understand different types of analytics and understand how data structures and AI come into play in the analytics world. Next, we will get hands-on experience with Excel. You learn how to manage and format your data, explore worksheet views, and use conditional formatting to highlight important information. Master data validation and advanced filtering techniques. Now, these will help you clean and organize your data so it's ready for analysis. Get into the heart of Excel analytics with pivot tables. We'll also introduce you to macros and learn how to automate your task to save time. Then you can explore lookup functions and what-if analysis. Now, these tools will help you make better predictions and decisions based on your data. Finally, we will apply everything you have learned by building an interactive e-commerce dashboard in Excel and performing statistical analysis on a restaurant dataset. Also, if you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered Business Analyst course. This course is perfect for professionals looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, and SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You'll also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Our program is IIBA Babcock V3 aligned and helps you prepare for certifications like CBAB and CCBA. You'll also engage with 10+ industry project, practical activities, benefit from live online sessions by expert. And with Simplilearn's Job Assist program, you will get the support you need to land your next big role. Now, before we get started, let's test your knowledge with a quick quiz. The question is, what does Excel mainly help you do? Your options are watch videos, manage and analyze data, draw pictures, or play games. Take a guess and we will reveal the answers at the end of the module.
Okay. So now we'll be starting with this introduction to business analytics. Okay. So here some of the concept I'll be trying to make it clear. Yeah. So that, and if you are having any questions in between also, you can ask me. Yeah. So let us make it bigger. So yeah, we'll be starting with this introduction to business analytics. Now see, I'll start with a quote here. And the quote says that information is the oil of the 21st century and analytics is the combustion engine. Now, before I explain you this quote, you must have also heard another quote, which is known as data is the new oil, because this has become very famous. Yeah, if you search on Google also, you'll be getting this quote. Data is the new oil. Okay, now suppose if you have not heard, okay, now let's say if I want to ask you that, okay, what do you mean by this quote? Data is the new oil. Oil, I'm talking about OIL, oil. What can we get an idea about from this quote? Yeah, because here I'm comparing the data with oil. Okay, we know oil, and we also know that the countries which are having this oil, crude oil, yeah, crude oil. So those countries which are having the crude oil, they are rich. Okay, and but here now I'm comparing this data with oil. Okay, so importance of oil, like we add oil to grease, valuable commodity. Yes, definitely. Data is driver for any decision for growth, expansion, and any business decision. Oil is like currency. Yes, definitely. Yeah, you need data for everywhere. To drive industry, you need data. Yes, definitely. See, last week only, I had gone to London. There was an AI summit which was there. It was for 2 days, and I went there, and yeah, because now people are talking about AI and generative AI and all those things. But see, all these concepts, yeah, whether you talk about deep learning, machine learning, or anything, or business analytics, also you require data. Without data, you cannot do anything. Okay, so here, like when you compare the data with oil, it means we are giving importance to the data. Yeah, and those companies which are having data, they are rich. Okay, they are powerful. So that's why we are having this particular quote. Now here, this person, his name is Peter Sondergaard, and he is from a Gartner company. I think so. You must have heard about Gartner company. It's a very famous research company, and every year Gartner is also conducting a lot of conferences. Okay, so if you are based in US, I would surely suggest you to attend their conferences. Okay, yeah, they are having a lot of good topics over there, and plus they are coming out with reports. So even I'm also referring some of these reports prepared by Gartner. So according to this person, Peter, he says that information is the oil of the 21st century and analytics is the combustion engine. So now here he has taken the words information. Now see, we know that from data we get information. When we process data, we get information. Yeah. So here he is focusing on the information and he is comparing information with the oil. Yeah, it is oil of 21st century and analytics is the combustion engine. Now see, if you are having just an oil, yeah, those countries who had discovered the crude oil, now what they did that they had processed that crude oil and then came diesel and petrol and kerosene and all those things. Yeah, they were the products from that crude oil. Now, if they would have kept the crude oil with them, then they would not have become so rich. Yeah, so they processed that oil. So here also, when you are keeping information with you, it doesn't help you. Yeah, so what you have to do, you have to put that information in the engine, okay, that is in the analytics, and then from the analytics, you will get some knowledge. When you process information, you get knowledge, okay. So there are four words, I think so you must have heard these four words: data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. If you process data, we get knowledge. If we process data, we get information. If we process information, we get knowledge. And if we process knowledge, we get wisdom. These are the four words which are connected with each other. So here we want to process the information because we want to gain knowledge out of it. And for processing the information, we require an engine. Yeah, because oil requires engine to convert it into, let's say, the energy. Okay, we want to have the mechanical energy. So here we require analytics. Okay, so that's why we require business analytics here because we want to gain knowledge out of it. Yeah, so that is this quote over here. Now we'll talk about what is business analytics here. So here I'm having a very, very small definition. I think you can see over here, it's a very, very small. What is the definition of business analytics? It is the use of data, information technology, statistical analysis, quantitative methods, and mathematical or computer-based models to help managers gain improved insight about their business operations and make better fact-based decisions. Now see, there are a lot of words over here. First of all, what it says, it is a use of data. So definitely in business analytics also we require the raw material, which is data. Then comes information technology. Now here I would like to ask you one question that, see, we are having two words. One is information technology and another one is known as information system. I see, according to me, IT, information technology, means we are focused more on the hardware part. Okay, normally the IT, it includes more of hardware, and information system, we are focused more on the processes, the software, okay, and the system what we use. Yeah, so we can say like that IT can exist without IS. IT can exist without IS, but IS cannot exist without IT, because for IS we require technology, we require the tool, we require the hardware. Yeah, so this is my definition. I'm not saying that your definition is wrong. Don't take me like that. Okay, so you are also giving me good definition, but when I want to, let's say, convey this definition to a school going student, okay, then definitely I give like this. So here we are talking about use of data, information technology. Definitely we require hardware part and other things. Statistical analysis. Yeah, we are having statistics, mathematics, quantitative methods, okay, to help managers gain improved insight. Now see why we are doing business analytics. Why today everybody is talking about analytics. Yeah, because everybody, they want to know more from the data. See, just keeping the data with you will not help you. You have to do the analysis. And for analysis, yeah, you require these various tools. So we want to know more about our business operations. And also we want to make better fact-based decisions. We want to take some decisions. Okay. And nowadays, if you are, let's say, if you are taking a decision after 1 week also, then maybe you are losing the market. Okay. So today we have to be very, very fast. Yeah. So that's why we have to go for a better fact-based decisions. Yeah. So this is definition which I have provided you. I'm not saying this is the perfect definition. You can have your own definition. Now comes business intelligence. Okay. So business intelligence is not a new word. Yeah, it was given by this person Howard Dresner, again from Gartner Group, and he this business intelligence word was given in 1989. So Howard Dresner, he gave this business intelligence, and it is a very old word, 1989. Now, according to Howard Dresner, okay, what is BI? BI is a set of concepts and methodologies to improve decision making in business through use of facts and facts-based systems. Now, see his definitions. For me, it is little bit difficult. Okay, so let us do one thing. If you want to really understand what is BI, yeah, let us see the differences here. The differences between BI and BA. Yeah, this will help you. So what is business intelligence? It involves the process of collecting the data from all sources and preparing it for BA. So what we do in business intelligence, we collect the data. Okay, now data is spreaded all over the places. Okay, let's say you are working in a very big organization, and you are having data in US and Canada and Australia, Africa, okay, in Asia. So you have to, let's say if I want to prepare say a report for my CEO, then definitely the CEO will be interested to see the whole picture. Okay, I cannot just take the data from US and I prepare the presentation, and then I say, okay, sir, this is what it is. Yeah, this is the visualization part. Yeah. So I have to gather the data as a data analyst here. I have to gather the data from all sources, and then I have to prepare. Prepare means I have to do the data cleaning. Okay. I have to do the data cleaning and data transformation, prepare my data, and then that data goes for the business analytics. Okay. So this is what is business intelligence. While business analytics, it is the analysis of the answers provided by BA. Okay, so whatever, let's say BI will answer the question, what happened? Okay, what happened? What happened means what happened in the past, what happened yesterday, what happened last year. So that is BI. But what is BA? BA will answer the questions, why did it happen? Suppose if last year your sales were down. So why the sales were down? What were the reasons that you want to know? Even if the sales are very high also, then also you want to know, because you predicted, let's say, okay, you'll be having, let's say, 1 million US dollar sales, but yeah, you earned 2 million. So then still you have to ask question that why I earned more. Okay, so that's why did it happen, why it happened, and whether it will happen again or not. Okay, whether the same trend will be there in the next 2 years or 3 years also. Yeah, so that kind of answers you'll be getting in business analytics. So business analytics is much more advanced here compared to business intelligence. But remember one thing, that you should not ignore BI, because without BI, you cannot do BA. Okay, there's a very strong connection over here between BI and BA. Business intelligence, it includes reporting, automated monitoring, alerting, dashboards, scorecards, ad hoc queries. So you prepare those reports and everything, that is known as BI. Okay. While BA, it is more into the prediction. So here you are using a lot of statistical data, yeah, statistical tools, quantitative things, data mining, predictive modeling, multivariate testing, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So here you are using the advanced tools, while BI, they are using the normal simple tools. So we can say like that. Yeah. So these are some of the differences between BI and BA. Yeah, at least you should know this thing. Okay. Now comes the another concept, which is types of analytics. So in general, we are having 4 types of analytics. Okay. I just wanted to know one thing from you, that before this Excel, you were having another course also. I think so. It is CBAP. So we are having 4 types of analytics here: descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics. What is descriptive analytics? Initially, we start with this one, descriptive analytics. What happened? That is what I earlier told, BI. What happened in the past? So that is descriptive analytics. Yeah. Then comes diagnostic analytics. Diagnostic analysis is, if you want to really understand, then we understand the word diagnosis. Okay, so whenever you are going to a doctor, you say, okay, doctor, I'm having cough and cold. So doctor wants to really know that, okay, why you had cough and cold, whether you had eaten some cold items or some soft drink or some ice cream, or what was the main reason. So he or she wants to know why you are having cough and cold. Yeah, so that is diagnosis. So here we are talking about the diagnostic analytics, that we want to know that why the sales have gone down, or why the sales had gone up in the last year. Okay, so why did it happen? Then comes predictive analytics, that is what will happen in future. Okay, because now we want to know what is going to happen in future, because see now, as I said earlier when I started the session, I said that we are living in a very dynamic world. Okay, so we can, yeah, we never know that what is going to happen tomorrow. Yeah, yesterday I saw that there was some strike between let's say Israel and Iran. Okay, yeah, no, you never know that from these things something big thing can come up. Yeah, I hope that nothing serious takes place between these two countries. But yeah, so if something comes up like that, yeah, already we are having a lot of effect of Russia and Ukraine war over here, especially in Europe. I can say like that. Yeah, and whatever this recession and all those things are happening, some of the portion is coming from that war also. Okay, so it is definitely it will affect. Okay, or when we had the COVID. Okay, in COVID also many of the businesses they got shut down, and many of the new businesses also came up during the COVID. We did not predict that COVID, but it came. Okay, so we want to know that what is going to happen in future. Today I'm let's say very profitable. Okay, my company is very profitable, but whether this profitable status will be available in the next 5 years or not, I don't know. Okay, so but we want to know this, we want to get this answer, what will happen. That is predictive analytics. And then comes prescriptive analytics, that is how can we make it happen. Okay, now suppose if I tell you that, okay, let's say Prerna. Okay, so Prerna, I say, okay, you are working in a company, your company will grow in next 5 years. So definitely Prerna will ask me that, okay, Samir, can you tell me that how it will grow? Okay, or what we have to do, because see, automatically it will not be growing. We have to take some steps. So those things can be tackled with the prescriptive analytics. That how can I make my company profitable in next 5 years? What steps I have to take? So that all those things are coming up in the prescriptive analytics. Okay, so remember these four analytics: descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics. Yeah, good. Now regarding this difficulty and value, you can see that on x-axis is difficulty level and here it is value level. So see, if you want to do descriptive analytics, it is very easy. Okay, but it is having not that much of value. But if you are doing predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics, definitely it is difficult. It is not easy to do these two things, but definitely it will provide you more value. Yeah, that's why this difficulty and value is written here. Okay, and hindsight and foresight means we are talking about the past, and foresight we are talking about the present. In between, we are having the current insight here. Yeah, now when we are talking about the business analytics, we should also know this big data. Some or other way, you'll be hearing a lot of things about big data. Yeah. Are you using the slides from the reference material page on Simplilearn? If so, which lesson? If not, can you add the slide to the chat so that we can use to write down notes? Okay, if you want, see, these slides are my own slides, first of all. Yeah, so as I said earlier, that I'll be putting these slides in the our LMS. But if you want now, yeah, I can also, sorry. Yeah, if you want to have this presentation now, I can share this presentation. Just give me a moment. Yeah, so I'm sharing the PDF file over here in the chat window. Yes, now you should be able to see this PDF file here, Introduction to Business Analytics here. Yeah, so this you can use it, but yeah, I'll be also putting it in the LMS. Yeah, thank you. Okay, good. Now, regarding the big data. Now, see, you have heard about big data. Now, what according to you, when a person asks you, okay, what is big data? What can be the definition according to you about big data? What is big data? Yeah, and why? Yeah, because since last now 10 years, we are using this word big data. So, according to you, in simple words, okay, I don't want to have very complex definitions here. Definitely, I can get the complex definitions from the Google and Chat GPT. But in your own words, what is big data? Okay, now here in this uh, chart, you must have also seen on Google or any other place. See, it says here that what happens on internet in 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute I'm talking about, not 1 hour. I'm talking about 1 minute, 60 seconds. So in 60 seconds, what is happening here? 174,000 apps are downloaded. 1 minute. Okay, remember this word, 1 minute. I'm talking about 16.2 million texts are sent in 1 minute. 231 emails are sent, and so on. Yeah, so on. 66,000 photos and videos are shared on Instagram. Now, I'll also talk more about this photos and videos because see, today we are living in AI world. Okay, so we have to be very, very careful. I'm not saying that I'm not putting the post on miss photos and videos on Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn. Yeah, but I know because I'm from this area. So yeah, it is now a very dangerous thing, especially if you are putting lot of your family photos. Yeah, because normally as a human, yeah, we have this tendency that okay, if I'm going somewhere outside, yeah, if I'm traveling to some particular place, I have to inform my friends. Yeah, I'm going on a vacation in Maldives or in Canary Islands or okay, so I have to tell my friends. Okay, but you must have also heard many of the good stories over here that if I want to do something wrong with your photos, okay, and your videos, there are a lot of tools which are available, and I can manipulate those things and I can put you in trouble. I means the hacker I'm talking about, okay, the illegal hacker which are there, yeah, they can do anything with your photos and videos. Okay, we have talked about you know about the concept about the deep fake thing concept which is there. Okay, I just require your one photo, and if you are saying something in the video, I just require a small piece of your audio. Okay, the audio I'm talking about. Okay, I already have your photo, I have your small video, sorry, audio, and then I can generate anything from that thing. Okay, maybe some of you must have received some email, some WhatsApp message that you have got from some of your friend. Yeah, that oh, I'm in deep trouble, can you transfer so and so money to this particular account or blah blah things. Okay, they will also put a photo of some small child, and oh, he or she is in hospital. Yeah, so we are getting those kind of messages, but very soon we'll be getting videos, and maybe you will see my video, you will see is that okay, I'm requesting you to send me some money. Yeah, now sometimes you have a feeling that okay, oh, Dr. Samir is in trouble, so I should help him. Okay, but that whole video will be a deep fake video. Okay, but you are able to see me, you are able to hear my voice also, so you will be trapped over there. Yeah, so that's why I'm not saying that we should not be aloof from this all these platforms, but at least we have to be very cautious over here. Okay, so coming back to this topic here, that we are having so much of thing. You see here, 625 million videos are watched on TikTok. 1 minute I'm talking about. So if this is the situation in 1 minute, so then you just understand that what will happen in 1 hour or 1 day or 1 month. Okay, how much of data is generated? Yeah, because of all these social media platforms. Do you consider that the new IS? Do you consider this the new IS or IT? Which is basically, I would say that according to me, it should be IS here, information system. If you're talking, if you're asking me over here, yeah. So this is the scenario. Now another one concept is Internet of Things, IoT. Okay, this is also not a new concept here. It's a very old concept here. But what is IoT? In simple words, I can say that IoT is a network of devices. Okay, well, no, I was referring to the misuse of personal information on social media. Uh, no, because it should be information system only accordingly. Maybe, yeah, because it should be part of the information system. But normally here we cannot differentiate as such. But I would say that it should be information system if you're talking about this misuse of personal information. Yeah, according to me. Okay, I may be wrong also maybe, but I think so. I feel that it's an information system. Okay, so coming back to this topic here, that IoT. So what is IoT? IoT is a network of devices. You can see that here there is a network where all these devices are connected with each other. Yeah, we are having phone and yeah, mobile and sorry, yeah, the iPad and laptop and desktop and all those things. They are connected with each other. And uh, why they are connected with each other? Because they want to share the information. See, whenever you are buying a new mobile and when you are having the internet package and when you are having the application, as soon as you start your mobile, yeah, your mobile is now part of the IoT. You will start receiving some Facebook posts, some messages on WhatsApp and other things. Yeah, and even you can also send the messages and post, yeah, to your friends. So your mobile is now part of your IoT network. Yeah. So this is IoT. Now here in this diagram, we can see that how IoT is playing an important role in the big data. Yeah, because we want to connect the IoT with the big data here. So here on the x-axis, you are having the years. I'm having a very old data here. Sorry for that. And then on the y-axis, we are having billions of devices here. Now see here, in 1992, around 1 million devices were available here. Okay, devices means it consisted of everything. In 1992, I'm talking about. And then you see here, they're slowly and steadily, and then it went exponentially here. So here, this was the year 2020. In year 2020, there were 50 billion devices in the world. And today we are in 2025, I don't know, maybe 100 billion devices may be there. Okay. So what is happening here that because today, if we see any person, a person may be having on an average around 3 to 4 devices. A person will be having a laptop, a mobile. Yeah, nowadays the smartwatch is also very, very common. And then you may have some iPad also. So at least 3 to 4 devices we are having, or let's say some digital camera. Yeah. So the more number of devices which comes in the market, definitely it will generate data. It will not be sitting idle over there. It will generate data. So here I would like to show you the connection between the IoT and the big data. The bigger the IoT, the more data it will generate and it will contribute to the big data here. Yeah, that's my point here. So this is IoT. Now, I think so one of you had used that word unstructured data. Yeah, SCI. So now before I switch over to the topic of or the definition of big data, these three words you should 100% know. Okay, many of you must be knowing already this thing, but let us have a quick revision over here. So what are the different types of data? So we are having structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. What is structured data? Structured data means it should have a structure. Structure means it should be in the form of a table. So as we know that in case of Excel, we are having table, and the table is consisting of rows and columns. Yeah. So we are having the Excel file, CSV I already mentioned earlier, comma separated value file. Are you knowing CSV? If you are not knowing CSV, I can also give you one small example here. Yeah, anybody who is not knowing CSV, let me know. So in all these files, what we are having a structure. So that's why it is known as a structured data. Then before I come back to the semi-structured data, let us see unstructured data first of all. Unstructured data means it is not having any structure. So here we are having the photo, picture files, JPG files, MP3 audio files, and MPEG, that is the video files. Now see, whenever we get all these files, okay, then if I want to analyze those files, I don't have to, I cannot put those files into rows and columns. I cannot divide those files into rows and columns. It's not possible. Okay, I have to take those files as it is. So nowadays, companies are very much interested that what people are writing on various social media platforms about their company, okay, about their products. Yeah, they want to know this thing. Suppose if you are going to a restaurant and if you are giving the feedback, yeah, then definitely the restaurant people will also, let's say, answer your feedback. They will, if you are writing some good things, they will say thank you. If you are giving some suggestions, then they will say, okay, we'll definitely take care of this thing, blah blah blah. Yeah. So nowadays, whatever the Google reviews and all those things, and even if you are writing something on Facebook, on Instagram, yeah, on X, then company wants to analyze those things, whether the customers are having the positive sentiment or negative sentiment or neutral sentiment. Yeah, so that's why uh, we have to analyze this data, and we have to analyze as it is. So that's why it is known as unstructured data. It's not having any structure. Then comes here semi-structured data. So semi-structured data means it's a combination of structured and unstructured. Yeah, in semi-structured data, you have both the things. You have structured part also, you have unstructured part also. So example can be an email. If you are sending an email, suppose if I want to send an email to, let's say, the Simplilearn host, Hemant, okay, then what I'll do that I will write down his email ID, okay. Then if I want to send the same mail to all of you, then I have to write down your email ID either in CC or BCC. Then I'm having the subject line. I have to write down some subject that for what purpose I'm writing this mail. Subject is also important. So whatever you are seeing on the top part of your email, that is the structured part. Because every time we have to do this thing, we have to write down something over there in the structured part. Now, whatever is your message, yeah, that is the unstructured part. Because see, message will be different. If I'm writing a message, let's say if I'm writing an email to my friend, then my language will be very informal. If I'm writing a mail to my boss, then it will be very formal. Yeah. So the message part is the unstructured part. While the top portion, yeah, to CC, BCC subject, this is the structured portion. So that's why we can say that in email, we are having both the things together. We are having structured part also and unstructured part also, and that's why it is known as a semi-structured data. Okay. We also have Word document. Now the question will come that, okay, what is the structured part in Word document? Yeah. Can you tell me what can be the structured part in Word document? Unstructured means whatever you are typing in that Word document, that is the unstructured part, because whatever I'll be creating and whatever you will be creating, it will be different. Okay, so whatever we are typing within the Word, that is unstructured part. But what can be the structured part in the Word document? That I want to know. See, whenever I create a Word document, what I do that I don't start directly typing the things. So suppose if I'm creating a report, yeah, a 2-page report or a 10-page report or a 20-page report. Yeah, even I remember my PhD thesis, it was having around, I don't know, around 500 pages. And I had written that PhD thesis, I think because I was clear about that concept. So I had written the PhD thesis in 15 days, I think so, with all those things. But then the formatting took a lot of time. Yeah, you know the formatting of this Word document. So what I do that whenever I'm creating a, let's say a report in Word document, that first of all I prepare the structure. Okay, so I set up the margin, the left margin, right margin, and yeah, bottom margin, and all those things. I also identify that, okay, what should be the my header font size and font type, and whether it should be bold. Yeah, what should be the subheader things. Okay, and what should be the the whatever the main content is there, what should be the font size of that main content. Yeah. So once we define all those things, then what will happen, then you don't have to worry, then accordingly it will create those things. Yeah, you have to simply type in, and then you at the end you'll be having very less formatting thing to be done. Okay, because you have already defined. So this is what we can say, that it's a structured part. Okay, so whatever we are identifying, even the header and footer also. Yes, someone had written about the header. So whatever we are putting in the header and footer also, that is also the structured part. Okay, because I may have to write down in the header, maybe in the footer I'll be writing my name, or maybe my topic name, blah blah things. Okay, in the header also I'll be writing some chapter number, all those things. Yeah, yeah, spacing and everything. Yes, so this is what is the structured part. And the unstructured part means whatever we are typing within that Word document. Yeah, so Word is also a combination of structured and structured and unstructured. That's why it is known as semi-structured data. Okay, so I hope that this is clear. Yeah, whenever you are having such kind of question, you can directly give these examples. Now we come to our definition of big data. So this is the definition of big data according to me. It's a long definition, but we'll see one by one. Big data is, first of all, let us read the definition. Big data is defined as a term which handles the combination or also single parts of volume, variety, and velocity of data with cost-effective, innovative forms of information processing to enable enhanced insight, decision making, and process automation. Now, see here, I have highlighted these three words: volume, variety, and velocity. Okay, so whenever you are defining big data, you should remember these three words: volume, variety, and velocity. So let us understand the three words here, and then we'll come back to this definition. So I go to the next slide over here. So these are the three words here. We can also say that these are the characteristics of big data: volume, variety, and velocity. Volume means, when I asked you the question that what according to you is big data, most of you said that, okay, it is a large volume of data. Okay, so volume means we are talking about the large volume. Okay, then comes variety. Variety means, just now I explained you those three types of data: structured, semi-structured, unstructured data. So in big data, we always have this variety of data. And then comes the velocity. Velocity means the rate at which the data is generated. Now, see, today you are attending my session. That doesn't mean that you will not be receiving any WhatsApp message. Maybe I'll be also receiving some WhatsApp messages in this last 1 hour. Okay, so we are getting lot of data. Yeah, it's generated every second. We have just now seen that diagram also, that what happens in internet on 1 minute. So velocity is also there. Okay, so volume, variety, and velocity, these are known as the three V's of big data. Remember these three V's here. So let us come back over here. So what it says here, that big data is defined as a term which handles the combination or also single parts of volume, variety, and velocity of data. Now, what is this combination or single parts? See, many people, they know these three V's of big data, so they have a feeling that big data should have all the three V's. I repeat, many people, they think that big data should have all the three V's, but it's not compulsory. Remember this thing. Even if you're having only volume, yeah, let's say you are working in a big organization, so you may have volume and velocity, because yeah, if you're talking about, let's say, Walmart is having a huge amount of data. Yeah, they are generating, they are having many stores, so they are generating a lot of data. So they may have volume and velocity, but they may not have variety. I'm using the word they may not have. Yeah, so they may not have variety. So even if you are having volume and velocity only two V's, still it is known as big data. Yeah, if you are talking about a small organization may not have volume, may not have velocity, but the small organization may have variety of data. still it is known as big data. Even if you are having one V also, it is still known as big data. So remember this point. Yeah. And if you are having all the three V's, and also it is known as big data. Yeah. So big data is defined as a term which handles the combination or also single parts. Either you have one V, single V, or two V's or three V's. It is known as big data with cost effective, innovative forms of information processing. Now, see, you know very well that tomorrow when you'll be learning Power BI, then if you want to install Power BI, then Power BI is free of cost. Yeah, Power BI desktop, which is the tool, the major tool. So if you want to use it, you have to just go to their website, Microsoft Power BI, download the tool and start using it. That's all. Yeah, you are not paying anything for that Power BI. Remember this thing. Maybe some of you must be knowing this thing, but Power BI is a free tool. Yes, if you want to now, let's say, share the visualization with your colleagues, then definitely you require a license. Okay, and license is also cheap. It's not very expensive. So Microsoft, yeah, Power BI is a product of Microsoft. So you may be knowing very well that Microsoft is, according to me, Microsoft knows how to sell their product. Yeah, they are one of the best marketing company which I have seen up till now. Yeah, even Power BI, it came in the market almost after 10 years of Tableau. Tableau came first, just to give you an idea. Yeah, Tableau came in 2003, and Power BI came in 2013, 2013. And now, after 10 to 12 years, yeah, Power BI is number one. Earlier, Tableau was number one. But since last 6 years, when I'm teaching this Power BI, Power BI is number one in the data visualization market. Yeah. And one of the reason is this, that they've kept that Power BI desktop free of cost. And it is free for the lifetime. It is not having any trial period. Yeah. While the Tableau, they are having a Tableau desktop, and Tableau desktop, if you want to use it, you can use it for free for 14 days. Yeah, it's having a trial period of 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, you have to start paying the money. And the license fee of Tableau is costly compared to Power BI. Yeah, so these are the reasons. So uh, Power BI and many other tools, if you want to simply use the basic tool, it is free of cost. If you want to, let's say, learn Python, R programming, they are also free tool. Just download the software and start using it. So today we are living in a world where many of the things are open source tools. They are having open source. Okay, open source means it is free of cost. So it is cost effective. If you want to do the analysis, innovative forms of information processing. Why we are doing all those things? To enable enhanced insight. We want to know more about the data. We want to take some decisions, and process automation. Process automation means, yeah, you understand that when we are having the let's say the uh, manual system, and then from manual system, if you want to go to the automated system, then here also big data will help you. Yeah. So this is the definition of big data. Now we have seen these three V's. Now after three V's, another author came with 7 V's of big data. Now definitely I'll not tell you these 7 V's. You can search on Google also. It is very easy. So someone came up with 7 V's of big data. Yeah. And in 7 V's also, you can see the 3 V's: volume, velocity, and variety. These 3 V's are already there. And the another author, he added 4 more V's. Yeah. If you want to search, you can search on Google later on. Then if you are still not happy with the 7 V's of big data, I will now give you 10 V's of big data. Okay. Third author came with 10 V's of big data. In 10 V's of big data also, you can see here volume, velocity, and variety. This is 3 V's are there. Veracity was here. You see here, veracity, variability, visualization, value. So veracity, value, variability, this also came up from the earlier V's. And this author, he added 3 to 4 more V's here. Yeah. So after looking all these 3 V's, 7 V's, 10 V's, whenever I'm teaching the students, yeah, I always tell them that please complete your studies as fast as possible. Yeah, because if you fail, and if you're instead of completing let's say the masters in 2 years, instead of that you are completing in 3 years or 4 years, yeah, what will happen, that these V's will increase. Tomorrow, maybe if I'm highly motivated, then I may come up with my 14 V's of big data. Yeah, you never know, because I know that I have to take all these 10 V's. So my 10 V's are ready. I have to simply add 3, 4 more V's over here. Yeah, I'm kidding over here, but yeah, still, like, so I always say that complete your studies as fast as possible. Yeah, in marketing, if if you have studied marketing management, then there, when I studied marketing management, there were 4 P's of marketing: price, place, promotion, and product. And now we are having 7 P's of marketing. Yeah, so even P's are increasing. Okay, good. Now, uh, 3 concepts over here. Okay, definitely you have heard about this thing: artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. Yeah. Now here, what I'll do, that I will give my own example. Very, very simple example. Tomorrow, let's say if you are having your son or daughter also, and if they ask you, okay, Papa or Mommy, please tell me what is AI, what is machine learning, what is deep learning, maybe you can give my own example. Okay. So here I'll be explaining you in a very, very simple words. Okay. Definitely these are the technical definition which is there over here. Yeah. But I'll go for a very simple example here. So first of all, many people, they get confused whether AI is bigger or whether machine learning is bigger. But here you can see in this diagram that AI is the biggest umbrella. Okay, AI is the biggest umbrella. Within AI, you are having machine learning, and within machine learning, you are having deep learning. Yeah, so remember this concept. Yeah, at any point of time, if anybody is asking you which is bigger, just remember this thing. AI is the biggest one. Within AI, you are having machine learning, and within machine learning, you are having deep learning. Yeah. So deep learning is a subset of machine learning, and machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. Now let us understand these 3 things in a very simple manner. So we are talking about artificial intelligence, AI. What is AI? So here you can see that we are having one apple and orange. Now why I'm showing you here apple and orange? So let us assume that you are having a basket, okay, which is containing some apples and oranges. Yeah. Let us assume that there are 100 apples and 100 oranges. Now you want to segregate into 2 different basket. Okay, you are having 2 empty basket also. In one basket, you want to put all the apples, and in another basket, you want to put all the oranges. Yeah, from that mixed fruit basket. So as a human, we know very well that how an apple looks like, how an orange looks like. So easily we can differentiate. Yeah, within, I think so, 15, 20 minutes, you are done. Now let us assume that now you are having, let's say, 1000 apples and 1000 oranges, and you want to segregate. Yeah, so you will get tired. Yeah, we are always getting tired. We don't get tired when we are sending the messages, but when we want to do such kind of things, then we are getting tired. Yeah. So now what will think? Let us create a machine. Okay, some kind of a robot. Yeah. So robot is also a machine, as you know. Yeah. So what I'll do, that if I want to create a machine which will do the segregation, yeah, once I start that machine, then I will sleep, and within, let's say, 1 hour or so, my job is done. Okay. And machine can work for 24 hours. Humans cannot work for 24 hours, but machine can work for 24 hours. So that's the advantage when I'm getting. Now, see, machine is not having its own intelligence. So for machine to do this process of segregation, I have to provide some intelligence. So how I can provide the intelligence? I have to do some kind of, I have to create some kind of software, and with the software, I have to tell machine that what an apple looks like, what is the color of the apple, what is the shape of the apple, what is the approximate weight of the apple, and similarly, I have to provide the data about oranges. Yeah, what is the color of the orange, size of the orange, weight of the orange, blah blah blah. Yeah, so I have to put this data of apples and oranges into that machine. Okay, in some form of some kind of a software, and then I'll start the machine. What the robot will do, the robot will pick up one fruit from that mixed fruit basket. It will compare the data first of all with apple. If it matches, then it identifies that okay, this is an apple. It puts the apple into the apple basket. Again, it takes another fruit. It compares with first of all with apple. If it doesn't match, then it compares with orange, and then it matches, and then it puts that orange into the orange basket. Yeah, so it will do that process like this, like this. So this is known as AI. in my words. Yeah, that you are trying to automize these things. Yeah, you are creating some kind of intelligence within the machine. Yeah, we are using the washing machine and this cleaning robots and all those things. What are these? Yeah, these are all AI. Okay, they are having that artificial intelligence, and they will accordingly it will perform. Yeah, so this is AI. Now we go to the ML, machine learning. So we'll continue with the same example, apples and oranges. Okay, today maybe in your sleep also you will see these apples and oranges. I'm very sure. Yeah, because if you are thinking more about apples and oranges, you will also dream. So what is machine learning here? So see what happens that, as you know, that apples, they are of green color and red color. Yeah, while orange is also, you know, that there are different kinds of oranges. Yeah, one of the fruit which is similar to orange that you must be knowing, it is known as Malta. Okay, Malta. I hope that you must have eaten that Malta. Yeah. So Malta is a very big fruit. Yeah, similar to orange. And I think so. Last February, yeah, February only, we visited Malta. Malta, you know that it's a country. It's an island in Europe. And if you have not been to Malta, then please visit Malta. Yeah, it's a very beautiful country, and lot of beach and water and all those things. So a lot of history is also there. So that fruit comes from that Malta country. Yeah. So first of all, let us take an example of the green apple. Now, suppose in that mixed fruit basket, you are having some red apples also, you are having them green apples also. Now, you have given the data to that machine about the red apple. Yeah, there is no data about the green apple. So when that machine takes that green apple, so when it matches with the apple data, yeah, that machine feels that okay, this is similar to apple, but the color is not red color. The color is something different. Okay. So what that machine will do? Machine will put that green apple into a third basket because it is not identifying that apple as an apple. Okay, and that green apple as an apple, it is identifying something else. So it will put that green apple into the another basket. Now, this is not what you expect from a machine. So initially that machine is creating a mistake. It is committing a mistake. Yeah. Similarly, if you are having the Malta and the normal oranges, it may identify that Malta as an orange. It's possible. Yeah, definitely the size is bigger for Malta, but maybe it will put that Malta and oranges together. But you want to segregate that Malta into the another fruit basket. So here, what you have to do now, initially machine is committing mistake because it is not having the data of Malta and is not having the data of green apple. Now, if you want to remove this mistake, what you have to do? Very simple. You have to provide the data. You have to tell that machine that apples are also green in color. Yeah. So once that information goes into that machine, then what machine will do? Machine will learn from its mistake. Yeah. Machine will learn that, okay, oh, initially I had committed this mistake. I identified this green apple as something else. But now I know that apples are also green in color. So now it will put that green apple and red apple into one basket only. Similarly, Malta, we have to provide the data about Malta that, okay, Malta is a separate fruit. It is having this characteristic. So then that machine will grab that fruit, Malta, and it will place it in another basket. So initially, what is machine learning? Yeah, machine is initially committing some mistake, and then once we provide more data to that machine will learn from its mistake, and then it will do that process very well. Yeah, this is the simplest definition of machine learning. If you want to make it complex, you can make it complex also. Yeah, but especially when someone is asking you, a layman, yeah, someone is going on the road, and if he or she is asking you this question, what is ML, what is AI, I don't know, you can give this example of apples and oranges. The last one over here is deep learning. Okay, so deep learning, uh, it's a subset of machine learning, definitely. Now, what is this deep learning? In deep learning, we are going to the depth now. So here, let's say if I'm buying a orange, yeah, if you go to supermarket and if you buy some oranges, now suppose if I'll also see that from where the oranges have come. Yeah, just now we are having the, yeah, here you must be also having the season of strawberry. So normally yeah, especially the local people, they prefer the strawberries from the local area. Yeah, because it is easy to transport and plus we get the fresh fruit. Yeah. So uh, I want to know that from where these strawberries have come. Yeah. Whether it's come from the region or whether it is come from the other country. Yeah. Similarly for oranges also, if I know that okay, the oranges are coming from Spain, then they are the best oranges. Yeah. So this example here, you can see that this is the fruit name, blood orange. Yeah, that's a very common orange type. And this is the Latin name of that fruit, Citrus X sinensis. Definitely, we don't remember the the Latin name over here. And it has come from China. And then here it is written 1700 to 1800. What is this one? This is the time when that fruit was plucked from the tree. Yeah, definitely. I don't go into such kind of detail, and you must be also not going into that detail. We always see that, okay, sometimes if it is frozen, if the fruits are frozen, then I want to know that what is the expiry date, yeah, in general. But otherwise, I don't want to know that when it was plugged and when it was shipped. No. Yeah, but if, this kind of information is also possible. So this, if you want to have this information for an analysis, now see, this information is not coming from sky. Yeah, you have to give this information into the system so that anybody when they buy that fruit, they may get this information that okay, it is coming from China, it is plucked during this period, the Latin name is this, blah blah blah. Yeah. So this is what we mean by the deep learning. This is the simplest definition. Yeah. If you search on Google, ChatGPT, you will get a lot of definitions over there, deep learning. Yeah, there is a lot of patterns and neurons and all those things which are there. Yeah, so you can get that information. So these are the three definitions of machine learning, deep learning, and AI. If you want to add anything over here, you can definitely write down the chat window. Yeah, if you're having your own definition. But this I like it. Yeah, apples and oranges. Okay. Now, what we'll do now, very quickly, we'll also see some of the big data application areas. Maybe this may be interesting. Yeah. So, uh, where we can apply the big data. Okay. So, there are a lot of areas here, but some of the areas we are having over here, that is banking and securities, communication, media and entertainment, healthcare, manufacturing, insurance, retail and wholesale, education, transportation. Yeah. I don't think that these are the only areas where big data can be applied. No, big data can be applied in all the areas. Yeah, every area is now getting benefit of big data. So, but here these are the eight major areas you can say where a lot of R&D has been done. Okay, so we'll take some examples here very quickly. We'll start with this House of Cards. Have you seen this series on Netflix? House of Cards. It's a very popular series. I would suggest you to see this series whenever you get some time. I think so. There are some 6, 7 seasons which are there, and yeah, it is a great series. It is talking about the U.S. politics. Yeah, there is no that much, let's say, the fighting scenes and all those things. The real things are not there. If you are really liking those, yeah, typical Bollywood fighting and all those things, then definitely this is not your series. But yes, this is a excellent one. Talking about US politics, this person which you can see here, he's the main character, and he becomes the president of US. Okay, so this is what I can just now share you here. Yes. So now why I'm talking about this series? Okay. See, House of Cards series was the first series which became popular in Netflix, and because of this only, Netflix became much more popular. You can say like that also. Yeah. So nowadays we are talking about the Squid Game and other this what do you say that Money Heist and all those series which are now very popular on Netflix. But this was the first series. Yeah. So Squid Game, yeah, Squid Game, yes, definitely. I also like it now. I so uh, House of Cards series, it got 22 Emmy awards. Now see, I'm having a very old data, but even with the old data also, you can see that it got 22 Emmy awards. So uh, one young girl, okay, she was in the school, yeah, a girl. She went to the nearby Target superstore. She bought some items. She went to the cash counter. She paid the money and she went home. Yeah. After 2 days, she receives a physical mail, okay, not email, a physical mail in her mailbox. And what happened that during that time, her father, mother were visiting their daughter. Okay, I think so. Daughter was now in maybe in the senior secondary or something like that. So they opened that mail and it was written. That mail had come from the Target superstore, and they said, okay, hearty congratulations. You are say hearty congratulations for being pregnant. Yeah. Currently, you are in the initial phase of pregnancy, and we would like to suggest you some products, some pregnancy products. Okay, and then they showed some pregnancy products, and then they said, okay, this product is available at 10% discount, 20% discount, 30% discount, and so on. Now, the father became very angry. He said that my daughter is currently in school, and yeah, why these people are sending such kind of advertisement. So he went to the local Target superstore and he said that, okay, why you send this particular mail, yeah, to my daughter. My daughter is just now in school. Then the Target superstore manager, he said that whatever your daughter had purchased in the last week, okay, based on that products, we analyzed those things and then we came to know that currently your daughter is pregnant and she is in the initial phase of pregnancy. So then that father, he went home, he inquired with her daughter, and her daughter said that yes, I'm pregnant. Yeah. Then that father had gone again back to the Target superstore. He said sorry to that manager. And then he was really astonished that how did they come to know? Yeah. Because what this superstore, I'm not just, yeah, this is an example of Target superstore, but now many superstores are doing this thing. What they do that they analyze your data with the other customers' data. Yeah. And then they realize that, okay, this earlier customer was also had also purchased this particular product, and they were because of that we came to know that they are in the initial phase of pregnancy. Now this customer is also buying the similar product. Yeah. So that is how what they wanted to do, the Target superstore, they wanted to, as the word suggests, that they wanted to target that customer. Now, if you want to target the customer, you cannot send them some normal products. Yeah, you have to provide them products which they currently like it. Okay, which they want to buy it. So here they created a profile of that customer, that particular that that young girl, and then they targeted with their products. Yeah. So this example, this particular thing, it became very popular in US, and there was a lot of debate that why this Target superstore used the data and why they did this thing, that thing. Okay, but then the Target superstore, they said that, see, we are using this data for our own work. Okay, we are not selling this data to some other company. We are using for our own purpose. So that's why we can do this thing. Yeah, this data was generated within our company, within our store. Sorry. Yeah, so we can use this data and we can use it for targeting the customers with our products. Yeah. So we were talking about this big data applications in retail. So this we have already done. Yeah, that can be even I would say that here, whenever you are going to a shopping mall and uh, there are a lot of CCTV cameras which are there. Now, normally the CCTV cameras are used to, yeah, let's say, track the thieves. Okay, those who are stealing the product from the superstore. So normally it is used for that. Yeah, but the same CCTV cameras are also used for analyzing the customers. That, okay, how the customers are moving within the store, which is the favorite section of a particular customer. Yeah, and what kind of products they are buying together. Okay, So they want to also, there is a known as a concept known as basket analysis. So they want to know that, okay, within the basket, what kind of products and which combination is the best combination and all those things. So there are a lot of examples over here in the retail. Then we come to banking and financial services. I think so one or two people are in this particular area. So they may have their own examples, but here I would like to mention one point that uh, especially in the banking, yeah, one of the major issue is regarding the credit card fraud transaction. Yeah, so we are definitely having a worry about that particular point. So in the credit card fraud transactions, what people they do that, especially the company like big companies like Visa and Mastercard and American Express, that they try to put some kind of alert within their system. Now, what do you mean by alert here? Let's say, I'll give you my own example. 2022, I went to India to meet my parents over there. So it was after COVID and everything got settled. So I visited India. Now, at that time, uh, no, sorry, 2019, before COVID, I had gone with my family to India. So in 2019, I wanted to buy the flight tickets, yeah, to India. So one flight ticket was costing me around, return flight ticket, it was costing me around 500 euros. Yeah. So we are a family of four people. So uh, 2000 euros. Okay. Now I wanted to do the transaction with my credit card. So what happened that when I was doing the transaction, within some few seconds, yeah, when I was on the final page, so I got a call from my bank and they verified my details and then they said, okay, you are doing a transaction of 2000 euros. So for what purpose you are doing this transaction? So I said, okay, it is for the flight booking. And then they said, okay, everything is fine. So then they approved that transaction and then I could get the flight tickets. Okay. Now, at that time, I was really surprised to know this thing that how my bank came to know that I'm doing this transaction. Yeah, because I'm not the only customer of my bank. There are, let's say, millions of customers, yeah, worldwide. So how could they know that this person, Samir Wadia, sitting in Hanover City, is doing this transaction of 2000 euros? So what happens here that because I was having the Visa card, so what happened that the Visa is having a system that when I get a new credit card, okay, and when I do my first transaction, let's say I go to a restaurant and I uh, yeah, pay the bill. Okay, now my bill will be around, let's say, 200 euros, suppose. So I pay with the credit card. Okay, so then what will happen that this Visa company or let's say Mastercard, any other company, they will create my own profile. Okay, and then they will not write my name in that profile. They will have just, let's say, a person A living in this city and he has done this transaction of 200 euros in this restaurant. Then when I go to a see some movie, I buy the movie ticket. So then that transaction is also added in my profile. Now, what happens that my profile is now compared with the other person's profile. So suppose if there is another person who is having same kind of transaction or similar transaction, then our profile will be in one group. Okay. So likewise, all the people with a similar transaction, they will kept in, yeah, they'll be kept in one group. Now, on an average, my transactions on my Visa card was roughly around 100, 200 euros, not more than that. Yeah. Now here what happened that suddenly I was doing a transaction of 2000 euros to buy the flight tickets. Yeah. From 200 to 2000, I was jumping, yeah, for a bigger transaction here. So what happened that this Visa company, they had an alert that here something is different. Okay. Then the Visa company, they alerted my bank that this is your customer and he is doing this transaction of 2000 euros. So then the bank called me up and then they verified and then they approved my transaction. Yeah. So this is one of the technique that how they can reduce the fraud transactions. Okay, because suppose, let us assume that my card is stolen. Now, definitely the person who is getting my card, he will not be going for a normal transaction of 100, 200 euros. He will go for a big transaction, 2,000 euros, 3,000 euros, 5,000 euros. So here, what is happening that if something goes wrong here, then yeah, here they will know this thing that okay, something is now different. Okay, because initially I was doing a small transaction and now I'm going for another transaction. Yeah, can you please repeat this example once again? Yeah, so Prerna, I was talking about this banking and financial services. So I gave the example of a credit card, that how the credit card fraud transactions are identified. Yeah, out of so many transactions. Yeah, so the Visa company and Mastercard company, they create a profile. Yeah, if you are using any of this card, they will create a profile of yours, and then they will say, okay, this is the person. He or she is doing so and so transactions, roughly around 200, 300 euros or 200, $300, you can say. Yeah. And then if you are going for a very big transaction, then the system will alert them that now this is something different. Yeah. This is what I was giving example, that I was buying the flight tickets to India and it was costing me 2,000 euros. So it was a big amount. So that's why my bank called me up and then they checked with me that everything is fine. I'm the right person. And then they allowed me to do this transaction. Yeah. So this is how the things are happening. Yeah. This is one of the technique which is used in the yeah, by this Visa and Mastercard and all those things. Yeah. Then what happened that in 2022, when I again went to India after the COVID period, then at that time the flight tickets were costing around 3,000 euros. Now at that time when I was doing this transaction of 3,000 euros, at that time I did not receive any call. Why? Because now the visa company, they know that okay, I'm moving from 2,000 to 3,000 euros. Now that is not a big jump here according to visa. Yeah. Yes, from 2,000 euros, if I'm doing a transaction of let's say 10,000 euros, suppose, yeah, if my card is allowing that thing, then that is a big jump from 2,000 to 10,000 euros, or 2,000 to let's say 15,000 euros, suppose. Yeah, then that's a big say jump over there. So then they will call me up. But from 2,000 to 3,000, if I'm going there, then definitely I'll not receive any call, because they know that I've already done such similar kind of transaction in the past. So they will not, they will allow me to do this transaction, yeah, automatically. So likewise, there are other examples also in the banking and financial service. Even in the banking and financial services, if you are launching a new product, suppose, yeah, let's say there is a bank which is launching a new mutual fund, suppose. Now they have to be they should have the information about that, whether the similar product is available in the market, or let's say their competitor is having these kind of product. So what is the market share of that product? Yeah, whether the people are liking their product or not. Yeah, so all those things they want to know in advance. Yeah, because suppose if you launch a product, see, launching a product is not important. You have to get the let's say some revenue out of that product. So if they launch a product and if it becomes unsuccessful, okay, unsuccessful, then definitely it is a big loss to the bank. Yeah. So that's why whenever the banking people, they want to create a new product, they can also use this big data. The big data will collect all the information from their competitors, and even they will also collect the data from their customer, that if we are providing this kind of product, whether you will like this product or not. So they will take a feedback out of it, and then only they will go for the launching of the new product. Okay. So likewise, there are many examples. Big data applications in insurance. So in insurance, there are three, four examples here. One of the example which I can share with you, that see, normally when we are going for the life insurance, so let's say if I contact a company, insurance company, and if I say, okay, I want to have my own life insurance, so the life insurance agent will ask me questions. He will say, okay, what is your birth date? So based on the birth date, he or she will be able to know my age. Okay, but it is very, very important. Then they will ask me, okay, for how much period you are going for this insurance, okay, whether you want to go for 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. Then they will ask me the insurance amount, whether I want to go for 5,000 euros or 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 euros, etc. Then they will ask me that, okay, based on these things, they'll be calculating my insurance premium, and then they will ask me whether you want to pay it monthly or quarterly or 6 monthly or and so on. Yeah. So that is how I get the insurance. Yeah. Now let us assume that there is my friend. Okay. He's also of the same age. So he will also go for the same insurance. Yeah. So definitely when the age is same, we are going for the same insurance. So definitely me and my friend will be paying the same insurance policy. Yeah, same insurance premium here. So let us assume that I'm paying 1,000 euros per year. He is also paying 1,000 euros per year. So everything is same. Now what happens that here my lifestyle and my friend's lifestyle is different. So let us assume that I'm very lethargic person. Okay, this is just an example. Okay, this is not the reality. So I'm lethargic. Yeah, I'm not doing that much of hard work. I don't like to do the exercise. I eat lot of junk food. Blah blah blah. Okay, all the bad things are with me. Suppose now my friend is just opposite to me. He's taking care of his health. He's exercising, doing lot of gym and all those things. Now, what happened that currently, if you are going for any life insurance, then you and your friend will be paying the same insurance premium. But if your lifestyle is different, then I know that it's already there in US, if I'm not wrong. There is a company known as Allstate Insurance Company, which is doing this thing. Maybe other companies may also be doing the same thing. I don't know. But this Allstate company, what they do, that they will tell you if you are going for a life insurance in the Allstate company, they will say that, okay, we'll give you a smart watch. Okay, you have to buy a smartwatch. If you are already having the smartwatch, then that smartwatch has to be connected with our system. And then we will collect your health data for 1 year. So in the first year, me and my friend are paying the same insurance premium, 1,000 euros. But then in the next 1 year, that smartwatch will collect the data, and then this insurance company will analyze the data, and then they will decide the premium for the next year, for the second year. So definitely, if I'm not taking care of my health, if I'm eating a lot of junk food, all those things are there, then definitely in the next year, I'll be paying more insurance premium. Yeah, because I'm a risk to the company, yeah, to the insurance company. While my friend, who is very health conscious, he will be paying less premium in the second year. Yeah, because company is having some kind of confidence that this person will not have any kind of disease, maybe in near future. Yeah, because he's fit and fine. So this is how the things are working in insurance. Maybe in your country, if it is not available, then very soon this is going to come. Yeah, they will collect your insurance data. Sorry, your health data. Now, suppose if you say, okay, it is a data privacy thing and all those things. If you want to get the insurance, you go for this one. Yeah, and then if all the insurance company, if they are doing this thing, then definitely you have to allow them to take your health data. Yeah, you don't have any choice because all the companies are now doing the same thing. Yeah. So this is the one of the insurance example here. Yeah. Similarly for car insurance also. Suppose if you are going for car insurance, then this company normally I know that in case of US they are putting a chip inside your car, and that chip will collect all the data. The chip will collect that how many kilometers you are traveling daily, yeah, and how you are using your car, how many times you are putting the brakes, yeah, and all those things, how you are traveling on highway, whether you are maintaining the speed or not, yeah, and depending upon this data, they will decide the premium for the next year. Yeah, if you're driving very rashly, then definitely you will be paying more. If you're driving very smoothly, then you pay less. Yeah, if you are driving smoothly, then definitely the chances of accidents are also less. So accordingly, you will be paying less premium for the next year. Yeah. So likewise, I can go on and on. Yeah, this video, you can check this thing. Yeah, whatever I gave the example of Visa company, you can check this video later on. This is if you search on YouTube. big data application in visa company, then you will get this thing. Yeah, I'm not currently playing this video. Yeah. Then comes big data application in police department. Very, very important. So nowadays, whether you are in US, Africa, yeah, North America, Africa, Asia, everywhere now, police is using the AI technology or the big data technology. You can say like that. Yeah. With the help of AI and this big data, you can decide, you can identify the crime trends, yeah, threats. Yes, you can you can know that in which particular season the crimes are more, in which particular area the crimes are more. Definitely you have that gut feeling and you have that information, but still you want to know more about the crime rates. Yeah, if you are new to the city, if you are a police inspector, if you are new to the city, if you are having this information on hand, then you can take action over there. Yeah, so even they can also predict the criminals. Yeah, today let us assume that there is a school boy who is doing some petty things, yeah, here and there. He's stealing some things from the store and all those things. Now today he's doing a very small crime, but maybe if you are allowing this child to do more and more, then maybe after 10 years when he will be adult, yeah, he will be doing big things. He'll be doing big crimes. Yeah, all these big criminals that we know, they they don't go for directly for the big crimes. It's not possible. Yeah, they always go with the small crimes and then they get the support and all those things and then they start the big crimes here. Yeah, so you can also identify, you can also predict that whether this person will be dangerous to our society or not. This is possible with the help of big data. Big data will gather all the data, yeah, whatever, because now police is having all the data on the system, so they can analyze the data and then based on that they can do the prediction. Recently, I came to know about one case, police case in India. It was from Kerala, yeah, Kerala state. And what happened that two persons, 25 years ago, yeah, just understand this thing. 25 years ago, two persons, two men committed a crime. Yeah, one of the person, he killed his wife. Okay, I don't know what was the reason. Yeah, but and he got the support from his friend. So two persons, they killed one woman. Yeah, one of the person's wife, and then they fled from that particular scene. And then the police, they investigated and they got two photographs, okay, of those two criminals. Okay, so just that's all. Okay, they did not got any other information that currently where they are and what is happening with them. They did not had any idea, the police. And this happened 25 years ago. Now what happened that after 25 years, the police department or police station which was having this particular case registered, the one of the police, let's say the inspector or whatever the police head, he saw that this case is still not solved. So he opened the case and he saw that these, yeah, he saw those two photographs of the criminals, and then he decided to solve this case. And what he did, he used the AI technology here. The photographs were taken 25 years ago. Okay. So what he did that he used a tool, I don't know which tool he's used, but he used some tool which can now tell you that how this person will be looking after 25 years. Okay. And you can also, it will also give you some various combination. Let's say that after 25 years, the person may be having some mustache or mustache and beard, or maybe the person is bald. Okay. So all those combinations, with all those combinations, they will generate some images, some photos of those criminals. And then what that police inspector had done that he thought that definitely these people must be on social media. Yeah, because today we are in the social media era. So yeah, so yeah, they must be in the social media. So then he compared, yeah, with the again with the tool only, he compared those photos which were generated by AI with the photos on the social media, let's say Facebook or Instagram. And then one person's photo was matching almost 90%, not exactly 100%, but 90% approximately. Yeah. So then what they did that they saw that profile on Facebook, and definitely that person had changed the name. So they saw, okay, Mr. X living in one particular city in India. So they went to that city. Yeah, that city name is known as Pondicherry. It's also a state. Yeah, it's a union territory. So they went to that Pondicherry city, and they traced that where that person was living. Yeah, and then when yeah, the police were in the civil dress, the normal dress. Okay, they were not in the uniform, and then they saw that person coming from the house. Yeah, and then they wanted to verify whether this person is the same person. Yeah, so one of the police man, he called that person by his old name, and as soon as he called that person turned. So then they verified that, okay, this is the person. Yeah, so they caught that person, that one person, and then that person gave the details of another person, and then those two people were caught and they are now in jail. Yeah, this case could not have been solved without the use of AI. Yeah, because after 25 years, how will you match that person? Yeah, you cannot identify that person. With the help of AI only, you can match it. So likewise, there are many other examples. Okay, so yeah, 1 year back it was solved. Yes, yeah, 2023 or 2024. I don't remember whether it was last year or last year, but this happened. Yeah. So likewise, we can go for it. The last thing which I want to talk about is healthcare. Yeah. So in healthcare, uh, there are a lot of R&Ds which are taking place in healthcare. So one of the actually there are 3, 4 points here, 6 points here, but I want to talk about this healthcare, that how this, what is talking about here, patient predictions for an improved staffing. Now, what is patient prediction? Patient prediction is very easy, that you want to predict the patient, that how many patients will come in the next month or next to next month and so on. Now, why you are doing this prediction, patient prediction? Because you want to allocate the doctors and nurses. Yeah, you must have seen that many of the hospitals, they keep some permanent doctors and nurses, and there are some doctors and nurses who are coming on a some freelance basis or part-time basis. Yeah. Now suppose, yeah, except this COVID period, suppose if, let's say currently in June month, if they feel that, okay, we'll be having lot of patients having cough and cold, then definitely they will try to put more doctors and nurses. Yeah, during at least the daytime. Yeah. So with the help of big data, up till now what was happening, that if I'm in the HR department in one of the hospital, then I used to prepare the timetable based on my experience. Okay, I can understand that, okay, maybe in the day period will require more doctors, in the night period less doctors will be required, blah blah blah. Yeah, so everything was dependent on that person who was preparing that timetable. But now big data can help you like anything. Big data can also tell you that during this particular season you are having more patient. During, let's say, April, May, you will have very less patients. So during the less patients period, what you can do, that you can send the doctors and nurses for some training, or you can have the in-house training also, because many of them are free. Yeah, so you can go for the training. But especially when there is a peak period, then definitely you'll require more doctors. So these kind of predictions can be done very well with the help of big data. This is a big thing here. Likewise, there are other examples also: electronic health records, enhancing patient engagement. Now, see, everything is available on your mobile. Yeah. Now, we'll have that particular period also where you don't visit the doctors. The doctors, you can give a call to the doctor, a video call. Yeah. Currently, it is happening in some of the parts of the world somewhere. So you just call the doctor. Doctor will see you. They will also be able to trace your blood pressure and everything, temperatures, through some sensors, and then they will be giving you some medicine. They will be suggesting you some medicines. Okay, so these kind of patient engagements is now there. Okay, uh, how about the accuracy of the big data in terms of prediction? Is it very accurate? See, accuracy of the big data, it depends upon how much data you are providing to the system. Yeah, if you are providing, let's say you are providing the data of 10 patients only, and then you say, okay, please now do the prediction. So definitely based on the 10 patient data, it will be very difficult. Yeah, but suppose if you are providing the data of, let's say, 1,000 patients. Yeah, so big data will study those 1,000 patients. It will do the prediction. It will create some kind of patterns and all those things, and then it will provide you more accuracy here. So the accuracy is dependent on the amount of data that you are providing to the big data. Yeah, I hope that this is clear. So the more data you provide, yeah, if you are tomorrow, if you are learning Python and all those things, so you'll be having this thing that there are two kinds of data. One is known as training data, another one is known as test data. So training data is the data from which that algorithm will be created. It will learn, and then based on the training, whatever the training data from the training data, whatever it has learned, it will apply to the test data, and then in the test data it will do the prediction, and then you have to check whether the prediction is almost accurate or not. Yeah, so that is there. Yeah, completeness of data also matters. If you are providing incomplete data, then definitely that AI model or whatever this data analytics, it will not be able to understand the whole thing. Yeah, so the more complete data, the more amount of data you provide, yeah, it will give you the accuracy. Okay. Now, one more thing which I want to tell you over here, that big data is useful for predicting diseases like cancer and diabetes. Now, see, today if you go to your family doctor and if you ask them that, okay, doctor, please tell me that what is going to happen to me after 5 years or after 10 years, what kind of diseases I'll be having. Now, definitely the doctor cannot do this prediction. Yeah, doctor can tell you little bit about next 6 months or maximum 1 year, but not 5 years or 10 years. Yeah. But big data can help you to do this prediction. What big data will do, that big data will take all your previous health records. Then it will also take care of your of your current lifestyle. What is your current lifestyle? How much time you are eating outside? Yeah, how much fast food you are eating? What kind of are you eating some kind of bioproducts or some kind of healthy food and all those things? Yeah, so it will also take your current lifestyle, and then what it will do, that it will based on it will go for a prediction that suppose if you are continuing with the same lifestyle, whether it is good or bad, then after 15 years, maybe if you are having a bad lifestyle, then it is possible that after 15 years you may have diabetes, you may have cancer, suppose. Yeah, so big data can do this prediction. Now, see, today, if I come to know that, okay, I may have diabetes after 15 years, from today onwards, I'll be very cautious. Yeah. So that is the advantage that you get in big data. That big data can do the prediction for 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, etc. Yeah, which is not possible with the help of our doctors. Okay. So this is there. I can go on and on. There is also very good video which you can see later on YouTube. You can write down this video name, Precision Agriculture Solutions. Precision Agriculture Solution. This is talking about that how big data is used in agriculture. Yeah, in agriculture, big data can tell you that which land requires how much of nutrients, how much of water, and what kind of crops you can have on that particular land. Yeah, normally the farmers, they use their own experience over here. But even if you are new to agriculture, you can use the big data technology and you can do great things over here. Yeah, it can do a lot of prediction here. Okay, so Excel now. Now our main hero comes here. Up till now we were talking about the backgrounds, but now the hero entry, yeah, it is coming over here. So business analytics through MS Excel, introduction to MS Excel. Now see, Microsoft Excel, if I ask you that, okay, are you using any spreadsheet software? Then many of you may be saying, no, no, sir, I don't use any of the spreadsheet software. Yeah, but MS Excel is a spreadsheet. Now, what is a spreadsheet here? Spreadsheet means that here it is written, it is an electronic document in which data is arranged in the rows and columns of a grid and can be manipulated and used in calculation. Yeah, so it's an electronic document where we are arranging the data. Here we are putting in the rows and columns, and then we are trying to do some calculation. We are trying to manipulate the data. We are doing some sum and average and all those things. Yeah, so that is what is the basic concept of spreadsheet. Data in a spreadsheet can be numeric values as well as text, formulas, references, functions. Yeah, this is all what we do in Excel. Yeah, we don't have just numerical values, we also have text. Yeah, formulas, references, functions, etc. Now the examples of spreadsheet are Lotus 123. Now many of you may not have heard about Lotus 123. It's a very, very old software. I have used it almost like 20 years back when I just started after my engineering or my MBA. I worked a little bit with Lotus 123. Definitely, it was not easy as Microsoft Excel. Yeah, but this Lotus 123, it was a software created by IBM. Okay, and it was one of the most popular software, you can say, let's say before 20 or 25 years. Okay, it was having a big market. At that time, no one was knowing about Excel. So Lotus 123 was the first software which came in, then came Microsoft Excel and then Google Sheet. Yeah. Can you tell me that what is the one major advantage, one or two major advantages of Google Sheet over Microsoft Excel? Definitely you must be doing this thing. So what according to you are the one or two major differences between the Google Sheet and the Google Sheet over Microsoft Excel? Yeah, because in many companies people are now using Google Sheets also. So, but still, today in today's world, you cannot beat Microsoft Excel. Okay, that's for sure. Yeah, there's a big market of Microsoft Excel compared to Google Sheet. But yes, now many people have shifted. Okay, so Google Sheet are stored in our drive. Cost, accessibility, and collaboration. Yes, definitely. One of the major point of Google Sheet is collaboration. Yeah, we two people or 100 people can work together in the Google Sheet. Multiple user access. Yes, true. Yeah. So that is one of the major advantage. Okay. And cost-wise also maybe a little bit. Yeah. So in Microsoft Excel, only this collaboration feature is not available, but definitely now I think so. There is also the web version of Microsoft Excel. So there, I think so you can do the collaboration, but still mostly people are using still the standalone Microsoft Excel. So you are having on your system. So suppose if I want to share this Microsoft Excel with you, then I have to share the file with you. Then you do some changes. Again, you send it back to me. Again, I do the changes and likewise. Yeah. So this is little bit tedious, but yeah, Google Sheet is having that advantage, cloud upload and everything. Yes, yeah, but yeah. So these are the. Thank you for that. Yeah, Microsoft Excel is most widely used spreadsheet available within MS Office suite of programs. Definitely, most common uses of spreadsheet are to create budget. Now, see, initially these spreadsheet they were focused on the accounting department. They were used mostly by the accounting department, accounting and you can say finance department for creating the budgets. Okay. Then they were also using the graphs and charts and for storing and sorting the data. Within business, the spreadsheet software is used to forecast future performance, calculate taxes, okay, completing the basic payroll calculation. You can do it very well, producing charts, calculating revenues, etc. Now, Excel. Now, first of all, very, very important point here that for the whole course, I would suggest you that please use, at least you should be having minimum Microsoft Excel 2019 version, minimum. Minimum, I'm saying, okay? If you are having the latest version of Excel or if you are having Microsoft 365 version, that's the best one. Yeah. Why I'm telling you, because I have seen that many people, they are using the old version. Old version means I'm talking about 2016 version or 2013 version, or before that it was 2010. Yeah. If you are using this old version, then please try to go for the new versions. Yeah. Please spend money on this new version. And if you are really going for the, if you are not having the new version, then please go for the latest version. Yeah, at least Microsoft 365. Yeah, there I think so you have to pay monthly some amount, so you'll be getting the whole Microsoft 365 suite. Yeah, so that investment you have to do. Yeah, I always, especially I tell the students because what happened that When I say, okay, you have to spend some money for this Microsoft Office, they say, oh, it is very costly. But then on the another hand, we try to buy always some new mobile every 1 year or every 2 years. So there we are doing lot of upgradation, yeah, with the help of mobile. But when it comes to the software side, then we are little bit lethargic here. We feel okay, I think so. I can work with 2016. Then why I should invest money in 2019 version? But remember that the new versions are always having new and new functions, especially if you are not going for this new, or if you are not having the new version, then please go for Microsoft 365 version. Yeah, it's an excellent thing. And all the new functions are coming in that Microsoft 365 only. Yeah. So please check your version and accordingly you go for the new version here. Yeah. Minimum I said 2019 or 2022 is also fine. Yeah, or 2024 version if you are having separately, it's also fine. Yeah. Okay. So coming back over here, so Microsoft Excel is by far the most popular and has been the world standards. Yeah, everybody is talking about Excel, and if some new version is, if some new software is coming up, they are always dependent on the Excel. That okay, what Excel is having the features, and these features I should also have. Yeah, many of the features, if you compare the Google Sheet and the Excel, Google Sheet have taken many features from Excel. Okay. Uh, an electronic spreadsheet program used for storing, organizing, and manipulating data. Data goes into cells that are organized into rows and columns. These are, I'm just reading these lines. Okay, they are easy. Text can be data can be text, numbers, or formulas. Formulas are used to calculate data found in other cells. Okay, now this line is very, very important for you. Microsoft originally marketed a spreadsheet program called Multiplan in 1982, but lost its popularity to Lotus 123. Now, see, Microsoft, before it launched Excel, it launched another tool which was known as Multiplan. And Multiplan was a spreadsheet program. Remember, it was just like Excel. So they launched this Multiplan, Microsoft launched Multiplan in 1982, but it failed. Why it failed? Because that Lotus 123 was very, very popular. So people did not want it to shift from Lotus 123 to Multiplan. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe what kind of reason, what kind of problems were there in Multiplan, or yeah, because I have not seen Multiplan. Definitely in 1982, I was just 7 or 8 years old, maybe. Yeah. Then first version of Excel was released for Mac in 1985. So the Excel was launched in 1985, but it was launched for Mac people. Yeah, this is also very contradictory here because at that time, I feel that Microsoft and Apple were friends. Bill Gates and Steve Jobs were very good friends in around 1985. Yeah, and then they had problems. Yeah, so Excel version for Mac was launched in 1985, and the Windows version was launched in November 87. So Windows version came later on. See, now what is happening that whenever Microsoft is launching any product, they launch first of all for the Windows users, and then they launch for the MacBook. And you'll be surprised to know, just to tell you in advance, that Power BI, it has been launched in 2013, but still today also Power BI is not having a Mac version. Whenever you'll be having the Power BI training, remember this my words that Microsoft is not having the Mac version of Power BI. So either you have to use the Windows laptop, or you have to if you want to use the Power BI in Mac, then in the Mac you have to create a virtual machine. If you don't know how to create a virtual machine, then you type in YouTube how to use Power BI in MacBook. Then you'll be seeing some videos and it will describe about that virtual machine. So you create a virtual machine, and then in virtual machine you can install that Power BI. Yeah, it is not easy. So remember these words, okay? That there is no Mac version for Power BI. Yeah, till now, okay? After 15 years also, 12 years also, it is still not there. Very surprising. Yeah, while if you talk about Tableau and other tools, they are all having both the versions, Windows and Mac. But I don't know why Microsoft has not created the Mac version. Okay. So now what we'll do, let us start with the practical part. Now enough of presentations. I'll be starting with the simple concepts initially. Yeah. And then we'll be going for the advanced concept. Now, here we'll start with the concept known as freezing. Okay. Maybe some of you may be knowing this concept. So what is happening here, that here we are having a table where we are having the data about the employee, in which building they are working, their department, employee ID is there, phone number, SS, that's, yeah, as you know, stands for social security number, status, yeah, and then status, whether they are full-time, part-time, contractual, hourly, etc. Their hire date is written, the number of years is written, number of years of experience they are having, then their benefits are written. Now, definitely these are some short forms. Then compensation we are having, how much salary they are getting per year, then some kind of job rating, some kind of, then this is a new compensation which is calculated, and here there is some kind of percentage which is used to calculate the new compensation. So let's say, see, every year we get some rise, little bit of rise, okay. uh, Definitely there is also a performance thing, but minimum people will be getting at least around, let's say, 2 to 3% of rise compared to the last year. Okay, so this is the calculation which is there. So this is the sheet. Okay, now here we are having how many records? We are having around, here we are able to see 742, so around 741 records we are having. Yeah, so in the 742, so uh, this is, I would say that this is not a very large table and also not a very small table. Yeah, this is in coming in between. Now, what is the problem over here, that when I go down, you see that when I go down, I'm losing the titles here. I'm not able to see the titles. Yeah. And suppose if I want to know, okay, what is this 12, 16, 24, what is this? I forgot. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll go up and then I'll see, oh, this is the number of years of experience. Yeah. So that's the problem, that when I go down, I'm losing the titles. So I want to fix up these titles here. Yeah. So even if I'm going, let's say 10,000 record below, I still should be able to see. Yeah, I want to see here the title. That's my major point. So here we are having the concept known as freezing. Okay, freezing. So let us start. Yeah, those who are not knowing, you can do with me. So what we'll do, we will go to the view tab. Okay, let me start my marker also here. Okay, so we go to the view tab here, view tab, and in the view tab, you can see one button here known as freeze panes. There's a button known as freeze panes in the view tab. Okay, so click the view tab and then you go to this freeze panes here. Now in the freeze panes, if I click this button here, there are three options here: freeze panes, freeze top row, and freeze first column. Yeah, so we'll go for the, what is say, freeze top row. The second option is freeze top row. What it says here, keep the top row visible while scrolling through the rest of the worksheet. So see, what I want to do, I want to freeze the top row, because whenever I go down, I should be able to see the top row. That's my task here. So we want to freeze the top row. So very simple, we click this button, we click this option in the freeze panes, freeze top row, click it, freeze top row. And now my top row is freezed. How I can check? If I go down, you see here, if I go down, I can see the top row. Yeah, even if I go at the 742 record, yeah, I can still see the top row. Now see, these are the small technique. Some of you must be definitely knowing this technique. This is not something new, but this is a very helpful technique. Yeah, especially when you are working with a very large table. So this is how we are freezing the top row. Yeah, go to the view tab, click the freeze panes, and you click this option, freeze top rows, and that's all. And the top row is freezed. This is one thing. Yeah, if you are not able to do it, then just let me know. Now, what is happening, that here we are having the first column where we are able to see all the employees. So suppose if I go on the right hand side, suppose like this. If I go on the right hand side, I see here one of the salary. Let's say this is the old salary, and this is the new salary. So suppose if I see here the salary, old salary, 85,000 something, 85,300. Now I want to know that who is receiving this salary. What is the name of the employee? So if I want to see the name of the employee, what I have to do? I have to go on the left hand side here. Yeah, I have to go like this, left hand side, and then I see that okay, it is a take home salary for Liesel. Yeah, I hope that I'm spelling it correctly. Liesel or Liesel Phillips. Okay, so this is the person. Yeah, so what is happening that when you are having a very large table, if you are having, let's say, 30 columns or 50 columns, yeah, if you go on the right hand side, then on the left hand side, if you want to know the name of the employee or the name of the customer or the customer ID also, then it is difficult. So what we can do here, we can fix up the first column. Yeah, we can freeze the first column here so that even if I go on the right hand side, I'll still be able to see the name of the employee. That's my target here. Yeah, so just as I showed you how to freeze the top row, now I'll be showing you how to freeze the first column. So very simple. You don't have to select the column, nothing. Yeah, you have to just select randomly any cell here, any one cell here, randomly select it. You go to the view tab. In the view tab, you click the freeze panes button. In the freeze panes button, you are having the third option, which is known as freeze first column. It is written here, keep the first column visible while scrolling through the rest of the worksheet. We want to freeze the first column. So we just click this button, this option here, freeze first column. Click it, freeze first column. And now you can see here that there is a thin line here. Yeah. See here we are having a thin line. Here we don't have any thin line between B and C, but between A and B, now we are having a thin line here. Yeah. This line is a little bit darker than this one. So here now our first column is freezed. How to check it? We have to go on the right hand side here. And you see, if I go on the right hand side, now I can see very well that let's say the salary 49,000 something, it is taken. It is the salary of Michelle. Okay. Or this is salary of Ken, likewise. Yeah. So my first column is now freezed. Yeah. So this is also an important technique here. So first column we have freezed. We have also seen the first row. Now what is happening that if I'm going on the right hand side, suppose, yeah, currently I can see also the title. I can also see the first column. But now suppose if I go down, yeah, if I go down, then definitely my first column is still there. But now I'm losing the first row. I'm not able to see the first row. It is gone because I come down. So what I want to do now that I want to freeze the first column also and the first row also. I want to freeze both the things. I want to freeze the first column also. I want to freeze the first row also. So how to do this thing? Now here comes the important part that I have to select one cell. Okay, up till now we were I was saying that you select some random cell here within the table and then you go to the view tab, click the freeze panes button, and here you either you click the freeze top row or you click the freeze first column. Till now this was the step. But now what we have to do, we want to freeze the first column, we want to freeze the first row together. So here now I'll be selecting this particular cell. Which cell? This one, B2. Okay, you have to select this cell B2 where this West is written. Okay, maybe I can make it bigger for you. Yeah, so this cell has to be selected, B2. Okay, so select the cell B2 here. Now, after that, we have to go to the View tab. In the View tab, we have to click the same button, Freeze Panes. Okay, go to the View tab, click the Freeze Panes button. Now in the Freeze Panes button, we will not be selecting the second option, will not be selecting the third option. What we'll be doing, we'll be selecting this first option here. What is written here currently? Unfreeze panes. Unlock all rows and columns to scroll through the entire sheet. Currently, what we have done, we have freeze the first column. Currently, the freeze first column is available here. It is freeze. The first column is freeze. Now, first of all, if I want to freeze the first row and the first column, what I have to do in this freeze panes, I have to first of all click this unfreeze panes. So click this unfreeze panes. Unfreeze, when you click the unfreeze panes, what it means that whatever the freezing we had done, now it is unfreezed. Okay, we freeze the first column, now it is unfreezed. Now again, we have to click this freeze panes. And when you go to the freeze panes, now you are having the first option here known as freeze panes. Earlier it was unfreeze panes. So we click unfreeze panes. Now it is unfreezed. Now we have to freeze the panes. It says here, keep rows and columns visible while the rest of the worksheet scrolls based on the current selection. So now we have to select the first option, freeze panes. But important part here is that before you click the freeze panes button, you have to select this B2 cell. So now after selecting the B2 cell, I click this option, freeze panes. I click on freeze panes, and now now my first row is freeze and my first column is freeze. Let us check. See, if I go down, you can see that. Yeah, if I go down, I can see the first column here. Sorry, first row here, I can very well see. And if I go on the right hand side here, you see, if I go on the right hand side, my first column is also freezed. Yeah, so I'm not losing the title. I'm not losing the first column. Yeah, so both the things are now available here. Earlier, it was not available. Okay, what you are having here, Prerna. Freeze to row 1 and column A. Yeah, so you have to select this option, freeze to row 1 and column A, the first option you have to select. Okay, and then you should be able to. Yes, because I think so you are using the MacBook, if I'm not wrong, Prerna. I think so this version is of MacBook. This is not the Windows version. Yeah, this is the Mac version, I think so. Yeah, because I have not seen this. Microsoft 365, okay. Okay, no problem. Then the first option is fine. Windows only. Okay, no problem. Yeah. So freeze to row 1 and column A. And see here, see just now you see these options, yeah, because now I'll give you another example, and then you'll be able to see that how these options changes here. Yeah. So let us now go for this next example here. So I think so other people, you are able to do it. Okay. So we have freeze the first uh, row and first column. Now, what I want to do here, that let's say I want to compare the data of this first employee, Lisa Page. Okay, first employee here in this table is Lisa Page. I want to compare her data with another employee data. Okay, now I want to compare it with, let's say, this person, Lee Nicholson. Okay, Lee Nicholson is currently at the 50th position in the table. Yeah, 50th row. So I want to compare that Lisa Page record with the Lee Nicholson. Now, as such, it is not possible here. Okay. No, sorry, that I'll be giving you. Sorry. little bit got confused here. So yeah, so I'll take that example separately in the other topic. Okay, what I want to do here, that I want to now freeze these two rows. Okay, so these two columns here, yeah, that is A and B. Okay, employee and building, these two columns I want to freeze, and also I want to freeze the first row. I want to freeze the first row and I want to freeze the first two columns. Now you tell me that which cell I have to select before I click that button freeze panes. In this table, you tell me which cell I have to select. Yeah, because the selection of the cell is very, very important. So which cell I have to select so that I can click on the button freeze panes. Definitely, yes, you are all correct. This is C2, this cell, C2, yes. Okay, so if I select this C2 cell, then what is happening, that whatever is above the C2 cell, whatever the row which is above the C2 cell, that will be freezed, and whatever the column which is on the left hand side of the C2 cell, that will also be freezed. This is the concept. Yeah. Suppose if you, the example which I was giving earlier, that if I want to compare the data of Lisa page with another employee, what I can do, I can freeze the two rows here. Okay, I can also freeze the two rows. Yeah. And then I can compare the data of Lisa page with another employee. Okay, in that case, what I can do, if I want to just freeze the first two rows, then I have to select this cell, A3 cell, because I don't want to freeze the first column, let's say. I want to just freeze the first two rows. Then I have to select this cell that is known as A3. Yeah, I hope that this is clear. This concept is clear. Yeah. And if I want to freeze the first two rows and the first two columns, then I have to select this cell that is known as C3. Because whatever the column, whatever the rows which are above this C3 cell, it will be freezed. And whatever the columns which are on the left hand side of this C3 cell, it will be also be freezed. Yeah. So this is how we do. Yeah. If I want to freeze these two rows and two columns, I have to select this cell C3. Again, I go to View tab, Freeze Panes, and remember that first of all, we have to unfreeze here. Because we have already done the freezing, we have to unfreeze. And again, I come back to the Freeze Panes, and now I click again, Freeze Panes. Okay, I click Freeze Panes, and now you can see that if I go down, you can see that Lisa page, I can compare with Robert, with Kate, Brett. Yeah, this I can do it very easily. And if I go on the right hand side, yeah, right hand side here, then I can see that the first two columns are also freezed. Okay. So remember this technique of freezing. Yeah. If anybody is having any query regarding the freezing, unfreezing, let me know. Now we go to the next sheet over here, which is known as split screen. Split screen, okay. So here, what I want to do, that here also, I can go with the same example which I told you earlier, that let's say I want to compare the data of, let's say, this particular employee. Okay. Earlier we had the employee in the in the second row, but now I want to compare the data of this person who is on the 10th row, Raquel Booth, and I want to compare his data with another person. Yeah, I hope that Raquel is a male. Yeah, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, just let me know if Raquel is a female name or male name. Yeah, I think so. It should be male name. Yeah. So if we compare Raquel Booth with another person, now see with the freezing technique, what I have to do, I have to freeze. See, in the freezing, I think so. I cannot freeze the first row and the 10th row. I have to freeze all these rows. Okay, I have to freeze all these rows here. Then only I can compare Raquel Booth data with another person's data. But here, what we can do, we can go for the splitting concept. So what I'll do, I will split this whole sheet or this whole screen into two parts now. Yeah. And here what I'll do, I will place my my cell over here. I'll select this cell A11. Okay, please select the cell A11 where this Michael Bowman is written. Okay, select the cell A1. And now what we have to do, we have to do the same thing, similar thing. That is, we go to the View tab. Yeah, go to the View tab and then you click this button here, Split. Yeah, there is a button known as Split. So after you select this cell A11, you go to the View tab, click the Split button. And when you click the Split button, now you see here, we are having the splitting. Okay, here we are having a splitting. So now we are having here two screens. Yeah, how we can see those two screens? Because here you see we are having a vertical scroll bar. This is first scroll bar, vertical scroll bar. Then below we are having the second vertical scroll bar. There are two vertical scroll bar here. Normally we should have one only, but now we are having two vertical scroll bar because the screen has been divided into two parts, and the screen has been splitted horizontally. Yeah, we are having the horizontal splitting here. So now what I can do after the splitting, I can go to this another screen here below the this below screen, and now I can compare, let's say, with this one. Let's say William Frank. Okay, William Frank, I can compare his data with Raquel Booth. Yeah. So now it is easy because now we are having these two screens here. Yeah. So this is known as split screen. We have splitted the screen horizontally. Yeah. And here the selection is very, very important. Which cell you are selecting? Yeah. So here we have selected the cell that was here A11. Yeah. And then we split it. Now, if you want to remove this splitting, what we have to do? We have to again go to the View tab and you click the same button, Split button. Yeah, you can also click on this this thick line here, but sometimes it's not convenient here. So what I do, I go to the View tab and I click this Split button again. If I click the Split button again, the splitting is gone. What we want to do that we want to compare the data of Raquel Booth with another person, let's say. So what we have to do here, we select this cell A11 where this Michael Bowman is written. Yeah, so select this cell A11, and after selecting the cell A11, then you go to the View tab. In the View tab, you click this button Split. Yeah, up till now we are using this freeze panes. Now you click this button Split, and as soon as you click this button Split, then now here you can see the thick line here. So now we are having two screens here. One is on the upper area, another is in the lower area. There are two screens here. And now I can, in the second screen, see here I'm having Raquel Booth, but now in the another screen, I can go down. Yeah. And here I can compare Raquel Booth data with, let's say, tennis. Sorry, not tennis. Sorry, Dennis Freeman. Dennis Freeman. Okay. So I can compare like this. Yeah. Now, yeah, this is one of the example, I would say. Clear? So we have split it here. And then if you want to remove this splitting, yeah, let's say I don't like this splitting now. So what we have to do, simply we have to go again to the View tab and you click the same button again, Split. You click the Split button again, and now the splitting is gone. Yeah, so this is known as horizontal splitting here. Similarly, if I want to do the vertical splitting, that is also possible. Suppose I want to do the splitting between these two columns, department and status, suppose. I want to split between these two columns. So here also the placement of the cell is very, very important. The selection of the cell is very, very important. Could you please explain why split is different compared to freezing a few top rows? See, freezing, I would say that if you are using the freezing, let's say if you want to freeze the initial 1 or 2 rows or 3 rows, it is fine. But suppose if you are freezing here the top 10 rows, suppose, yeah, or top 11, yeah, top 10 rows here, yeah, then I don't think so that it's a good idea. Okay, then in that case, you go for the split screen here. Yeah. So then, yeah, because if you freeze that, let's say these 2 rows or maximum 3 rows, it is fine. Yeah, but freezing here 10, 15 rows together, yeah, and then you are using it for, let's say, comparison purpose, then it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so freezing is mostly for the initial 1 or 2 rows, 1 or 2 columns. That's why. Can we compare with 2 records here? Let us comparing 2 records, more than 2 records here. Definitely what I can do, if you want, I can, let's say if I do the splitting here, yeah. So now I can compare the data of Raquel both. I can also compare the data of Deborah with Michael because Deborah is over here. Yeah. So I can compare these 3 data also here, Deborah, Raquel, and Michael. Yeah. So I think so what you are asking me, if I'm not wrong, that can we do here 2 splitting here? Okay, so let us try. We can multiple split. Yeah, see. There's also another example where we can have here 4 screen, not 2 screen. We can have here 4 screen. Yeah, but let us try one more thing here. That suppose if I keep my I do the splitting over here. Let's say I keep my pointer here on A8, and if I click on split, so now I'm having here the split screen. Now let me try here another split screen. If I select here A14, okay, and if I click on now see I cannot click on split screen here because it's already clicked. It's already clicked here. So if I click this split screen again, then whatever the splitting which I had created earlier, it has gone. Okay. So if you want to go for the multiple split, now I'll show you the multiple split. What exactly you mean by multiple split, and I'll show you here. But before that, yeah, you can also go for the vertical split here. So what I want to create a split between C and D column. So here I'll select this D1 cell. Okay, select the D1 cell here, and then you click on the split button, and now you can see that there is a vertical split here. Yeah, now we are having here below 2 horizontal scroll bar here. There are 2 horizontal scroll bar here. We are having 1 vertical scroll bar, but there are here two horizontal scroll bar because of that vertical splitting. Yeah. So select the cell here, D1, and then you click on the split button, and then the splitting is done. That's all. Easy. Yeah, I can use this 2 scroll bar, and I can compare one column with another column here. Yeah, whenever you want to compare 2 columns, then you can go for the split screen. Okay. Again, you want to remove it. Remove it. Again, the same thing. You click the split button again, and now the split screen is gone. Okay, click the split screen button again, and it is gone. Okay, so this is the vertical splitting. We have seen the horizontal splitting. We have seen the vertical splitting. Now, suppose if I want to have both the things together, I want to have the horizontal splitting also. I want to have the vertical splitting also together. Then that is also possible. Yes. Yes. So multiple split. Yes, you are correct, Mapula. That is horizontal and vertical at the same time. So now here, again, the selection of the cell is very, very important when you want to go for the vertical and horizontal together. What I'll do, let's say I select this cell here, suppose. This is just an example. I have selected here this cell, that is D11, suppose. Okay, you can select any other cell. I'm selecting here the cell D11. So I select this cell D11, the middle cell, almost middle cell. And now I click on the split button here in the view tab. If I click on the split button here, now you see that we are having vertical split also, we are having horizontal split also. Just select the cell D11 or any in between cell here, and then you'll be having here two splitting. Okay, now we are having here on the right hand side, you see that we are having two vertical scroll bar, and we are having here two horizontal scroll bar. So this is known as multiple splitting or multi-splitting. Yeah, so we are having now four screens here. Yeah, we can operate these four screens separately here. Okay, when I'm using this scroll bar, vertical scroll bar here, the first vertical scroll bar, I can do like this, or I can also use like this. Yeah, any cell in the middle, yes. Any cell in the middle, and then it will do the, and then you click on the split button, and it is done. Okay. And if you want to remove it, now see here, removing this multiple splitting is very easy. What I have to do, I have to click, I have to put my pointer over here in the midpoint where, yeah, where these two splitting is yeah, coinciding here, yeah, or merging here. That here I have to put my pointer and I have to double click. Yeah, you can also click this split button again and the splitting will be gone. But you can also put your pointer here in the middle point where these two lines are merging. Yeah, I have to double click here, and when I double click, you see that now the splitting is gone. This is another method. Yeah, double click, put your pointer on that intersection, yeah, of that splitting, and double click, and the splitting is gone. Or you can click the split button again. Okay, so this is split screen here. And finally, we'll be going for the last topic for today, that is outlining. Third one. How did you bring the above employee name building row? No, building row, it was already there. No, here I think so in the middle. No, if I do the splitting here, suppose if I do the splitting here, yeah, I was just playing with this one. Okay, I was also playing with this one here. Yeah, if you use this scroll bar, then you'll be able to see that you'll be able to see all the columns and all the rows here. Yeah, just use this scroll bar. With the scroll bar only this happens. Yeah, I'm just using the scroll bar here. Good. So final thing, yeah, outlining now. This is the last topic, but very, very interesting topic here, outlining. So if you go to the last sheet here, outlining, then here you can see that we are having a large table. Yeah, there are so many values here. So here, actually, this is the old data, but this is just a dummy data, but you can write down also over here 2025 or 2026, suppose. Let us assume that this is the 2026 budget projections. Okay. So this is the net revenue that you want to target in next year, 2026, suppose. Okay. Here it is currently, initially it was written 2017, but it's fine. Yeah. So this is the budget projection. So here in the budget projection, we have the gross revenue. Within the gross revenue, we have some sales and shipping. Okay, now see, shipping normally is an expense, but here maybe it is possible that this company is having its own ships and it is earning some money out of that ships. Yeah, you never know. So we are having the sales and shipping, then we are having the gross revenue here. We add these two values, then we are having the cost of goods sold. In the cost of goods sold, we have goods, freight, miscellaneous. Then this is the total of cost of goods sold. Then what we do, we calculate the gross profit here. Okay. What is the gross profit here? Gross revenue minus cost of goods sold. That will give you gross profit. So 1,640,000 here. Yeah, 1,640,000. Yeah, 1 million something, 1,064,000. Yeah. Yeah, 1,640,000. Sorry. So we divide this value with this value, 785,000, and then we get 855,000. This is gross profit. And below we are having some expenses like advertising, electricity, food, blah, blah, blah. So we get here the total expenses here, 427,000. And then what we do, if we want to calculate the net profit, then net profit is equal to gross profit minus total expenses. Okay. This is just, I'm explaining you this sheet. Yeah. So finally we get here net profit for January month. Similarly, we have February, March, then we have this first quarter. What is the first quarter revenue here? Yeah. Then similarly, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, and finally we are having the total. And this is the figure here in the R35 cell where it is showing me the 5.7 million revenue, which we are projecting in 2026. Okay, this is the net revenue for the whole year. Now, what is this split outlining concept here? This is important. See, whenever I try to do the presentation, let's say I show this whole table to my colleagues. Yeah. Now see, when you see so many values during the presentation, then you will also get confused. Yeah, you'll not be able to focus on one particular value. Yeah, because you are seeing a lot of values here. So here, what you can do, there is a technique here during the presentation. Yeah, that you can use during the presentation here, that you open this sheet step by step. Okay, you initially show only one figure, then you show two figures, then from two figures you show 10 figures, and then from 10 figures you show 100 figures. Yeah, so you open this sheet in a very step by step manner. Yeah, so here we have the concept known as outlining. Now what is outlining here? Let us see how we create the outlining. What you have to do in this cell, sorry, in this outlining sheet, you don't have to select any cell, don't worry. What we do, we go to the data tab. Okay, go to the data tab here above, click on the data tab. In the data tab, now I'm having one button here known as outline. Maybe you may have one button known as group. Okay, you may have this button known as group. Currently in my outline, I'm having group, ungroup, and subtotal. But if you're having old version, you may have here three separate buttons. Okay, group, ungroup, and subtotal in the data tab. What we have to do, we have to go to this group button. In the group button, I click the drop down. In the drop down, I'm having here group and auto outline. Okay, group and auto outline. So I have to click this auto outline in the group button in the data tab. Okay, go to the group button, click the drop down, and you click this option auto outline. That's all. I click the option auto outline in the group button, and now you see here the structure has changed. You see there are some boxes over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and here also vertically also we have some boxes, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you see that's the whole thing has changed. Yeah, so this is known as auto outline. Now how to use this auto outline? Very easy. Yeah, what you have to do, first of all, you have to click this this one and this one. Okay, the horizontal one and the vertical one. You have to click one by one. This one, I click suppose this one here, horizontal one, and then I click this vertical one also. So see, when you click here one and one, this one and one, then here you see we are having only the one figure, that is net profit. That's all. So initially, when you start your presentation, you say, okay, dear colleagues, we want to achieve this target of 5.7 million US dollars as a net revenue or net profit for the next year. Here we have clicked the one and one. Then what we do, now we want to expand. Yeah, we want to show some more figures. So now I click this two here, this horizontal two here. So I click horizontal two, and now you see here some more data is coming up. Yeah, now we are able to see the gross profit. Overall gross profit is this much, overall expense is this much, and the net profit is this much. So we see only 3 figures here, okay, by clicking these 2 buttons. Then we click this vertical 2 here. Up till now we have clicked this horizontal 2. Now I click the vertical 2. If I click the vertical 2, now you see it is getting expanded horizontally. Now we are having the data of first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, and total. I have clicked these 2 buttons here. Okay, now it is getting expanded. Then I click this 3 button here, 3 option here, horizontal. I click on 3. When I click on 3 here, it get expanded vertically. Now I'm able to see the expenses details, others also. So I click the 3 button here. And then after clicking this horizontal 3, I click the vertical 3 here. So I click the vertical 3 here. And now you see almost my table is almost open. Yeah, almost it is open. I have clicked the 3 here, vertical 3. And after finally clicking the vertical 3, now I have to click this 4 button here, 4. Okay, so I click this 4 button here. And now when I click on 4, now the whole table is now there. Okay, the whole thing is there now. So this is what we mean by auto outline. See, here we have not done anything. Yeah, click this button here, outline or separate button. Let's say group. In the group, we click this auto outline, and this outlining was created by automatically by Excel. And then we use this button here one by one. We started with 1, 1, then 2, 2, 3, 3, and then 4. And then the whole table is now open. Yeah. And if I want to remove this auto outline here, this kind of feature, what I have to do? I have to go to the ungroup button now. Instead of group button, now you go to the ungroup button, and the ungroup button, you are having the option clear outline. Okay. You are having the option here in the ungroup button, clear outline. When you click on clear outline, the whole outline is gone now. Now we are having the normal table. Okay. So for ungrouping, removing the auto outline, you go to the outline, go to the ungroup, and you click this button, clear outline, and the grouping is done. The grouping, the auto outline is gone. When we clicked on number 1, we were able to see only the net profit initially. Yeah, 1 and 1. If we click it, then we were able to see only the net profit. Then we clicked on 2, so we could see gross profit, total expenses, and net profit. When we clicked here on this vertical 2, then we could see the data of all the quarters. When we clicked on here horizontal 3, then we could see here overall gross revenue, cost of goods sold, and expenses. And then we clicked on here 3, then all the months were there, and finally we clicked on the 4. So here also on the top area, whatever you are seeing here, these are the groups. Okay, January, February, and March, they have been grouped here. Likewise, April, May, June, they have been grouped here. Yeah, and then there is overall one group also here, overall, the major group. So now what we'll do, that let us remove this auto outline, and then I will show you first of all how to do the grouping, and then how to do the ungrouping here. Yeah, so that is the topic that we'll be taking first here. So to remove the grouping, to remove this auto outline, you know how to do it. Yesterday we had gone to the outline, ungroup button, and then in the ungroup button we click this option, clear outline. Okay, so I click on this ungroup and clear outline, and now you can see that the outline is gone. Okay, this is the normal method. Now what I'll do, that I will create here manual grouping. Yeah, so how to do the grouping? We can select here this January, February, and March. Okay, you can select here these 3 columns, which is containing the data of January, February, and March. And then what we can do, we have to do the grouping here. Okay, so let me go to this outline here, and then the group, and the group, we'll click here group. Okay, group. So I think so this Prerna, you can also do it because you are already having that option of group. So you can go for the group here directly. Okay, so I create a group here for January, February, and March. Similarly, I create a group for April, May, and June. Okay, April, May, and June, I create here a group again group and group. Yeah. Likewise, you create other groups also. July, August, September, group. And then we are having here the October, November, December. And then we create here a group. You can also click this icon here on the top area. Yeah, that will directly create a group. So click on this icon also, grouping icon, and now it is group is created. Okay, so here what we have done the grouping of each quarter. Okay, so now here, when you see this minus sign, if you click this minus sign here, yeah, when you click this minus sign here, it will become plus, so it will get collapsed here. You see here it is getting collapsed. If you click this minus sign here, it will get collapsed, collapsed. Yeah, and also you can see on the left hand side here, you can see here 1, 2. Yeah, just like what we saw yesterday, the auto outline. So here we were having some numbers, vertical numbers and horizontal numbers. So now here we are having 1 and 2. Okay. Now what we can do, we can also create a group for all these quarters like this. Okay. These these 4 quarters. I select all these 4 quarters like this, and I can create a group. Okay. Just select all the 4 quarters and click on group. So now what we can do, we can expand. We can click on this one. You see here, when I click on this one, I'm able to see one column only, overall sales, shipping, etc. If I click on 2, yeah, maybe let me do one thing. I click on ABC. Yeah. Okay, now it is fine. So let us do it again. If I click on 1, this is fine. 2, I'm able to see only the 4 quarters. And if I click on 3, then all the columns are now expanded here. Okay. Again, if I click on 1, everything get collapsed. 2, only the 4 quarters are getting opened. If I click on 3, then everything is getting opened here. Yeah. So this is how we create the grouping here. Okay. Similarly, we can also do the grouping of the rows here. Yeah. So I can select here sales and shipping here, these 2 rows. I can take these 2 rows here and I can go for here group. See, for group also, there is one shortcut key, that is Shift Alter Right. Yeah, if you can remember the shortcut key, that's also it is fine. So the shortcut key for the creating the group is Shift Alter Right. Yeah, but I'll directly click this group. So see, now this is grouped here. Similarly, I can select here these 3 things for the cost of goods sold, and I click on here group. Okay, and so on. Sorry, I have to select here this whole row here, and I click on here group. Okay, so similarly, I can group here this gross revenue and cost of goods sold. Yeah, I can also select all these things here. Yeah, and I can select all these 3 things, these 2 things, gross revenue and cost of goods sold. I can create another group here. Yeah, so see, now this is overall group. Yeah, similarly, this expenses also I can select expenses, click on group. Okay, and then I can also create one whole group starting from gross revenue till the net profit here. Okay, so see, now we are having yesterday, just as we had here 1, 2, 3, 4, and here we had 1, 2, 3. So now all the groups are created. I finally created the whole group here, which covers everything. So if I click on here 1 and 1, you see 1 and 1, now we are getting the same effect like yesterday. We see only the net profit here. Okay, if I click on 2, then I can see here gross profit, total expenses, and net profit here. If I click on this vertical 2, I can see the data for all the 4 quarters. If I click on 3, yeah, like this. I click on these 3, yeah, and then 4. Okay, so grouping, what we have done here, Abhishek, we have just selected these 3 columns, suppose. Yeah, you can do the grouping for the rows as well as grouping for the columns. So if you want to do the grouping for the columns, you can select all these 3 columns here. Okay, and then we have to go to the outline, group, and group. Click on group here. The grouping is done here. Okay. Similarly, these 3 columns also we can do it. Okay. Gross revenue onwards. Yeah. So what I did here, gross revenue, I selected initially these 2 columns. Sorry, these 2 rows here, sales and shipping. And then I grouped. Then another grouping is goods, freight, and miscellaneous. This is second grouping which I did. Okay, these 3 rows. Then I did the grouping of all these expenses. Okay, I did not selected the expenses title here. I just selected the things which are below. Okay, I just selected here only all these expenses except the expenses and the total expenses. I selected every row here, and then I do the grouping. Okay, so initially you do the individual grouping here for the gross revenue, cost of goods sold, and expenses. And then you can do the grouping of this gross revenue and gross revenue and cost of goods sold. So I selected like this. Okay, I selected all these rows again. Okay, I selected all these rows again. So then I did the grouping. So this was this grouping here. This was this grouping which I did. Okay, and then finally what I did the grouping of all the rows here, starting from sales and shipping. I went down. Okay, maybe you can also select from here if you want. Gross revenue, then you select all these rows here, go down, and you come till here before the net profit. Okay, from gross revenue row till this row which is about the net profit, and then you do the grouping. Okay, so that grouping is this one, the major grouping, this one here, which is 1. Okay, this grouping I'm talking about, 1. Yeah, good. And then you can play with this 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can play with this one. Okay, 2, 2, 3, 3, and 4. Good. So this is grouping, and now if you want to do the ungrouping, yes, the same thing. You can select the columns here. Let's say these 3 columns, we have done the grouping here. And then we go for the outline, ungroup. Okay, so this ungrouping is done. Ungrouping is done here. Then again here, these 3, and so on. Okay, so now I'm not showing you everything. Similarly, the column also, the rows also, whatever the rows you have ungrouped. So you have done the grouping here. You select those 2 rows here. Go for ungroup here. Okay, likewise another grouping here. Yeah, ungroup. Likewise. Okay. So this is how you do the ungrouping. Select whichever columns or rows which you have done the grouping. Select those rows or columns, and then you click the button ungroup. Yeah. And let us try here. Suppose if you have done, yeah, let me undo all the things here. Suppose if you have done the grouping, now you want to remove the you want to remove this grouping here. So instead of selecting individually those rows or columns and always clicking ungroup, you can also do one thing. You can go to outline, ungroup, and you click here, clear outline. If I click on clear outline, you see everything is gone in one shot. I don't have to do it manually, the ungrouping. Go for the ungroup button and click here the option, clear outline, and all the things are gone. Yeah. And also for creating the grouping here also, you can use this auto outline. Yeah, and if you want to do your own grouping here, yeah, your manual grouping here, then you can definitely use the group option here. an ungroup option here, but better you use this sometimes. Yeah, I'm not saying that every time this auto outline will work. Yeah, clear outline will work definitely, but clear auto outline you have to check with your other data set. Okay, likewise, if these kind of things are there, then whether this in your case whether our auto outline is working or not. Yeah, check it with some other file. Okay, good. So I hope that this is clear. The grouping and ungrouping here. Yesterday we saw this thing. So if this is fine, then we will go with the other file. Yeah, anybody having any query, let me know. Yeah, good. So let us close this file. You can save this file and close this file. Okay, so I've closed this file. And now let us open this another file, which is known as managing and formatting data.xls. Please open new file, which is there in the LMS, that is managing and formatting data.xls. Yeah, we'll start with this file. Managing and formatting data.xls. This is the second file that will be working. And then you also keep this another file also open, that is relative absolute mix reference. Okay, so after this managing and formatting data, we will shift to this file known as relative absolute mix reference file. Okay, so this file also you keep it open. Okay, so if you are ready, we can start with this one. Yeah, so in this managing and formatting data file, we are having here 4 sheets. We are having here the places sheet, host sheet, remove duplicates, and amortization schedule. Yeah. First of all, we'll start with this amortization schedule. Okay. So here we are having a table. Let me make it bigger for you. So we are having a table here where we are having the date. Okay. This date is written in US format. Then we are having the year, the principal amount, interest, running principal, yeah, running interest, payment, and balance. Now we are not going into these details about, yeah, running principal means, as you can understand, that these two values are added and you get here 769. Then 769 you add with 387, you get 115 and so on. Okay, similarly the running interest is also the same thing, but we are not focused here more on the this one, that is the example here. Yeah, so what I want to do here, what is amortization here? No? What is the meaning of amortization? Amortization means here that whenever we are taking let's say some kind of asset, okay, especially the, let's say, the intangible asset. Intangible means which we cannot touch or which we cannot feel, okay, which is not physical. So let's say it can include some patents or trademarks or etc. So what happens that when we want to uh, yeah, when we are buying it and when we want to spread that the cost of buying over a period of time, then we use this amortization thing here. Okay, so yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, amortization. So here, what we want to do, that I want to show you one concept known as subtotal and total. So here we are having a very large table. Okay, it is we are having the year starting from 2020, and if we go down, we are having till 2050. Okay, so from 2020 we are having the data till 2050. Okay, we are having the monthly data here. Yeah, in 2020 we are having only the 4 months data, September, October, November, and December. And then from 2021 we are having all the months data here. Okay, 2021, 2022. Now suppose if you are having these kind of table and you want to know the what is the, let's say, the principal, interest, and payment. Suppose you want to know the year wise the total of principal amount, interest amount, and the payment amount. Okay, so let's say I want to know what is the total for this year 2020. Yeah, the principal amount, the interest, and the payment. Likewise for 2021, likewise for 2022. So here we want to create or calculate the subtotals. And then at the end, at the end of this table, I also want to have here the grand total. Okay, grand total here. So let us go with the concept of total and subtotal. Yeah. So what we have to do here, we have to select here any one cell, any one random cell within the table. Okay, any one cell you select here, and then you go to the data tab. Okay, go to the data tab here. Okay, so click on the data tab here, and in the data tab, we are having here the option that is subtotal here. Let me search here, subtotal. Yeah, in the outline, sorry, in the outline only, in the outline we are having here subtotal, okay? Or maybe you may be having a separate button here, subtotal, along with the group, ungroup, and subtotal, okay? So go to the data tab. First of all, you select any one random cell within the table, go to the data tab. In the data tab, you will see this button known as subtotal. Yeah, click this subtotal button. When you click the subtotal button here, then you will be getting this dialog box. Okay, what it says here, at each change in subtotal at each change in. Now it is asking you that, okay, after what change you want to have the subtotal, whether you want to have the subtotal after every change of the date, or after every change of the year, or maybe something else. Yeah. So here it is asking you after which change you want to have the subtotal. So here what I'll do, I want to calculate the subtotal based on the year. Yeah, after every new year is coming, I want to calculate the subtotal. So here in this first drop down, you select here instead of date, you select here year. Year, okay, at each change in year. Then it says here use function. Now here we can do sum, count, average, mean, max, product, and many other things also, standard deviation, variation, etc. We can do many things here. Yeah. We can also calculate here the average of the principal amount, interest amount, payment amount, etc. But let us go for here sum, suppose. Okay, function I want to use is sum. Then now it is asking you that, okay, you want to calculate the subtotal for which column? Yeah, because here we are having total 6 columns here. Okay. As such, we are having total 8 columns, but the major calculation are over here. That is the principal, interest, running principal, running interest, payment, and balance. So it is asking us that you want to calculate the subtotal for which column. Yeah. So let's say I select here principal, interest, and let's say payment, suppose. Okay. You can select and here any one any columns over here. I have selected here principal, interest, and payment, suppose. Yeah. For these columns, I want to calculate the subtotal. Principal, interest, and payment. And after you do this thing, now what it says here, replace current subtotals. There is a tick mark here. Okay. What I'll do just now, I will remove this one. I will also tell you what is this one, replace current subtotals. Okay. Then we are having the last tick mark here, that is summary below data. So if you want to calculate the total, then you want to click here summary. Okay. So this summary below data, this has to be clicked. Okay. And this currently you remove this replace current subtotals, because currently we don't have any subtotal here. So it doesn't make any difference here. Okay. So we can remove this tick mark here, summary below data, that we keep it as it is. And let us click on OK button. I click on OK button. And now you see that here we are having the subtotal for the year 2020. This is the total principal amount here. Okay. Total principal amount, the interest amount, and the payment here. Okay. Let me do one more thing here. What we are doing here, we have to select any one cell within the table, go to the data tab. In the data tab, you go to the outline here if you are having a separate outline button, In the outline button, you click here subtotal, or you may have a separate button also, subtotal. Click the subtotal button in the data tab. And then here, it is asking you in this dialog box that you want to calculate the subtotal after which change? After the change of the date, or change of the year, or change of the principal, or change of the interest. So here we want to calculate the subtotal after every year change. After the year changes, I want to calculate the subtotal. So here we have selected year at each change in year. Then it is asking us that what do you want to do? Whether you want to do the summation, average, minimum, maximum, count, etc. So just now, let's say I want to go for the summation. So use function is sum. Then it is asking us, okay, you are having here 8 columns. Yeah, we are having here 8 columns. So it is asking us that you want to calculate the subtotal for which columns? Please tell me. Yeah. So here I'm selecting principal column, interest column, and the payment column, suppose. Okay, you can also select any other columns also. Running principal, running interest, balance also you can tick mark. I want to calculate the subtotal for principal, interest, and payment. So I put up here the tick mark. Then here I'm removing this tick mark. If you are having here tick mark, currently you remove it, replace current subtotal, that I'll explain you later on. And then we are having here summary below data. There is a tick mark. Summary below data means if you want to have the grand total at the end of this whole table, if you want to have the grand total, then you have to put here the tick mark. Okay, summary below data. And that's all. Then you click this OK button. And now here you are having the subtotal. Yeah, for the principal amount, interest, and the payment. Yeah, if you go down, then this is the subtotal for 2021, subtotal for 2022, 2023. And if I go down, down, and here you see we are having the subtotal for 2050, and then we are having the grand total here. Okay, grand total you can see here. Let's say I want to do some total here. Okay, what we can do here. See, normally if I click the subtotal here, and what it says here, replace current subtotals. Okay, now what is this replace current subtotals? Let's see, we have already calculated the subtotal here. Yeah, now suppose if I want to uh, do some other calculations. Yeah, I want to create, I want to calculate here the subtotal, but based on something else. Let's say based on, let's say, date here, suppose. Yeah, so then I'm already having one subtotal. And if I want to do the calculation of the subtotal with some another column, then if I put this tick mark here, replace current subtotal, then what it will do, that whatever this subtotal was there here, now this subtotal will be removed and a new subtotal will be calculated here. Yeah, this subtotal which we are already having, this will be removed if I'm putting here the tick mark. Yeah, you can get the concept here very clear. Replace current subtotal. So whatever the subtotals which I'm having here, if I do some other calculation, then these subtotals will be replaced by another subtotal. And if I don't put this tick mark here, that is replace current subtotals, if there is no tick mark here, then here we may have two subtotals. Let me show you here again. Let's say I go for the year only. Okay, at each change in year, use function. Let me use here now average. Suppose I want to use here average, and I will be going with the same column, principal, interest, and let's say payment. Okay, and now I'm not putting here the tick mark. Replace current subtotals. I'm not putting here tick mark. The summary, it is already there. Okay, so I want to do the average of all these three columns when the year is changing. Yeah, I click on OK button, and now you see here we are now having here two subtotals, 2020 average and 2020 total. Yeah, below also we have 2021 average, 2021 total. Are you getting it? So this is what we mean by that we are not replacing any subtotal. We are now having here two subtotals. If I undo, and if I click again here, subtotal, and here I just put the tick mark here now, replace current subtotals. Okay, I'm doing it again here, but I'm putting here the tick mark, replace current subtotals. Currently, you can see here the title 2020 total, 2021 total, etc. But now I'm replacing it with the average. I click on OK button. And now you see, now we are not able to see the 2020 total. Now we are able to see 2020 average. So it has been replaced. The earlier subtotal has been replaced by the new subtotal. Okay, so this is what we do here. So this is the subtotal topic, subtotal and total. Now we will go to another topic here, which is known as remove duplicates. Come to this particular sheet known as remove duplicates. Now see, many times you are having a table, and the table may contain duplicate records. Okay, now see, when you are having duplicate record, then definitely if you directly do some calculations, or if you are creating some kind of, let's say, some kind of charts and those things, then definitely those charts and everything will be, yeah, will be there. Oh, sorry. What's the question? How to remove the subtotal filter? Okay, this is a good question. So let us do one thing. Thank you for that question. If you want to remove this subtotal, then also you have to select one cell within the table, and then you go to the subtotal button here, subtotal button, and then here you can see that when we open the subtotal dialog box, we are having here this option, remove all. Okay, if I click on remove all, the subtotal is gone. Okay, so go to the subtotal button, and then here you have to click this button here in the subtotal dialog box, that is remove all, and everything is gone. Yes, now we go to the duplicates here, remove duplicates. So what I was saying, that many of the time we are having this issue of duplicate records. Yeah, so we have to remove those duplicate records. So here, this is a small example of how we can remove the duplicates. Yeah. So here we are having a table which is consisting of hotel names, country, and the rating. Yeah. Now you can see that there are some of the hotels which are getting duplicated here. Hotel Sun Villa, Austria, Hotel Sun Villa, Austria. Here also we have below Hotel Sun Villa, Austria. Then we have this Hotel Casa Fuster, Hotel Casa Fuster. Yeah. Relaxin is also 2 times here. Yeah. So likewise, we are having some hotels which are getting repeated here. Okay, their country, they are also in the one country. So their country is also getting repeated. And also we can check here the ratings. Yeah, now see here, Sun Villa, Austria, and Sun Villa, Austria here, these two records are there. But if you check the ratings, ratings are different. Here it is 10, here it is 9.2. Yeah. Then here we are having the Hotel Casa Fuster, Hotel Casa Fuster. Now see, these two records are exactly same. Yeah, their hotel names are also same, the country is also same, and the rating is also same. So this is a duplicate record. This is a duplicate record. Normally, duplicate record means the whole means all the columns are exactly same. In all the columns, whatever the values you are having, that is exactly same. Yeah, we don't just see, we can also remove the duplicates based on the hotel name. Suppose here, if I want to have only those hotels, yeah, which are getting repeated once only, yeah, those hotel names I want here, then definitely I can remove the duplicates based on the hotel name only. Or if you tell me that, okay, Samir, I want to have this table here which should contain unique countries only. The country name should not get repeated. I want to have only one hotel of Austria, one hotel of Italy, one hotel of France. Yeah, that is also possible here. And we can also remove the duplicates based on all the 3 columns. Okay, either we can remove the duplicates based on 1 column or 2 columns or all the columns. Yeah. So let us start over here. Now, one more thing here, you can see that this is not 9,6, this is 9.6. 9.2, 9.2, 9.2. Yeah. So before we go further, I would like to tell you one thing that here, maybe you must be knowing here that in Germany, our system is a little bit different. Yeah. If I want to write down 1000 euros, I write down here 1.000. We use here dot for writing 1000. And if I want to write down here 1 euro and 50 cents, 1 euro and 50 cents, then I'll write down here 1 comma 50. So I remember that in 2010, when I came to Germany for the first time, yeah, I was invited as a guest professor over here in Germany. So I just went to one superstore and I wanted to buy some bananas. Right, it was 2010. So I saw that the price of the banana was written like something like this, that is comma 79, yeah, 0 comma 79. So somehow I read it as a 79 euros, yeah, because it was written comma. So I was really surprised that, okay, what is so special about this banana and why it is costing me 79 euros. So luckily I inquired with one of the person who was working in that superstore, and then he said that no, it is not 79 euros, it is 79 cents. Yeah, it is written like that. So that was the first time when I realized that this is the system which is available in Germany. Yeah. So it takes some time to adjust to this new system. Yeah. So coming back to this example here, that uh, we want to remove the duplicates here. Okay. Now here, I have already shown you this Hotel Casa Fooster, two records, yeah, which are exactly same. And then we are having one more record here, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, this Hotel Sun Villa. If you see this Hotel Sun Villa, Austria 9.2, and here also we have Hotel Sun Villa, Austria 9.2. Yeah, so these are exactly the same record. Okay, this is a duplicate record. If I see all the three columns, then this is a duplicate record. Now, how many columns we are having here? No, sorry, how many records we are having here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 records are there. Now, if I select here all the three columns, and if I tell Excel that please remove the duplicate records, then currently we are having 11 records. Out of 11 records, 2 records will be removed, and we'll be having finally the 9 records. Okay, so let us see whether we are having finally the 9 records if we take into consideration these 3 columns together for removing the duplicates. So for removing the duplicates here, what we do, that we go to the data tab here, and in the data tab we are having here this button. Okay, you should be able to see this button here in the data tools tab, that is known as remove duplicates. Okay, this button here, remove duplicates in the data tab. So if I click on this, first of all, what you have to do, you have to select one cell within the table. This is very, very important. Select any random cell within the table. Then you go to the data tab. In the data tab, you click this button here, remove duplicates. And now it will ask you, it will give you this particular dialog box, remove duplicates. Okay. Now here it is asking you that, okay, you to delete duplicate values, select one or more columns that contain duplicates. So you want to remove the duplicates based on all the 3 columns, or only 1 column or 2 columns, that you decide. Okay, we will go for here, let's say 3 columns. Suppose I want to remove the duplicates based on the 3 columns. Yeah, in all the 3 columns, the value has to be exactly same. Then only I want to remove the duplicate. Yeah, if only in just 2 columns, if the records are duplicate, if the records are same, but in the third column, if the record is different, then I don't want to remove the duplicate. Yeah, because here we can see that the ratings column is many times it is different. Though the hotel is same, country is same, but the ratings are different in some of the cases. Yeah, so let us select here all the 3 columns to take into consideration for the removing of the duplicates. And now we click on OK button. What it says here now, 1 duplicate values found and removed. 10 unique values remain. Note that counts may include empty cells spaces, etc. Now see, only one duplicate value was found and it was removed. Actually, we found out two duplicate values or two duplicate records. Now, why this duplicate record was not removed? This one, check this one. Yeah, this is the duplicate record, but it did not get removed. Why? Can you tell me? Why this Hotel Casa Fuster and this Hotel Casa Fuster, though they were duplicate record, they did not get removed. Yeah, we should have only one record. Spelling mistake. Yes, you are true. Yeah, spelling mistake. You see here, this is hotel. Okay, hotel, and this is hotel. Yeah, only there is a small spelling of A. Here it is written A, here it is written E. So it is considered different. Yeah, just with this one spelling mistake also, it is considered different record. So this you have to understand. Okay. So initially, when we see this table, we have a feeling that no, these are the duplicate records. It will get removed. One record will get removed. But no, there is a spelling mistake here. Okay. So that's why it did not get removed here. Okay. Let me do one more thing here. Let me undo. Yeah, I have undo the step here. And now what I'll do here. See this record, as we know, Hotel Sun Villa Austria 9.2 and Hotel Sun Villa Austria 9.2. These are exactly same, and this will get removed. Okay, means only one record will be kept over here. Now what I'll do, in one of this record here, Hotel Sun Villa Austria 9.2, after this word Austria, what I'll do, I will keep some space here. See, I've given her space here in this Austria word in this record. Okay, I've kept here two spaces after that Austria word. While here in this Hotel Sun Villa Austria, in this Austria word, there is no space. There is no space here. Okay. While here there are two spaces here. Now we will see that whether this record and this record, out of these two records, whether one record will be removed or not. Yeah, as a duplicate. Let us see. So just focus on my screen. I will go to this data tab. Yeah, remove duplicates. And now I'll select here all the three columns. It's already selected. I go with all the three columns here. I click on OK button. And when I click on OK button, you see here, it says no duplicate values found. See, earlier we were able to remove one of the duplicate from this Hotel Sun Villa Austria 9.2, but now we are not able to remove that duplicate. Yeah, so understand this thing. Many times when you are having the table, when you have the raw table, you have to see whether it is having any kind of spaces. Okay, you have to check this thing. Okay, how to undo? Undo, we have to click this undo. Yeah, here undo. Yeah, still if I'm having here the spaces. Now see, if I remove these spaces here in this Austria, yeah. Now if I go for this remove duplicates and if I select all these three columns, if I click on OK button, now it will say one duplicate value is found and removed because I removed the spaces here. Okay. So this is what we have to remember here. Yeah, sometimes these spaces are a big problem here. Okay, and undo, yeah, undo, we are having this button, yeah, here, I think so, Sarban. Okay, so remove duplicates. Yeah, suppose if I use here, if I want to remove the duplicates based on the country, suppose. Okay, I want to keep here the unique countries only. So I select here only country. And hotel name and ratings I have removed here, tick mark. I click on OK button. And now you can see that 6 duplicate values are found and removed and 4 unique values are remaining. So now we can see only the 4 records which are having the unique country names: Austria, Italy, France, and Spain. And also remember one more thing, that when there are 2 duplicate records, suppose one is at the first position and another one is at the 10th position. Yeah. So now which record will be removed here? The record which is coming at the 10th position, not at the first position. Whichever record comes first, that record will be kept as it is, and the other record which is coming below, that record will be removed. I hope you are getting this thing. Okay, whichever the record comes first, that is kept in the table, and the other records, which if they are duplicate, then it will be removed. Yeah, that is what is the logic over here. Okay, so this Sun Villa Austria 10, this was the initial first record, so it is kept over here. Yeah, while the other records which are having the country Austria, they are removed. Okay, so this is also the thing that you have to remove. Sorry, you have to remember here. Clear? Remove duplicates. Yeah, you can try with your own data set also if you're having. Yeah, and you can play with these remove duplicates here. Okay, now we'll do one thing. Now we will go for another interesting topic, which is known as conditional formatting. One of the very, very important topic in Excel. Yeah, conditional formatting. So for conditional formatting, we will start with here with the host sheet here. Okay, come to the host sheet here. Now see, what is this host sheet and places sheet containing here? Can you tell me what kind of data we are having over here in the places sheet and host sheet? Any idea? Definitely it's easy. Yeah, you must have seen such kind of data set. What is this data set here? If you see the columns here in both this places sheet and host sheet, then what kind of data we are having over here? Homestay data, hotel bookings, hotel. This is basically the Airbnb data. Airbnb. Okay, now I don't have to explain you Airbnb. If anybody doesn't know Airbnb, you can let me know. Yeah, this is the Airbnb data. Yeah, in the Airbnb data, if you go to the host sheet, then here we are having the host ID, host name, their email ID, yeah, date joined, okay, when they joined that Airbnb platform, then their locations. Now here we are having the data of New York City. Okay, this is just the data of New York City, and you see that how many records we are having over here. We are having around 4,150 records are there. Okay, so this is the host location, then response time. Yeah, you know that when you are sending a request to the host, then sometimes the host they reply immediately within 5 minutes or so. Okay, and some hosts are taking hours, some are taking minutes, some are taking days also. You never know, and some hosts they will never respond to you. It's also possible. Yeah. So response time is there, then the response rate is there. Yeah. Then acceptance rate is there. That whether if the acceptance rate is very high, it means that you have a good chances here. Yeah. And then you are having the super host. Now, many times you must have seen that some hosts are given the title of super host. Super host means they are having one of the best reviews. Yeah. And they are giving the best facility to you. So that's why they are, yeah, I think so. Based on some calculation, they are giving this title of super host. I think so. Yeah. So whether they are super host or not. Now, here we'll be starting with the concept known as conditional formatting. Now, what is this conditional formatting? Many of you must be knowing this thing. Conditional formatting means that suppose if I'm having a very large table, now I want to have a quick analysis. Yeah, that let's say I want to know that which host here it is having the response rate less than 50%, suppose. Okay, so I want to know those hosts, or I want to highlight those hosts who are having the response rate less than or equal to 50%. Okay, or less than 50%, let's say, because those hosts are not good for me because their response rate is just 50% or less than 50%. Okay, so I'll ignore those hosts. I'll contact only those hosts which are whose response rate is above 50%. Yeah, or you can also go for 50%, 60%, 70%. It's up to you. So what happens that out of this 4,000 something data, if I want to focus on some few hosts, then it is better that we use some kind of color here. Yeah, some kind of font color, field color, some kind of data bar here, some kind of icon here, which can give me a quick indication. Yeah. So that is where we are using this concept known as conditional formatting. Conditional formatting means we are doing some formatting here in the data set by putting some conditions. Just now I told you that what is my condition? That the response rate, I want to highlight those hosts whose response rate is less than 50%. They are dangerous for me. Yeah, but they are not good for me. I would not say dangerous, but they are not good for me. Yeah. So let us start with that conditional formatting. I'll show you various options here. In conditional formatting, you can do many things here. So for conditional formatting, we'll go to the Home tab. Okay. Now see, we want to do the conditional formatting based on the response rate. Okay, response rate column. We want to put some color here. Yeah, the response rate by putting some condition. So you select the response rate column and then you go to the Home tab. In the Home tab, you are having here the button, a very, very big button known as conditional formatting. Okay, so select the response rate where we want to put the formatting, Home tab, and click on this conditional formatting. When you click on the conditional formatting, then here you are having options like highlight cells rules, top bottom rules, data bars, color scales, icon sets, new rule, clear rules, manage rules, etc. Yeah, so there are many options here. Now what we'll do, we'll start with this one, first one, highlight cells rules. Highlight cells rules, and here we'll be going for less than. Yeah, when you go to highlight cells rules, then you are having here greater than, less than, between, equal to, text that contains a date occurring, duplicate values, and etc. So I want to highlight those hosts whose response rate is less than 50%. So we'll go for highlight cells rules and we'll select the second option, less than. Less than. Okay, I click on less than here, and by default it is showing you 50%. Yeah, you can also make it to 60, 65, whatever. Yeah. So suppose if if I put here 60% also, then it will show accordingly. Or if I put here 50, that's also fine. So 50%, format cells that are less than 50%. Now here we are having options. Light red field with dark red text, yellow field with dark yellow text, green field with dark green text, light red field, red text, red border, custom format. So normally I want to highlight those hosts whose response rate is less than 50%. I want to highlight with a red color. Yeah. So I can go for this option, light red field with dark red text. Suppose I go for this one. Yeah, in here it is 50%. I click on OK button. And now here, you see it is written less than 50%. Okay, less than 50%. Now here we are having this host whose response rate is 50% here. But what we have said, we want to highlight the host whose response rate is less than 50%. So if it is less than 50%, then 50% will not be counted here. If we say less than or equal to, yeah, if we write down here in our conditional formatting, if we write down here less than 51%, suppose. Okay, I write down here less than 51%. Okay, less than 51%. Click on OK button. So see, now this is getting highlighted here because it is less than 51%. So 50, 33, 0. You see, these are getting highlighted here. Yeah. So see, in between, wherever you are having the response rate less than 51%, these things are getting highlighted. Are you getting it? Yeah. And suppose here in this response rate column, because I'm having here 4,150 records, if I want to see only those records where it is getting highlighted with this color, red color, I want to see only those records of the host. Then what we can do, we can here use the filter option here. In the response rate, I click the drop down here. In the drop down, you see that here we are having the option filter by color. Okay, filter by color here. I go for filter by cell color. We are having two options, filter by cell color or font color. We can go for anything. Why we can go for anything? Because here you can see that we are having the field color also or cell color, and then we are having the font color also. Both are red. Field color is also red and the font color is also red. So I can go to drop down here, filter by color, and I can select here any one option. Suppose if I go for this one, filter by cell color, you see now here we are having only those records whose response rate is less than 51%. Only these records are getting highlighted. Yeah. This is the filtering that we have done here. And if you want to clear the filter, we have to click the drop down here again in the response rate, and we go for here, clear filter from response rate. I click on clear filter from response rate, all the records are back. Okay. So this is how you are applying the conditional formatting. Yeah. If you want to change any of this conditional formatting, what you have to do, you have to go to the conditional formatting. So first of all, you can select the column here where you applied the conditional formatting, go to conditional formatting, and you know that you applied this highlight cells rules and less than, then here you will be able to see that this one. Yeah. Or you can also go for this option. Sorry, this option is better. The last option here, manage rules. Manage rules. If I click it, then here you can manage your rule. Here it is written cell value less than 0.51. Yeah. Maybe I'm having here two things over here, two rules here. I can remove one of the rule. Yeah, I can select this rule, tick mark, and I can click on delete rule. Okay, so now I'm having only one rule here. Okay, now suppose instead of red color, if I want to use some another color, okay, then I can click here, select here, first of all, select here this rule and click on edit rule, and now here we are having this dialog box. And if I click here on format here, format button, see currently we are having the red font color with the red fill color. But if I want to change it, I can click on format. And then now here we can select the color for the font. So let's say I give here the orange color, suppose. Orange color for the font color. And fill color, if I go to the fill color, I'm having this red color here, but instead of red color, if I go for here, light orange. Okay. Light orange here. Fill color, font color, I've already given orange. I click on OK button. OK button. Here everything is fine. Cell value is less than 0.51. I click on apply. OK. And now you see here we are having the orange color. Instead of red color, we are having here orange color. Okay. So that is how you are doing this formatting. Yeah, this is one of the formatting where you are highlighting the cells. Yeah, I will take another example. Okay. If you want to see it again, let us take another example here. So let's say we take now the acceptance rate here, suppose. acceptance rate column. Okay, so here I want to highlight those cells, okay, or highlight only those records or those cells whose acceptance rate is, let's say, greater than 75% or greater than 70%, because those hosts are good for me whose acceptance rate is greater than 70% or 80%, whatever. Yeah. So here what we can do, if I want to apply here the conditional formatting in the acceptance rate column, then we have to select this column here. Okay, select the acceptance rate column here first of all. Then you go to the conditional formatting button here. Conditional formatting button. Now in the conditional formatting button, now I will show you here this highlight cells rules. In the highlight cells rules, I will now use this option greater than. Greater than. Okay, I select here greater than. So greater than, now here it is showing you greater than, by default it is showing you 50%. But what I want to do here, I don't want to have 50%, I want to have here, let's say 70%. 70%, okay. So high format cells that are greater than 70% with which color? Because those hosts are good for me, whose acceptance rate is greater than 70%. So I want to highlight with green fill with dark green text. I want to select this option, green fill with dark green text. And here I have written 70% now. Initially it was 50%. Okay. So this is done. 70% dark green fill. Okay, green fill with dark green text. I click on OK button. And now you see here that all those acceptance rate, which is greater than 70%, they are getting highlighted. Yeah, with the dark green text and dark green fill here. Yeah. Okay, because these hosts are good for me, because their acceptance rate is very high. And if you want to manage anything here, if you want to change anything, anything in this particular column, you have to select that column, go to formatting, conditional formatting, and you have to click this last option known as manage rules. If you want to clear the rules, suppose if you don't want to see this color now, you want to remove this this conditional formatting, then we have this another option known as, in the conditional formatting, we have another option known as clear rules. Okay, now in the clear rules, we are having here two options: clear rules from selected cells and clear rules from entire sheet. Clear rules from selected cells and clear rules from entire sheet here, if I put this pointer here. So here what I've done, we have done here two conditional formatting. One conditional formatting for the response rate column and one conditional formatting for the acceptance rate column. Now I want to remove the conditional formatting from this acceptance rates, let's say. I want to keep this conditional formatting as it is in the response rate column. So what I'll do here, I will go to this conditional formatting, manage rules, sorry, not manage rules, conditional formatting, clear rules. In the clear rules, I will select this first option here, clear rules from selected cells. Okay, now first of all, we have to select the cell. Let's say I select one cell here. Okay, conditional formatting, clear rules, and I select the second, sorry, first option, clear rules from selected cells. If I click it, yeah, now here only from this cell it is removed. Yeah, if you select one cell, then only from that cell that formatting will be removed. But if you want to remove the whole formatting from this particular column, you have to select the whole column. Yeah, so select whole column. You go to conditional formatting, clear rules, and you click this first option, clear rules from selected cells. Now you see, now all this conditional formatting is gone. Only the conditional formatting is over here in the response rate column. So this is how you are doing the conditional formatting. Yeah. Now what we can do, we can go to the places sheet. Come to the places sheet. In the places sheet, we are having here the various place name. Okay, place name, then the host ID is there, some neighbor ID is there. Okay, neighboring area, whatever that area name. Room type is written. How many people can be accommodated here? What is the price per night here? Ratings, number of reviews, yeah, first review, last review, how many days it is available in a year. This is also very, very important. Yeah, there are some of the hosts who are giving their homes for some few days only. Yeah, and there are some homes which are available throughout the year. Okay, I think so. You must be knowing the story. Uh, the story of Airbnb. I think so. If you know this thing, yeah. So I think so. Initially, it was founded by two people, uh, or maybe now it is showing me here three people. But what happened that the founders of this Airbnb, they were, I think so. They were visiting New York City, if I'm not wrong, and they were not able to find any kind of hostel or hotel, and they were very frustrated. So then they thought of that, okay, if we are having this kind of issue, then maybe the other people may also have the same issue. So then what they did that they started contacting the owners of some of the houses, and they said that, okay, if you are having one of your room empty, okay, which is not occupied, then definitely you can put it on the rent basis. Okay, you can share it, and then you will get the money, and people will also be happy. Yeah, because as you know that you must have also stayed in Airbnb, so we have that effect of a or the feeling of a home. Yeah, we are staying in a home like that. Okay, so many people they don't like to stay in a hotel. Yeah, because in that Airbnb we can cook something, we can have some more space over there. So that's why they started one by one contacting the owners, and then they created this website, and that is how they got the success. Initially, they were not happy with that thing, but then slowly and steadily they got the contacts, and then they started this whole activity of Airbnb. Yeah, so it's a good thing. Yeah, maybe if you are having some extra room, and if it is not getting occupied, you can give it to the people. Yeah, here in case of Hanover also, because as you must be knowing that in Hanover we are having one of the largest trade fair ground. Yeah, in the whole Germany we are having or maybe in whole Europe, I don't know, but at least in Germany we are having one of the largest trade fair here, and many people they come. Especially we are having one trade fair which is in April, which is known as Hanover Messe. And there are also many other trade fairs which are coming on a regular basis. So what happens that when many people are visiting our city, and our city is not so big, just like Frankfurt or Berlin or Munich. Okay, Hanover is a small city. So what happens that the hotels are always full when these kind of trade fairs are taking place. So then people they start subletting their homes, okay, their rooms also. So many people they earn a lot of money. I know one of the agent, house agent. He's if there is a two-room kitchen home, and in one room there are two beds are there. So total four people are living in that two-room kitchen, and that person is charging almost like 100 euros per person per night when the trade fair is taking place. So 400 euros he is earning from one night. And likewise, if the trade fair is for 7 days, yeah, so 7 for the 2,800 euros he is getting only in 1 week. Yeah, you see that how much amount he is earning. And the same house, if he gives on a normal rent, then he may not get more than 1,000 euros for the whole month. And here he is earning the amount of 28, almost three times amount he's earning in 1 week only. Definitely, the trade fairs are not coming so often. It is every 2 to 3 months. So, but yeah, still people are earning money. Yeah. So likewise, right? I went to Smoky Mountains here and spent 2 days in Airbnb. Yes, yeah. So whenever, especially when you are having a family, then it makes sense to go for the Airbnb. Yeah, especially when you are having kids and yeah, you want to take care of the thing. Okay, so now we are in this places sheet. Now here also I want to show you some of the conditional formatting option here. So what we'll do, we will start with his price column here. Yeah, just select the price column here. And in the price column, I want to highlight the prices based on some color. Okay. So I am in the places sheet. In the places sheet, you select the price column and then you go to the conditional formatting. In the conditional formatting, let us use this option, color scale. Color scale. Okay. In the color scale, when you go for the color scale, then here we have the various options. Yeah. This is the green, yellow, red color. Then this is red, yellow, green color. This is green, white, red, red, white, green, etc. Suppose if I select this first option here, green, yellow, red color scale. Yeah, first one. So here you can see that the prices which are very low, let's say it is $65, it is very low price. So it is shown in red color. Yeah, even this $40, it is shown in very dark red color. Yeah, let me do the sorting here. Sorting smallest to largest. Okay, I've done the sorting here, smallest to largest. So here you can see that initially the minimum amount is $15 here. Okay, how it is $15 because it is, yeah, you see that the name of that place also, worst place ever for creatives. That's the name of the place. Yeah, then it is a shared room. Yeah, two people can get accommodated here. Yeah, so this is the shared room. Definitely it's one kind of a hostel, you can say like that, maybe similar to hostel. So $15, okay, per night. Then if you go down, 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 you see that now as the prices are increasing, it is becoming light red color, light red, light red. Yeah, then it is becoming now yellow color. Yeah, and then it is becoming dark yellow color here. And now slowly it is starting to become green color. Sorry. Yeah, you see now it is becoming green color and the highest price. Yeah, I would suggest you to go for this particular place. Yeah, you have to just spend $10,000. Yeah, very cheap. Okay. And you see that it can accommodate only two people, private room. And you see you will be living in a celebrity building, panoramic, uninterrupted views. Maybe you are in one of the skyscraper in New York City. Yeah, because I think so. If you have been to New York City, there is a one street which is I think so known as the Billionaire Street, if I'm not wrong. And there all the tall buildings are available with all those penthouses and all those things. So maybe this room is available in that kind of building. Yeah, celebrity building. Yeah, so 10,000 is not really a big amount. Yeah, so just you can, yeah. So this is what we can see here with the color scale. Now see, we would like to see here those apartments whose prices, if their prices are low, then I want to see in green color. Yeah, I don't want to see it in red color. I want to see it in green color. And the prices which are very high, those prices I want to see it in red color. Yeah, so just I want to see reverse thing here. So what we can do, we can select this column here. Okay, go to conditional formatting. And we can also go for manage rules if you want. Yeah, because I want to change the color here, manage rules. And now in manage rules, here it is written graded color scale. And I put the tick mark here. Yeah, so we put the tick mark here or double click here. Double click also is fine. And now here we can allocate the color. Yeah, so see for the lowest value, it is taking the red color. For midpoint, it is taking the yellow color. And for the maximum, it is taking the green color. Now you can also reverse it. Yeah, for the lowest value, you can select here green color. Okay, for midpoint, we'll go for yellow color only. And for the maximum, we will go for the red color. Okay, so I can manage this rule here. I can change the rule here. Yeah, that's all. See, we also have here this option, two color scale. If you want to have only two colors and some shading, you can go for two color scale or three color scale. Yeah, these data bars and icon sets I'll show you separately. But let us go for the three color scale here. Yeah, and color I've changed. I click on OK button. Again, I apply OK. Has it changed? No. Why it did not change? Select it, conditional formatting, manage rules. Minimum, I am taken green color, yellow. This is red color. Okay. Apply. Okay. Yeah, now it has changed. You see here, now all the lowest values are in green color. Okay. Then it becomes yellow. Okay. And then finally it becomes the red color here. Yeah. Those $10,000 and $9,990. Yeah. These are very high prices. Yeah. So these prices are shown in really dark color, dark red color. Yeah. So you can manage, you can change the colors here like this. Yeah. So this is how we, one more time. Okay. What we are doing here, that we want to apply the color here for this price column. Yeah. So we select this price column, select the price column, go to conditional formatting, and then we go to the color scale here. In the color scale, initially we selected this one, green, yellow, red. So when I select this color, what it will do, that it will allocate the highest value with the green color and the lowest value with the red color, and the middle value will be shown in the yellow color. But what I want to do, that I want to put the lowest value with the green color, because I'm a very, let's say a very say a budget friendly traveler. I don't want to spend so much of money in that Airbnb. Okay, so I will definitely look for those accommodations where the prices are very low. So that those kind of records I want to highlight with the green color. So in that case, I will go with the second option here. Yeah, red, yellow, green. Okay, so red will be given to the highest value, green color will be given to the lowest value, and the in between values will be given the yellow color. So I select the second option here, and you see now it is showing me in green color. You see, $40 is low value, so it is shown in green color. Yeah, let me do the sorting here. Suppose if I do the sorting largest to smallest. So see now these values, which are very high values, $10,000 and $9,990, they are shown in red color. Then all the other values are shown in light red, yellow, and then it slowly becomes green color now. You see, now it is becoming green color and then dark green color now. Yeah, and whenever you want to do any changes here, you have to select the column here, go to the conditional formatting, you can click this manage rules. And then you can do the changes here. Double click here and you can do the changes here. Whichever color you want to give, accordingly you can change the color here. Okay, so this is for the price here. Now, in the same column, I want to see those records which are the top 10 records based on the price column. Yeah, there are here in the places sheet, how many records we are having here? Here we are having around, you can say 6,001. So 6,000 records are available here, total records in this places sheet. Yeah, now out of these 6,000 records, I want to see only the top 10 records where the prices are higher. Okay, I want to see only the top 10 records. So what I'll do, I will select this price column, go to the conditional formatting, and then we'll go for this top bottom rules. Top bottom rules. In the top bottom rules, we are having here various options like top 10 items, top 10 percentage. I'll also tell you what is the difference between these two. Top bottom 10 items, bottom 10 percentage, above average, below average. Let's say if I go for this first option in the top bottom rules, if I select this first option, top 10 items. Yeah, if I click this top 10 items, yeah, then top 10 items you want to highlight with what? Yeah, let's say I want to highlight with, suppose if I select here, uh, suppose if I want to highlight with the red color only, suppose red color. Okay, light red field with dark red text, top 10. I can also see by default it will be top 10, but I can also make it top 15 here, let's say top 15. Okay, or top 20. I can increase these values here, I can decrease the values here. Yeah, so you decide. So top 15 here with dark red, yeah, with light red field and dark red text. I click on OK button, and you see that now all these are the top 15 records, which are highlighted with the color. Clear? These are the top 10 records, top 15 records here. Yeah. And then here in the conditional formatting, what is this top 10 percentage? Top 10 percentage means that out of the total number of records, if I want to see the top 10 percentage of the records which are having the highest value, let's say. Yeah. So if I go for the top 10 items, then it will select only the top 10 records. If I go for top 10 percentage, then what it will do in our example, we are having total 6,000 records. So top 10 percentage means it will be showing you 600 records. 10 percentage of 6,000, it will show you the initial 600 records which are having the highest prices. So when I go for this top 10 percentage, suppose if I select here top 10 percentage, yeah, and if I go with this dark light red field with dark red text, yeah, let me remove this. First of all, this rule here. Okay, see, I removed the rule here. Now what I do, I select this cell. Sorry, I select this column. Yeah, I select this column, conditional formatting, top bottom rules. And here, if I select this option, top 10 percentage, top 10 percentage, and top 10 percentage, I want to highlight with, let's say, green field with dark green text, suppose. Top 10 percentage I'm talking about. I click on OK button. And now here, you see, if I go down, 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 yeah, it will be showing here, it will be highlighting here top 600%. You see here, yeah, so 603 here. Okay, so these are the overall top 10 percentage. So 600, 601 records, it is getting highlighted here. And if I go for only top 10, yeah, top 10, then it will show me only the top 10 records only. Whether I'm having 6,000 records or 7,000 record, it doesn't make any difference. It will be highlighting only the top 10 records. How it is sorted with high prices? Yeah, see how I did this. I did this sorting here. Yeah, I click this button here when I selected this option, largest to smallest. Yes. Okay, I did this sorting. Initially, it was not sorting. I did this sorting here. Yeah. So then it has become easy. Yeah. When you want to see the top 10 or bottom 10, then if you do the sorting accordingly, it will be good for you. Yeah. So I did the sorting here, and then I applied the formatting here. Okay. So here we have seen the highlight cells rules, top bottom rules, color scale. These three things we have seen. Yeah. Now we'll go for the data bar, suppose. Data bar here. Okay, data bars. Now what is data bars here? For data bars, I will select this column, number of reviews. Yeah, number of reviews here. I want to use here the data bar. Okay. So I select this number of reviews column. go to the conditional formatting, data bars. In the data bars now I am having here various options like gradient fill and solid fill. Gradient fill means the color will be very light color, and the solid fill you can understand that the color will be dark color. So here I am having various colors like blue color, green color, yeah, red bar, and this purple bar, light blue, light yellow, etc., or orange color here. So let's say I go for here this blue data bar here, solid fill. Okay, I go for solid fill here, and now you see, let me make it bigger for you, and let me do the sorting here. Sorting, largest to smallest. Yeah, you do the sorting here in the number of reviews, largest to smallest. And now you can see that here, this particular home is having 695 reviews. Okay, 695. This last weekend only, I was in, I think so. I already told you that I was in London for attending one AI conference, and I stayed in after a very, very long time. Yeah, I stayed in a hostel because I was alone, and I thought that okay, now let me experience that hostel thing, because up till now I was living in the hotel only, or hotel or Airbnb. But when I was a student, then I had lived in the hostel also. So I just wanted to have that feeling of hostel. So I went to one hostel, and when I was booking the hostel, that hostel is very popular in London, and it was having almost, I think so, more than 2,000 or 3,000 reviews. Yeah, so definitely when the number of reviews are more, definitely it makes sense that people are going there and they are living there. Maybe, yeah, there you may have some mixed reviews also. Some are positive, some are negative. But at least if the number of reviews are very, very high, it means that people are liking this particular place. Yeah. So here also we are having this 695. I've done the sorting. And if we go down, 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 we are having some of the uh, places where the minimum reviews is 3. Okay. Then what we'll do, that in the same column, or let us do one thing, not in this one. Uh, let's say this column, availability column now. Let us come to the availability column in the places sheet. I have one color sort option as well. Yeah, here if you are going for the color, yeah, sort by color here, what we'll do, that sorting, regarding the sorting with the color, we are having a separate file where I'll be showing you how to do the sorting based on the various colors. Yeah, so whatever you are asking currently this question, Prerna, we are having a separate file where I'll be talking about. We are having one file, if you have seen in the that LMS, there is a file known as sort and filters. So maybe we'll be taking it in the next weekend, and there we'll be going into more details about how to use the colors for sorting. Yeah, good. Yeah, but it's very, very important. Yeah. So let us go for this availability column. And here I want to use one conditional formatting, that is this icon sets. Okay, icon sets here. So what we have to do, select the availability column, go to the conditional formatting, and you go for here icon sets. Now here you can use various kind of icons like these arrow icons, shapes, indicators, some ratings. Yeah. So let's say I go for this arrows or maybe shapes. Let us go for this shape here, green, yellow, red. Okay, this shape here, traffic light shape. I click it, and when I click it here, now you can see that the where the availability is very, very high in during the year, it is shown in the green circle. Here the availability is just 29 days in a year, so it is shown in red color here. While here 168, it is shown in yellow color. Now see here what has happened, that Excel has automatically defined that when to allocate the green color, when to allocate the yellow color, when to allocate the red color. This is automatically done by Excel. Okay, what we did, we selected the availability column, went to the conditional formatting, we went to the icon set and we click this shape, that's all. But suppose now here, if I want to define my own rule, okay, that let's say if the if the availability is less than 100, then it should show me in red color. If the availability is between 100 and 200, then it should show me in yellow color. And if the availability is more than 200, then it should show me in green color. Yeah, so less than 100 less than 100 red color, 100 to 200 yellow color, and then about 200 it should be shown in green color. If I want to define my own rule here, yeah, then that is also possible. Yeah, so what we'll do here, we'll select this availability column, go to the conditional formatting, and we click on here, manage rules. Manage rules. When I click on manage rules, so we can see this rule here, which is already done, applied. Let us double click. Yeah, we simply here double click this rule, whatever is allocated, this icon set, blah, blah, blah. Here we double click. And now here, you see, currently here, this is the rule which has been created by Excel. Green color when value is greater than equal to 67%. Now see here it is taking 67%. Yellow color is when it is less than 67 and greater than equal to 33%. And the red color is when it is less than 33%. So here it is taking percentage. Now I want to define the rule based on the availability numbers, not the percentage. Okay. So how I can change the rule here? Very easy. I'll start with the green color. Green color when value is greater than or equal to, I'll write down here 200. Yeah, greater than or equal to 200. And instead of percentage, I will select here. You see that there is a drop down here. In the drop down, you have here number, percent, formula, percentile. I'll go for here number. Yeah, number. It is now changed to 0. I'll make it here 200. So green when value is greater than or equal to 200 number. Yeah, you have to select here number, not percentage. Yeah. Then yellow color when less than 0 and yeah, now it is coming here. Now see, now yellow color when less than 200 and greater than or equal to what? 100. Okay, so between 100 and 200, yeah, I want to have yellow color. 100 and 200 means 100 and 199 because it is written here less than 200. Less than 200 means anything which is less than 1, this one. Yeah. So here, yellow color when less than 200 and greater than or equal to 100, and here I select number. And for yellow color, for red color when less than 0. No, but here I should now put here again 100. Yes, now it is there. Okay. So just check this thing here. Green color when value is greater than or equal to 200 number. Then yellow. Now see here, remember one thing that when I'm changing here from percentage to number, I have to again give this value. You see that here, I have to again give this value 200. Okay, number when less than 200 and greater than or equal to 100 number. Now when you select here number, you see it is again changing to 0. I have to keep it here now 100. Yeah, and red color is when it is less than 100. Yeah, I'll come to that question from Neha. Okay. So here I have defined my own rule. If it is less than 100, then it will show me red dot. If it is between 100 and 200, it should show me yellow dot. And if it is above 200 availability, then it should show me green dot. Yeah, so this icon I have selected. I click on OK button. Here I click on apply, OK. And now you see here we are getting the things. Yeah, let me make it largest to smallest sorting. So see 365. Yeah, it goes down, down, down. You see here now from 200. You see here from 200, yeah, till above the 200, it is showing me in green color, green dot. Yeah, if it is 199, it is showing me yellow dot. Go down, down, down. And now here, yes, from 100 availability days to 199, it is showing me in yellow dot here. And below 100 means 99 and so on, it is showing me in red color here. So see, this is how I've defined my rule. Okay, now let me see this thing. Okay, so now, see this reference is, I think so, this is not a, I would say a new topic. This is one of the foundation of Excel here. But if you are not knowing this concept, that we can have a quick review over here. So we are having here three references, that is relative reference, absolute reference, and the mixed reference here. We'll start with, first of all, the relative reference. Yeah, so come to this particular sheet known as relative reference here. So in the relative reference sheet, we are having here, let us assume that, yeah, okay, we are having here the revenue details and the expenses details for each of the month. Yeah, so there are 6 months here. Total revenue is written, total expenses is written, and the net income is written. So we have to calculate the net income here. Yeah, so net income is equal to total revenue minus total expenses. Yeah, it's a very simple formula here. So what we'll do that in this particular cell, that is known as D3 cell, D3, okay? So in the D3 cell, we'll write down here equal to what? Equal to, I'll select this B2 cell, sorry, B3 cell here, equal to B3 minus, I select here C3. Okay, so if I want to calculate the net income is equal to total revenue minus total expenses. So equal to B3 minus C3. Okay, very simple. Press enter. And now here we are getting that 6,500. See here also, as I told you earlier, that this is how we are writing in Germany. Yeah, 6.500. So it is 6,500. In your case, it will be showing you like 6,500. But in my case, it is showing me here by default 6.500. So it is 6,500 here. So here we have put the formula here in one of the cell, the first cell here, where we have calculated the net income for the January month. Now the same thing I want to do it for February, March, April, and May and June. Yeah, so normally what we do that we select this particular cell, that is D3 cell, where we have put the formula. And now here we have to come to this area. Yeah, we have to put our pointer over here where we can see the small plus sign here. And then with the help of our mouse, we drag the formula. Yeah, we drag it down here. Yeah, select this cell and then you put your pointer here on the bottom right corner here of this cell, and then you drag it, and then you are getting here the answer. Okay, so here we are having 6,850, that is 20,300 minus 13,450, that will give you 6,850. And if I want to see the formula here, I can double click here in this cell D4, double click, and I can see here the formula B4 minus C4. B4 minus C4. Yeah, similarly here, if I double click this cell, I get here the formula equal to B5 minus C5. Yeah, so here what is happening that we are writing the formula in one cell, and then we are dragging the formula down, and then what we are getting, it is taking the relative position. Here it is B3 minus C3, then we are having B4 minus C4, B5 minus C5, B6 minus C6, and so on. So here it is taking the relative reference, okay, for formula. So here it is written, a relative reference in Excel is a cell address without the dollar sign in the row and column coordinates like A1. Yeah, so here whenever we are using the relative reference, we don't put dollar sign. Yeah, it is B3 minus C3, B4 minus C4, D4 minus C4, something like that. Yeah. So when a formula with the relative cell references is copied, here it should be is. Yeah. So when a formula with relative cell references is copied to another cell, the reference changes based on a relative position of rows and columns. So when we drag the formula, here it was B3 minus C3. Then when we drag the formula, it becomes now B4 minus C4. Yeah. So its relative position, the reference changes based on the relative position of rows and columns. The last point is important here. By default, all references in Excel are relative. By default, all references in Excel are relative. Okay. So this is known as relative reference. If you are having any question, any query, please let me know. Yeah, because this is the foundation. If this foundation is not clear, then whatever say when you will be working with the functions and all those things for functions and formulas, then you will not be able to understand it properly, that how it is working. Clear? Relative reference. What is the meaning of the last line here? By default, all references in Excel are relative. So see, whenever we are dragging the formula, yeah, then always it will be relative reference. This is what it is telling you. Yeah, if we want to go for absolute reference, then we have to change. Then we have to put the dollar sign. Yeah, we'll go to the other example also. But whenever we are dragging the formula down, or whenever we are dragging the formula on the right hand side, yeah, or left hand side, always it will be relative reference. It will see that, okay, what is written in the first cell, what kind of columns are written, and then when you drag the formula, it will take the relative position. It will, okay, it will take the relative reference here. Yeah, so that is what is written over here. By default, all references in Excel are relative reference. Okay. So if this relative reference is clear, then we go to the next reference, that is known as absolute reference. Okay. So let us come to the absolute reference here, absolute reference sheet here. In the absolute reference sheet, we are having here a scorecard. Okay. So we are having here the scorecard of various students. So out of 100, Nikki has got 80 marks, Richa has got 65, Neeta 75, 95, 35, 60, 45, 50, and 60. Yeah, so these are the marks out of 100. Now we want to calculate here the percentage for each of this student. Yeah, so percentage is very easy. We have to take this 80 divided by 100. Yeah, so here in this cell, that is C4 cell, what we do in the C4 cell, we write down here equal to what? Equal to this 80. That is, I select this cell, that is B4. Now I want to divide by 100. So I can also put slash here. Yeah, slash equal to B4. Then you put slash here, and then you select here B3. B4 divided by B3. In B3 we are having 100. So equal to B4 slash B3 plus press 100. Press enter, and then we are getting here 80%. Okay. So for Nikki, if I want to calculate her percentage, then it is B4 divided by B3. Yeah, I can also use here the divide function. You must be knowing equal to. Okay, let us go for here. I'll undo this thing. First of all, we'll use this slash here. Okay. Now what we do, that we drag the formula down. Yeah, slash, yes. So slash is normally used for the divide function here. Now we drag the formula here down. Okay, so I drag the formula down. Now what we get here, when we drag the formula down, then here Richa is getting 81%. Okay. Nita is getting 115%. Very strange. Jagruti 127%. Neerav is 37%. So see here, maybe we can accept this 81%. That is fine, though it is wrong, but still it is fine. Yeah, it is less than 100. But if you see these 2 percentages and also these 3 percentages here, they are more than 100. Now, definitely you cannot get more than 100%. Yeah, it can be exactly 100%, but not more than 100. So here, these calculations are wrong. Why it is wrong? Why here we are getting more than 100%? What is the reason? Yeah, where we are getting here the not taking from B3. Yes. So let us analyze here that in this particular cell, that is C4, C5 cell here, where it is written currently 81% for Richa. If I double click here, then what is the formula here written? B5 divided by B4. So it is B5. Yes, it is taking this B5. This is fine. 65 for Richa, this is fine. But then 65, I have to divide by 100. But here it is dividing 65 by 80. Okay. So which is wrong. Okay. Then here, if I double click on this 115%, if I double click, then it is written here B6 divided by B5. So B6 is 75. This is correct, but it is dividing by B5. That is recharge marks, which is wrong. It should be 75 divided by 100. So this is the problem. And this is the issue with the relative reference, because what we did, we put the formula over here in this C5, C4 cell, and then we track the formula. So as I've already informed you here, that by default, all references in Excel are relative. So here it is taking the relative reference. But now what we want to do, that every time, whenever we are dividing any in marks, we have to divide always with 100. Okay, and where is 100 written? 100 is written in the B3 cell. 100 is written in the B3 cell. So every time we have to divide by B3 only, not by B4 or B5 or B6. Yeah. So what we have to do now, we have to fix up this particular cell. Yeah, because this cell is constant for all these other calculation. Okay, so this cell we have to make it constant, fixed. So what we do here in this first formula where we have calculated the percentage of Nikki, I double click here, double click, and now what we have to do, equal to B4 slash B3. Now B3 is this one, this is fine, but now I have to fix up the whole cell. Whenever you want to fix up the cell, now what is a cell? Cell is consisting of row and column. I have to fix up both. Yeah, because I want to fix up this one cell only. So what I have to do, where it is written B3, I can manually put dollars B, $3. Okay. When you are putting anything before that, anything before that row or column, yeah, let's say if you are putting here dollar sign here, then we are fixing up that particular row and column. What is B? B is a column. If you are putting dollar in front of B, it means we are fixing up the column. And what is 3? 3 is a row, and before 3 we are putting the dollar sign, so we are fixing the row also. So here we are fixing the column and the row both. So we are overall we are fixing up this particular cell, that is B3 cell. So whenever you are fixing up both the things, row and column both, then it is known as absolute reference. This is known as absolute reference because you are fixing up a particular cell, and cell is consisting of rows and columns. Yeah. So we have to just change here the formula equal to B4 slash $B $3. Okay. Now see here this dollar sign, if you want to put up here, you can put up manually also. And there is one more method here. If I remove this dollar sign, yeah, let's say I don't want to use the manual process, but still I want to put here the dollar sign. So what we can do, we can put here our pointer here in the denominator, put the pointer. And now what we have to do, we have to press F4 button, function key F4. If I press F4 button, you see, it is now automatically coming here, $B, $3. If I again press F4 button, it is showing me here $3. What is $3? Means I am fixing up the row. 3 is a row, and before that I'm having a dollar sign. So I'm fixing up the row, but my column, which is B, that is not fixed because there is no dollar sign here. Only the dollar sign is in front of the row. So this is $3. Again, if I press F4 button, then it is $B3. What is $B3? Here I'm fixing up the row. So here I'm fixing up the column, but I'm not fixing up the row. And again, if I press the F4 button, it is again becoming B3. So you can put here your pointer, or you can also put the pointer between B and 3. That is also fine. And now you have to press F4 button. So one F4 button, it will show you $B, $3. If you press second F4 button, it will show you B, $3. If you press third time the F4 button, it will show you $B3. And if you press the fourth time the F4 button, it will show you the normal B3. So let us keep it $B, $3. Yeah, remember that F4 key. And then press enter. So see here it is still 80%. This is correct. Now what we have to do, we have to drag the formula down. Drag the formula down, and now you are getting the correct percentage. If anybody is having any problem, let me know. Yeah, if you're not able to do it, let me know. Yeah, so this is now recharge percentage is 65%, NITA is 75, 95, 50, 60, etc. Now this is correct. Okay. So this is known as absolute reference, where we are fixing up a cell. Means both the row and column we are fixing up, so we are fixing up the cell. See, if I double click any of this cell, when I double click any of the cell, then it is showing me every time in the denominator $B, $3. Do we have to just click F4? Yes. See, either if you are able to, if you click F4 button, and if you are able to see here $B, $3, then it is fine. Otherwise, sometimes what we have to do, that we have to press, sometimes in some of the keyboard I've seen that you have to press the function key, and then you have to press the F4 key. Okay, so you check it. With the F4 key, if you are able to directly get here $B, $3, then it is fine. Otherwise, you have to press the function key and then the F4 key, and then it will work here. But first of all, you have to put your pointer here, where B3 is written, suppose. Okay. So here, if I put my pointer here, yeah, put my pointer, and then if I press here, in my case, in my keyboard, I can directly press F4 key. I don't have to press the function key and F4 key. I can press directly F4 key. So see, now it is showing me B, $3. If I press again F4 key, it is $B3. Yeah. Now B3, again, if I press F4 key, it is $B, $3. Good, it works now. Okay, great. Okay, so this is known as absolute reference. So here below it is written, an absolute reference in Excel refers to a reference that is locked so that rows and columns won't change when copied. So here we are locking this particular cell, that is B3 cell. We are locking it. Okay. Unlike a relative reference, an absolute reference refers to an actual fixed location on a worksheet. So it always is taking you to the fixed location. This is my fixed location, 100. Every time I have to divide by 100 only. Okay. Now let me do one thing. See, here I have put up my formula. Now let me show you one thing. You just focus on my screen. What I'm doing the same thing over here in this cell E4. Yeah, I'm putting here the same formula in this E4 cell. I type here equal to what? I'm calculating the percentage for Nikki in this E4 cell. So I select here B4 slash, I select here B3, and now I press F4 key. So see, now the formula is correct here for Nikki, equal to B4 slash $B, $3. Press enter. Now here what I'm getting answer 0.8. Here I got 80%. Why? See, if I drag here the formula, here every time I'm getting here 0.65, 0.75, 0.95, 0.35, 0.45. While here I'm getting the percentage. Number format, yes. What I've done here, that especially for this particular, see, by default, when you are writing the formula over here in this kind of cell, then it will be showing you like this only. Even if you are calculating the percentage, it will be showing you like this only, 0.8, 0.65, 0.75, 0.95. But what I have done here, I have done the formatting. So I selected all these cells here. Before I send you this file, I selected all these cells, right click, and then I went to the format cells. Format cells here. I clicked on the format cells here, and in the format cells, you can see here, I have selected here percentage. Okay, because this here I want to see the percentage, so I have selected here percentage and decimal places. If I want to have decimal places, I can go for 1 or 2. But if I want to have round figure, I can go for decimal places 0. Yeah, I have selected here percentage, click on OK button, and I'm getting percentage here. Same thing, I can do it over here also. I can select all these cells, right click, format cells. So by default, it will be general. General, it is showing me like this, 0.8. But I want to see here in percentage, so I select here percentage. And by whenever I select percentage, the decimal places will be 2 by default. If I don't want to see like this, 80.00%, if I don't want to see like this, I can reduce the decimal places here, 0. Okay, select percentage 0. And now here I'm seeing the 80%. I click on OK button, and you see now it is showing me like this. Okay, I can also make it middle. Yeah, middle, and now it is showing the same thing. Yeah. So remember this number formatting here. Okay. So this is known as absolute reference here. Yeah. Now we go to the third reference here, that is known as mixed reference here. Let us go to the third reference, which is known as mixed reference. In the mixed reference sheet, what we are having some numbers here in the rows, and we are having some numbers in the columns. So here in this particular cell, that is known as C5 cell, C5. Okay, in the C5 cell, I multiply 10 by 1. Okay, this 10 I will be multiplying by 1. So I'll get here 10. So in this cell, C5 cell, I write down here equal to what? B5 multiply, that is star, as you know, multiply by C4. Okay. So here I'm creating what? I'm creating here multiplication table here. So 10 multiplied by 1, I should be getting here the answer equal to B5 multiplied by star, that is multiplication by C4. I press enter, so I'm getting here 10. Okay, so this is correct. Now when I drag this formula down, what I'm getting here? 200, 6,000, 240,000, and something big figure here. Why it is happening like this? Again, the relative reference. Yeah, because here I wrote the formula B5 multiplied by C4. If I double click this particular cells 200, if I double click it, it is showing me B6 multiplied by C5 now. B6 is 20 multiplied by C5, it is 10. So 20 multiplied by 10, it is correct, 200. Okay. But what I want here, that instead of 200, I want to multiply 20 by 1. So here I should be getting answer 20. And here in this cell, I want to have the answer 30 because it is 30 multiplied by 1. Yeah, here it should be 40 multiplied by 1, and here it should be 50 multiplied by 1. But here the answers are coming totally different because it is taking the relative reference here. Relative reference. I don't want to have relative reference here. Yeah. Now, what I want to do here, I want to do some changes in this formula where I've written here B5 in this particular cell, C5. If I double click here, I have written here what is the formula equal to B5 multiplied by C4. Okay, B5 multiplied by C4. So what I want to do here, that every time I want to multiply 20 by 1, 30 by 1, 40 by 1, 50 by 1. So this 1 I have to fix up. Okay, because every time I have to multiply all these numbers by 1 only. Okay, so this cell I want to fix up. So what I'll do here in this particular cell, C5 cell, if I double click, I'll be fixing up this C4. This C4 is this one, 1. So I put my pointer here before C4 or in between C4 also it is fine. I put my pointer here in the C4 and now I press function F4. F4. So see now it is written here B5 multiplied by $C$4. That is this one. This cell I fixed up. I press enter. So see now here it is 10. 10 multiplied by 1 is 10. I drag the formula down. Now you see it is showing me here correct. 20 by 1 is 20, 30 by 1 is 30, 40 by 1 is 40, and 50 by 1 is 50. Okay. So here if I double click in this cell, it is written here B9. B9 is this one multiplied by $C$4. This cell I have fixed up. It is absolute reference here. Okay, so this is 50. So this is correct. Yeah. Now what I want to do that whatever I have written there, the formula that is 10 multiplied by 1. Now for this cell that is D5 cell, what should be written here? What kind of answer we should get here? It is 10 multiplied by 2. So here I should be getting the answer 20. Okay, here I should be getting 20, here 30, here 40, and here 50. Just now I'm writing manually here, but this is what I want here in this particular cell. Okay, every time I have to multiply by 2, by 3. Yeah, 10 by 3, 10 by 4, 10 by 5. Okay, so these kind of answer I want to have it over here. So what I'll do now, I will select this cell here where I've already written the formula equal to B5 multiplied by $C$4. Okay, now I drag the formula towards the right hand side. Okay, drag the formula toward the right hand side. And now what you get here, every time 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Yeah, here I should be getting 20, 30, 40, 50. But I'm getting here every time 10, 10, 10. Why? Because if I double click this particular cell, that is D5 cell, what is written here equal to C5 multiplied by $C$4. C5 is this one multiplied by 1. Yeah, because it is $C$4. If I double click this particular cell, it is taking here D5, that is this one, multiplied by what? Which one? $C$4, that is 1. So 10 multiplied by 1, it is always 10, 10, 10. So now, okay, Sai has given a solution. So what I have to do now, let us go with the solution which is provided by Sai. So I double click here, this cell. See what I'm doing here, if I want to calculate here 20, how I'm getting 20? 10 multiplied by 2. Yeah, so here 10 is fixed. And every time I have to multiply 10 by 2, 10 by 3, 10 by 4, 10 by 5. So now here in this cell, what I'll do now, first of all, see one by one, you provide me the solution and I'll test that solution. And then we will see that which answer is correct. So first of all, I'll go with the solution given by Sai. So I write down here equal to, you have written $B, $5. So I put here F4 function. So see, equal to $B, $5 multiplied by $C$4. Press enter. Okay. I drag the formula down. You see here, problem 10, 10, 10. If I drag the formula on the right hand side, here also it is 10, 10, 10. Why? Because I have fixed up this with this. Yeah, I have fixed up both the cells. So every time it will be showing me 10, 10, 10 only. So this is not working. Okay, so I will not put here. I will change this B5 to like this. Okay, so I'm putting here equal to B5 multiplied by $C $4, the original one. If I drag the formula down, now this is correct. But if I drag the formula on the right hand side, it is still showing me 10, 10, 10. So now Trishanu, okay. Trishanu is suggesting me here that B5 I have to make it fixed and multiply by what? Multiply by C4. Okay. So this is fine. If I drag the formula down, it is showing me here, you see 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000. And if I drag the formula on the right hand side, here it is correct. So if I go with the formula of Trishanu, then here my row is fine, but my column is now giving me problem. So what should I do? See, here we are having a concept known as mixed reference. See, in relative reference, we did not put any dollar sign. In relative reference, you will never have dollar sign. In absolute reference, you will 100% have dollar sign, and you are focusing on a particular cell. So you are fixing up a cell. Cell means it is consisting of rows and columns, combination of row and column. So we are fixing up the row also. We are fixing up the column also in the absolute reference. While what is mixed reference? Mixed reference means that either I fix up the column or either I fix up the row. Okay. That is known as mixed reference. Remember this point. Either I can fix up the row or I can fix up the column for whichever cell I want to use it. Yeah. So do one thing here, that in this cell, C5 cell, okay, in the C5 cell, currently I'm having here the formula equal to B5 multiplied by C4. Okay, currently I'm having this formula in this C5 cell just now. Yeah, I'm not putting any formula here. Means no any dollar sign here, equal to B5 minus C4. B5 multiplied by C4. Okay. Now you tell me that if I want to use the mix reference here, either I can fix up the row or I can fix up the column. So accordingly, you give me here the answer that if I first of all focus on B5, then which thing I have to fix up, whether I have to fix up the B column or I have to fix up the fifth row. And in the C4 also, whether I have to fix up the C column or whether I have to fix up the fourth row. Okay. I want the formula. You just give me the formula. What should I write down in this cell C5 using the mixed reference? Okay. Use your logic and you give me finally the formula. You write down the formula in the chat window and then I will try. Yeah. And remember that when I drag the formula down or when I drag the formula on the right hand side, all my answers should be correct. Yeah, here also I should be getting here 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And here on the right hand side also I should be getting here 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah. So what formula I have to write down over here in this cell C5? Okay, so let me write down over here equal to $B5 multiplied by C $4. Okay, this is what has been written by Prerna. Okay, so $B5 multiplied by C $4. Press enter. So here I'm getting 10. This is fine. And now I drag the formula down. So it is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. If I drag the formula on the right hand side, it is also 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And if I drag it down like this, then I'm getting the whole table. Okay, so you should be able to see this whole table. You just select all these cells here on the first row, and then you drag the formula down, and then you'll be getting the whole table. Yeah, so the formula is correct. Yeah, now see, what is the logic here? How can we define that which column has to be fixed or which row has to be fixed? How we can decide that thing? It is very, very easy. See here, when let me do one thing. Let me see, suppose if you want to see the formulas here in all these cells together. Yeah, currently, if I double click one cell, I'm able to see the formula in one cell only. But suppose if I want to see the formula in all these cells, then what I have to do, I have to select, or I can select one cell here, and then I can go to the formulas tab. Okay, goes to the formulas tab, and in the formulas tab, you are having one button here somewhere on the right hand side known as show formulas. Okay, so select one cell within the table, go to the formulas tab. In the formulas tab, we are having one button known as show formulas. So whatever the formulas which are written in this particular sheet, all the formulas will be shown together to you. Yeah, so I click this button here, formulas and show formulas. If I click it, so see now this is that formulas. Yeah, so these are the formulas written here. And if I want to remove these formulas in one shot, I have to click again the same button here, show formulas, and the formulas are gone. Yeah, again, if I click it, it is back. Now here, you see how it is written. If I go down, then what is this cell here? It is B5 cell. This is B6, B7, B8, B9. So B5, B6, B7, B8, B9. Yeah, this one. So what is the common thing here? B5, B6, B7, B9. That is the common thing is the column. That is B column. Okay. So whichever is common, you have to fix it. Remember this rule, whichever is common, you have to fix it in the formula. Okay, so here what we have done, we have fixed up the dollar sign. We have fixed up the B column. Dollar $B, dollar $B, dollar $B, dollar $B. Now, if we go on the right hand side here in the columns area, then we are having here, this is C4, this is D4, E4, F4, G4. So C4, D4, E4, F4, G4. What is common? Common is 4. So that's why here we have fixed up the row that is 4. You get it here? We have put up here $4. Not $C, we have put up here $4 because that 4 is common in all these cells here if we go on the horizontal line. So that's why we have fixed up here the row. And the other things we have keep it open. So here in $B5, this 5 is open, it is variable. So it is here 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And here we are having the C column. So C also we have kept it open because here it is C, D, E, F, and G. Yeah. So that is how you have to understand this mixed reference here, that whichever, when you are writing the formula like this, if you are dragging it down or if you are dragging on the right hand side, you see that which things are common. If the column is common, you fix up the column. If the row is if the row is common, then you fix up the row. And if the column is common, you fix up the column. Remember this thing. Yeah. So this is known as mixed reference. Okay. Either you fix up the column or you fix up the row. While in case of absolute reference, we fix up both the things, row and column. So we are actually fixing up the cell. And in the relative reference, we don't fix anything. Both are variable. The column is also variable. The row is also variable. Yeah. So this is what we mean by the 3 references. Any question if you are having from your side, just let me know. Yeah, anything which you could not understand, because this is the basics, as I told you earlier, that this is the basics of all the formulas. Yeah, so if this is fine, Yeah, if you're still having any query, we can take it. If this is fine, then you can save this file, this references file, you can save it and you can close it. And then we will go to another file now, which is text to columns. Okay, please open this file, text to column. I'll give you 1 minute. Yeah. So let us go for the text to column here. See, one more thing I want to show you here. Sorry, I forgot one trick here. Whenever you are writing the, let's say this is the relative reference. Yeah, now here, what we did that first of all, I wrote down the formula here in the relative reference equal to B3 minus C3. Okay, I wrote down the formula here in this particular cell, D3 cell, and then I drag the formula down. See, again, the dragging also, you must be knowing the technique that if you are having a small table, you can drag it manually like this. Or if you are having a very large table, let's say you are having 10,000 record, then for 10,000 record, if you are dragging the formula with your mouse, yeah, you will be tired. Yeah. So what you can do here, you can simply double click here on this area, on this bottom right side here. If you double click, yeah, if you double click over here, then you'll be getting the answers here. Yeah. So this is the relative reference. Okay. Now what I want to do, I want to show you one more technique here. That is, what I'll do, first of all, before writing the formula here, I'll select all these cells. Okay, I'll select all these cells and then I'll write down here. Yeah, then after selecting this cell, I'll type equal to what? B3 minus C3. So what I've done here, I've already selected all these cells where I want to put the formula. Then I directly type equal to B3 minus C3. Okay, I've written the formula in only first cell and I've already selected all the cells. Now what I have to do, if I want to fill up all these cells with the formula, I have to press Control plus Enter button. I repeat, after writing this formula here, now we have already selected the cells, we have to press the Control plus Enter button together. Control Enter button together and you get here the answers. This is a small technique here. Okay. So first of all, you select all the cells, then you directly type here equal to B3 minus C3, and then you press Control plus Enter, and then you are getting all the answers in one shot. Yeah. So this is, you can decide what you want to do. Okay. Good. So let us come back to this text to columns. So when you open the text to columns here, we are having some 3 examples. We are having here the names. Okay. So we are having here the names, which is consisting of the first name and the last name. Okay. And in between, you can see that we are having a space. Yeah. Pooja and then space and then Dubey. Okay. William space Mueller. Okay. Just to tell you that I think so. Mueller is the most common last name in whole Germany. Yeah. If you find Mueller on the Google, you will get thousands and at least 1 million of Mueller over here. Yeah. I'm coming from Gujarat state. In Gujarat, we are having Patel and Shah. Yeah. So Patel and Shah, if you search in US directory, Patel and Shah, you will get a lot of Patels and Shah. Okay. In other countries also within India, also in India. But Mueller is one of the most common surname. Yeah. So yes. So here, yeah, Patel Brothers. Yes, Patel Brothers. There is a lot of stores in US. Yes, Indian store, very big stores. I've been to one of the store. Yeah, so you are true. Yeah. So here, what we want to do, that we want to, we are having one column which is consisting of all the first name and last name together. Yeah, this is the full name here. But now what I want to do, I want to create here two columns. One column should contain all the first name, and the second column should contain all the last name here. That is my target. Okay. So here we are going for a concept known as text to columns. Yeah, this is the text, and this text I want to convert it into two columns. Yeah, so what we have to do, very easy, we have to select here all these cells. Okay, select all these cells here. Yeah, and after selecting, just select all these cells where the names are written. Don't select this one, the title. Select only the cells where the names are written. Which page is this? See, I have opened the another sheet, another file here. Sarban, that is the text to columns.xls file, and it is containing only one sheet. Yeah, this is a separate file here. The earlier file that we were using, yeah, okay, good. So text to columns, okay. So here we will select all these cells where all these names are written, full names are written. And then what we'll do, we will go to the data tab. Okay, click the data tab here. And the data tab, we are having one button here on the right hand side, hopefully in your case also, that is known as text to columns. So select all the cells here from Raj to Subhash, and then you go to the data tab, and then you click this button, text to columns. Okay, once you click this button, text to columns, then here you are getting the dialog box. Convert text to column wizard, step 1 of 3. Yeah. Go to the data tab and click this button, text to columns. So here in this dialog box, what we are having, it says the text wizard has determined that your data is delimited. If this is correct, choose next or choose the data type that best describes your data. Choose the file type that best describes your data. Now here we are having two options, delimited and fixed width. Now what do you mean by delimited here? Delimited means, see here, between the two names, we are having a space. So space is a delimiter. Actually, it is known as delimiter, but here it is written delimited. Yeah, space is a delimiter. Underscore is a delimiter. Dash is a delimiter. Yeah, colon is a delimiter. Semicolon is a delimiter, and so on. Yeah. So these are known as delimiters here: space, colon, semicolon, dash, okay, underscore. Yeah. So here, what we want to do, we want to divide this name into two columns, and we want to tell Excel that please divide where you find the space. Okay, wherever there is space, then you divide it into two columns. Okay, so we are going for this option delimited by default. Here it says characters such as commas or tabs separate each field. So delimited we are selecting. I'll also show you what do we mean by fixed width later on. We go for delimited. Then after selecting this delimited, we click this next button here. Click the next button. Now when we click on the next button, now we are in the step 2 of 3. Step 2 of 3. Now here it is asking us, what is your delimiter? Whether space is a delimiter or tab is a delimiter or semicolon is a delimiter. So here by default, in my case, it is showing me tab. But here it is not tab delimiter, it is a space. So what we'll do, we will remove this tab. If your tab is having a tick mark, you remove that tab and you select here space. Okay. Now see, if this tab was there, then you see over here, data preview. You see, I've selected here tab. You see here the data preview. Now what I'll do, I will remove this tab and I'll select here space. Space, okay, because here there is a space as a delimiter. So as soon as I select here a space, you see that now we are having here two columns. One column is containing all the first name, second column is containing all the last name. Now see, now it is divided because I've selected here space and I've removed the tab. Okay. So this is fine. Space is the delimiter. Now what I do, again, I click on next button here now. Next button. When I click on the next button, now here we are at the step 3 of 3. Okay. Now here it is telling you column data format. General, text, date, and do not import column, brackets keep. Yeah. Now here, what is this one? These are all text. Okay. I can keep it here general also. I can keep it here text also. Both are fine. Okay. I'll keep it here. Let's say by default, I'll keep it here general only, let's say. Okay. So this is general. Now, destination. It is asking me destination, that where do you want to put up those two columns? In which cell? So destination here it is $A $3. What is $A $3? $A $3 is this cell here. Okay, so destination here it is written by default $A $3. So I don't want to disturb these three, all these names here. What I want to do, I want to I want to put those columns over here in these two columns, B and C column. Okay, whatever these two columns which has been created by Excel, the first name and the last name, I want to put it over here. Yeah. So what I'll do now, I will select here the destination. Okay, destination is currently showing me here $A $3. I will now click this button here, this one. The destination, go on the right hand side and you click this arrow sign here, up arrow sign, click it. And when you click this up arrow sign, now we have to show the destination. Where do we want to place that column? So I'll select here this column here, this cell here, sorry, this cell, B3 cell. From B3 cell, it should start. Okay, I'm selecting only one cell. I'm not selecting the whole column. I'm selecting only one cell, B3, from where it will start putting the values, the first name and the last name. So select only one cell here. So here it is written in this small dialog box equal to $B $3. Yeah. Now I have to click this button, this down arrow button. In this dialog box, I have to click this down arrow button. If I click this down arrow button here, I'm back to that same wizard. Okay, now my destination is equal to $B $3. Initially it was written here $A $3. Now I've changed it, and now my destination is equal to $B $3. And that's all. Okay. Now I click the finish button here below in this dialog box, click the finish button. And now here we are getting all the names here. Now this is one column, this is second column. Everybody got this thing? Yeah, this is known as text to column. Yeah, anybody having any issue, feel free to contact me. Okay, here I can give the name. I can give here the title, first name, and here I can give the title, last name. Okay, so this is first name, this is last name. I can also do the formatting and all those things that I leave up to you. But now I'm having two separate columns, first name and last name. Okay, so this is what we mean by text to column. Here we have used the delimiter known as space. Okay. Now we'll work more over here. Let us go down. And here now we are having the same names, but we are having here ampersand sign in between the first name and the last name. Yeah, here instead of space, we are having the ampersand. So how to work with these kind of names? Okay, here also we want to do the same thing. We want to separate the first name and the last name, but here our delimiter is ampersand. So very simple, we have to select all these cells here. Okay, select all these cells where the names are written. Go to the data tab. In the data tab, we click that button here, text to column. Okay, text to column here, click the button, text to column, we get the same dialog box, delimited, definitely we'll go with the delimited. Then we click on next button here. Now here it is asking us the delimiter. Now earlier we had space, but now here we don't have space, so I remove this space. Now see here we do not have ampersand delimiter. We have here tab, semicolon, comma, and space. But if we are having here ampersand, then I have to select here other. You have to tick mark here other, and I have to put here in the box ampersand sign. Okay. See, many times you may have here ampersand, at the rate, yeah, some percentage icon. Yeah, so whenever you are having these special delimiters, then you have to select here other, and you have to mention that what kind of delimiter you are having in your this name. Okay, so you select here other, put here ampersand sign. So now you can see that these two things are divided. I click on next. Now here, let's say we are going by default here general, but I can also select here text. You see, I've selected here text. Now see here, this first column is selected. You see, this is dark color. So currently, whatever this is asking me, this column data format, general text date, it is asking me for the first column. Okay, the first name. So I select, this first column is already selected. And now instead of general, I'll select here text. Yeah, general is also fine, but I can select here text also because these are text. Okay. Then before I go for destination here, I click this one, general. Yeah, you click this column here, second column, you click over here. So when I click the second column here, I get again here general, text, date, and do not import column. Now, what I want to do that, okay, I want to divide this full name into first name and last name. But finally, what I want to do that I want to keep only the first name column. I don't want to see the last name column here. After division, I don't want to see the last name column here. Okay, I'm interested only in the first name column here. So what I'll do, I will select this column here, second column, where I'm having all the last name. And then what I can do, if I don't want to get it over here, then I have to select this option, do not import column. So this column, last name column, now it is written here, skip column, because I've selected this option, do not import column. Yeah, I only want to have the first column. So I select the second column, click this option, do not import column. Now comes the destination. So destination, what I'll do, I'll select this destination here. I want to select here this destination B14 for the first name here. So in this dialog box, I'll click this arrow button here, up arrow, in the destination. Then I will select this cell here, B14, where I want to put all the first name here. So equal to $B $14 here, select this cell, B14. Then you click this down arrow button here on the right hand side. When you click the down arrow button, you are back over here. Okay. And what we'll do, I think so, let me try here. I have selected this column. Let me click on finish button. Yes, finish button. And now you are having here all the names. Okay, click on the finish button after you have selected the destination B14. You click on finish button and now you are getting all the first name only. You don't get here last name because we have skipped. Yeah, we said that do not import this column, skip. Yeah, so now we are not having any last name. So here also we have used the text to column, but here we have mentioned the delimiter as ampersand sign, which is others. Now we come to the last example here, where we are having the email IDs. Okay, rajpurohit@smail.com, smail.com, etc. Now what I want to do here, that I want to take here the initial address. Yeah, I want to divide this whole email ID, yeah, into two parts. One will contain the initial name here, and then the another part will be smail.com. But I don't want to create here one extra column where it will show me every time smail.com, smail.com, smail.com. That doesn't make any sense. So I want to bring here only one column which will contain all the names here. Okay. So maybe you can try. I'll give you 2 minutes. Yeah, just try that. Here you should be getting only this Raj Purohit, Sunita Chauhan, Shiny Wilson. Yeah, only the initials here. And just create a column. Yeah, just try, and then I'll go for it. Why are we getting them underlined and blue? Yes. So let me try here now. I will go for here text to columns, and then I'll go for here delimited. Sorry, first of all, I have to select all these cells here. I'll go to text to column. I'll go for delimited, next. And then now here we are having the at the rate as the delimiter. So I'll go for other, and instead of in others, instead of ampersand sign, I will put here at the rate. Okay, other at the rate. And then here we are having the two divisions. I click on next. Now what I'll do that this column, first column where I'm having the initials, I can go for general or text also. Let me go for here text. Destination, I will select here this destination, that is B25. Okay, B25, and I will click this down arrow button here. Okay, so B25, and then I will select this column, second column. I will go for do not import column. Okay, click on finish button, and now here we are getting the emails. Okay, now why we are getting this blue color here? Because this is an email. But what we can do, let us select all these cells here. Select all the cells, right click and format cells. Okay, and here what we can do, maybe we can select here the text also, or let me click here general. No, we can do one thing, select right click, and then here control plus U. Okay, control plus U. Control plus U, yeah, definitely. Control plus U will remove this line here. Yeah. So you can also click here this line. Yeah, because here some kind of formatting is done initially. Yeah, so we can remove this line here. We can also change the color here if you want. Yeah, some kind of black color here. Yeah, that way. Yeah, so some kind of formatting was done over here initially. Yeah, that's why. Otherwise, our answer is correct here. Yeah. Okay, so this is fine. Now see what I want to do, that you have seen now the delimited concept. So delimited concept is now clear. Now here in this particular email IDs, what I want to do, that I want to divide these email IDs into 3 columns. Okay, into 3 columns here. First column should contain the initial, let's say 5 characters, let's say. Okay, first column should contain initial 5 characters. Then the second column should contain another, let's say 5 columns, sorry, 5 characters. And then the third column should contain all the remaining characters. I'm talking about characters. Okay, so I repeat that I want to divide all these email IDs into 3 parts. Yeah, first column should contain the initial 5 characters. Then the second column should contain another 5 characters, and the third column should contain all the remaining characters. Okay, so for that purpose, let us go with the text to column. So you select all these cells here, which is containing all the email IDs. Go to the text to column. Okay, data tab and text to column. Now see, whenever we want to divide the cells based on the characters, not by the delimiter, but by the characters, then we have to select the second option here. Instead of delimited, we have to select the second option known as fixed width. Fixed width here. So select the second option, fixed width here. We click on next button. Now when we click on the next button after selecting that fixed width, so we come to this area. What it says, this screen lets you set field width. Lines with arrows signify a column break. To create a break line, click at the desired position. To delete a break line, double click on the line, and to move a break line, click and drag it. So now here I want to create 3 columns. First column should contain the initial 5 characters. So what I'll do now, I'll click over here somewhere. See, I'll calculate these 5 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Raj, Purohit, so RAJPU. This is the 5 characters. So I click over here. Okay, I click over here. So now you can see Raj and PU. Okay, SUNIT, Sunit. Okay, Shiny, Pooja, Willy, Micah, something like that. Okay, so 5 characters. I've clicked this line here. Just click over here on the scale and the line will be created. Then I want to take another 5 characters in the second column. So Rohit is 5 characters. I click over here after Rohit. So see, Raj PU, 5 characters. Then Rohit is another 5 characters, and all the other characters I'll put it in the third column. Yeah. Now what it says here, to delete a break line. Suppose by mistake I've clicked here one line. Here. Yeah, this is one extra line which I clicked by mistake. Now I want to delete it. So what it says here, to delete a break line, double click on the line. So if I want to remove this third line, I double click here on the line and it is gone. You see, now this line is gone because I have double click on that line. And it says here, to move a break line, click and drag. So if I want to move this second line here, you see, I can move like this or like this. Yeah. So let me put it over here after Rohit. Okay, so initial 5 characters, create a line, another 5 characters, create a line, and then all the remaining characters are over here. Yeah, so here we are dividing the text into 3 columns by some fixed characters or fixed width. Okay, so once we have done this thing, we click on next button. And now it is again asking the same thing. Yeah, for each column, we can decide whether we should have the text or date or anything. I'll keep it here general for everything. Destination will be my this destination here. So I click this arrow button. I click this destination now, C25, C25. And now I click this arrow button here. So my destination is now C25, $C, $25. Click on finish button. And now this is what we mean by the fixed length. Fixed width, sorry, it's not fixed length, fixed width. Yeah. So these are the 2 examples of the text to column. Either you can go use the delimiter or you can go for the fixed width. Yeah, so let us start. So here we take this first example on this particular sheet. So what it says here, we are having some product code here. Okay. And here we want to get the initial 4 digits, the first 4 digits here in this particular column. So 4 digits are, initial 4 digits are this one, 1000, 1001, 1002, 1003. Yeah. So what we'll do now, that here in this cell, B3 cell, we write down here 1000. Okay, 1000. Press enter. Okay, so 1000 is written here. And now, yes, I think so. Let me one try because I'm doing after some time. 1000. Yes, now I'll show you here. What I've done, you select all these cells here. Okay, select all these cells here where we want to have the first 4 digits. Then what you do, you write down here 1000. So it will be written in the first cell 1000 because this is the initial 4 characters. And now after we write down here 1000, press enter. And now what we'll do, we will press now here Control plus E, E for elephant. Control plus E. Yeah. E for elephant. So control plus E, when I write down, it automatically gives me here 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005. Okay. So this is known as flash fill. Yeah. I'm telling, first of all, I'm showing to Excel that what I want over here. So I'm writing here 1000 characters. What we need to select, we have to select all these cells here. Okay. Select all the cells. Yeah. And then you type here 1000 in the first cell here. Then you press enter. And then you select, then you press Control plus E. Control plus E. And then all these numbers will be written. Okay. So this is how we are getting the flash fill. Then in this example, second example here, what we want to have here, we want to have here the last three digits. Okay, last three digits. So what is the last three digits here? 100, 101, 102, 103, 104. So what I'll do here, I'll write down here. First of all, I'll select all these cells. Select all the cells. I'll write down here 100 because I want to get here the last three digits. Press enter. And now in the selection only, I'll be pressing the shortcut key Control plus E. Control plus E. And now I'm getting here 100, 100, 100. Why? Because here in the initial three characters also it is 100. Yeah, here it is 100, 100, 100, 100. So when I'm writing here 100, then what Excel is feeling? Excel is feeling that I want to have the initial three characters. But what is my requirement? My requirement is that I want to have the last three characters or last three digits. So how I can tell Excel that I want to have the last three characters? So what I'll do now, I'll remove this thing. I'll write down here 100, enter. Then I write down here 101, enter. So see, I've given here now example to Excel, 100 and 101. Yeah. Select all these cells, type 100, press enter. Then again type 101, press enter. And now we'll be pressing the shortcut key Control plus E. Control plus E. And now you are getting the correct answer. 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107. Are you all able to get this pin? Yeah, is this clear? Yeah, this is known as flash fill. Yeah, every time you have to press the Control plus E. You remember that is the shortcut key for the flash fill. Control plus E, yes. Okay. Now here in this example, third example here, we want to have the middle three characters or middle three digits. So here also we select all these cells. Then we write down here 165 because that is the middle three characters here, 165, press enter. And now we press Control plus E. So see now here it is easy because this 165, it is showing only once here. So now here Excel is very clear that, okay, you want to have the middle three characters. Yeah. But when we typed here 100, then Excel was getting confused that whether you want to have the initial three characters or the last three characters. It was showing you initial three characters. But when we had written over here 100 and 101, then Excel thought that, okay, now you want to the last three characters. But here, when we want to have the middle three characters, we just gave one example, 165, and Excel was clear. And then when we press Control plus E, it showed all these numbers correctly. Okay. Now here, in this below example, it says first two alphabets. Out of all these days, we want to have here the first two alphabets. So what we'll do, we'll select all these cells. Very easy now. You are playing with it. I write down here M. Okay, let me write down here MO. If I write down here small mo, let us see what happens. Small mo, okay, Control plus E. Sorry, I have to press enter button and then Control plus E. And now here, every time it is showing me the initial two characters, but it is showing me everything in small. Yeah, so what I have to do here, better I write down here, I select all these cells, I write down here capital MO, press enter, and you see now it is showing me everything correct. Okay, because I want to have initial two alphabets, first two alphabets. So just tell Excel what you want. You type here accordingly M capital and O, and then press Control plus E, and then it will show you all the things. Okay. Now here, we want to have the last two alphabets. Last two alphabets, what I'll do here, I'll write down here, last two alphabets are AY. Okay, AY. So I'll write down here, I'll select all these cells, type AY, small, press enter, because I want to have the last two alphabets, and then now Control plus E. Now see, when I'm writing here Control plus E, it is giving me here AY, DAY, ESDAY, SDAY, AY, RDAY, AY. It's taking everything after first D. No, what is happening here that I told here AY, okay, and then what it says here that it is having a feeling that, okay, I have to remove the initial four characters and I have to take the last two characters. This is what Excel is feeling here when I'm writing simple AY. Okay. So here also in Tuesday, what it is doing, it is taking the four characters, it is dropping the four characters, and then it is taking the three characters. In Wednesday also, it is dropping the initial four characters, and then whatever is remaining, it is showing you all these things. So here also we have to train Excel that, okay, I want to have only the last two characters. So what we'll do now, we'll remove this thing, select all these cells, write down AY, press enter. And here also in the Tuesday also we write down here again AY, press enter. So two times I'm writing here AY now. Yeah. And now I press Control plus E. So now everywhere it is AY. Okay, now you are saying here AY. Okay. If I drag and drop also, yes, what Sarban is saying. Yeah. So this is also working here. Okay. If I write down here DAY, if I drag it, here also I get the DAY. Okay, this is also fine. Yeah, so this is what is the flash fill here. Yes, that's also fine. Yeah. Now here, you can see that we are having the first name and last name. Okay, there are two separate columns here. So here I want to have the full name. Okay. So what I'll do now, I'll select all these cells here and I want to have the full name. So in the first cell, I'll write down here the name. The name is written here Uday space Parmar. Okay, in the first cell, I'll write down here after selecting all these cells, I'll write down here in the first cell Uday space Parmar. Press enter. And now what I'll do, I'll press here Control plus E. Control plus E, and now the full name is written for all the other things. Yeah. So this is what we mean by flash fill. Okay, so I'll write down directly here Uday space Parmar. Yeah, because this is how I have to tell Excel that what I want here. Okay, Uday space Parmar. Okay, I press enter. So now Uday space Parmar is written over here. I press enter and now I have to press Control plus E. If I press Control plus E, now the things are written like this. Okay. I can also do one thing, that suppose if I want to write down here the email ID, suppose. Okay. And my email ID is consisting of first name dot second name and then at the rate something. Yeah. So if I want to create here an email ID, that also I can do it here. I can select all these cells. I write down here in the first cell, Uday dot Parmar at the rate gmail.com, suppose. So I have to show one example to Excel that what I want here. So I'm creating an email ID, uday.parmar at the rate gmail.com. Press enter. And now I'll press Control plus E. When you press Control plus E, you get all these email IDs. Very easy. Sami.rohatia, Akash.patel, Sonil.shah, Vivek.jain, Paul.adams. You can also write down the first name, last name, you can also write down the last name dot first name at the rate gmail.com. Yeah, it's not always that you have to start with the first name only. You can also go with the this one. Yeah, I can also write down like this, that I select all these cells. I write down here Parmar Uday. Yeah, this also I can write down Parmar Uday. I'm not putting any dot or anything. Parmar Uday at the rate gmail.com. Press enter. And now I press Control plus E. So see, now accordingly it will create the email IDs. Rohadia Samir, Patel Akash, Shah Sunil, Jain Vivek, Adams Paul. So you must have seen that whenever you created your Gmail account or Yahoo Mail, okay, I don't know that how many of you are having the Hotmail account or how many of you were having Hotmail account in the earlier days. But yeah, whenever you are creating your email account, then what happens that whenever it is asking you your name, so in the name, it will only expect the text over there. So whenever you are writing some numbers in the name box there, then it will give you some message that please enter only text. If it is asking you the birth date, then if you write down some text over there in the birth date column, then it will give you some message that, okay, please enter the correct date over here. So what is this one? These are all the examples of the data validation. So it is very, very important whenever you want to collect the data, before you start collecting the data, you try to check the format and you can put the proper data validation rules. And then once you put up the proper data validation rule, then you get relaxed and then you wait and see what kind of data you are getting. But at least your 80 to 90% of your tasks will be completed. Yeah, because you don't have to check each and every record, whether in the name column you are having the text or numbers or date, likewise. So now we'll be starting with the process of creating those data validation rules. So here we are having different use cases. So we are having here whole numbers, text, date. I'll be also showing you how to create the drop-down list. So let us start with, first of all, the whole numbers. So I want to create here in these cells, in all these cells here, starting from C4 to C12, I want to put here whole numbers only, but I want to accept only whole numbers which are between 10 and 100. This is just an example, okay? So I want to accept these whole numbers in these particular cells where the whole numbers range will be between 10 and 100. So see, I can select one cell also and I can put the data validation rule, or I can select multiple cells also. So let us select here multiple cells. Now here I want to create the data validation rule. So what I'll do after selecting all these cells, now you go to the data tab. Okay, go to the data tab here, and in the data tab, you will see here one small button in the data tools tab, and this button, it is known as the data validation button. Okay, so select all these cells below the whole number title. Then you go to the data tab. In the data tab, you click this button here known as data validation button. You can directly click here. If you click this drop down here, then you will see here three options. You are having here data validation, circle invalid data, and clear validation circles. These two topics I'll be taking in the next sheet, but just now we'll be clicking only the data validation button. Or you can click directly this icon also. Both are fine. So let us click this icon here. Now, when you click this icon here, data validation icon, then here this dialog box will come up. So this is known as data validation dialog box. First of all, here it is having the three separate, you can say, screens. Okay. So, or tabs, you can say. So we are having the settings, input message, and error alert. We'll start with the settings first of all. Now in the settings, we are having here validation criteria. So it says here allow, that what do you want to allow in these selected cells. So in the allow, I click this drop down here. And when I click on the drop down, I'm having here various options like whole number, decimal, list, date, time, text length, custom, etc. So here I want to create a rule, data validation rule for the whole number. I want to accept the whole number, which is between 10 and 100, let's say. So in the allow, I select here whole number. So whole number is now selected here. Now, once you select the whole number, then it is asking you this another option, that is, what do you want to have in the whole number? So here I can select between, not between, equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. So let's say I want to have the whole number between 10 and 100. So I'll select this option here between. You can go for any other option. I'll select here between, whole number between. And now when I select here between, then I have to write down here the minimum and maximum. So in the minimum, I'll write down, let's say 10. Minimum is 10 and maximum is 100. Minimum is 10, maximum is 100. This is my range, which I want to provide to my users. So 10 and 100 between whole number. Yeah, check this thing. This is fine. And now once you create this data validation rule, now you have to click on OK button here. And now the data validation rule is applied to all these cells. You can apply to one cell also. You can apply to two cells also. You can apply to 100 cells also. So let us check over here whether this data validation rule is working or not. So in this first cell, that is C4 cell, I'll write down here, let's say 45, suppose 45, press enter. So see 45 is accepted because 45 is between 10 and 100. Let me type here 97, press enter. So 97 is also accepted. Then let me type here 6, press enter. So see when I type here 6, so 6 is not accepted. Yeah, you have to press enter also after typing that 6 number. So when you press enter, then you get this dialog box here. It says, this is the title of the dialog box known as Microsoft Excel. It says this value doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So it is not accepting because I've created that rule. Now here, if it is not accepting, then here we have three options: retry, cancel, and help. Now help will give you some support, but these two buttons are more important for us, retry and cancel. So now what I have to do, I have to click on retry. So when I click on retry, so now I can, I have to remove the 6. And now instead of 6, if I type here 16 and press enter, so now 16 is accepted. Okay. So here I cannot type any other number which is not between 10 and 100. It will not accept any number here. Yeah. If I type here, let's say 108, press enter. So 108 is also outside our limit, outside 100. So that's why here again we are getting the same message. Now last time we clicked on this retry, but now let us click on here cancel. I click on cancel, so now that number is gone because it is not accepted. And let me now type here 87, press enter. So see 87 is accepted. Okay, so this is how you can put the data validation rule over here. Yeah. Now, suppose if you want to change the rule, yeah, then that is also possible. Let's say here, instead of 10 to 100, now I want to change the rule from 10 to 200. So it is very easy. I have to select all these cells here. And after selecting these cells, I have to go to the data tab. In the data tab, I click this button here, data validation button. And then this dialog box will come up here. Now see here, I've already created a rule. So that rule will be shown over here, whole number between 10 and 100. Now instead of 100, I'll type here 200 now. So 100 and 200. Okay. I click on OK button. And now here, if I type 189, press enter. So see 189 is now accepted because it is between 10 and 200. Yeah. If I type here 176, 176 is also accepted. But if I type here 201, press enter. So see 201 is not accepted because it is outside 200. Okay. So either I have to click on retry or cancel. So this is how you apply the data validation rule for the whole number. Now, similarly, if you are having here, let's say decimal number, you want to allow the users to also enter the decimal number. So see, if I type here any decimal number, let me type here 65, 67 because German format. So I type here 65.67, I press enter. So see, even though this 65.67 is within my range, that is 10 and 200, but it is not accepted. Why it is not accepted? Because this is not a whole number. This is a decimal number. So only I can enter here whole number. Okay. It will not accept the decimal number. Suppose if I want to accept also the decimal number along with the whole number from the users, then what I have to do, I have to select all these cells here. I have to go to the data validation button. And now here, what I have to do, allow. In this dialog box, allow, I click here. Instead of whole number, I select here decimal. Okay, so you select here decimal instead of whole number. The rest, we keep it everything same, suppose. So just change here instead of whole number, decimal. We click on OK button. So now let us check over here. So if I type here 65, 78, 65.78, press enter. So see, now it is accepted. Okay. If I type just 65, that is also accepted. So remember that when you want to have both the whole number and the decimal number from the users, then please select here decimal for the data validation tool. So decimal will accept both the things, whole number as well as decimal. But if you select in the data validation tool only the whole number, then it will only accept whole number. Then it will not accept the decimal number. So this is the difference between the whole number and the decimal number option in the data validation rule. Okay. So this is the rule. If you want to remove the rule, then you can select all these cells, click on this data validation rule, and then here you are having one option known as clear all. If I click on clear all here, clear all, I click on OK button. Now there is no rule here. So suppose if I type here 2025, press enter. So see, now it will accept anything. Whether I type here 2025, 89, or if I type my name here, Samir, everything will be accepted here because I have removed the rule. Okay, so this is how you can select all these cells, go to the data validation rule, and here, if you applied some rule, if you want to remove it, you have to click here this button, clear all. Okay, good. So this is about the whole number and the decimal number we have seen here. Now we come to the text length. Okay, now what is this text length here? So suppose if you must have seen some of the forms where they are asking you some remarks or some comment. Now in comment, people will write down the whole Bollywood story also if you want. Yeah. So in comment, what they do that they put some restrictions. Sometimes you must have seen that they also put some restrictions on the text for, let's say, the first name and the last name. Suppose if you are having a very long first name or very long last name, then in some of the, let's say, the manual forms, you must have seen that they are showing you boxes. So the boxes may be around 15 to 20, not more than that. But suppose if you are having very long name, then that kind of restriction can also be placed over here. Okay, especially for the remarks, comments, you can put some restriction here. So here we can create a data validation rule for the text length I'm talking about, not the number of words, but the text length. So what we can do, we can select all these cells, select all the cells, click this data validation button. Now here we want to create the rule for the text length. So after selecting all these cells, click on the data validation button. Then in this dialog box, what we'll do, first of all, in the allow, we are having here the option known as text length. So allow text length, that we have to select first of all, just as we earlier used whole number in the decimal. Here we have to use the text length. Now, once you select the text length, then you can again decide. Yeah, you can also say that, okay, I want to have the text length which is less than 20, or maybe it is greater than 20, or it is between these and these. So you can define. So let's say if I select here that it is less than or equal to, okay, text length is less than or equal to, let me write down here 10. Okay, I'm happy with the 10 characters only. So text length is less than or equal to 10. I click on OK button. And now if I type here management, if I type management, press enter. So see, management is accepted because management, the number of characters is 10. Now if I type here administration, okay, now administration is containing 14 characters if I'm not wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 characters are there in the word administration. Now I have put the rule for the text length which is equal to, which is less than or equal to 10. Here we are having 14. If I press enter, then I'm getting that same dialog box, the same error message, that is this value doesn't match the data validation restriction defined for this cell. So either I have to click retry or cancel. Let me click on cancel, so it is gone. Now let me write down something else here. Let me take one example here. Okay, let me write down here my okay, my brothers. Okay, my brothers, suppose this is the text. So how many characters we are having here? My is 2, and then brothers is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 and 2, 10. So here we are having the text length equal to 10. If I press enter, I'm still getting the error here. Why? Okay, though my brothers is containing 10 characters, then why it is containing the, yeah, because it is a space. Yeah, there is a space here. Suppose if I write down here my brothers together, if I press enter, so my brothers together, if it is written, it is accepted. But as soon as I write down my space brothers, press enter, so that space is also counted. Yes. Yeah. So here we have to take care of that part. That if you write down some space, if you put some comma, semicolon, any characters here, it will be counted as a character. So that's why we have to take care of that. Yeah. Okay. So this is how we create the rule for the text length here. And whenever we want to change it, now you know how to change the rule. It's not throwing error for me, the space. Check your rule, first of all, Sai. Okay. You check your rule. If you are putting the care and my brothers, I've written here, not my brother, I've written here my brothers. Okay, and if you give the space, it will 100% give you the error. But you check here the data validation rule, text length less than or equal to 10. This is what I've created. If after putting this rule, text length less than or equal to 10, okay, so this is for the text length here. Now let us go for the date now. So here also I can define the date here. Got it. Space is counted as character 2. I thought space is not accepted. No. Space is counted. Yes, space is counted as a character. That is what I said. Yeah. So here, let us now create a data validation rule for the date. So date also, see, sometimes you want to accept the date for, let's say, the last year from 1st of January 2024 till 31st of December 2024. You don't want to have any other date in the form. So for that purpose also, you can create a date data validation. So what we can do, we can either select one cell or we can select here multiple cells. Then we go to the data validation button. And now here we have to create a data validation rule for the date format. So here I have to click the drop down. In the drop down, you can see that we can create a date validation also and time validation also. Okay, I'll show you here date. So I click here on date. So date also, if I want to have some range of the dates, okay, then I can go for here between, or I can also say here that date has to be less than or equal to so much or greater than or equal to so much. So let me go for here between. Now here I'll write down the date. Let me write down in the German format here. So 01.01.2024. I want to start from 1st of January 2024. And end date I want to write down here 31.12.2024. If you are in India, you can put slash also, okay, or dash, you can try here. So I'm putting here dot 1st of January 2024 till 31st of December 2024. Yeah, I click on OK. And now here, let me type the date. So I type the today's date, that is 21.06.2025. Press enter. So definitely it will not accept. So cancel. Let me write down the last year date. So let's say 13/03/2005. Press enter. Okay, now here you see I've written also the earlier date, the last year date. Sorry, 2005. Sorry. I should write down here 13.03.2024. See, now it is accepted. Yes. Format you can try. If you are in US, then you can try for MMDDYY. Okay. If you are in India, you can try the DDMMYY. Normally, it will take the local settings. So that is how you can work here. Suppose let me type here the same date, but in the US format. Uh, so 03.13.2024. If I type in the US format, that is March 13, 2024, press enter. So see now in my case, it is not accepting because I have written in the US format. Okay. Yeah, because as such, my Excel assumes that this 13 is the month. It is not assuming that it is a day. It is assuming the month. So there are no 13 months. So that's why in my case, it is not accepting the date in the US format. Yeah. What is no between feature in data validation? So see, no between means if I put here the data validation rule, and if I go for here, let's say not between. Okay. So not between. 1st of January 2024 and 31st of December 2024. So what it will do, it will ignore this particular period. And I say that it should not be between this and this, then it will ignore this particular period. So now if I type here the same date, 13/03/2024, press enter. So see, now it is not accepting. Okay, because now this date is between that particular range. So now it is not accepting. Okay, good. Yes, Ron, you have written DDMMYY. Okay. So this is how we can fix up the data validation rule for the date. Yeah. Okay. So whenever you have some time, please do this practice here. Now comes another interesting part that is known as drop-down list. So what we have to do over here in the drop-down list. So see, many times you must have seen that whenever you are filling up the form, especially when it is asking you your country. So in the country block, there is a drop-down. So if you are living in US, you select US. If you are living in Africa, you select one of the country of Africa. If I'm Germany, I will select Germany. If you are in India, you will select India. Yeah. So whenever you are selecting that country, you have to select from the list only. It will not ask you to type the country name. Yeah. There are some few forms which will also ask you to manually type the country, but normally you must have seen the drop down. Now the question comes that why the forms are providing you the feature of a drop down. What is one of the main advantage of having that drop down, or at least two advantages you can say from the drop down? Yeah, because if someone is asking me, okay, Samir, please write down your country name. Yeah, country of residence, I'll write down easily Germany. But why still I'm getting that drop down? Yeah, I may have a drop down for the continent, drop down for the country, drop down for the sometimes the state also. If I select Germany, then Germany is having 16 states. So then it will ask me, okay, from which state you are. Okay, so from the list I have to again select my state. Yeah. Sometimes cities sometimes I have to write down manually, but the state and the country and the continent, this I have to select from the drop down. So now the question comes that why the forms are providing you the facility of a drop down. If we want to limit the input to a particular set of options. Okay, see what I can say that one of the another option of the drop down is this, that it is very easy. Yeah, we can select the drop down, select the country, and that's all. So first of all, it is very easy to uh, write down, okay, to fill up that particular thing. Otherwise, we have to type everything. Yeah, and also there is the problem of the spelling errors. Now, see the spelling errors is one of the biggest issue for the data errors. Let's say if you want to remove the data errors, then spelling mistake is one of the biggest problem. I'll tell you one example. Let's say uh, in India, we are having that Ahmedabad city. Unfortunately, as you know, that last week we had that plane crash. So that Ahmedabad, okay. So what people will write down, Ahmedabad. Okay, actually, this is the correct spelling in English, Ahmedabad. Now, some people will write down Ahmedabad. Okay, Ahmedabad. If a person is from that particular state, let's say I'm from that state, Gujarat, so people may write down here what we really say in our regional language that is known as Gujarati. So I may write down here Ahmedabad. Okay, in Gujarati it is known as Ahmedabad. Yeah, or some may write down here Ahmedabad. Okay, now see here, one city is having here four different spellings. Yeah. Now I'm not saying that this spelling is right or this spelling is wrong. People can write down in various options. Yeah. And another word that you must have heard for this particular city, which is the word that is known as Karnavati. This is another name for Ahmedabad. Okay, just like Bangalore became Bengaluru. Okay, Madras became Chennai, Kolkata became Kolkata was Kolkata only, yeah. So Bombay became Mumbai. Okay. So this is the earlier names, as you know, that they were given by the Britishers. So now this Ahmedabad is having this name, but definitely it is still not popular. Still people are writing Ahmedabad. Okay. So now what happens that when you are writing the same city in different names, then what happens? Suppose if I want to, let's say here I'm having the city column. So if I want to filter this particular city column, let's say by the word Ahmedabad, because I know that, okay, Ahmedabad spelling is this one. This is the correct spelling of Ahmedabad. So I will select, I will go to the search option and then I'll write down that, okay, please show me all those customers whose city is Ahmedabad. So when I type Ahmedabad, then it will show me only this particular record or maybe some other record which is having the same spelling. Even though all these other names are also exactly same, they are also highlighting the same city, but when I use this Ahmedabad as a filter, then it will show me only one record here. So this is the problem when you are doing the filtering of the data. Yeah. Normally we filter the data by country, by city, by state, okay, by gender. So when the things are written in a different manner like this, yeah, in our company also, when we are doing the filtering, let's say if I'm writing the word, the city known as Zurich. Okay, Zurich, as you know, it is in Switzerland. So Zurich is written like this. Then in the German format, it is also written like, let me change it to German here. So Zurich, Zurich. Okay, so here we have this two dot here above U. Yeah, so this is another way of writing the same city. So even in our data set also we are having the same issue that if I want to filter the data with the city known as Zurich, yeah, then if I write down the real Zurich word like this, then it will not show me this particular uh, uh, let's say account which is having this Zurich as a city. Okay, though both these are the same. So this is the issue. Yeah, when you allow the users to type the city name, type the country and all those things, then they will write down in different words. Yeah, they will also create some spelling mistake here. So coming back to this one, so now I'll show you here how to create a drop-down list. So very simple. See, either I can select, let's say in this cell only, I want to create a drop-down. I can select one cell. Let me select all the cells here because I want to create the drop-down for all the cells. Select all the cells, go to the data validation button here. And now in the data validation button, in the allow, you have to click here, what? List. Whenever you want to create the drop-down list, you have to select here list in allow. Okay, list allow. Now when you go for allow list, then here you can say that, yeah, it will also, normally it will show you in drop-down here. Now data. Now up till now we were clicking this data. We were saying here between, not between, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. But now for list, you don't require this less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, no. Okay, so this is disabled here because it's not required for the list. Now in the source, I have to write down the, let's say I want to create here a drop down list for the country. So in the source, I'll be writing here, let's say US, comma, UK, comma, comma, sorry. I've taken the German format here, yes. So US, comma, UK, comma, let's say Germany, comma, Kenya, suppose, comma, India, so on. Okay. So here I have written 5 country names. Okay. You can create here more countries also. Now see, in my case, I'm using here semicolon between the US and UK or any other country. You have to put comma, because this is again the German format. Maybe I must have told you this thing if I'm not wrong. So whenever I want to put here comma, I cannot put here comma in the German format. I have to put here semicolon, but you have to put comma. So I've created here a small list of the countries, and then I click here OK button. And as soon as I click here OK button, now if I select this particular cell, that is F4, you can see that we are having here a drop down. Yeah, click the drop down, and you can see the country's name here. I first of all select here US. Then I go to the second drop down, second cell, drop down. I click here Germany. Let me select the third drop down, Kenya. Fourth drop down, I select here India. Okay. Fifth drop down, I select here UK. Again, I can select here Germany and so on. Yeah. So see, now it is very, very easy. So this is how you can create a drop down. If anybody is having any issue, let me know. Yeah. So creating a drop down is very, very easy. Just select either one cell or whatever cells you want to select for the drop down. Click on the data validation button. You select here list in the allow section, and then here one by one you can write down here anything. Yeah, you can also create here a product drop down, customer drop down, yeah, continent drop down, whatever. You have to just put here comma, comma, comma. That's all. And click OK button, and now it is done. Then for the spelling mistake for any text, how to find the relevant text like Ahmedabad you mentioned. See, whenever if I want to do the filter here, yeah, then suppose if there is a separate column here, then what I have to do in the filter, I have to, when I click on the filter button, then I will be able to see the different names. Okay. So let me try over here. Okay, so let's say here I am having the city, and okay, so there is a city column here. Now I can create here a table. Okay, and now let me go for here filter. Okay, so here I'm creating a filter button. Yeah, filter is available in the data tab. Today we'll also talk about the sort and filters. Now I can click on the drop down here, and when I click on the drop down, you can see that here I can see the different names. Okay, so suppose here I'm seeing that okay, we are having Ahmedabad also, Ahmedabad also. Then maybe what I can do that I can also replace if I have yeah, here I can see that there is Ahmedabad also, so I can use the find and replace. Yeah, I can say that find Ahmedabad and replace it with Ahmedabad. Find Karnavati, replace with Ahmedabad. So then everyone will be Ahmedabad. Okay, so I can click here home tab. I go to the home tab. I click here this find and select. I click on replace. Now see here, I'm replacing this Ahmedabad with Ahmedabad. So replace what? Find what? Ahmedabad and replace with Ahmedabad. Okay, so this Ahmedabad will now go away. Ahmedabad is replaced by Ahmedabad. Replace. So I have to select first of all, I have to select this column. Go to find and select replace. Now I can replace Ahmedabad with Ahmedabad. Now it is done. You see, now that here we were having Ahmedabad, that Ahmedabad is now replaced with Ahmedabad. So now if I go to this drop down, now here I cannot see that Ahmedabad. Now Ahmedabad is gone. Yeah, so this you have to do it. Yeah, but better that when we are providing the list, when we are preparing the drop-down list, then these issues will never come. Okay, that's why we always say that whenever you want to give some options, yeah, where you or whenever you have a feeling that okay, people may commit some kind of spelling mistake, then you can create this kind of drop-down list. Okay, good. So here we have created a drop-down list. Can you repeat again about the date? Date, what I said, in the date, I select all these cells here, go to the data tab. In the data tab, I can click the data validation button. And here I have taken the date data validation rule. Earlier I selected here between. Yeah, you can select here between or not between. I've selected here, let's say between, and between date, I've put two dates here. 1st of January. Yeah, I would say that I think so. Ron has mentioned here, I can write down like this, DDMMYY. So 01/01/2024. So my start date will be 1st of January 2024, and my end date, you can write down here 31/01/2024. Okay, so I want to only have the date between these range, 1st of January 2024 and 31st of December 31/12/2024. Yeah, if I click on OK button, then here it will only accept the date which is between these two range. Yeah, if I mention here today's date 21.06 or /06/2024, then here it is accepted. Yeah, sorry, it was 2024, but if I go for 2025, there was no any option for, let's say there was no chance for giving any kind of water to the plant, but now today and tomorrow I have to give some water here. Okay, so summer, good. So now let us go further here. Now see here, we have created a small drop-down list. Now, as you know that if you search the number of countries, it is 24 degrees here. Okay, good to know. So suppose if you want to create the real country drop-down list. Now, if you search, it will be more than 200 countries. So you can manually type those 200 countries in that source option, as we have seen over here. Yeah, this button. So here in the source, you can type after every comma, you can type the name, but you have to type 200 plus countries. Okay, and plus you have to also check that whether your spellings are correct or not. Now, if you want to save your time, yeah, by not typing those 200 plus countries, what you can do, if you search on Google, you'll be getting the list of all the countries. Yeah. So the easier option will be that you go to Google, search the list of countries, copy that list, and then here, just for the example purpose, I have created already the list. Okay, this is just a small example where I've taken only 4 countries: Thailand, Malaysia, China, and Singapore. Okay, but likewise, you can put here 200 countries also. Yeah, so your job will be very, very easy. Okay, nowadays we are talking about AI tools, which is making the life very easy. Yeah, so we don't have to do those repetitive tasks. So here, let us assume that I've copied the list of all the countries. Now what I want to do, I want to create here a drop-down list, and I want to use this list, which I'm already having here in the drop-down. I don't want to type manually Thailand, Malaysia, China, Singapore. So how to do this thing here? How to create a drop-down list from this list here? So it is very, very easy. What you have to do, you have to select all these cells, either one cell or all the cells. Then you have to click on this data validation button. And once you click on the data validation button, then here you have to select again what? List. Okay, so list is there. So list is selected. Yeah, here we don't have to select anything. Now the source. Now this is important. So up till now, what we were doing, we were typing here in the source manually the name of the countries. But now in the source, we will click this up arrow key. On the right hand side, there is a up arrow key. You click this up arrow key. Now when you click the up arrow key, then here you are having the small dialog box here. Okay. Again, I'm repeating. You have to click here, list, allow list, and then you have to click here this up arrow key in the source. Once you click on the up arrow key, then this dialog box will become smaller. And now what you have to do, you have to select this list here. Okay, with your mouse, you select all these 4 countries. Yeah, even if you're having 200 countries, you can select all the 200 countries here. You select all the list here. So here, that range will come up in this drop down, sorry, in this dialog box, equal to $H $5 colon $H $8. Yeah, so whatever the list you are having, it will show you the range here. Now, once you are having the range, then you have to click here in this dialog box, this down arrow key. Okay, here on the right hand side, you click this down arrow key. When you click the down arrow key, you are back over here. You are back to the main window of data validation. And in the main window of data validation, now you can see the source. In the source, it is written here equal to $H $5 colon $H $8. Yeah, so it is taking from H5 to H8. Okay, so that's all. Okay, list. Here we have taken the range by clicking this up arrow, selecting the range, and then coming over here. Now I can click on OK button. And now if I select this particular cell, let's say G4 cell, if I click on the drop down, you see I'm having the list. I can select here Thailand. In the next drop down, I can select here China. Third drop down, I can select here Malaysia. Yeah. So this is how you save your time. Yeah. Suppose if you want to create a drop down for the cities. So just imagine that how many cities are there. Even if we talk about one particular country also, there are many cities. So simply you can copy the city list, paste it over here. Now see, remember one thing, that what you have to do here, just for the example purpose, I have pasted the list here. But what you have to do, you have to create a new sheet, and in the new sheet, you paste all the countries or all the cities over here. And then once you create a separate sheet of the cities or country, then what you have to do, you have to hide this particular sheet. Don't allow your colleagues to see this particular sheet, because what will happen then, they can modify it. So once you create a new sheet of all the countries, you can right click here and you can click on hide. Okay, so they'll not be able to see this particular sheet. They'll not have any idea that from where this list is coming. Yeah, so this is very, very important. Yeah, here just for the example purpose, I have placed it on the right hand side. Otherwise, I don't do like this. Yeah, but here I have shown you a shortcut for creating the list. Yeah, from the list we are already having, and it is now easy. Okay, suppose if I want to add here one more country. Let's say here I want to add, suppose Canada. Okay, here I have added Canada, but here in the drop down, I will not see Canada immediately. What I have to do? I have to select all these cells. I have to go to the data validation button. In the data validation button, what is my source? It is equal to $H $5 colon $H $8. Okay. So instead of 8, yeah, it is up till here till Singapore 8. Instead of 8, I'll type here 9. Yeah. So dollar equal to $H $5 colon $H $9. Instead of 8, I have changed it to 9. OK button. If I click this drop down, now I can see here Canada also. That's all. Yeah. So whenever you modify this particular list of the countries, if you delete some countries, if you add some countries, then you have to change the range here. Okay, you have to change the source here. That's all, the source range. and then it is done. Even here, if I want to change the answer, instead of Thailand, I can select here Canada now, because now it is available here, this option. Good. So this is all about the various options in data validation. Still, we are not done with the data validation, but any question from your side up till now? Anything which you could not understand, which you are not able to do, please let me know. Custom options, you check it on your own. Yeah, and you let me know what options you are having. Yeah, this is one kind of a small homework. Just let me know tomorrow what is that custom options and what you can do. Yeah, you can try. You're having the custom. If your list is on another sheet, how you can do it? Yeah, so let's say if I'm having this sheet name, okay, let me type over here these names, okay. So here I'm typing the sheet name as countries. Okay, so I've created a separate sheet here, countries, where I'm having the names here. Let me give here the title, country, and these are the country names. Now what I can do here, I can select all these cells, go to the data validation button, and then in the source, I click this arrow, and in the arrow, what I'll do, I will select here, I will go to the countries here, country sheet, and the country sheet, I will select all these cells here. So see, now there is a difference. Now it is what it is written here in the dialog box here, equal to countries, exclamation mark, $B $3 colon $B $7. So now here it is mentioning the sheet name and then the range here. If your range is already in your same sheet, then the sheet name will not be written here that we saw earlier. But now because the range is in the other sheet, that's why here the sheet name will be written equal to countries. This is my country sheet. Yeah, and this is the range. I click on this down arrow button. So here I can see that source equal to countries, $B $3 colon $B $7. Click on OK button. And now here I can get the same list here. Yeah, if I type here, let's say France. Okay, if I type here France, then what I have to do, I have to simply change the rule. Okay, the range here, instead of last $B $7, I type here $8, $B $8. Click on OK button. Now I can select also here France. Yeah, so very easy. When you select the range, go to that new sheet and take the range and you come over here. Now, in this data validation thing, let me come back to this number here. Okay. See here I have created which rule? Let me check again. Okay, I've removed the rule. So let me put here again the same rule, whole number between 10 and 100. Okay. I recreate the rule because I removed here that rule. Now see here, when I type, let's say number 4, press enter. So here I'm getting a standard error message. This value doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So I can understand, see, suppose if I'm the user, you have defined the rule, I'm the user. Now, when I see this message, then I can understand that, okay, I'm not following some rule. Now, what is the rule? I don't know. Yeah, because I cannot see here the rule. I'm the user. Okay. So I have to click here, cancel. Now, suppose if I type here 65, press enter. So 65 is accepted. So I feel that, okay, maybe it is accepting some numbers. Okay, if I type here, let's say 95 also, press enter. So I have a feeling that at least till 100, I'll not have any problem. Okay, now as soon as I type here 102, press enter. So I'm getting the same error message. So I don't know. that what is the range over here. Yeah, if I know the range in advance, then it will be very easy for me. Okay, then I'll not commit any mistake as a user. So what we can do that whenever you are getting the standard error message, instead of the standard error message, if it is written here that please enter the whole number between 10 and 100, if that error message comes up, then I'll not commit any further mistake. Then I know that, okay, now I have to enter the number between 10 and 100. Yeah, initially when I'll type the first number, I may not have any idea about the data validation rule, but as soon as I commit one mistake, then this error message will come up, and in the error message, if I see the error message as this, that please enter the numbers between 10 and 100, then I'll not commit any second mistake. Yeah. So now I'll show you how to customize this error message. That is very, very important. Okay. Because otherwise you will get this standard error message every time. It doesn't make any sense. So how to customize this error message? Now in this error message, you can see that here we are having the title of the error message. By default, it is written here Microsoft Excel, and then this is the error message. And below you see we are having the button retry, cancel, and help. And plus you also see this icon, this cross icon here. This is also important. Yeah, there is a cross icon, retry, cancel, and help. Let me click on cancel. Now, if you want to customize the error message for these particular whole numbers, what you have to do? You have to select all these cells here. After selecting all these cells, you click on the data validation button. You go to the data validation button. Now here, you have already created the data validation rule. Whole number between 10 and 100. So this is done. Now, here on the top area, you can see that there are two more tabs here. Input message and error alert. First of all, we'll go to the error alert and then we'll come back to the input message. So from settings, you go to this error alert tab. So you click on error alert here. And once you click on the error alert, then here it says show error alert after invalid data is entered. Yeah, so there is a tick mark here. So every time it will show me the error alert. If I don't want to have this error alert, I can remove this tick mark and now there is no error alert. Okay, but this error alert is very, very important for the user. So I put here again this tick mark. Now the style, I'll come back to the style, but before that, let us focus on this title and the error message. So I showed you earlier that error message. You also saw that our error message, it was written on the top area, Microsoft Excel, and below there was the error message. So here in the title, I'll write down here, enter whole numbers. Yeah, my title will be enter whole number. This is just one example. Now error message. What error message I can write down here? Please enter any whole number between 10 and 100. Okay. So please enter any whole number between 10 and 100. Okay, that's all. So here you can give the title, enter whole numbers, and then the error message is please enter any whole number between 10 and 100. Click on OK button. Now you see here, if I type here 156, 156 is outside the range. I press enter. So see, now you see the error message. Enter whole number. Please enter any whole number between 10 and 100. So see, now I'm clear that I have to put the number between 10 and 100 only. So next time I click on here, cancel. Now instead of 156, I'll type here, let's say 78. 78, press enter, and 78 is accepted. So now I'm very clear that what is the data validation rule which has been applied over here. Yeah, you must have seen that when you are filling up the form also, if you, let's say if it is asking you to create your username, So username also, if they don't want you to allow the special characters like @ yeah, hyphen, and exclamation mark and those things, then if you are writing your username, and the username, as soon as you put some special character, then when you press enter, then it will tell you that, okay, please do not use the special characters. Please do not use so and so special characters in the username. So then where you are clear. Yeah. When you are generating the password also, if you are creating some password, and if the if their policy is to have minimum 12 characters password, and if you are creating a password of only of 10 characters, then immediately it will give you the message that please create a password of minimum 12 characters. And that password should also have so and so thing. It should have one uh, capital letter, okay, some small letters, and plus it can also have some numbers and so on. So this is what we have to do. Okay, apologies, I had to step away. Can you show how to you created the error example again, please? Okay. What I've done here, whenever we want to create your own error message, you have to select either one cell or all the cells. You go to the data validation button here. In the data validation button, I've already created this data validation rule, whole number between 10 and 100. So this is in the settings area. Now from settings, you go to this error alert. And in the error alert, you can type here the title of your error alert. I've written here the title, enter whole number. And then below, whatever the error message that you want to show to your users, you can type over here. I have written here, please enter any whole number between 10 and 100. Yeah, so put your error message here in the error alert, give the title here, click on OK button. And now when you put here any number which is outside this range, let's say I put here the number 3, press enter. So now I'm getting this error alert. Okay, so this is how you customize this error alert. Very, very important. Yeah, my pleasure. Okay, so this is error alert. Now we'll be focusing on this icon, this red icon. So let me select all these cells here. If I click on the the data validation button, now in the data validation button, I will now focus on this error alert. In the error alert, I'll be focusing on the style. Okay. In the style here, in the error alert, if I click the drop down, then I'm having here 3 options: stop, warning, and information. Now stop is this one, the red cross. Then we are having warning. Warning is having this symbol, as you must have seen. And then for the information, we are having I symbol. Now, what are the differences between these 3 things? See, stop is one of the most hard data validation. Okay, it is very, very strict data validation, that it will not allow any other things except your data validation rule, which you have mentioned. Yeah, here if I mentioned that the number has to be, whole number has to be between 10 and 100, it will always ensure that it has to be 10 and 100 only. Yeah, so if you want to be very strict with the users in terms of gathering the data, then you select here the style, which is stop. Okay, but if you want to be little bit lenient to your users, then here you can select warning. Okay, I select here style warning, then I'll get this icon. Okay, this error message is same, but here I've changed the style to warning. That's all. I can click on OK button, and now you see here, if I type a number 123, which is outside my range, if I press enter, then here you can see that I'm now having the warning message. Yeah, this error message is same, which I've already created. Please enter any whole number between 10 and 100. Now it is asking you to continue. Okay, so in continue, it is asking you yes, no, or cancel. So suppose if I have a feeling that no, 123, though it is not following the range, but I still want to keep this answer here. I do not want to remove this answer. So here in this warning message dialog box, I have to, if I click here, continue, yes. If I click on yes, then this 123 is automatically accepted. Yeah, though it is not following the rule, but if I, because in some cases, you know that it is, yeah, you want to allow the users to accept some special numbers over here. Then you can go for the warning setting here. Yeah. So suppose if I type here, let's say 9, suppose. Now 9 is outside my character, my range, 10 and 100. If I type here 9, press enter. So now here you see the options. Okay. Yes, no, cancel, and help. If I know that this 9 is not following the rule, so if I click on here no, you want to continue, I click on no. So now 9 is not accepted. I have to type something else. I have to type here, let's say 11. Press enter. So 11 is accepted. Yeah. If I type here again 134, press enter, again I'll be getting this error message, but this is a warning error message. So if I feel that 134, though it is not following the rule, but I want to keep this 134 as it is over here, then I have to click here continue, yes. I click on yes, and now though it is not following the rule, it is still part of this particular table. Here, Prerna. Yeah. So if you want to be a little bit lenient with some data entry, then you can go for the warning error message. Similarly, there's one more error message here, one more style. That is, if I click on the data validation button here, in the style, instead of warning, I can also go for here information. So in the style, if I select here information, I'll be getting this eye icon. Okay, style is information. The title I'm giving the same, error message is same, no change here. I'm just changing the style here to information. I click on OK button, and now here if I put my some number, let's say 143, press enter. So 143 here, it says please enter any whole number between 10 and 100. So now here we are having separate options. OK, cancel, and help. Okay. So if I click on OK option here in the information style, if I click on OK, 143 is accepted. 143 is accepted. If I type here again 167, press enter, again it will give me this dialog box, information dialog box. Now instead of OK, if I click cancel here, if I click on here cancel, then this number will be cancelled because it is not following the rule, so I may cancel it. But here in some cases I may want to accept it here. So depending upon the style, you are having various types of buttons. Yeah. For the warning message, we were having yes, no, cancel, and continue. For this information button, we are having yes, cancel, and help. Okay. So you decide what kind of style you want to create here. And normally I would go for stop. If I want to be really strict here, I would go for stop. Okay, so it depends, because see, in some cases, what you can do, for some cases you can keep the warning style. For some data validation rule, you can go for the information, and so for some data validation rule, you can go for the stop. It all depends upon how much serious you are there for that particular data. Okay. So these are the various information style. Now let me select here stop again. Stop in the style. Now see, what is this error alert? Error alert means that when I commit a mistake, then I get this error alert. Now, many times you must have seen that if you are creating an account in one particular website, then you have to fill up the form. Now, during the form filling here, let's say you want to, that particular website will ask you to create your username and password. Now, for password, if you know in advance that, okay, I have to create a minimum 12 characters password, and these 12 characters should have one capital letter, small letters, and the numbers, and maybe some special characters. So if you know this message in advance, then what you can do here, you will not commit any mistake. Yeah, because you are already knowing this thing in advance. What is the issue with the error alert? That the error alert will always come after you commit a mistake. Okay, you are expecting that the user will commit a mistake and I should have this error message. But what is the best thing here? Before the person tries to commit a mistake, let us try to provide some information in advance to that user. Okay, so for that purpose here, we are coming to this another tab here, which is known as input message. Sorry, what you are having here? Yeah, I will check it here. Just now, just give me a moment. So here we have to, after this error alert, we go to this input message. Okay, come to this input message. Now in the input message, there is a tick mark here, show input message when cell is selected. That's very perfect. Okay, this tick mark has to be there. Now the title. Now what I'll give the title, I'll give the same title, just like my error alert, enter whole number. Okay, here for the input message, come to the input message panel. In the input message panel, I'm typing here the title here for the input message, that is enter whole number. And then here, I'm typing the input message, the real input message. So I'll write down here the same thing. Please enter any whole number. Yeah, any whole number which is between 10 and 100, suppose. Okay, so I'm typing here the input message. Please enter any whole number which is between 10 and 100. And my title of the input message is again the same thing, enter whole number. Okay, so this is done. Input message is ready. I click on OK button. Now you see, if I select this cell, this empty cell, immediately I get this input message. Enter whole number. Please enter any whole number which is between 10 and 100. Yeah, so now I know in advance that, okay, this is what I have to do. So if I type here any number, let's say 94, press enter. So 94 is accepted because I know that I have to put the number between 10 and 100. So that is the advantage of the input message here. Now suppose, yeah, there are people, very, very smart people, that even after reading the this input message also, still they will commit a mistake. Maybe intentionally or unintentionally, you never know. But here, suppose if after reading this input message, if the person commits a mistake, then what? So instead of 190 here 94, I'll write down here 194. 194, press enter. What you are having? You are still having the backup of the error alert. So you should have two things here. First of all, you should set up the input message. Yeah, set up the input message, and then you should also have the backup of the error alert. Yeah, do not totally rely on this input message, because maybe the person may not have read that input message. It's possible the person is in hurry and he or she may just type the number and they may have some error. Yeah, so always have these two backups, input message as well as the error alert. Input message is used to provide the information in advance to the user that this is what you have to do here in this particular cell. Yeah, so they are very clear. Rule. So I select all these numbers here. Okay, select all the numbers, go to data validation button here. And in the data validation button, I go to settings. And in the settings, I click here whole number between what? 10 and 100. Okay, so here I've selected all the cells, including those cells which are already having the number also. So I've created a rule, whole number between 10 and 100. If you want, I can also customize the error alert, input message, everything. Yeah, that you can do it on your own. Yeah. So here now, after creating this rule, I click on OK button. Yeah. Now, see, here already it is 800, 700, 250. Now see, I have set up the rule between 10 and 100. So definitely these numbers are not following my rule. So it is possible that I may have, let's say, 10,000 values in one particular column, and there are some cells which are empty, some cells which are having these kind of numbers. So I want to check that which numbers are not following my rule. The numbers which are already mentioned over here, I want to know that which numbers are not following my data validation rule. So what I'll do now, I'll select all these cells here where I've already applied the data validation rule. I will go to this data validation button here, and the data validation button, I'll click the drop down here on the top area. And here I'll click the second option known as circle invalid data. Circle invalid data, I click it. So see, now it is showing me here these three circles which are not following my rule. So select all these numbers here, go to the data validation button here, drop down, and you click the second option known as circle invalid data. That's all. Okay. So here all these circles are there. So if you are having 10,000 values, it will show you all those circles which are not following the rule. Now what you can do with these circles? You may have a thought that, okay, instead of 800, maybe because I wanted to type here 80, but by mistake, I may have typed here 800. It is possible. So what I can do, I can select this number here, 800. And instead of 800, I will make it to 80 because I am having a feeling that it should be 80, not 800. So I type here now 80 in the cell, press enter. And you see that as soon as I type here 80, that red circle is now gone. Okay, because now 80 is following my rule. So what it says here, circle invalid data. Only circle which are invalid. So now here instead of 800, I've made it to 80. So this circle is gone. Now suppose if I want to keep these two numbers as it is, okay, I feel that no, this number it is not following the rule, but I want to keep these two numbers here as it is. So here the circle will be there. Okay, now sometimes we don't like the circle here, and especially the red circle here. So if I want to keep these two numbers 700 and 250, and I don't want to see the circle here, you must have seen this third option here in the drop down, the data validation drop down, that the third option is known as clear validation circles. Clear validation circles, I click it, and now you see that these circles are gone, even though they are not following the rule. So here with this circle invalid data and clear validation circles, where we are doing here, where we are using that we are already having some numbers, we are having already some text, we are already having some date, and we want to check that whether whatever the dates which are written here in the column or whatever the text which are written, whatever the whole number are written, whether it is following the rule or not. If it is not following the rule, then I want to circle it. Okay, then I want that Excel should circle it, and then I should decide personally that whether I want to keep that number, whether I want to keep that text. If I want to keep that text, that number, and if I don't want to see the circle, I have to click this third option here known as clear validation circles. That's all. Okay. Now, what was the question here? Can you show us how to remove a drop-down data field? So let me select here all these cells here. Okay, or I can select one cell also. Let us select this one cell. I click on the, I figured it out. Okay, okay. Yeah, simply you have to click on clear all here. Clear all, okay. And now you see that here there is no drop down. Yes, the same method what I did. Yeah, good. So that's all for data validation topic. Any question from your side? Yeah, see, we have seen this topic in almost, you can say, 1.5 hours approximately. So please go for a. I created a list of all 200 countries. Yes. Hmm. Yeah, so it's very easy because this list is already there. So yeah, why you should type those things? Okay, even if you want to create some special list, you can go to Chat GPT. You ask them, yeah, ask Chat GPT to create that list, and then you put it over here. Yeah, save your time. Okay. So always now I'm having a personal feeling that we are just now worried about these AI things and all things. Definitely some of the jobs are getting affected, but at least I would say that because of this AI, there are a lot of tools which are available, and those tools are now helping us very easy. Yeah, it is supporting us, yeah, to make our job easy. Yeah, you must have heard about one particular AI tool. I don't currently remember the name, meeting.ai or notes.io, something like that. And with that, if you are having the Teams meeting which is going on, and many times if you want to note down some points, then there is a special tool. You can start that tool, and that tool will hear everything, and then it will create the notes for you. Yeah, if you want to say that, okay, please give me a summary of this particular Teams meeting, that Teams meeting may have gone for 1 hour, then that AI tool will give you the summary of that particular uh, this Teams meeting. Yeah. So suppose if you are doing something else also, let's say you are cooking something and you are attending some meeting. Yeah. So you, you can use this AI tool. I have to check that AI tool. You can also check that uh, AI tool for meeting team master. Okay, there must be many tools. I think so. Yeah. So yeah. Uh, AI tool for meeting minutes. Yeah, meeting minutes here. AI tool for meeting minutes. So we are having here AI note taker for ClickUp is there. Okay, then this is Otter.ai, Fireflies.ai, Meet Geek, and maybe you are talking about Team Maestro. So there must be many tools here. Yeah. So these are very, very good tools. But sometimes you have to check that whether your company policy is allowing these kind of tools or not, because my company is not allowing these kind of tool just now. So it depends. Yeah, I've seen many cases, especially with the government department in US also, they are not allowing some of the apps. Yeah, and it makes sense. I'm not saying that it is wrong. It makes sense. Yeah, especially this TikTok. Yeah, TikTok is a major thing because you never know that what kind of data it is collecting from your this thing. Yeah, even this is my personal I would say thinking about this app known as Temu. Okay, TEMU, Temu, you know very well. Yeah, I'm having a my personal feeling that they are giving lot of free stuff. Let's say if you want to have that free iPad or this thing, they are giving you free. Now, why they are giving you free? Yeah, because that iPad is costing you. So, what is the reason for giving you free of cost? And there are many items which are coming at a very low price. So, you must have seen that Temu, I cannot open the Temu website on my, let's say, my laptop. I have to put it, I have to download the app, and then I have to order. So, there I'm having some kind of a doubt that why it is forcing me to download the app only. Why I cannot, let's say for Amazon, I can go for the app also. I can also say order something on their website also. Okay, on my laptop also I can do it. Why this demo is telling me to download the app, and why it is giving me a free iPad or free any something like that. Okay, what is the purpose? I always try to think like that. Okay, maybe if they are giving me a free BMW car also, I will still think, yeah, I will not go for the app. That is what this is my personal thinking. Okay, I'm not saying that whatever if you are was purchasing anything from Temu or Shein, yeah, this is something wrong. But we have to. There are many applications which in the background they are taking lot of data. You never know, yeah, because whatever is happening in the background, we are not able to see anything. Yeah, so we are living in a very dynamic world. I always say this thing. Maybe I don't know whether I mentioned this example uh, about a fake Teams meeting. Did I mention about this thing? Fake Teams meeting? No. Okay. I always give this example in my other trainings also. What happens that this is a real example. Okay, real story. There was one MNC multinational company in which is based in Hong Kong, and they were having one branch, one accounting branch in London. Okay, so many times you must have seen that there are some different branches spreaded all over other countries. So this Hong Kong based company was having the accounting branch in London. So what happened that one of the accountant in London office, he got a Teams meeting invitation, and the Teams meeting invitation came from his CFO, Chief Financial Officer. Now, see, if you are working in the accounting department, if you are getting the Teams meeting from CFO, definitely you will accept it. Okay. So the person did the same thing. He accepted the Teams meeting. And then when the Teams meeting started on that particular date, that particular time, in the Teams meeting, he could see his CFO. Okay. He could see the CFO, his photo and everything. He could see the video. He also saw some two, three other people who were the top officials in the company, or who were the top officials in the accounting department along with the CFO. And then what happened that CFO ordered that accountant to transfer some money from some X account to some Y account. Okay. He said, okay, Mr. So and so, please do this thing. Okay. Please transfer this money. So the Teams meeting, it took place only for 5 minutes. Okay. And the CFO was only giving the instruction. He was not taking any suggestions from that accountant, just giving the instructions. You do this thing. That's all. And the Teams meeting was over. Then, likewise, these Teams meeting were taking. It took place every day for two times, one in morning, one in afternoon, and it went for 5 days, Monday to Friday. So 10 Teams meeting took place in that 1 week. Okay, and every time in this Teams meeting, this thing was told: please transfer the money from this account to that account. Okay. Then after 1 week, I don't know what happened, but then that accountant, he felt that something was wrong. And then he cross-checked. I think so he was too late. And then he found out that whatever the Teams meeting which he received, it was totally a fake Teams meeting. Okay. And the hacker who created that Teams meeting, he created that CFO figure. Okay. And with the deepfake technology. Okay. So he could create that person, and with some other two, three finance people also. And then he created the Teams meeting. He sent that Teams meeting. And then what happened that in the background, he also created the dialogues for the CFO, because CFO was an artificial person. So yeah, he cannot generate his own dialogues. So, but here this person, he created the dialogues, and then that CFO was just speaking those dialogues. That's all. He was not listening to anything. Yeah. That was the work which was done by that hacker. Today we are living in this world. And that hacker, he got around 25 million US dollars. He would transfer 25 million US dollars in that 1 week only. And today also that money is gone. Yeah, they don't know where that money has gone. No trace. Okay. So that's why we have to be very, very particular. I'm not saying that I am the perfect person, but I may also get fooled by various tricks. But yeah, but we have to be very cautious. Yeah, whenever we are getting this thing, yeah, because see, who will let's say doubt that Teams meeting? Because normally the Teams meeting it comes from the external person also, no doubt. But then that it will be showing some different email ID. But here she generated a Teams meeting from the CFO side. And also the question may come that okay, how could he generate that CFO figure and that voice also? The voice was also exactly the same because that person must have heard that say his CFO voice. So see, today, if I want to get the voice, I think so that I must have told you earlier that I go to the LinkedIn or Instagram. Yeah, normally this top official they attend lot of conferences and meetings. So there they will be speaking something. So I have to just take some small audio and then I have to yeah I can also get the picture and then that's all. And then with the tool I can create a deep fake person and then I can send it to you. Okay. So I think so. I told you earlier also that don't put everything on these kind of platforms, yeah, because you never know that when it will be misused. Yeah. So we have to be cautious, I would say, not totally do not ignore this platform, but we have to be cautious. Good. So coming back over here, so data validation, we can close this file. You can save the file, close the file because now we are done with this one. We are having just 4 or 5 more minutes, but let us start. So you can save this file, close this file. And now please open this another file, which is known as countfunctions.xls. Okay. Open this file, new file from the LMS that is known as countfunctions.xls. Sorry, countfunctions.xls. Yeah, if you want, I can also paste it over here. Let me close this file. I can also paste over here. Yeah, so if anybody wants to download immediately, I put up in the chat window. I upload in the chat window. You can use that file. Let me open that count functions again. Yeah, so I hope that you are all ready with the count functions. Yeah, so now in these count functions, there are various kind of count functions. So first of all, we'll start with the basic count functions. So we are having here count, count A, and the count blank. So first of all, we'll start with the count function here. So in this small table, we are having here a date, a whole number, a decimal number, a Boolean character, true and false. Okay. And then we are having here the error. This is the division by zero error. Now, you know very well that whenever you are typing a date, a number, whole number, decimal number, it is always right aligned. And whenever you are having the text is always left aligned. When you are writing a Boolean character like true and false, and then it is always center aligned. And when it is showing you the error, then error it is also central aligned, okay, or it is shown in the middle. So these are the three here. These are the various things that you have to remember. Now, what we want to do that we want to count here all these values. So here in the count function here in this cell B9, I will type count, equal to count, press tab button. So in the count, I can select value 1, value 2, value 3, etc. So equal to count, press tab button, and then I select all these values from A2 to A6, A2 to A6, bracket complete, and then press enter. So how many it has counted here? 3 only. Which are the 3? It has counted only these 3. Okay, so whenever you are using the count function, simple count function, then it will never count a Boolean character, it will never count a error. Okay, it will only count the date, text, and the whole number or the decimal number. That is what we mean by the count. Suppose if I remove this number here, 65.78, if I remove this number, then you can see that the count is 2, because count will never count the blank values. Okay, for blank values, we are having a separate function, which is known as count blank. So let me bring here that number again, 65.78, and it is now count equal to 3. Yeah, these are the 3 values which it will count. Now we go to the count A. So here I type equal to count A. Okay, count A. I press tab button. Now here also in the count A, I will select all these values. Okay, I select all these values. So it is A2 to A6, bracket complete, press enter. And now here for the count A, we are having here 5 values. Why? Because count A will count also the Boolean, it will also count the error. So count A will count everything except the blank. Okay, count A will never count the blank. If I remove here one number, then here you can see that the count A is 4. Okay, because here there is a blank value. So it will never count the blank cell here in the count A, but it will count all the other things. While here this count, if I double click here, I've written here in the equal to count bracket A2 to A6. And if I press enter, it will count only these 3 characters here, these 3 values. Okay, it will not count these 2 things. So every function is having some kind of a limitation. So you decide that what you want to count. If you don't want to count any Boolean character, if you don't want to count the error, then you can use the simple count functions. If you want to count everything except the blank value or blank cell, then you can go for the count A function, count A. And yeah, I think so, Trishanu, I think so this is clear now. Yeah, this is count A. So, and now if I want to go for the count blank, so here if I type equal to count blank, yeah, there is a function known as count blank, press tab button, and now in the count blank, I will select all these values again, these 5 cells again, so 80 to A6, bracket complete, press enter, and now here currently we are having count blank equal to 0 because there is no blank value here. Yeah, there's nothing blank. But if I remove, let's say these 2 cells, this 45 and 65.78, if I remove it, then you can see that the count blank is now 2. This count A is 3 because this is 1, 2, and 3, and count will only show you one value. Will only count this value, the date. Okay, count blank will count the blank values here. So this is the count blank. Okay, these are the 3 simple functions, basic functions here: count, count A, and count blank. Now let us go to a little bit complex thing. So we go to the count if. Please go to the count if sheet. In the count if sheet, what we are having here? We are having here a table, count if sheet. So we are having here the category, the department. So first of all, there is a main category. Within the category, we are having the department, and within the department, we are having the product. So this is the hierarchy here. Yeah, category is the top level. Below the category, we have department, and below the department, we have the product. Then in the product also, we have the different sizes, colors, their price per product. So this product is costing 499 US dollars. Then how many products are sold? So 1301 products are sold, and then it is calculating the revenue. So it is 649,199. Yeah, this multiplied by this, price multiplied by sold, number of items sold, it will give you the revenue. Yeah, so this is a simple table. Now, here we are having how many records? Approximately you can say around 300 records are available here. Okay, because these 3 records are not calculated, so 300 records are available here. Now we go to this area, and here we have to fill up this thing. So we are already having the department here. Yeah, in this department you can see that we are having dining, bedroom, living room, kitchen, entryways, bath, kids room, etc. So here we are having the department. And now what I want to do, that for every department I want to know that how many number of records are available over here. In this table, the table is containing 300 records. So out of 300 records, I want to know that how many records are for the kitchen department, how many records are for the dining department, how many records are for the kids room, let's say. I want to calculate the number of records. So here in this items column here, I want to write down one function, and that function will first of all take this kitchen word. Yeah, because I want to calculate the number of records for kitchen department. So it will take this kitchen word, and then this kitchen word will be searched over here. Where? In the department column, because in the department I'm having that word kitchen. So in the whole department column, it will search where the kitchen is available, and then it will count the number of kitchen words in this whole table, and then it will show you here the value. Yeah, it will give you here some value. Let's say out of 300, let's say there are 50 records which are related to kitchen. There are 40 records which are related to, let's say, dining. So here we will get those numbers here. Okay. So here what we want to do, we want to use here the count function. That count function will take this kitchen word. It will go to this department column. It will search where the kitchen word is available, and then it will give you the count of those kitchen words. Yeah. So here we have to take one condition. This is not a normal counting. Here we have to take a condition. So that's why here we'll be using one function which is known as count if. Okay, there is a count if and there is count ifs. Both are separate. So here we'll be going for a simple count if function. So in this cell, that is K4, I'll write down the formula equal to count if. Okay, select the count if, not ifs. Count if, press tab button. Now in the count if, you are having two parameters here, that is the range and the criteria. Okay, range and the criteria. Now, what is the range here? See, where I have to search this kitchen word, I have to search the kitchen word in this B column, because in the B column I'm having the department. So here in this count if bracket, I have to search, I have to select this B column. Okay, I can click from above, this one. Okay, B column B. Yeah. So this is my range, comma. Now I have to take the criteria. So criteria is this one. Here is my criteria. Yeah, kitchen. So I have to take this criteria, and this criteria is available in the J4 cell. So it is written here J4. And what is the range here? Range, I have to select this department column because it is containing that kitchen word. So that's all. So here in this K4 cell, I have to write down here equal to count if bracket B colon B comma J4. Let me complete the bracket, press enter. And now here you are getting 45. So if you want to check it here, the department, if I go for the filter button, so in the department, I go for filter, and if I remove this everything, if I select here kitchen, okay. And now here I'm having only the kitchen word, okay, kitchen records. And if you are able to see here below, here at the bottom left corner, it is telling you 45 of 300 records found. Yeah, 45 of 300 records found here. And that is what we get here, the answer. Okay, currently I'm not able to see it because I have to remove that filter. So let me remove the filter again. Yeah, and now if I see here, I'm getting the 45. So out of 300 records, we are having 45 records which are of kitchen department. Got the point? Count if. Yeah, why it is known as count if? Because if means we have to, whenever we are having the if, it means we are having a condition. Now what I have to do, I have to drag the formula down. Yeah, if I drag the formula here, so for dining now, it is 40, bedroom is 73, living room is 54, kids is 35, bath is 41 and 12, and entryways is 12. If I go for the auto sum, if I auto sum here, press enter, I'm getting here 300. Yeah, so all these values, if you add up, you will get 300, and that is correct. Yeah, so simply put your formula here in this cell K4. This formula equal to count if bracket b colon b comma J4, and then you drag the formula down. So we are having the relative reference here, and then if you want to have the total, you can also write down here equal to sum. You must have also seen this button here, no? I think so. Sorry. Yeah, so we are having here this auto sum button. Yeah, so you can select this cell here, select the cell, you can click on the auto sum, and then it will calculate all these values which are above. Press enter, and it will give you here 300. In this auto sum also, I can go for average, count numbers, mean, max, etc. Yeah. So this is done. Can you please repeat how to select the formula? You have to simply write down here equal to. Okay. In this cell K4, you have to write down equal to count if. And then from the drop down, you will see the count if. Press tab button. Press tab button on your keyboard. So it will create a bracket here. And then you have to, first of all, write down the range. Range, what I did here, I just selected from the top area this B column. Yeah, you can also select from here, from B3, you can go down till B303. But what I did, I just simply selected this column from the top area. So I got here this B colon B, comma, and then I have to write down the criteria. What is my criteria? I have to criteria is this one. I have to select this word, go to the department column, search where the kitchen word is available, and then give me the total number of kitchen words. So criteria is J4, bracket complete, press enter, and you will get here 45. Yeah, so this is how we calculate the count. You use the count if here. Yeah, just type over here, this formula equal to count if, not ifs. Even if you use ifs also, but this ifs is having a different format. But yeah, this you have to go for count if bracket B colon B, comma J4. And please put here comma. Don't put here in your case semicolon, because in my case I have to use semicolon. Yeah, you put here comma only, no semicolon. Then here we have to calculate the revenue. Okay. I want to calculate how to select criteria. Select criteria, you have to just select this one. Okay, you are getting that error. Yes, Sairi, first of all, you have to select here this word kitchen, that's all. After putting comma, you put here, you select this word kitchen, and it will automatically take here J4. Or you can also write down directly J4 if you want to do it manually. But I just click this kitchen word, and it will take here J4, bracket complete, and that's all. Okay, you are sorted. Okay. So this is the criteria. Now here we want to calculate the revenue. So revenue, we are having this column here. This is the revenue column, and I want to just add all those values for the kitchen, dining, bedroom, living room, etc. See, just these are the individual records: 649,199, 638,187. These are the individual records. But now I want to know what is the total revenue of the kitchen department, what is the total revenue of the dining department. So let us use here one another function for calculating the revenue, and that is known as sum if. Here we have used count if, and now here I'll be using the sum if. So in this cell L4, I'll type here sum if, not ifs, sum if, press tab button. Press tab button on your keyboard. It will give you this bracket. And now in the sum if, there are three criteria here, or three arguments, you can say like that: range, criteria, and sum range. Okay. So range and criteria. Now see here also what I have to do. I have to take this kitchen word, go to the department column, and then see that where the kitchen word is available. Okay, so I can go to this, I can take the kitchen word, I'll come to this department column. I will see here, okay, here I'm getting this kitchen word. Then I have to go to this particular column, that is the revenue column. In the revenue column, suppose if this is that value which I want to take it for one of the kitchen word, similarly, I will go to another kitchen word, take the revenue column, add it, and then I'll be getting here the revenue, total revenue here. Okay, this is here I want to calculate the total revenue. So equal to sum if bracket range. Now what range I have to select here? This range, the same range, B colon B. B colon B. Okay, now you put over here. You can click here on the formula bar, comma. Yeah, always remember whenever I'm saying comma, though I'm putting here semicolon, you have to put comma only. Don't get confused. Okay. So I put here sum if bracket B colon B. Then I have to put here comma and then criteria. Now where is my criteria? Criteria is over here in this table. So I have to select here this kitchen word, just like count if. I select this kitchen word, so it is J4 is my criteria. I put comma here, and now I have to select the sum range, that which range I want to sum. So see here we are having two range. One is the normal range where I'll be searching the word kitchen, and there is another range where I'll be doing the summation. So sum range, which sum range I want to select here? This one, H column. H column is containing all the revenue details. So I have to select this H column here, H column. And now here you can see it is written H colon H, bracket complete. That's all. Okay, so just check this formula equal to sum if bracket B colon B. It is my range, a normal range, comma J4. J4 is this one, kitchen word. Kitchen word I'll be searching in this B colon B. And then here the third criteria is the sum range. So this column I want to sum, H column. So I've selected here H column. So it is now written here comma H colon H, bracket complete, press enter, and you are getting this value. Yeah, this is the total revenue for the kitchen department. Similarly, I can drag the formula down. Yeah, and here I'm getting the total revenue for all the columns. Now here we want to calculate the average cost per item. Okay, so here you can see that we are having these individual prices, yeah, for the different products. So this is 499, this is 699, 549, 599, yeah, 499, 699. I remember whenever I see these figures, yeah, especially those people who are from India, you can correlate that we are having a shoes brand which is known as Bata. Yeah, Bata was the first company to come out with these kind of prices, 599, 699, etc. When I was in India, I was under the impression that Bata is a Indian company. But then later on, I came to know that Bata is not an Indian company. It is a Czech company, Czech Republic. Yeah, it is having its headquarter in the. I saw it in one of the store, very big store in Prague. So whenever you are going to Prague, you can visit that Bata, the showroom. Yeah. So Bata is not an Indian company; it is a Czech Republic company. So these are the prices. Okay, now many companies are going for these kind of prices here. Yeah. So uh, see here, even this price is also having some kind of a calculation. Yeah. Suppose if I tell you that, okay, if you ask me, Samir, what is the price of these shoes? I'll say, okay, it is costing you 1,000 euros. Yeah. Or let's say 1,000 Indian rupees, suppose. So then maybe you have a thinking that, okay, oh, 1,000 is very, very costly. But as soon as I say you 999, okay, then that psychology effect comes up that, okay, it is not 1,000. It is below 1,000, though it is just a difference of 1 rupee only, but that is how this thing works. Yeah. So in many other cases also they are using this strategy. So now what we'll do that we want to, here we are having the individual prices, and I want to know what is the general average price. Suppose if I'm in the kitchen department, one product is costing me 500 euros, another product is costing me 599, third product is costing me 699. So I want to know what is the average price of all the products which are available in the kitchen department. Yeah, I want to just know that I want to compare the average price of the kitchen department with the, let's say, the living room department. So here in this column, we want to calculate the average cost per item. So here we'll be using the another function which is known as average if. Average if. So here I'll be writing the formula equal to average if. Here also we have average ifs, but that we'll be using in the another sheet. So we'll be writing here equal to average if. Okay. Average if, press tab button. Now in average if also, we are having the three arguments just like sum if, range, criteria, and average range. So what will be my range? Range will be the same, B colon B. So let me write down here directly, B colon B. I can also type directly here, comma. Then criteria. Criteria is this one, kitchen word, criteria, comma. And now I have to write down the average range. So average range will be, I want to select here this range, F colon F. Okay, this F column I have to select. So here I'm getting F colon F. Yeah, because I want to do the averaging of this price column. Bracket complete, and that's all. So this is how we use the average if. Average is equal to B colon B, that is this department column. Then I have to put here comma, then J4. J4 is my criteria, comma, and then I have to tell for which column I want to do the averaging. Okay. I can also do the averaging for this sold column, revenue column also. Yeah, it is also possible. It is not always that I have to go for the price column only. I can also take here sold column and revenue column for the average. And once I press enter, I get here the average cost per item. So in kitchen department, on an average, the product is costing you around 26 US dollars and 30 cents. I can drag down, and now here you can see that the highest cost, average cost is coming for living room. And definitely it makes sense, okay? Because in living room, we are having sofa and yeah, some kind of in between the chair and all those things. Yeah, dining thing. Yeah, dining is a separate section here, but yeah, living room, the prices of the products are very costly. Yeah, they are very high. Yeah, bathway, they say definitely bath is taking less amount. So just drag the formula, and here you are having the average if. Yeah, so in the count if sheet here, we have used three functions here: count if, sum if, and average if. So if these three functions are clear, then it will be very easy for you to understand the third set of functions, which is known as count ifs. Okay, and these functions you'll be using in your project now. Yeah, so focus over here. So in the count ifs, we'll be also seeing here again the three functions: count ifs, sum ifs, and average ifs. Yeah. So here we are having a small table just for the example purpose. And here I'm having a data, that is, I'm having the name here, the days, and some numbers. Okay, some sales numbers, let's say. Can you repeat? Average if. Yeah, average if, what I've done here, equal to average if bracket b colon b. Yeah, if you want, I can type here again, equal to average if, press tab, and range is same, b colon b. I can select this b colon b, where I have to search the kitchen word, comma. I put the criteria. Criteria is this word, same kitchen word, comma. And now it is asking me that which range you want to average. So I want to average this range because I want to know that what is the average cost per item or average price per item in the kitchen department. So I'll be selecting this F colon F. Okay, this F column I'll be selecting. So it comes over here, the last third criteria. Okay, and bracket complete. And that's all. Okay, good. And then you drag the formula down. Now we come to this count ifs sheet here. And in the count if sheet, we are having here the name, days, and some numbers. Okay, you can take any kind of number here. Now here, what it says, sum of sum of numbers belonging to Monday and John. Okay, so I want to just sum the numbers belonging to Monday and John. So here we are having these two criteria now. Now see here we are having two criteria, that name has to be John and the day has to be that is Monday. Okay, so here we are having two records, John and Mon. Okay, and what I want to do, I want to just sum the numbers. So these are the numbers. So first number is 10, the second number is 90. I want to just add 90 and 10. So here I should be getting 100. Okay, because this is 10. Okay, and here it is John and Mon, it is 90. So here I'll be adding 90 plus 10. Here I'll be getting here answer 100. That is what I want to do. So here we have to use two criteria. So that's why we are using another function which is known as sum ifs. Yeah, if we have only one criteria, we can use sum if function. But if we are having more than one criteria, then we have to use the sum ifs. So in this cell F1, we'll be typing equal to, yeah, let me make it bigger for you. Yeah, so here I'll type equal to sum ifs, yeah, sum ifs, IFS, press tab. Now in the sum ifs, now see here sum if and sum ifs, the things are a little bit different. In the sum ifs, first of all, I have to start with the sum range, not the range, sum range. Okay, in up till now, we have seen that the sequence is like this, that is the range, criteria, and then the sum range or the average range. But when I'm going for here sum ifs, then first of all, I have to write down I have to select the sum range, that which range I want to sum. So I have to sum this one, D colon D. Okay, D colon D. That is the sum range here. This I want to add, comma. Now after the sum range, now what it is asking you, criteria range 1, criteria 1, criteria range 2, criteria 2. So now I have to write down the criteria range 1. So criteria is, see here I have written separately Mon and John. Okay. So I can also select from here, or I can also select from here, this Mon and John. Yeah, because these are my two criteria here. So criteria range one, I will select, let's say here, John. Sorry, criteria range one, I have to select this column, name column. So it is B colon B, because from there I want to search John. So it is B colon B, comma. Now criteria one is now John, because from this column I want to search John. So I can also select here from John, or I can also select from here separately John. This cell you select it. So it is G2 cell. This is my criteria 1, comma. Now it is asking you criteria range 2, criteria 2. So criteria range 2 is now this column, C column. Okay, C column where I want to search the Mon or Monday. So C colon C is my criteria range 2, comma, criteria 2. Where is my criteria 2? Criteria 2 I've written over here separately, Mon. So I select this cell, G1 cell, where it is written Mon. And that's all, bracket complete. Okay, so check this thing. Equal to sum ifs, bracket. I have to start with the sum range, not the normal range, sum range. So sum range is this one, D colon D, comma. Then I have to put the criteria range 1. Criteria range 1 is this one that I want to search John in this B column. So I've written here B colon B, comma G2. What is G2? G2 is this place, this cell where John is written. This is my criteria 1. Okay, I want to search John in this particular column, B column. And then similarly, I want to search the Monday or Mon in C colon C. What is C colon C? C colon C is this one, the days column. This is my criteria range 2. So here I'll be searching Mon. So C colon C, comma G1. What is G1? G1 is this cell, which is my criteria 2. Okay. And bracket complete. So remember that in this, let me press enter. So it is showing me 100, and this is correct. Yeah, because this John and Mon, it is giving you 10, and this another John and Mon, it is giving you 90. So 90 plus 10 is 100. Yeah. So remember that in this sum if function, see sum if function, it is not compulsory that whenever we are having two criteria, then only we can use sum ifs. Even if there is one criteria also, then also we have two choices. Either we can go for simple sum if, or we can also go for sum ifs, even if we have one criteria also. Yeah? But normally when we have more than one criteria, then we use this sum ifs. We can have two criteria, we can have three criteria, 4 criteria, 10 criteria, it doesn't matter. Okay, so just remember this thing, that one by one we have to put, first of all, we have to start with that which column we want to sum, comma, then we select the criteria range 1, that column where we want to search the first criteria, then we write down the criteria 1. In our case, it is John. Then we write down criteria range 2, criteria range 3, criteria 3, and so on. Good? Clear? Yeah, this sum ifs. Yeah, let me check it here. Yeah, double click here. Yeah, I can also write down the formula here. Yeah. D colon D, comma, B colon B, G2, comma, C colon C, and G1. Yes. Okay. So you should be getting the answer here, 100. Yes. So now we have done here for the sum ifs here. Now similarly here it says count of numbers where they have John and Mon. So I want to count how many records here are having both the things, that is John and Mon. Okay, so here when I want to count the numbers, I have to go for here count ifs. So here let us write down equal to we make it here bigger. Yeah, so here I'll write down equal to count ifs. Okay, see why I always tell you that you have to press the tab button, because sometimes what happens that just now what we saw, that we may commit a spelling mistake. Okay, so normally when we are writing even the simple count also, then what we can do, just now it will show me here count, count a, count blank, count if, count ifs. I can now use my up arrow key and down arrow key, and then I can select here count ifs, press tab button, and see whenever you are following these kind of things, then you will never commit any spelling mistake. Yeah, so equal to count ifs. Now here in the count ifs, I don't have to sum, I'm not having here sum range or average range. I have to directly type here criteria range 1, criteria 1, criteria range 2, criteria 2. So what is my criteria range 1? I have to select here this B colon B, where I want to search the John, comma. What is criteria 1? Criteria 1 is this cell, G2 cell, comma. Then now I have to write down criteria range 2, that is this cell, this column here, days column, C colon C. This is my criteria range 2, comma. And then I have to write down here criteria 2. Criteria 2 is this one, Monday, Mon, which is available in the G1 cell. That's all. Bracket complete. Yeah. So B colon B, criteria range 1, criteria 1, criteria range 2, criteria 2, and so on. I can go on and on. Yeah. So it will give me here 2 records. Yeah, there are 2 records here of John and Mon. Okay. If anybody is still having any issue, let me know. Similarly here, for the average of numbers, okay, here I want to calculate the average of numbers. So in the average of numbers I'm having here for John and Mon. So see, when I do the summation, okay, summations here, it is 90 plus 10, it is 100. Now, if I want to do the average, then it will show me here 50. Okay, the average of 100, it is 50. So what I'll do here, I'll write down here equal to average ifs. Okay, average ifs, press tab button. Then I have to write down here average range, that which range I want to average. So I want to average this number range, this D colon D, I want to average here. So equal to average ifs, bracket D colon D, comma. Now I have to write down the same thing, what we have done earlier for the sum ifs. Criteria range 1, criteria 1, criteria range 2, criteria 2. So criteria range 1 is this one, B colon B, comma. Criteria 1 is this one, G2 cell, comma. Criteria range 2 is this one, C column, that is C column C, yeah, comma. And then I have to select here criteria 2. Criteria 2 is G1 cell. Bracket complete. That's all. Okay, so check this formula equal to average ifs, bracket D colon D, comma B colon B, comma G2, comma C colon C, comma G1 cell. Yes. Thank you. Press enter, and here we are getting the answer 50, because 100 divided by that, if you do the average divided by 2, it will give you 50. Yeah. So in your project, the first project that you'll be completing, so see, now I have shown you how to do the sum ifs. So you can start with your project also if you want. Yeah. The first project I'm talking about, the dashboard project. So there you'll be using the sum ifs. Yeah. And on the last day, as I mentioned, that last, say next Sunday, I'll be taking a special session on the project only. Yeah. But at least I would say that please start with the project. At least see that what you are having in the project, what kind of data you are having, what is expected from you. At least have some clarity. And then if you want, you can start with the project. And then wherever you are stuck up, then we can see on the last day. Yeah. So here we have seen all these functions, the normal count and county functions. If you are having any query, let me know. To select John and Mon from table, do we need to give particular cell number? Yeah, because see, we have to select the cell here, no? Because in the cell that word is written. I cannot, or what I can do, let us try one thing here, that instead of writing here G2 cell, suppose, okay, instead of writing G2 cell, let us write down in double quote John. Let us try here. So John, I'll write down in double quote, and let me press enter. And see, it is giving me still answer 50. Instead of G1 also, I can write down in double quote Mon. Yeah, Mon. Instead of G1, double quote Mon. Press enter and it will give me the same answer. So either you can try, you can write down the in double quote. If it is text, you have to write down in double quote. If it is in some numbers, you have to just write in the numbers. Yeah, you can also write down like this. Okay. Or you can also select here. Yeah, this B2 also. This is also fine. Yeah. We can also select here B2 where John is written, or let's say B10 where John is written, or here also, yeah, from the this column also you can select the particular cell. Okay, good. So I hope that this thing is clear. So let us switch over to the another file here. Yeah, this count functions is now done. Let us go to the sort and filters. Yeah, I think so. Today we'll be able to complete only the sort and filters, but it's fine. Yeah, macros will be taking it tomorrow. So open this file, a new file. You save the earlier files, count functions, you save it, and then you open this file, which is known as sort and filters. Yeah, so here we'll be seeing some different scenarios of sorting the columns and filtering the columns and all those things. Yeah, this is a very good exercise here. Already we have done some kind of sorting in the last session, but today here we'll be going for a special use case, yeah, related to the colors and all those things. Yeah, so are you all ready with this file, sort and filters? Okay, open this file, sort and filters. Okay, so let us start here. So first of all, we'll go with a simple sorting here. Let's say here we are having the different timings. Let's say this is the timings which is written in minutes. So we want to do the sorting here. Yeah. Now for sorting, I don't have to select all these cells here. I have to select only one cell. Just select one cell here in this particular time column. And then I can go to the data tab. Okay, either I can go to the data tab, and in the data tab, I can click here the sort option here. Okay, there is a sort button here. Okay, I can click here this button A to Z or Z to A. I can click on this first button, and now you can see that it is done the sorting. Okay, if I click this descending sorting, then it will show me the highest value over here, and then the other values are shown in the lower value. Okay, so you have to just select only one cell here, and then you can select this sort options in this data tab. Okay, you can also right click here, right click, and you can go to sort, and in the sort you can having here sort smallest to largest, largest to smallest. Yeah, we'll also see other things here, but so this is the normal sorting here for the numbers. Then if we go here, this is the smallest to largest, then here we have to do largest to smallest. So I can also select here one cell, right click, sort, and in the sort I want to go for largest to smallest. So sort largest to smallest I've selected, and now it is largest to smallest. 8,502, that is the largest value, and 950, that is the smallest value. Yeah, this is the simple sorting. Now here, I want to do the sorting of the whole record. So see, for the reference purpose, I've put here the yellow color because see, sometimes we have a feeling that, okay, if I do the sorting of the sales done column, then whether this Rita and this value 5,254, whether it will still match or not. After I've done the sorting, I want to ensure that Rita's sales are equal to 5,254 only. It should not change. Yeah. So this color has to be parallel. Okay. Both the yellow color has to be parallel. So what I want to do here, I want to do the sorting. So let me select here one cell, just as we have done earlier. Then I right click here, sort, and suppose if I go for sort largest to smallest. So I click on largest to smallest, and now you can see that it is done from largest to smallest, and still we can see this yellow color, it is matching. Yeah, it has not got disturbed here. Yeah, so it is still matching here. Yeah, even though we have done the sorting of one column, the sorting of the other column will automatically be done together. Then here we are having the date. So date also I want to do the sorting, so I can right click here, date, any one date, sort now see, whenever it is a date, it will show you these two options: sort or oldest to newest, and sort newest to oldest. Okay, so let me select here oldest to newest, this first option here, and now it is oldest to newest, 11th of July till 16th of July. Yeah, right click, sort, and sort over here. Now we go over here in this example where we are having the what it says here, sort by color. Use sort dialog box or right click sort menu. So here we are having the same table. We are having the salesman and the sales done, but now here we are having the different colors. We are having the fill color here or background color. So there are here two blue colors, one gray color, one green color, and these are some white color here. So here I want to do the sorting not based on the value. I want to do the sorting based on the color. So first of all, I want to see the blue color on the top area. Then I want to see the green color. Then I want to see the gray color. And then I want to see all the other white color. Okay. So I want to do the sorting based on the color. So how we can do it? We can select here one cell, any one cell in the sales done column, right click, sort. And now in the sort, I can go for here, what it says here, put selected cell color on top, put selected font color on top, put selected formatting icon on the top. Yeah. Now here, what I can do, I can do individually here. Suppose if I want to put this Rita and this value based on the blue color, if I want to put it on the top. So I can select this cell here, which is showing me 5,254, right click, sort, and in the sort, I can select here this option, put selected cell color on top. See, there's a cell color, there's a font color. This is a cell color, as you know. Now, suppose if I want to, I don't want to do it individually, one by one, because it will take a lot of time. Yeah. So what I can do, I can right click here, I can go to sort, and I can also go for here custom sort. There's an option in the right click known as custom sort, or I can also select here one of the cell, and here in the data tab, I can click this button sort. This button, bigger button sort, I can click it. And now here I can create the rule that how I want to do the sorting here. So the sort by, I click this drop down. And what I want to do the sorting, I want to do the sorting of the sales done column. So I select here sales done, sort by sales done. You select here sales done here. Then sort on. You want to do the sorting based on what? So here, if you click the drop down, you are having here 4 options: cell values, cell color, font color, and conditional formatting icon. Yeah, I've already shown you for conditional formatting. So suppose if you are having some icon here and you want to do the sorting based on some icon, then that is also possible. Yeah, cell values means these numbers. I don't want to sort based on the numbers. I'll select here cell color. So sort sales done by cell color. And now here I have to select the cell color. So I click this drop down here in the order. And now I'm having here three colors. And here you can see that we can have one white color here. I'll select first of all blue color, blue. Okay, I select here blue color here. And then here we have this of another last tab here, that is top and bottom. So I want to put this blue color on the top. So I'll select here top only on top. Now this is one rule. Okay, now I have to create second rule, that after the blue color, I want to have green color. So I'll create here another rule. So I have to click this button here, add level. Click on add level. So it will give me another level here. Then by, you see, sort by this blue color, then by. In then by, I'll click the drop down, sales done. Here I'll select cell color in the second option, cell color. And now here in the cell color, I have to select which one here? Green color. Let's say I want to put now green color after the blue color. So I select here green color. Now, once I've selected the green color, I have to also select here on top. Now see, on top doesn't mean that this green color will be on the top of the blue color. I repeat, if I'm putting here on the top, this green color, that doesn't mean that the green color will be above the blue color, because see, whichever color which I take first, and if I use this option on top, then this blue color will be always on the top. Yeah. So here, even if I put here on top, this green color, that what it means that first of all, it will take the blue color, and then after the blue color, it will always take the green color. Yeah. So blue and green is now ready. Now I want to have here gray color. So again, I can click on add level, then by. In the then by, I'll select here sales done. I'll select here cell color. Remember this thing, you have to select here cell color in the second drop down. Cell color, and then I can select here which one? Gray color. Okay, I select here gray color. Yeah, on top. I'll keep it like that. And that's all. Now I don't have to create here another rule for the white color, because white color, now see, that's the only color which is remaining. Okay. So here I don't have to put any rule for the white color here. Yeah. So blue color, green color, and gray color. I'm getting dark blue as part of the options for cell color. The salesman and the salesman are also switching places according to the sorting rules. Let me check here. Okay, first of all, let me complete this part. So here I've done this rule. Okay, I click on OK button, and now you see how the sorting is done. We are having first of all the two blue color, the green color, gray color, and then the white color here. Okay, as such, there is no white color. This is having no color. You can say like that. Yeah, these are the major colors here. And even we can check here that Rita is having this matching is there. Okay, so there is no problem in the sorting. Yeah. So what you are saying, I'm getting dark blue as part of the options. Yes. Yeah, just you check it here. My data is headers. Yes. Just check this thing. I think so it should be clicked. Yeah, this portion, what Rishan was saying. Yeah, and still if you are having any problem, you let me know. Sign. Yeah. My data is header. This normally it has to be checked automatically. So here, as I was saying that you can suppose if this rule which you have created, yeah, this you want to now put the green color below the gray color, then you can select this level and you can use this up and down arrow key. Okay, I can click on this down arrow key here. So now you can see that I'm having blue color, then gray color, and then green color. Click on OK button, and now this has changed. Okay, so that flexibility we are having here. Okay, so now this is done. Now let us go to this area below. Come to this table here. So here what it says, sort times for each racer, or sort times within racer column. So here we are having the various race tracks. We are having here the various racers. Now see, these racers are getting repeated. Isaac, Zaina, Logan, Isaac, Zaine, Logan, Oscar, Isaac, Zaine, Logan. So especially these three people, Isaac, Zaine, Logan, yeah, their names are getting repeated here because they have got the data for various race track. Okay. This is the age. This is not the age. Actually, this is the experience. You can say something like that. Yeah, this is not the age of the racer. Then we are having here the timing. Now see what I want to do, that I want to first of all sort this racer. Let's say because this racer, you can see that it is based on the uh, 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 so racer is having the text here. Okay, so first of all I want to do the sorting of the text, and sorting I want to do it from, let's say, Z to A. Okay, descending order. I want to do the sorting of the racer from Z to A, and then I want to do the sorting of the time column from smallest to largest. Okay, so I want to do the sorting of two columns together. The first column, racer column, I want to do the sorting from Z to A, and the second column which I want to sort, that is the time column, that time column I want to sort from smallest to largest. So how we can do this thing? Yeah. So we have to select here any one cell. Yeah, any one random cell you have to select here within the table. Go to the sort button here, and then the sort button I have to create again the level. So the first level, sort by, I want to sort first of all the racer column. So sort by what? Racer. Sort by racer, cell values. Okay, I don't want to use here the color because see this color I have given this color here, yellow color, just to ensure that they are aligned. Okay, even if I do the sorting, it should be aligned. Yeah, just now you see that this say it was good that we could identify that, and also Mohammed could identify that after the sorting the color mismatched. So here we'll be going for cell values, racer cell values, and I want to do the sorting from Z to A, descending order. So I select here order Z to A. So this is my first level of sorting. And what is my second level of sorting? Second level, I click here again, add level. And now in the add level here, I select the second one, that is the time column, because this time column, I want to do the sorting. So then by time also I want to sort by cell values, no color. And here I want to sort smallest to largest. Yeah, I'm having here smallest to largest or largest to smallest. I'll go for here smallest to largest. That's all. Yeah, here you can also put third column, fourth column, fifth column also. I've given only two column example, racer and the time. Yeah, I click on OK button. And now you see here that here Zaine is written first because we are starting with the Z, then Oscar, then Logan, 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 and then Isaac, Isaac, Isaac. Yeah. And here if you see the timing for Zaine, see Zaine is having the three records. And if you see the timing, it is 36.1, 44.5, and 51. So here the timing is showing you in the smallest to largest. Yeah. If you take here Logan, it is 39, 45, and 50.9. And if you see Isaac, it is 38.4, 47.9, and 52.4. Yeah. So this is how you are doing the sorting. And at any point of time, if you want to change the sorting, you have to select one cell, go to sort option, and you can change these settings. Yeah. And click OK button, then it will apply that thing. Okay. So here we have done the sorting of one text column and one numerical column. Okay. One text column is a numerical column. Now we'll go to the last example for this sorting here. That is sorting sales descending big to small within sales representative and region. Now see here we are having two columns that is known as sales representative column, which is a text column, and then the second one is the region column. Okay. So let's say I want to do the sorting of this region column in the ascending order, and I want to do the sorting of the sales representative column in the descending order. Okay, and I can decide that which column I want to take it first and which column I want to take it second. Yeah, so let's say I take this region column as the first column for sorting. I want to do the sorting in the ascending order, and then I want to take the sales representative column, and this column I want to sort from largest to smallest, okay, or from Z to A. So here also we can select any one cell within the table, go to sort button here, this advanced button. And now let us define the rule. Now it is clear to you. Sort by region, cell values, and I want to sort A to Z. I click on add level. Then by I select here sales representative, cell values, and here I select Z to A. You can decide what you want to see. Sales representative, cell values, and Z to A. Okay. So that's all. Click on OK button. And now here you can see that first of all in the sales, so the region we are having, this is a long table. So we are having Midwest, then North, Northeast. Yeah, it's a long table here. Southeast, West, West, West. Yeah, finally it is West. Yeah, and here if you see the when we see the sales representative, then here it is starting with the T. Okay, Trovangs, Stevan, yeah, John, and etc. Okay, so I hope that you are very clear with the sorting options. Yeah, it is very, very important. Many times you want to do the sorting. Yeah, so understand these techniques which are available in the sorting options. Clear? Sorting? Yeah, is sorting is sorting sorted? Yeah. Okay. So let us go with the advanced filter here. Advanced filter one. Now see in the filter also we are having various scenarios. So we go to the advanced filter one. Okay. So here we are having some one table here where we are having the date, region, sales representative, the COGS. COGS stands for cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold. That is, you can say that this is like one kind of an expense which is incurring for manufacturing the product. Then we are having the sales figure. Okay. Now what I want to do here, I want to filter this particular table. So let's say I want to filter this table where I want to see only the data of the region equal to West. I want to see the data of West region from this whole table, and I want to put it somewhere over here. Okay. So I want to go to the main table, take the West region data, and then I want to put it here below this main table. This is my requirement. So how to do this thing here? We will select here. Yeah, we have to select here one particular cell here. And then, yeah, just hold on if I'm missing something here. Yeah. So now we have to select one cell here within the table. Now we have to go to the data tab. And in the data tab, we have here a filter button. We'll use this filter button later, little bit later on, but we'll be using this advanced filter here. This is the advanced filter. So select one cell within the table, go to the data tab, and within the data tab, you are having the advanced filter button. It is known as advanced only, but this is the advanced filter button. You click it, click this advanced filter button. So you get this dialog box here, advanced filter dialog box. In the advanced filter dialog box, first of all, it is asking you filter the list in place or copy to another location. So here I'm having a main table. Now I want to see only the data of West region. So it is asking me whether you want to do the filter here itself in this table, in this place, or you want to take the data to another place, means within the same sheet. So here the another option is copy to another location. So let us go for this one. I don't want to disturb this main table. So here in the action part, I'll select copy to another location. Now list range and criteria range. Now I don't know, in your case, are you having these values filled up or it is blank here in your case? In my case, it is filled up. You are also having these values, okay? So let us understand what I have written here, list range. Now list range, I have taken here the whole table. See this whole table here. What is written here? List range $A$1 colon $E $10. So you can also remove this range. And what you can do, you can select this whole table, including the title also. Okay, so select this whole table here. So this is your list range. Okay, now here it is written advanced filter 1, exclamation mark, and then it is written here the range. But even if I just remove this advanced filter 1 also, then also it is fine. Yeah, because we are taking this sheet here. So this we are selecting the table here. Now criteria range. Now see here I have put the criteria. I've written separately here region and West. Now see here I don't have to select only West. I have to select here region as the title and also the West. Okay. So criteria range is $G $1 colon $G $2. That is, we have to select these two cells here. This is my criteria. And now it is asking me copy to. Where do you want to copy that filter data? Yeah. So in the copy to, I have to click this arrow button here, this up arrow in the copy to. And now I want to put it somewhere over here, let's say below this area. Yeah, so I have to select here one cell, that is $A$14. Select one cell here. And then we have to, after selecting this cell, we have to click this down arrow button here. And once we click the down arrow button, then we are getting here copy to. Okay, so it is asking us that where do we want to paste the filter data. So copy to. We also have here option unique records only. Sometimes it's possible that here in the table we may have some duplicate records for the Western region. So suppose if I want to filter only the unique records. Unique means it should be not exactly the same in all the columns. The values in all the columns should not be same. Okay. So if even if one value is different, then it is not unique here in this case. But if we are having exactly two records which are having all the values same in all the columns, then we can decide that whether I want to have only unique records or not. Yeah, just now I'll not put here a tick mark. Yeah, so just check this thing. Here I have selected copy to another location. Click on OK button. And now here you can see that we are having the table. Yeah. See here I have purposefully selected these three West region with the yellow color, but there was also one more record here, West. Yeah, so all the West region data is now available over here. I can also disturb this main table also. I can also put the same table over here if I want to do it. If I want to replace it, that's also possible. So this is how you are using the filter. And why we are using the advanced filter? Because we are saying that, okay, I want to have the data of a particular region only. Yeah. Now we go to the advanced filter 2. Okay. Now in the advanced filter 2, I'm having here now two criteria. That region should be West and sales representative has to be Newton. Okay, so there are here two records which are having two criteria which are matching, that is region equal to West and sales representative equal to Newton. Okay, so I want to only filter that particular data where region is equal to West and sales representative equal to Newton. So again, we have to do the same thing. I have to select this one cell, go to advanced. Advanced also here, it is already filled up for you, but you can understand here, list range is this whole table. And criteria range, see what I've done here. I've selected all these cells here. G1, let me write down here again. I start from G1 till H2. Okay. Here it is directly writing advanced filter 2 criteria, this thing, but it will select here this whole 4 cells. Yeah, I have to select this option here just now because I want to copy somewhere over here. So copy to another location. Copy to where I want to copy. I want to copy over here. Let's say in A14. So I've selected this cell here. This is A14. Click on the down arrow button. So now you are having everything ready. Okay, so here we have taken 2 criteria. Click on OK button. And now here we are having those 2 records which are showing, which are having the region equal to West and sales rep equal to Newton. Clear? Now here I'll not be doing anything in the advanced filter 3 because here in the advanced filter 3, we are having one criteria where it is written COGS, that is cost of goods sold is less than 500. Yeah. So I can also put these kind of criteria. Up till now, we have used the criteria which is related to the text, but I can also put here these kind of criteria where it is less than something or greater than something or greater than equal to, less than or equal to. So here I have written COGS is less than 500. Okay. So I can select here any one cell, advance, and then I can do the same thing here. Okay, so now you got the point. Now I'm not repeating these things again and again. Yeah, so you have to go for the list range, criteria range, select these 2 cells here, G1 and G2, copy to, and then you will have here a table which will have the data where the cost of goods sold will be less than 500. So it will be these four records. Yeah, these 4 records, if you see, their COGS is less than 500. Here it is 250, this is 360, this is 15 something, this is 256. So below you'll be seeing these 4 records only, yeah, which is based on this criteria, less than 500. Okay, so I think so you can do it on your own. This is easy. Similarly, we can also go for here the date. Okay, now here just I want to tell you what you have to do here because this date you have to change it. Here we are having the date starting from today, as you can see, 21st of June 2025 till 29th of June 2025. But here, if you see the date, I have given here the date that is greater than 19th of July 2016. You can change this date. I would suggest you can put here the date, let's say 25, 06 and 2025. Okay, so just change this date here. You can put here any date which is shown over here, one of the date. So it is greater than 25/06/2025. Press enter. Okay. So here you want to filter the table based on the date. Okay, so the same criteria, same process, no change. Yeah. So this also you can do it. Yeah, please do the practice here after the session or tomorrow whenever you get some time. Now we go to the advanced filter 5 topic, advanced filter 5 sheet here. Now see, in this advanced filter 5 sheet, we don't have anything. It is blank. Yeah. Advanced filter 4 is there, but advanced filter 5, it is currently blank. Now what I would like to do, that I want to filter here this table, which is available in the advanced filter 4 sheet. And I'll be using this criteria, that is the date has to be greater than 25th of June 2025. And whatever the record which I filter here from this advanced filter 4 sheet, those new records, which the filtered new records, I want to put it into advanced filter 5 sheet. Okay, up till now what we were doing, we were putting below, yeah, below the same table. But now my criteria is different, that I want to filter the table which is available in one sheet, and the filter table I want to paste it into another sheet. Yeah. So let us start over here. This is important, the last topic. Yeah. So what we can do, we come to this advanced filter 4 sheet, select one cell here. Please ensure here this date, okay? You should have this date here, 25th of June, 2025. So I select one cell here within the table. I go to the advanced. Now in the advanced, list range is already written in your case, $A, $1, colon, $E, $10. Criteria range is this one, G1 and G2. Now I want to copy to another location. This I have to select here, copy to another location, and I have to copy to what? I have to click this arrow button here. And now after clicking that arrow button, I have to go to the advanced filter 5 sheet. I go to the advanced filter 5 sheet, and now here I'll be selecting one cell, random cell. Yeah, because here I want to paste that table. So in the advanced filter 5 sheet, I select the cell over here. I click again this down arrow button here. So now my copy to, if you see here copy to, it will be written like this, advanced filter 5 sheet, advanced filter 5, exclamation mark, $A, $5. In my case, it is $A, $5. Okay. So this is how we do. We click on OK button. What we get here? A warning message. Okay. What is that warning message here? You can only copy filtered data to the active sheet. You can only copy filtered data to the active sheet. Now, what does it mean? That suppose if I want to put this table, this filter data over here in this advanced filter 4 sheet, then my advanced filter 4 sheet has to be active. If I want to put the filter data to advanced filter 5 sheet, then my advanced filter 5 sheet has to be active. Okay. So wherever you want to put the data, the filter data, you have to start with that sheet only. You have to start with that sheet. Okay. So now here where we want to put the data, we want to put the data in the advanced filter 5 sheet. So I'll be now starting with this advanced filter 5 sheet. Click this one. Yeah, you can select one random cell over here if you want. Now what I'll do, after being in the advanced filter 5 sheet, I'll click on this advanced button here. And now here, I have to select copy to another location. Now you see here it is blank. List range. List range. I'll click this arrow button here in the list range. What I'll do, I will go to the advanced filter 4 sheet because there I'm having the table. Advanced filter 4 sheet. Now I select this whole table. Okay, select the whole table. So that comes here in this dialog box. Okay, click on this down arrow button here in this dialog box, small dialog box, click the down arrow button. So now you can see that the list range is coming over here. Advanced filter 4, exclamation mark, $A, $1, colon, $E, $10. Now criteria range, I have to select this arrow. Okay. Now I have to again go to advanced filter 4 sheet. Where is my criteria range? My criteria range is over here. I have to select here G1 and G2. G1 and G2 I have selected here. Click on, even if it is not written here G1 and G2, don't worry. It is written like this only, advanced filter 4 criteria. So I've selected these two cells here. I click on this down arrow button. So criteria range has been written here. Now copy to. Copy to, I'll click here again this arrow button in the copy to, and I'll select this cell here. Let's say this cell, random cell. Okay, in this advanced filter 5 sheet, because here I want to paste the table, the filter table. I select this cell here. So it is written like this, advanced filter 5 sheet, $B, $6. Click on arrow button and see now everything has to be like this. Okay. So now if I click on OK button, Now you see here we are having the filter table in the advanced filter 5 sheet. Yeah, because here we say that we want to see the data where the date should be greater than 25th of June 2025. So it will ignore this 25th of June and it will show me here 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay. So this is how we can copy the filter table from one sheet to another sheet. Are you able to get this thing? Anybody who is not able to do it, let me know. Okay, because this last thing was a little bit tricky, but it's not tricky. Once you do it, then you will be able to understand. Yeah, so you should always start from that sheet where you want to paste the table, where you want to paste the filter data. You don't start from the sheet where you are having the actual table and you want to filter the table, because then we'll be getting that error that we saw over here. That is, the data can be pasted only in the active sheet. So you have to start from the active, you have to start from this advanced filter 5 sheet, go to the advanced filter 4 sheet, select the table, select the criteria, come over here, and then you say that, okay, where you want to paste the table in the advanced filter 5 sheet. Yeah, that is the place. And then you click OK button, and then you'll be having here this table, filter table. Okay. Yeah. Finally, if I go to this last sheet here, filter paste, we are not having anything. You are having only 4 things here. See, Siley, what you have to do, you have to increase the size of that date column. Okay. So just increase the size of the date column and then you'll be able to see the date. Yeah, because when the size is very small, then you'll be having this hash icon here. Okay, so just increase the size of the date column and you'll be able to see the date here. Yeah. Okay, now the final thing here, 2 minutes only. So see, normally when we are having these kind of table, and if we want to filter the table directly here, then that is also possible. Yeah, we can select any one cell here. And if we want to filter, yeah, I don't want to paste it somewhere else here. I want to just filter this table. So I can select this one of the cell here within the table. I'm in the basic filter sheet. The basic filter sheet, go to this table, select one cell, and then you can click here, this normal filter button. Yeah, this filter button here that we are having. So click on the filter button here. And as soon as you click on the filter button, you can see that these filter buttons are available here. And now you can filter the table. Yeah, let's say if I click on this region filter, and if I want to see the data of only the west region, I can select here west region. Okay, and now I can see only the west region data. Yeah, if I want to remove it, I can click here again, here filter from region. Yeah, so this is the normal filtering. I don't have to paste anything. Yeah, I can also click here sales representative. If I'm having many things, you can decide, or product. Yeah, there are also many products here. So you can just select one cell within the table, click this filter button, and the filter button will appear over here. Yeah. There is also one shortcut key. Yeah. If you want to directly apply the filter button here without clicking this button here, if I put my pointer here on this filter button, what is the shortcut key here? Control plus Shift plus L. Okay. Control plus Shift plus L. So now if I select here, I'm already having the filter button, but if I press again, Control, Shift and L. Okay, now if I press here, Control, Shift, and L, so see now my buttons are gone, filter buttons are gone. If I again press Control, Shift, and L, I can get here the button. Okay, if I want to remove it, again press the same combination, Control, Shift, and L, and now it is gone. This one is known as pivot tables, and second one is known as lookup functions. Okay, so first of all, we'll start with the pivot tables, and then we will switch over to the lookup functions here. Yeah, so just open these two files. I opened earlier these two files here. Yeah, so these are the two most important topics, I would say. Yeah, whenever I'm conducting the advanced training on Microsoft Excel, then normally I take data validation topic, then pivot tables, then lookup functions. Then next weekend we'll be talking about what if analysis, and then we'll be also going for the topic of macros. Yeah, so these are the 4 or 5 topics. If I have to conduct, let's say, 1 day full training on advanced Excel, then I take these particular topics. So today we'll be taking, we already completed data validation, and now we'll be going for the these two major topics that is known as uh, data pivot tables and the lookup functions. Okay, so let us start. Yeah, so first of all, we'll be having a quick overview of what we had done yesterday. So yesterday we started with this data validation topic. So we had seen that how to create the various data validation rules for the whole numbers. Right. Then we also saw that how we can create the drop-down list. First of all, I showed you the manual process of creating the drop-down list over here. And then we created a drop-down list from a sample list over here. Yeah. So that is what we had done. And then here in this data validation topic only, I showed you the that how to customize the error message. We also saw those different types of error messages, you know, and then we saw that how we can create the input message, because input message is very, very important, because whenever the person will click the cell, then that input message will pop up, and then that person will be able to know that what rule that he or she has to follow. So that was about the input message, and then we went to this error alert sheet, and here I showed you these options. That is what we had seen here, that is circle invalid data and clear validation circles. Yeah, so this was the topic that we had done yesterday in data validation. Then we went for the topic of count functions. So in the count function, we first of all saw the basics of count function, that is count, count a, count blank. And then we went for the 3 count if functions, that is count if, sum if, and average if. And then finally, we focused on the 3 more functions, which are known as count ifs, sum ifs, and average ifs. Then the final topic for yesterday was the sort and filter. So here we saw in the sort and filter the different types of sorting. We also took some special cases over here. For sorting, we can also do the sorting based on the color, yeah, from largest to smallest, smallest to largest, from oldest to newest, newest to oldest, etc. Then we saw finally the various advanced filter options. Okay, so what we can do here, we could filter the data based on this particular criteria, that is the region equal to west. Then in the next one, we took the 2 criteria, region equal to west and sales rep equal to Newton. Then we went for the third one, that is COGS, that is cost of goods sold less than 500. Then here we took the date, that it should be greater than some date. And then finally, I showed you how we can uh, uh, filter the data and then put it into another new sheet. Yeah, and then finally we saw these different types of basic filter here, where we can filter the table directly here. Yeah, so that was all topic about yesterday. Yeah, now we'll start with this first file. Yeah, so please open this file, that is pivottables.xls. Yeah, so pivot table, as you know, used everywhere in all the organizations. And I would say that it's not a new topic, it's a very old topic and people are using it. Maybe some of you may have already worked on pivot tables. Yeah. So here it will be a quick revision for those people. And if you are not knowing anything about pivot table, then definitely you can have a quick overview here. So before I talk about this pivot table, first of all, let me give you a small example that what we have to do here. So in this pivot tables file, yeah, I hope that you have all opened that file. So in this pivot tables file, we are having here various sheets like creating sheet, manipulating sheet, date grouping, other grouping, slicers, pivot chart, etc. Yeah, so here this pivot table will consist of topics like the first of all how to create the pivot table, then how to do the grouping, especially the date grouping and the different kind of grouping over here. Then I will show you how to create slicers. Okay. Anybody has worked with the slicers up till now? Anybody has created slicers in Microsoft Excel? Just I wanted to know. Yeah. If you have not done, don't worry. We'll be going for it. Slicers. So if you don't know about slicers, we will see that slicer topic here. Yeah, it's a very, very great feature in which is associated with pivot table. And also this slicers is also used when you are creating a dashboard. As you know that in case of Excel also we can create a dashboard, and that is what you have to do in your first project on that the dashboard thing. So you'll be able to work with these slicers. And then finally here we'll be talking about how to create the pivot chart. Okay, from the pivot table we can create pivot chart also. So let us go to the first sheet here, creating sheet. Come to the first sheet, creating sheet. Now in the creating sheet here, we are having a table. So we are having here salesperson, product, region, customer, date, item cost, number of items, and the total cost. Yeah, so there are total 8 columns here. So here we are having various salespersons, and these are the products. These are the furniture products. So you assume that there is a furniture manufacturing company and they are preparing, I think so we'll see further that there are 5 products which they are manufacturing. And this furniture manufacturing company, they are selling those 5 products to their customers. Okay, so these customers are not the end customers. They are the, you can say, the retailers or wholesalers. Okay, who are buying the furniture from this XYZ company, and then they are selling it to the final customers. So these are the retailers or distributors, you can say, customers. Then there on which date those products were sold, then what was the item cost here, how many number of items were sold by this person, let's say Terry Mello. Okay, and this was the product, Media Armoire, how many number of items were sold, and then finally the total cost. Okay, so total cost is equal to item cost multiplied by the number of items, so that will give you total cost. Yeah, so this is the data. Now in this creating sheet, if you go on the right hand side here, yeah, just go on the right hand side, and here this is known as a pivot table. Okay, so you can see that now here we are having the various salespersons. If you count, there are 12 salespersons here. These are the 5 products: bamboo coffee table, bamboo end table, Captain recliner, chameleon couch, and media armoire. And these are the number of items that are sold by these people. Okay, and remember that this data we are having here for 2 years. So we are having the data, the sales data of 2014 and 2015. Yeah, so you can see here the date. Some are 2014, some are 2015. So if I go again back on this area, so this is that pivot table. Yeah, very, very short. And it is giving you a summary. While actually, if you see this main table, the main table is having how many records? Around 909 records. Yeah. So 909 records are there because the first record is the column title. So here total 909 records are there. So you can say that this table is not so big, not so small. But now suppose if I want to, if I ask you that, okay, can you tell me that how many number of products are sold by this person, Robert Owen? Okay. So then what you have to do, if you want to do it manually, you have to, first of all, you can do it that you can filter this salesperson. Let's say I filter this salesperson. Okay, let me go to the data. Sorry, data, filter. So if I click here, and then if I want to have the, let's say if I want to calculate the total number of products sold by, let's say, Emily Leon. Okay, So I will click here, Emily Leon. Okay, just focus over here. You don't have to do anything. So now here I'm having all the records of Emily Leon. Okay, there are here it is written 65 of 909 records. And then I have to count all these numbers. Okay, so if I count, if I take all these numbers, okay, then here it is written sum is equal to 632. Okay, average is 10, count is 65, and sum is 632. So that is for Emily Leon. Now here, let us now see the same figure here. So let me undo. Okay. So Emily Leon, if you see here, Emily Leon is having total 632 products which she has sold. Okay. So, but here you can see that manually we have to count. Yeah, first of all, I have to filter Emily Leon, and then I have to count all this number of items, and then I'll be able to know that how much Emily Leon has sold in 2 years. Yeah, similarly, I have to do the same process for the other salesperson. So this is a very lengthy process, manual process I'm talking about. But now here, this table, when you create this kind of pivot table, then it is very, very easy. Okay, here I can also see that how many products of bamboo coffee table are sold by Emily. Yeah, how many products of bamboo end table are sold by Emily. So I can see all these individual figures also, and plus I can see the total figure also. Yeah, and I can see for the other people also together. So this is what is pivot table. Now, before I show you pivot table, I would like to start with a small presentation. Okay, and remember that this presentation today I'll be uploading in the LMS. Okay, so you don't have to write anything. So this is just 3 slides are there in this presentation. So this presentation is focusing on, first of all, the introduction to what is pivot table, and then there are 2 slides over here that will talk that what things we have to take care when we are creating a pivot table. Suppose, see, this table, what we are having here, this is known as a main table, or it is also known as a data table. Okay, this table, the original table, this is known as a main table, or it is also known as a data table. Now, see, if you search on YouTube how to create pivot table, you will get a ton of videos, okay, on how to create pivot table. But what people here forget that before you create a pivot table, you have to check your main table, and that main table should have some proper format. Okay, so you have to check the format of the main table, and then only you start creating the pivot table. Because see, creating a pivot table from this main table, you will see, yeah, I'll show you the whole process. It will not take more than 1 minute. Okay, it is damn easy to create pivot table. But before you create a pivot table here, you have to check many things, and that is why I have created this presentation. Okay, so just focus on the presentation. You don't have to write anything here. So yeah, I will not make it full screen because from this third slide, I have to explain you also along with the Excel file. Yeah. So let us start with the pivot table. What is a pivot table here? It is a, let me make it just now bigger for full screen. So what is a pivot table? Pivot table is a data summarization tool that is used in the context of data processing. So whenever, let's say you are going for an interview, and in interview, if they ask you to look at what you know in Power BI, sorry, what you know in Excel, so you will say, okay, I know pivot table and lookup functions and what if analysis and all those things. Then they will ask you, okay, what do you mean by pivot table? How you define pivot table? So here you have to just remember these 3 words: data summarization tool. So just now only I showed you that we are having a main table which is containing around 900 plus records. Now, if I want to analyze that 900 plus records, it will take a lot of time. So what I do that I summarize that main table, and then I do the analysis. So that data summarization is known as a pivot table. Yeah. So remember these 3 words: data summarization tool. So it's a data summarization tool that is used in the context of data processing. Whenever we want to process the data, whenever we want to analyze the data, then we use the pivot table. It is used to summarize, sort, reorganize, group, count, total, or average data stored in a table. So we'll see further in the practical part that we can definitely, when it is pivot table, it will summarize the data. That's for sure. Then I'll show you how to do the sorting within the pivot table, how to reorganize the pivot table, how to do the grouping, because just now only I told you that I'll be showing you two groupings. One is known as date grouping, another is another grouping. Then count, total, average, how you can do all those things. So that we'll see practically also. The third point says here, it allows its users to transfer columns into rows and rows into columns. That also practically we'll see that whatever you put in the rows, you can put it into columns, and whatever you are having in the column, that you put it back into the rows. But don't worry, if you're not able to understand just now, we will see further. Now, the important part comes over here. Okay, let me close this one. Necessary conditions to be fulfilled before creating pivot table. Yeah, the normal YouTubers will not tell you this thing. Yeah, if you see any of the video. So there are some conditions which you have to 100% check. Yeah, don't be in a hurry to start creating the pivot table. You check these conditions. If these conditions are satisfied, then only you start creating the pivot table. Otherwise, you have to do some data cleaning in your main table. So let me now make it not full screen. So in the necessary conditions, or you can say mandatory conditions also, what it says here, each column of the data table must have a title. Each column of the data table must have a title. So if I go to my data table here in the creating sheet, so here I can see that every column is having a this one, okay? Each column of the data table must have a title. So we are having here the title, okay, for each column. If you are not having any title, proper title, then you please give the title. That is what you have to check it here. Yeah. So that is the first necessary condition. The second necessary condition says that the column title should be written in a single row. Yeah. So here, if we are having a very long title, now see, fortunately, we are not having very long titles here. They are just one word or two words maximum. Yeah. But sometimes you must have seen that you are having a very long title in the column. So don't try to break that title into two lines. Okay. Let's say I give you here an example. If I want to write down here one title, yeah, number of employees, and then in the next line I write down here working in Brazil, suppose. Okay, this is just one title, number of employees working in Brazil. Now what I'm doing here, that I'm dividing that title into two lines, two rows. So this is not accepted by pivot table. If you want to use a pivot table here, then you have to have only the title in one line only. So here I can write on the same line, number of employees working in Brazil. Okay, in one line only. Yeah. So that you have to ensure. Okay, if it is not there like this, then you have to write down in one line. So this is what is written over here. The column title should be written in a single row. That's the third condition. Third condition is what it says here. In a column, all the items should be of the same data type. That is numbers, dates, or strings. In the column, all the items should be of the same data type. Now, data type, you know that we are having different kind of data types like text data type, date data type, whole number, decimal number, time data type, date and time data type, Boolean. Yeah, these are all the data types. So what it says here, that suppose I'm having this salesperson column, and in the salesperson column, what I'm having here, these are the names of the salesperson. So these are all text. Okay, these are all text. So in the salesperson, I should only have the text data type. It should not have any kind of number data type or date data type. If we are having by mistake here some kind of number or some kind of date, then we have to remove it, because otherwise it will create problem. Yeah. Similarly, product is also having the text, region is having text, customer is column is also having text, then date column. Now date column, it should contain only date. It should not contain any number, any text, nothing. Similarly, these three columns, these are containing the numbers only. It should contain only numbers, no text, no date. Yeah. So this is also, you have to check. Now how you can check it here, you can again apply the filter. And suppose in the product column, if I want to check whether there are any numbers or there are any dates, I can click on this drop down here, and then here I can see in the filter drop down whether there are any date or numbers. It will definitely show you here. If it is text, it will show you all the text. Yeah. So one by one, you have to check all these columns here, and you have to see that whether they are having the same data type or not. Okay. So this is what you have to see. Yeah. Should the date format include full calendar year or abbreviated with 2 digits for the year? Yeah, you can also use the 2 digits, no problem. It's not compulsory that you should have the 4 digits for year. You can also have 2 digits. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. The fourth rule says that the data table should not contain any merged cell. The data table should not contain any merged cell here. So in this table, what do you mean by merged cell? Suppose if I select these two cells here, and if I make it, if I do the merging here, so see, this is the merge cell, you must be knowing. Yeah. So now if I'm having such kind of merge cell within my main table, then I have to remove this merging. Merging is not accepted for pivot table. Okay, so this is not fine with pivot table. So I have to unmerge. Okay, just now I'll be clicking on the undo button, so it is unmerged, but it has to be like this only. There has to be a separate column. No two cells has to merge here. So this is what is written in the fourth rule here. The fifth rule says that the data table should not contain subtotals or grand totals. Now, I already showed you last week that how to calculate the subtotal and grand total. So suppose here, after some records, if I'm having here, let's say some kind of total here, okay? If I write down here equal to sum, okay, so this is one subtotal which I have created just now. Likewise, for after every 10 records, I'm having a subtotal. Yeah. So if my original main table is having this kind of subtotal, or at the end also, if I'm having a grand total, then definitely I have to remove it. Okay. You should remove all the subtotals. You have to remove all the grand total. Okay. So this you have to remember here. Yeah. This subtotal is not accepted for pivot table. Good. So this is the fifth rule here. The sixth rule says empty rows or columns should not remain within the table. If an empty row or column remains, Excel will treat the table as two different ones. So what does it mean? That in my table, suppose here, if I'm having a empty column, let us assume like this is an empty column. So I should not have any empty columns or empty rows. Why? Because now see, whenever I'm creating a pivot table will require one main table or data table. So what pivot table will think that because of this blank row, because of this blank column here, pivot table will think that this is one table and this is another table. Okay, because in between it is divided by this blank column. So pivot table will think that this is one table and this is another table. While actually we know that this is one table only. These are not two tables. Yeah. So remember that if you are having these kind of blank columns or even blank rows also, you have to remove it. It is not fine. Okay, because unnecessarily you are confusing here the pivot table. Okay, so there should not be any blank column. There should not be any blank row. That is the sixth rule. The seventh rule, last one here. After creating a pivot table, do not change the titles of the fields in the data table, otherwise the pivot table values will be deleted. Now see here, just read the text here. After creating a pivot table, what I mentioned above here, necessary conditions to be fulfilled before creating the pivot table. So remember that whatever these 6 points, which I just now mentioned, this has to be checked before you create the pivot table. And the last point, as it tells you that after creating a pivot table, yeah, do not change the titles of the fields in the data table. So suppose if you have created, let's say these kind of pivot table, okay, pivot table is created. Now you have a feeling that here I'm having the salesperson title. Now instead of salesperson, I should change it to salesperson name or name of salesperson. Okay, you have a feeling that this title is not proper. I want to change the title. So what will happen that once you change the title, then your pivot table will give you an error because pivot table is remembering the old title, salesperson. Yeah, but now you are changing the title. So what I would suggest you that suppose if you have a feeling that no, I want to change this title. So please change the title before you create the pivot table. And once the titles are changed, once you feel that okay, everything is fine, then you start creating the pivot table. That's why I told you earlier that you should not be in a hurry to create pivot table. Okay, check the data. So this last point has to be implemented after you create a pivot table. That do not change the titles of the column. Yeah. Now let me know if you are not able to understand any of this point. So what I'll suggest you that once you whenever you get some time, you just uh, do the things which are not written over here. Let's say if you say that okay, the column title should be written in single row. So what you do, you leave one column blank. Okay, you leave one column blank without any title, and then you create the pivot table, and then you see that what happens. Okay, so whatever the things which are mentioned over here, you just do the reverse thing, and then you create the pivot table, and then you see that what kind of errors you are getting here. Yep. Column with data validation rules are allowed while creating a pivot table. Yeah, data validation rule and pivot table is not having any connection, so it's fine. Okay. So in short, what I can say here that you should check the title. Every column should have a title. The title should be written in one row. Then there should not be any merge cell here. Okay. Every column should have only one data type. Either it should be text or it should be numbers or it should be date. Yeah. Then you should not change the title after you are creating the pivot table. Yeah. And there should not be any subtotals here. Totals, if there are subtotals or totals, you have to remove it. And plus the final thing is this that you, what is the point here? Yeah, so there should not be any empty rows or empty columns in the table. If there are empty rows or empty columns, you have to remove it. Yeah, so these are the 7 points which are the necessary conditions, or you can also say mandatory conditions which you have to follow before you create the pivot table. Now there are these two conditions which are known as desirable conditions. Yeah, desirable conditions, as you can understand, desirable conditions which means if you follow, it's fine. Okay, otherwise it's not compulsory. So what are the desirable conditions to be fulfilled before creating pivot table? The first point says unique names for each column. Every column should have unique title or unique name. Here it is written, when two fields are given same name, the title of the second field will be appended at end with 2, that is salary 2. Now what is this one? Okay, let me give you an example here that suppose I'm having a table and the table is containing the salary data. Okay, so salary, as you know that we are having majorly two columns. One is known as gross salary and the last one column is known as net salary. So as such, the titles are different, gross salary and net salary. But suppose if I'm creating a table and for both the columns, that is gross salary and net salary, I'm just putting the title salary salary. Okay, both are having the same title. Now this is actually wrong. It should be here gross salary and here it should be net salary. But suppose if I have committed this mistake that two columns are having the same title, then what will happen here that when you are creating a pivot table from this main table, then it is fine for pivot table. Pivot table will not give you any error. But what pivot table will do? That pivot table will take this salary, the first salary column as salary only, and the second salary column will be taken as salary 2. This is salary first salary, and this is the salary 2. So this 2 will be added. Who will be adding this 2? The pivot table will be adding the 2, because pivot table knows that two columns cannot have the same name. So even if you have given the same name, it will take one as the original name, and the second name will be having the 2 over here. Yeah. But overall, I would say that you should not have such kind of situation. Yeah. If it is gross salary, you have to write down the title gross salary. If it is net salary, you have to go with the title net salary. There should not be any confusion. Yeah, because people will also get confused. What is salary 2? Can you tell me? So rather than giving the explanation, we give the proper title here. So this is that first desirable condition. The second desirable condition is complete data for all records. So see, normally when we are having this main table, so main table should not contain any blank cells. Okay, there should not be any blank cell here. That is the desirable condition. Okay, that is desired. But many times I have seen that some of the cells may be empty. So what you can do that if some of the cells are over here empty in this main table, then you can request that department from where this file has come. Because see, suppose here, if this cell is blank, suppose, let us assume, okay, that this cell is blank. Now I don't know that what will come over here. I'm a data analyst, okay. I'm not having that much of business knowledge. So I don't know that which region will be written over here. So suppose if I randomly write down here, northwest, northeast, north, south, then that will not make any sense. So what I can do, if I'm having here more blank cells like this, then I'll send this file to the, let's say, to the sales department, and I'll request them that can you fill up these blank cells? Yeah. So try to have the complete record. That is what it is mentioned in the second point here. Yeah. But suppose if you are not having the complete record, if there are some few blank cells here and there, then you should not worry. It will not give any error while creating the pivot table. Okay. So you can have some blank cells, no issues. But try to fill up those blank cells by contacting the concerned department. Okay. So these are the 2 desirable conditions, and these are the 7 necessary conditions. Yeah. So I will put up this presentation after the session is over. Okay. So now enough of talking. Let us start with the practical part. So we are in the creating sheet, and now we want to create a pivot table from this main table. What you have to do? Step number one, you have to select one cell within the table. You can select any cell. Okay, you have to select any cell within the table. After selecting the cell, then you have to go to the Insert tab here. Okay, so you go to the Insert tab, and in the Insert tab, we are having here the first button only, that is known as Pivot Table. Okay, Pivot Table here. Insert tab. First of all, you select one cell within the table. Go to the Insert tab and you click this Pivot Table. Now see, there is an icon also. You can click this icon here on the top, or you can also click the drop down here. And when you click the drop down here, then you are having here from table oblique range and from external data source. Normally we will use mostly this table oblique range. Okay. If you are having some external data source, and that from that external data source you want to create a pivot table, then you can use the second option. But normally you will use the first option here from table oblique range. Or as I said, you can click this icon on the top area. Both are fine. So let us click here in the Insert tab, Pivot Table, drop down. You click here from table oblique range. So as soon as you click from table oblique range, now you see in the background, Just see the background here. What is happening here? We are having a dotted line. Yeah, it is moving. So now it has selected the whole table here in the background. Yeah, that's why I told you initially that step number 1 is to select one cell within the table. So we have to tell pivot table that what is your main table, from where we have to get the data. So this is my main table. Yeah. So here we are getting a dialog box. Select a table or range. Table oblique range is selected. This main table is selected. You can see here creating. Creating is the sheet name. Yeah, exclamation mark, and then we are having here $A$1 colon $H $910. Okay, so this we don't have to write down, it's automatically coming here. Now it says below, choose where you want the pivot table to be placed. So pivot table will require some space here. So where do you want to place your pivot table? Whether you want to place it in the new worksheet or existing worksheet. Yeah. So if you want to put it in the existing worksheet, then you have to give here the location. Yeah, yesterday also, if you remember that for that filter data, we wanted to put it in the other sheet or we wanted to put it in the same sheet. So we were giving the location that here I want to paste the filter data. So here also it is asking me, where do you want to place it? The pivot table, new worksheet or existing worksheet? Just now we'll go with the new worksheet only, temporary purpose. So go with the new worksheet. And that's all. So here actually in this dialog box, pivot table dialog box, we have not done anything. We have kept everything default. Okay, new worksheet. I click on OK button now. And now here you can see that we are having a sheet 1. Below you see here sheet 1. And now this is the structure of pivot table. It is mentioned here, pivot table. To build a report, choose fields from the pivot table field list. So this pivot table is now ready. What is the problem here? Pivot table is not containing any data. The structure is ready. The skeleton is ready. But now we have to put the data here. Yeah. So pivot table is now here. Now on the right hand side, this is important here. On the right hand side here, you can see it is written here, pivot table fields. Okay, this right hand side area is known as pivot table fields area. Now here we are able to see all the columns that we are having in the main table. So salesperson, product, region, customer, date, item cost, number of items, and total cost. So whatever the number of columns you are having in your main table, that will come over here. Okay. Now below, you can see that we are having here the 4 windows. That is, one is known as filters, columns, rows, and values. Okay, this area. So these are these 4 windows, okay, or 4 blocks, you can say. So we have to use these 4 windows if you want to create a pivot table. Yeah. So now let us start. So here in this pivot table, I want to analyze that how many products are sold by the different salespersons. Okay. And I want to know that which type of products are sold. I just don't want to get the total figure for the sales. I also want to know that, okay, if there is a salesperson known as Emily, then how much bamboo end tables are sold by Emily, how much bamboo coffee tables are sold by Emily. These kind of data I want here in the pivot table. Yeah. So here I want to do the analysis between the salesperson and the product. Salesperson and the product. So what we have to do now, we have to start creating here the pivot table on the right hand side. So in the row section here, yeah, row section, I drag. Now you see that what I'm doing here, I'm dragging from the top area here. So I take the salesperson with my mouse. Yeah, take the salesperson from with the help of your mouse, and then you drag it and you put it over here in the row section. Drag the salesperson and you drag it and you put it over here in the row section. So now you see here we are having the salesperson column. Salesperson column is now here in the row section. Okay, and these are the salesperson. Now see, slowly and steadily your pivot table is getting created here. So drag the salesperson, put it into the row section. Now we have to put something in the column section. Okay. So in the column section, I will put the product because I want to know that this salesperson has sold which products. So in the column section, I will take this product, I'll drag it, and I'll put it here in the column section. Take the product field, use your mouse button, and then you drag it and you put it here in the column section. So now here we can see that we are having the 5 products. Okay, 5 products are ready. Our salespersons are ready. Now here, this area is currently empty. So now what we have to do, we have to put something in the values section here. Values. So what I have to do here, I have to drag this number of items. So this number of items, I drag it and I put it here in the values section. And our pivot table is ready. Yeah. If anybody is having any trouble, let me know. So simply drag the number of items from the upper area and you drop it here in the values section. And now I can say here that Meg Benson has sold 524 products. Dottie Kirsten has sold 778 products. Likewise, other people have sold these products. And plus, I can also see these individual products. Okay, what are their sales? Okay, so now here, if you focus on the value section, yeah, value section, what happened here? See, we drag this number of items in the value section. But just now it is showing you sum of number of items. It is not just showing you the individual value, it is showing you the total. Okay, sum. So that's why this is known as data summarization tool. It is summarizing the data pivot table. Yeah. So here it is written sum of number of items, and now we can get all these values. Yeah. Here we can see that this person, Sam Rame, okay, Sam Rame has sold total 1068 products in 2 years. I'm talking about, okay, 2 years. So Sam Rame is having the highest sales over here, okay, because there are no other persons who are having this 1000 plus mark. Now here, suppose if I want to know, okay, Sam Rame is the number 1 salesperson. Okay, now I want to know number 2 or number 3. So whenever you are, see here we are having only 12 salespersons, so it is easy to tell you that which is number 1, number 2, number 3. But let us assume that you are having 50 salespersons. So from 50 salesperson, if I want to tell you which is number 1, number 2, number 3, it will take some time. So what we can do here, we can here do the filtering. Okay, just now if you see the names here, then here there is a filter. It starts with Benson, Mac Benson, Benson come first here, surname. Then Kirsten, Leon, Luca, Lucas, Melo, Maynard. Okay, so here if you see the last names, their last names are placed in the ascending order. Okay, so there is a sorting here, but it is doing the sorting based on the ascending order of the last name here. Now what I want to do in this grand total here, I want to do the sorting from largest to smallest. Okay, so I want to know who is number 1, who is number 2, who is number 3. So how we can do that thing? So I can select one cell here in this grand total column, right click. Yeah, select one cell within the grand total column, right click, and then you are having here sort. In the sort, I'm having here 2 options, sort largest to smallest and smallest to largest. Yes. So I can click here largest to smallest. Yeah, sort, and then largest to smallest. And now here all the grand total is sorted. Okay, so Sam Raimi is having the highest sales, followed by Robert. Third one is Dottie. Fourth one is Susan, and fifth one is Rita. So this is how we do the sorting here. So now it is easy. Yeah. So this is what is meant by pivot table. Yeah, it is doing the summarization. Yeah, because it is showing you here the sum. Now let's say instead of sum, I'm not interested in sum. I want to do the average. Then what should I do? Yeah. So if you want to do here the average, there are two methods here. First of all, I can go to this values section. Values. I can click the drop down in the value section. The sum of number of items. Click the drop down, and then in the drop down, you have one last option here, which is known as value field settings. Value field settings. Okay, so I click on this value field settings in this drop down. And then when I click on value field settings, I can get here this dialog box. So here we have summarize values. So we can do here sum. By default, it will be sum, then count, average, mean, max, product, standard deviation, etc. So suppose if I do here average, yeah, I can click here average. So now it is here giving you the title, average of number of items, average. I can click on OK button, and now here everything is average. Okay, so by default it will be sum, but from sum, if you want to do the average or if you want to go for mean or max, that you can do it very well. Yeah, I undo the process here, undo. Now another method to do the here the average is that you can select one cell here. Let us try. We select one cell here, right click, and then here we have options, summarize values by. Summarize values by, then here I'm having the same options, sum, count, average, mean, max, product. I'll go for here, average. Okay, summarize values by what? Average. And now this is again average. Yeah. So these are the two methods. Either you right click here and then you do here sort, summarize values by, show values as, etc. Or you can do over here in the value section. Both are same. Good. So this is the pivot table. Now see, once you create the skeleton of pivot table, then you can play with this pivot table. You can go for any combination here. Yeah, just now I've taken here salesperson in the row section, and I've taken the product in the column section. I can also, let's say, do the analysis between the salesperson and the region. Okay, I want to know that which salespersons are working in which region, and what are the total number of products that are sold by their salesperson in that particular region. So what I have to do, I'll keep the salesperson as it is, and now in the column section, yeah, column section, I will remove this product. Yeah, how I will be removing this field here? You have to simply select the field and you have to drag it out. Okay, drag it out, and now this columns is not having any field. So now in the column section, what I'll do, I will put this region here. Okay, I bring the region here in the column section, and now here I can see that mostly all these salespersons, they are working in one region only. Yeah, here you can see that Lucas is working in Southwest, Norm is working in Southeast, Emily is working in Southwest, etc. Yeah, but only one salesperson, this person, Leonard Warren, is working in two regions. Okay, that's all. Otherwise, all the salespersons are working in one region only. So see, this is another, yeah, the pivot table. Okay, first of all, let me remove this one. I have made it average. So let me go to summarize values by, and I'll, instead of average, I will go for here sum. Okay, please change it to sum. Now this is fine. So this is another pivot table. Then let's say I want to do the analysis between the customer and the region. Okay, customer and the region. So what I'll do, region is already over here in the column section. I will remove this salesperson here from the row section. Yeah, so I'll drag the salesperson out, and then I will drag the customer and I'll put it over here in the row section. Okay, so bring the customer in the row section and region in the column section. And now here you can see the another pivot table. These are the customers, There are 5 customers here: B&B Spaces, Ellington Design, Fabulous Homes, Home Emporium, Home USA. And these are the 4 regions: Northeast, Northwest, Southeast, Southwest. Okay. So this is very, very important that you create the structure of the pivot table, and then you can do any analysis. Yeah. If your boss says, okay, Samir, I want to have analysis between this field and that field, then I can simply remove the previous fields and I can bring back those new fields here. Yeah. I can also switch. If you remember in the presentation, I told you that whatever is available in the rows, I can put it into columns, and whatever are available in the columns, I can put it into rows. So here also I can switch. So what I'll do, I will put this customer from the rows section, I'll put it here in the column section. So bring the customer to the column section, and this region, which is available in the column section, that I'll drag it here to the row section. So bring the region and you put it here in the row section. So now our another pivot table is created. Here we are having the region, and here we are having the customers. That's all. Yeah. So what I'll do, I will give you, can we add 2 fields in the columns or rows and then do analysis? Yes. See here, I can put here the region. Currently in the row section, I'm having the region. And then I can also put here the salesperson in the row section. Yeah, below the region. And now you can see this is the region, and these are the 4 salespersons. Again, in Northwest, I'm having 3 salesperson. Northeast, I'm having 2 salespersons. And Southwest, I'm having 4 salespersons. Yeah. So you can also put in the row section, you can put 2 fields here, 3 fields here. In the column section also, you can put 2 fields, 3 fields here. Normally, we put it more fields in the row section. It is better. See here, when you want to create some various columns, okay, you want to have the sum of number of items and total sum of total cost and etc. What I'll suggest you here that let us do one thing. I will remove here region. Okay, I will remove here the region. I will also remove the customer. Yeah, so I've just put here salesperson. Okay, this everybody can see. So I've just put here the salesperson, and now column I've kept it empty just now. Now in the value section, I've taken here sum of number of items. Yeah. So this is the sum of number of items. Now suppose here I also want to have another column which will show me the average number of items. Then I also want to have here one more column when I want to see the maximum of the number of items. And then finally, I want to see here one more column where I want to see the minimum number of items. Yeah. So what I can do, I can drag this number of items again to this value section. Okay. So bring again this number of items to the value section. And now here, instead of sum of number of items 2, what I'll do, I'll right click. I click this drop down, and then I'll click on value field settings, and then I can do here average, and average of number of items. I'll remove this 2 here. This will be average of number of items. Okay, I click on OK. Now this is average. Then if I want to see here the maximum of the number of items, I can again drag this number of items back to this value section. And from here also I can do that same thing. I can right click here in the sum of number of items to right click. I'll go for summarize values by. In the summarize values by, I'll go for here max. So this is max of number of items. I can also change the title here, max of number of items. Okay. Now I want to see the minimum number of items. So minimum number of items, I'll again drag this number of items here in the value section, and then I'll change this summarization. I'll go for min, and I'll change this title also here. Minimum of number of items, OK button. You see? So now I'm having here 4 different columns. Yeah, this is better because see, if I put here now, let's say product. Suppose if I put here product in the column section, yeah. So for product, this is also fine because see now if I put here product in the column section, so first of all I can see all these values for 5 products, which are the sum of number of items here. Then if I go on the right hand side, these are all the average number of items for all the products. Then if I go on the right hand side again, these are the maximum number of items. And then if I go again towards the right hand side, these are the minimum number of items. Yeah, and finally I'm having the total over here, total sum of number of items, total average of number of items. So actually this table will now become very complex. So I will remove this one product. I'll keep it here only values. Why it is values here? Because these are all these values here. Yeah, and this is fine. Now suppose if I put here region. Okay, I put here region and I place it here above this salesperson in the row section. Then now this is also looking better. Okay, I've dropped here the region in the row section before the salesperson. And now I can see the region, Northeast, and the salesperson and their sum of number of items, average number of items, blah, blah, blah. Their subtotal is also written here. You can see subtotal. And then finally, this is the overall total, grand total. So this is how you can do. Yeah, I hope that everybody is clear. Let me remove the region here again. I'll keep it here only salesperson. And now let me remove. Repeat this part again means which part here? Like I've just dragged the region here and I'll put it in the row section here. Okay, just put the region, the salesperson here. And what I did here in the value section, you drag one by one this number of items. Okay, drag one by one. First of all, it will show you here sum. So first column, we'll keep it sum only. Then again, you drag this number of items here in the value section. And then you can change it. Instead of sum, you can do here average. You can select average. So that will show you the average here. Then again, you drag this number of items here to this value section. So you'll be having now the 3 times this number of items. Again, you just click this drop down values field settings. Okay, and then you can click here max. And similarly, again, you drag this number of items here and you change it to min. Yeah. Can you put that item cost to the values and see? Okay, so let me remove this max, min, average. I'll take here now the total cost or item cost. Okay, item cost, I'll put it over here. So this is the sum of number of items, sum of item cost here. If I drag here total cost, then this is the total cost, sum of total cost here. Yeah, you have to put it over here, drag one by one, sum of number of items, sum of item cost, sum of total cost, etc. Actually here, the item cost, sum of item cost will not help you. Yeah, sum of total cost will help you here because you want to know that, okay, how much revenue you have generated. Yeah, how much revenue is generated by each salesperson. Yeah, but one by one, you can create this column. Yeah, but I'll suggest you that don't put anything in the column section. Otherwise, it will become very complex. Yeah. Okay, so now what we'll do, we will bring here, let's say customer, salesperson and customer here. Yeah. So this is again a simple table. Now, let us focus on this grand total here. Yeah, so here we are having 2 grand totals. Yeah, this one is this grand total and second one is this grand total. Now, what is this grand total here? This is known as a column grand total. This one, yeah, because this is the column B and B spaces, and finally here we are having the grand total. Similarly, this is Ellington design values, and this is the grand total. So this is known as the column grand total. And then here we are having the row grand total. So for Sam Rame, the total is 1068. So this is the row grand total for Sam Rame. Likewise, we are having the row grand total for Robert Owen. Yeah, so there are these two grand totals. Now, suppose if you don't want to see any of this grand total, you are interested only in this middle area, you don't want to see these two grand totals, then you can remove it. How you can remove it? If you see here on the top area, suppose if you click inside the pivot table, yeah. Now, before I show you that part, one very, very important point before I forget here. See, if I click outside here, yeah, if I click here somewhere outside the pivot table, you now see that from the right-hand side area, that pivot table fields area is gone. I cannot see the pivot table fields area. Okay. If I click now within the pivot table, now I can see the pivot table fields area. Yeah. So remember this technique. Yeah. Do not panic when you don't see the pivot table fields area. You have to click inside this pivot table. Now, sometimes what happens that I may click this close button here. Yeah, this pivot table fields area. If I click on close button, so see now even if I'm clicking within the pivot table, I cannot see the pivot table fields area. So now what should I do to get this pivot table fields area? Very, very easy. If you go to the top area here, this one, the tab area. So if I click within the pivot table, then I can see here these two tabs. One is known as pivot table analyze tab, and the second one is known as design tab. Yeah, so these are the two tabs which are created by the pivot table. If I click outside the pivot table, you see that I cannot see those two tabs. I have to click inside the pivot table. So the first tab is known as pivot table analyze tab. If I click on this pivot table analyze tab, these are the various options available over here. Then I click on the design tab here. These are the design tab options. Yeah. So remember these two tabs here, pivot table analyze tab and design tab. Now what I want to do here, I don't want to see here this grand total, row grand total and the column grand total. So here in the design tab, sorry. Yeah. So in the design tab here, we are having the one button here, which is known as grand total. Okay, grand total here. So grand total, if I click it here, this button in the design tab, then the grand total button I'm having here, off for rows and columns, on for rows and columns, on for rows only, and on for columns only. So suppose if I don't want to see both the grand totals, I have to select this in the grand total. I have to click the first option, off for rows and columns. I click on off for rows and columns, and now these rows and columns are gone. If I again click this grand total, if I want to have both the columns, both the grand totals together, I have to click the second option, on for rows and columns, and now both are back. If I want to have only the row grand total, I can click the third option here, only for rows only. So see, now I am having only the rows grand total. There is no column grand total. And then I can see, now I have to click here again, design tab, grand total. And now I have to select the last option, that is on for columns only. So here I can see only the column grand total. Yeah. So you decide that what do you want to see. Normally I would prefer both the totals. Yeah. But you can make it off, or you can make one off and one on. So decide over here. Okay, grand total. Then let me do one thing. Okay, now see, now my problem here is that I'm not able to see here the pivot table fields area. So what I'll do, I will go to the pivot table analyze button here. Say analyze tab here. Go to the pivot table analyze tab, and then in the pivot table analyze tab, you are having one button over here, which is known as field list. Field list here. Okay, so in the pivot table analyze tab, you click the field list here, and once I click the field list, this pivot table fields is back. Yeah. So remember this button, very, very important button, pivot table fields list here. Okay. Now here you can see that in this pivot table fields area, here we are having the fields, and below we are having these various blocks. Now here we have one settings icon here on the right hand side area, right hand side top area. If I click this settings drop down, then I'm having this here 5 options. This button here in the pivot table fields area, this settings icon. If you click the drop down, the first option says field section and area section stacked here. So this is the field section, this is the area section. So these are stacked one above the other. That is what is the default setting here. Field section and the area section stacked. Then what is the second option? Field section and area section side by side. So if I click the second option here, you see, some people are also accustomed to this style. Yeah, it is comparatively easy. Yeah, simple drag and drop like this. Okay. So if you want to put side by side, you click this button here and click the second option, field section and area section side by side. Then we have third option, field section only. Yeah, as such, it will not help you. So field section only. So this is the field section. Yeah, but area section is gone. Again, I click the drop down, then it will show you here area section. Area sections only 2 by 2. If I click it, then I can see the area section. This is 2 by 2. And finally, I can see here the last option, area sections only 1 by 4. So it is shown like this. Okay, one above the other. But I will suggest you either you can select the first option or you can select the second option here. Yeah, let me go to the first option and it is back. I can't see the settings options. Okay. Yeah, so we have seen here in the design tab, the grand totals here. Now let us see what is this subtotal here. So for subtotals in the design tab, yeah, in the subtotal design tab here, what we'll do now, we will put here the region. Okay, I put here the region in the row section above the salesperson. Now see, sometimes if you are not able to put this region above the salesperson, what you can do, you can first of all put the region here below the salesperson, and then you can change the position of the salesperson. You can now drag the salesperson below the region, and now your region is above. Yeah, if you are not able to do it directly here, the region. So here region and then salesperson, and now here you can see the subtotals. Yeah, for every region there is a subtotal here, and also we are having the grand total. So just see here in the row section, I put up the region and then the salesperson. In the column section, I put here customer, and in the value section, we are having sum of number of items. Now, we are having the subtotals, but suppose if I don't want to see the subtotals, then we have to go to the design tab. And in the design tab, I have to click this first button here known as subtotals. Okay, so click the first button, subtotals, in the design tab. And now in the subtotals, I'm having here 3 options. Do not show subtotals, show all subtotals at bottom of group, and show all subtotals at top of group. Currently, you can see that the subtotals are shown at the top. Yeah, this is the Northeast, and this is the subtotal. Subtotal is shown on the top. Let us check this option here just now. Second option, show all subtotals at bottom of group. Let us see if it works. If I click on the second option, bottom of group, you see now it is at the bottom of group. This is the individual values, and this is the subtotal. So now it is at the bottom of group. Again, if I want to put it on the top, I have to select this top of group, the third option in the subtotal. It is at the top of group. And if I don't want to see anything, then here I have to click here the first option, do not show subtotals. So if I click on do not show subtotals, the subtotals are gone. So you decide what do you want to see here. Yeah, normally if you are having this Northeast and then the salesperson, then I would suggest you to put the subtotal. Yeah, so let me bring back the subtotal here. Yeah, let's say bottom of group, suppose. Yeah. Just now it is top, now it is bottom. Yeah. So this is the subtotal button. We have seen the grand total button. Now we will focus on this button that is known as the report layout in the design tab. What is this report layout? So just now in this example, you can see that we are having row labels and column labels. Okay, row labels and column labels here. Now, what is this row labels? Row labels means here, this is the region and these are the salesperson. Yeah, and what is the column label? Column label means these are my products. Sorry, these are my customers. Okay, so here I don't want to see row labels and column labels. I want to see the real label, whether it is customer, whether it is salesperson, whether it is region. Yeah, so that makes sense here. Okay, otherwise this is not giving me any information, row labels, column labels. So if you don't want to see these row labels and column labels, then you can go to this design tab. In the design tab, you go to this report layout button. In the report layout button, we are having here 3 forms. What are the 3 forms here? Show in compact form, show in outline form, and show in tabular form. Okay, these are the 3 forms in the report layout in the design tab. So initially, whatever you are seeing this format or this form, this is known as a compact form. By default, it will be always compact form. Okay, this is a compact form. Then if I want to click here this outline form, so let us click this outline form here. As soon as I click the outline form, now you see the title. See, now row labels and column labels are gone. Now this is the region, this is salesperson, this is the customer. See, now this labels make sense. What we have done here, we have clicked this second option in the report layout known as outline form. Now let us click the third option here, tabular form. So I click here tabular form, and now in the tabular form also I am getting the same answer, region, salesperson and customer. So now the question comes here that what is the difference between the outline form and the tabular form? Because see, if in both the cases, if I'm able to see the titles like region, salesperson and customer, then definitely Excel would not have given you these 2 options. Okay, then Excel would give you only 1 option. But now here we are having two separate options, outline form and tabular form. So can you tell me what differences you find here when you go to outline form and when you go for the tabular form? Tabular has rows defined, outline do not have. Yes. So one thing you must have seen in tabular form, you are having these kind of lines here. Okay, there is the grid line, you can say like that. So it is giving you a feeling of a table, this tabular form. Okay, there are these lines here. While if I go to the outline form, then in the outline form, you can see that this is the blank area. It's totally blank. Yeah. So there are no lines over here. This is the difference. Yeah. So you can decide whether you want to go for outline form or tabular form. Yeah. Tabular. Yeah. Now compact form. See, compact form, what will we do? That here in uh, one column only, I'm having both the things, the region and the salesperson. This is my compact form. Yeah. While if I go to the outline form, then I'm having one column of region, one column of salesperson. Yeah. There are 2 separate columns here. But in the outline form, yeah, in the outline form, we go for the, sorry, in the compact form, both the columns are now compact. Okay. They are kept in the one column only. So you can also, this is also a fine thing. But now these row labels and column labels will be shown. But suppose if you don't want to see these row labels and column labels, even if it is a compact form, then what you can do, another method is this, that you can click these row labels here, and then you can write down here directly region, comma, salesperson. Press enter. What you have to do, what I've done here, you select this cell where in your case, yeah, I'm currently in the compact form. Yeah, I'm currently in the compact form here. Yeah, I've selected here compact form. So what you have to do now, that here you have to select this cell where it is written row labels, and then you have to directly type directly type here region, comma, salesperson. Yeah, because it is containing both the things, region and the salesperson. Press enter. That's all. So directly you can type here. Yeah, select the cell and type. Here also column labels. You select this cell where it is written column labels and type. What is this one? Customer. Okay, this is our customer. Okay, so this is another method. Select and type. Okay, got it? So this is what we mean by the report layout. Now in the report layout, we also have another options like repeat all item labels. Let us try this one. Let me go for outline form here. Outline form, and let me click this one, repeat all item labels. See, when I click on repeat all item labels, so here you can see that I'm having here these item labels which are getting repeated, any, NW, NW, NW. As such, it is not looking good because there are these repetition. I don't like it. Yeah. So, but if you want to have these repeat labels, then you can click this option, repeat all item labels. And if you do not want to repeat, you click this last option here, do not repeat item labels. If I click on the last option in the report layout, do not repeat item labels, the item labels are gone. So this is looking much, much better rather than the repetition. Compact form, outline form, tabular form. Yeah, repeat all items, do not repeat all items. So these are the things that you are having in the report layout. Then you have another button here, which is known as blank rows here. Okay, blank rows here, another button in the design tab. So in the blank rows, if I click this blank rows, I can here have two options here. Insert blank line after each item and remove blank line after each item. So in the blank rows button, I click this first option, insert blank line after each item. If I click this first option here, you see that now here we are having a blank line. Okay, in the blank rows, you click the first option, and then here you are having one blank line. So it will give you some space here. Yeah, it looks sometimes better like this one. Okay, blank line. And if you do not want to have this blank line, you can click on the blank rows and click this second option, remove blank line after each item. Click the second option, and now there are no blank lines here. Yeah, as such, this is also fine, but here it is becoming, let's say, hodgepodge. Yeah, everything is very compact. So maybe sometimes that blank line is also fine, or blank row is also fine here. Yeah, so here we have taken these 4 buttons here. Then we are having here row headers, column headers, banded rows, banded columns. So row headers and column headers. If I see, there are already here these 2 tick mark. If I remove this row header tick mark, you see there's something is happening here when you remove this row header. Okay, when you remove the column header, yeah, this column header, this color, there is some color here which is applied, that is also gone. Yeah, the column is still there, but the color is gone. You see this blue color. If I click on the row header, this blue line which is there, that is now back. Yeah, so there is a small change over here. Then banded rows. If I click on banded rows, so see this kind of banding takes place. See, sometimes what happens that this banding is very, very important. Whenever you are having a very large report and there are so many rows over here. Now, sometimes if you want to see some specific values in the rows, then it is very, very difficult because there are 100 rows or 2000 rows, let's say. So then this banding will help you. Yeah, banding is separating each of the row. So banding rows is very popular. If you don't want to have the banding, you can remove it. Then we also have banded columns. If I click on banded columns, can you change the color of the banding rows? Yes, you can change the color. I'll come to that point. So because just now what I've done here, I've done the banded columns. So these are my banded columns. But banded columns, I have not seen that much. Yeah, people are not using that much. But yeah, these banded rows can be done. Now, as Ron is asking me that, can you change the color of the banding rows? Yes. Now, what we have to do after we click these banded rows, then we have to come to this area, which is known as pivot table styles. If you want to make your pivot table beautiful, colorful, you can come to this pivot table styles and you can click this drop down over here. And you see now these are the various options. You see, yeah, I'm just moving my pointer here on the light color, and you can see that the banded colors are also different. Yeah, these are light color. Then I can go for medium colors. Okay, these are dark colors. Huh? Okay, in some cases you may have some banding, in some may not have. Yeah. So let's say here I'm having the banding, but in this example, I'm not having that much of banding. Yeah, I'm having the banding only for this one. Yeah, so you can decide. Yeah, so there are a lot of options here. Let me go for one banding here. Yeah, this one, suppose. Okay, so this is what we are having the pivot table styles here. Clear? Yeah, so you can play with it. Now, let us go for one more thing here. Okay, let me do one thing. I'll remove this region here. Remove the region from the row section. I'm having only the salesperson and the customers. Yeah. Now, in the salesperson and the customer, you can see that I'm having these values. These are the sum of number of items. Now here I see one value. Where is that value here? Let's say 32. Okay, I'm having here this 32 value. Now see, when I'm doing the presentation in front of my management or my boss will have a question that, okay, Samir, you are showing me here that this 32 number of items are sold by Emily Leon in the, say to the Home Emporium customer. Okay, so these are the Home Emporium, and then this is Emily. So here you can see that this 32 is a combination of Emily Leon and the Home Emporium customer. So my boss will have a doubt that, okay, Samir, it cannot be so low. Yeah, because 32, you can see that it's one of the lowest figure here. Yeah, I don't see any other figure which is lowest than the 32. So if my boss is having a doubt on this number, he will ask me, okay, Samir, how did you get this 32? So what I have to do, if I want to show the details of this 32 figure, you simply double click that 32. I repeat, simply double click that 32 cell. So I double click this 32, and when I double click, you see here, we are having another sheet. You see below it is written detail 1, and now here I can get all the information. Okay. The salesperson is Emily Leon. These are the different products. And if you see here that Emily Leon is working in one department, in one region, same region, so Southwest. The customer is Home Emporium. As you can see, Emily Leon, and 32 is Home Emporium. And then here I can see the various transactions that Emily Leon has done towards Home Emporium. These are the item cost, and then these are the number of items. So see, it is written here 1, 1, 15, 6, and 9. If you add all these numbers, it will come to 32. Yeah, below it is written here 32. So whenever if you want to go into the detail of a particular number in the pivot table, simply double click that number. That's all. And it will give you these details here. Yeah, these are the details here. And once you are done with these details, you can delete this details sheet here. Right click on the details one, and you can delete it. Okay, now it is not required. So details is gone. So just click any of this number and you will see the details behind that number, that how this 120 has come up. So remember this trick. Yeah, going into the details. Okay. Now one more thing here, that let me show you one thing, that yeah, this Sam Rame. Okay, Sam Rame and this Home Emporium customer. If I see here, Sam Rame and Home Emporium. So Sam Rame has sold 162 products to Home Emporium customer. Okay, just remember this figure, 162 for Sam Rame for Home Emporium customer. Now, see, from this table, from the creating sheet, I have created this pivot table. Okay, so there is a connection between the creating sheet and the pivot table. Now what I'll do, that I will change one of the figure here in the data table. Okay, I want to change one figure. Okay, so this is Sam Rame. This is one of the record of Sam Rame, the second record here, which is mentioning Home Emporium. The product is bamboo and table. Now what I feel, that this 3 is written, number of items is equal to 3. I feel that this is wrong. It should be 4. Yeah, Sam Rame sold 4 products, 4 bamboo and tables to have Home Emporium. So I'll change this figure. Instead of 3, I'll change it to 4. So I'll make it here 4, 4, press enter. Yeah, you change it to 4 and press enter. So now this figure will change, because 4 multiplied by 79.99, it will give you 319.96. So this is now 4. Now here, if I come to the pivot table now, see, still it is showing me here 162 for Sam Rame and Home Emporium. Actually, it should be now 163, because I've changed the figure in the original table. So it should now be showing me here 163, and this should be, yeah, here there is no grand total. Yeah, so I'm having only 162. Yeah, let me bring here one grand total. Okay. So now I'm having here the grand total. So if this 162 should become 163, and overall this should become 1069 for Sam Rame. But just now it is not changed. Why it has not changed? Because now I have to refresh the pivot table. Yes, I have to refresh it. So what I can do, I can select any one cell within the pivot table, right click, and here I'm having the option refresh. Okay, select one cell within the pivot table, right click, and then you click here the option refresh. Okay, and another option is this, that I can go to the pivot table analyze tab. Go to the pivot table analyze tab, and in the pivot table analyze tab also you have the same button, refresh. Okay, so you can go for anything here. So let me click this button here, refresh. In the pivot table analyze tab, I click on refresh. See, just now it is 162. I'll click on refresh button, and now you see it is now become 163, and this has become 1069. So remember this thing, that tomorrow if you are uh, changing anything in the main table or the data table, yeah, it will not, this pivot table will not refresh automatically. You have to do the refresh manually. Yeah, if you have removed some records from the main table, or if you have added if you have added some records to the main table, you have to do the refresh here manually. At this point, yeah, so there is a connection here. Yeah, as such, pivot table will remember the old value, but as soon as you refresh, what will happen, that pivot table will again go to the main table. It will check the data, and then it will show you here the new records. Yeah, if there is no change in the record, no change in the data table, then it will show you the same value. But if there is some change here, then it will change the value here. Now in the date grouping, you can see that here we are already having a pivot table. Okay, I've already created a pivot table for you, where what I've done here, if you see on the right hand side here in the row section, we are having the date. Okay, this date I have placed over here in the row section. In the column section, I've taken here the region. So you can see here these 4 regions. northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. And then in the value section, I've taken here the sum of number of items. So this is already a pivot table in the date grouping sheet. Now, if you go down, you can see that though it is a pivot table, but still it is very, very lengthy. Okay, it is very, very long here, this pivot table. Why it is lengthy here? Because you can see that here we are having the individual dates. So these dates are written in the US format. So 6th of January, 7th of January, 8th of January, and so on, until you are going at the end till 30th of December. So here the pivot table is there, and as we know that pivot table is used for data summarization, but still this pivot table is very, very long enough. So now see, suppose if I'm a sales manager, so then I will not be focusing on the individual sales. I want to see the monthly sales. I want to see the quarterly sales. I want to see the yearly sales. And then I want to compare the data of 2014 with 2015 here. Yeah. So now what we'll do that rather than having these individual dates, we will convert these individual dates into month, quarter, and year with the help of the technique which is known as grouping. Yeah. So what we'll do now, you see the process what I'm doing here. I'm selecting here one of the date. Okay, select any one random date here. Then you right click over there. Okay, select the random date and then you right click, and when you right click, you have here this option known as group. Group, okay. You click on group here. Again, I'm repeating, select one random date, right click and click on group. When you click on group, then here you are having the dialog box known as grouping dialog box. And in the grouping dialog box here, you are having the starting date, ending date. So starting date is 6th of January, ending date is 31st of December. And then it is asking you that, okay, you want to do the grouping based on what? So here by default, we are having already the grouping, which is showing me by month. But I also want to do the grouping by quarter. So I can select here quarters. And also I want to do the grouping based on the year. Yeah, so you select these three things here, months, quarters, and years. Okay. After selecting these three things here in the grouping dialog box, we click on OK button, and now you see the grouping. Yeah, this is 2014, then quarter one, and within the quarter one, we are having here January, February, and March. Yeah, likewise quarter two, April, May, June, etc. Okay. So this is how you do the grouping. And now you see the size of the table. You see the size is now very small. Yeah. So this is how you do the grouping. Now here, first of all, what I'll suggest you that you remove this subtotal here. Yeah, because actually the subtotal is occupying some space. So how I can remove the subtotal, you know very well. We have to go to the design tab. And in the design tab, we click this button here. Yeah, we click this button here, subtotal. And in the subtotal, I say do not show subtotal in the design tab. Okay, I have shown you this thing. So design tab, subtotal, do not show subtotals. So see now subtotals are gone. Yeah. Now here, if you see on the right hand side area in the row section, you can see that now initially in the row section we were having the date field, but now here we are having three fields over here: years bracket date, quarters bracket date, and months bracket date. Yeah, because we created the grouping here, and automatically these dates are now divided into three parts here: years, months, and quarters. Yeah, so this is what you can see here. Now, what one change we can do here, that here it is written the title years bracket date, but I want to keep it here only years. So I can just write down here years. So, okay, because bracket date doesn't make any sense. Then here also quarters bracket date, I can also double click here and I can remove this date. Press enter. Months also I can double click and I can remove the date. Yeah, now it is looking better. Okay. And whatever you change the title here, accordingly, the title will be also changed over here on the right hand side in the row section. Now in the row section, you can see here the titles, years, quarters, and months. Yeah. If you're not able to do it, let me know. So now we can do the analysis very easily. Yeah. Now, you can see here that we are having quarter one, and in front of quarter one, there is a minus sign here. So when I click on this minus sign, what happens here? That the 3 months, this quarter one is now collapsed. Yeah, when I click on the minus sign, now it is plus sign. When I click on this minus sign of quarter two, it get collapsed, and now it is showing me plus, and likewise quarter three, quarter four. Yeah, again, if I click on quarter four, this minus plus sign here will expand. Likewise, this also quarter three plus sign, expand, expand, expand. Yeah. Similarly, I can also see here in the 2014, this minus sign. If I click on this minus sign here, it get collapsed. Yeah, now I can see overall what is the total number of products that are sold. In 2014, it is 3,988, and for 2015, it is 4,010. Yeah, you have to click this plus and minus sign. Plus sign, if you click on plus sign, it will expand. If you click on minus sign, it will collapse. This is the difference. You can also do one thing here. You can select this 2014, right click, and when you right click here, you are having one option here known as expand oblique collapse. I again repeat, you select one year. First of all, you collapse here. You select one year, right click, and then you see here expand oblique collapse. In the expand oblique collapse, you have here expand, collapse, expand entire field, collapse entire field, collapse to years, expand to years, expand to months. So suppose if I click here this option expand entire field. If I click on expand entire field, all the fields are now expanded. Okay, so from years comes quarters, from quarters comes months. So everything is expanded. And if I select this 2014 again, right click, expand oblique collapse, I can click on this option, collapse entire field. And now everything is collapsed. Yeah, so you can play with it. Whenever you get some time, you play with all these options and then you will see the differences here. Yeah, so this is also another way of expanding and collapsing. Or you can click this plus or minus sign. Yeah, anything is fine. So let me expand again here, expand the entire field. Yeah. Now suppose you do not want to see this quarters level. You want to see only the years and the month. So that is also possible. Yeah, you can remove here this quarter from the right hand side here, row section. You can remove the quarters outside. And now you can see you are having here month, year, and month only. Yeah, just remove from the row section. So sometimes this is also fine. You don't want to do the analysis at the quarter level. You want to do it either at the year level or the month level. Yeah. So this is how you do the grouping of the date. If you have any questions, please let me know. So this is the date grouping. Now, similarly, we can also go to this another sheet, which is known as other grouping. Come to this sheet, other grouping. Other grouping. Now, in the other grouping, let me make it bigger for you. So here, in the other grouping sheet, we are having the products. Okay, this is already a pivot table. So we are having the 5 products and we are having the 4 regions. Now we are having these regions like Northeast, Northwest, Southeast, Southwest. Now what I want to do that I want to group region. Okay, I want to have one northern region group and one southern region group. So how I can do it? Very, very easy. If I want to do the grouping of this Northeast and Northwest, you see here what I'm doing. I'm simply selecting these 2 cells. Okay, select these 2 cells only where this Northeast and Northwest is written. Okay, you don't have to select the whole columns. Just select these 2 cells, Northeast and Northwest. Yeah, then you right click, and then you click here, group. group. So when you click on group, so now you can see here we are having group 1. Within group 1, you are having here northeast and northwest. Then this is the group 1 total, yeah, like me subtotal. Then so currently southeast and southwest are still separate. So you'll see the individual subtotals. Yeah. Now this subtotals doesn't look good. So what we can do, go to the design tab. Okay, go to the design tab here. In the design tab, we go to the subtotal here and do not show subtotal. Yeah. So now here the subtotals are gone. Now what we have to do that here I have done the grouping of the northeast and northwest. Similarly, I can also do the grouping of the southeast and southwest. Same process. I have to select this southeast and southwest, these two cells, right click. And when I right click, I click on group. And now you can see that these two cells are now grouped. These two regions are now grouped. And I'm having here group 2. Okay, group 1, group 2. Now, instead of group 1, I can write down here north. Okay, select this cell where it is written group 1 and you type directly north. And then similarly, this group 2, where this group 2 is written, you can directly write down here south. That's all. Okay, so north and south. Yeah, you can also collapse here this north, south. So northern region is having the total sales of 4,162 and southern region is having the sales of 3,836. And overall it is 7,998. Yeah. Okay. So this is how you do the grouping of the region. You can also do the grouping of the product. Same process. Suppose if these two tables, bamboo coffee table and bamboo end table, you want to create a category. Category name will be bamboo tables. Okay. And within the bamboo tables, you are having products like bamboo coffee table and the bamboo end table. So here also you can do the grouping. Select these two tables, right click and do the grouping. Yeah, I'm not now showing you this method. You can do it on your own. Yeah, but this is what we can do. Suppose if you want to do the grouping of the bamboo coffee table and media armoire. Okay, up till now what we have done, that we have done the grouping of the nearby cells only. Yeah, here we selected northeast and northwest. Then we selected southeast and southwest. So both these cells were nearby. Yeah. But now suppose if I want to do the grouping of bamboo coffee table, bamboo end table, and media armoire, then that is also possible. How I can do? I can select this bamboo coffee table. Then I have to press the control button. Press the control button on your keyboard. Then I can select here bamboo end table, media armoire. And now I can do the grouping. Right click and do the grouping. Yeah. So remember that if the cells are not nearby, you can select those cells by pressing the control button, and then you can right click and then you can do the grouping. Yeah. So you can do the grouping of the product. Then suppose if I go to this manipulating sheet, suppose manipulating sheet is having here the salesperson and the product. So here I can also do the grouping of the salesperson. Suppose if I want to do the grouping of the salesperson based on the city, because some salespersons are, let's say, working in New York City, some are working in Orlando, some are working in India, yeah, let's say, okay, Mumbai. So then I can also create a group here, Meg Benson, Dottie Kirsten, and I can also select here, let's say this Robert Owen, and I can right click here, I can create a group and I can allocate them to New York City because they are working in New York City, let's say. Okay. So you can do the grouping of any field, product, salesperson, customer, region, date grouping also it is done as I've shown you. So this is what we mean by the grouping concept. See, during this weekday, yeah, this 1 week that you'll be having. So before we meet for the next session, whenever you get some time, please do the practice, especially this pivot tables, and then after pivot tables, we'll switch over to the topic known as lookup functions. Yeah, so these are very, very important topic. So please do the practice. Yeah, and also you can check the self-learning videos. Yeah, from Simplilearn. So also parallelly, you can see those videos, and from there also you can get a lot of information. Yeah, so do not ignore the self-learning videos. Good. So now if this grouping is done, then let us go to the next topic here, which is known as slicers. Slicers. Okay, so as many of you have informed me that you have not worked with the slicers. So now let us understand what is the slicers. Now before I switch over to the slicers, you can see that up till now we have not used this particular section that is known as filters. Okay, filters, we have not kept anything up till now. We have used only the columns, rows, and values. So now how to use these filters? Yeah, so you come to the slicers sheet here, slicer sheet, and let us first of all play with the filters. Yeah, so here we are having the salesperson and the customer. Now what I'll do that I will put here a field known as region. Okay, region, I put it here in the filter section. Drop the region and you put it here in the filter section. So as soon as you put the region in the filter section, so on the top area here, you can see the filter now. Okay, above the pivot table, you are having here the filter known as region. And in the region filter, currently it says here all. If I click the drop down here in the filter, I can see these 4 regions: Northeast, Northwest, Southeast, Southwest. Currently it is all. Now if I select this Northeast here in this drop down Northeast, and if I click on OK button, now you see in the Northeast, these are the 4 salespersons: Meg, Benson, Susan, Sam, and Leonard. Again, I click this filter button. Now I select here Northwest, click on OK button. Now in Northwest, there are 3 salespersons: Dottie, Scott, and Leonard. Yeah, so I can play with these regions. Okay, now see if I'm selecting here one region only, then I can see here the region name from outside the filter. Okay, if I select here Southwest, I click on OK button, then I can see here Southwest region. Yeah. Now let's say you are having a requirement that you don't want to select only one region, you want to select 2 regions, let's say Northwest and Southwest, suppose. So that is also possible here if you want to go for more than one selection. So you can click on this drop down here. And now here, see, by default, you can select here only one region. By default, you can select only one region. But suppose if you want to go for multiple selection, then below you can see this option, select multiple items. So if I put this tick mark here, select multiple items, now I can do the multiple selection here. Okay, so put this tick mark here, select multiple items. Now I can select here, let's say Southwest and Northwest, suppose two regions I want to select, Northwest and Southwest. I click on OK button, and now I can see here all the salespersons coming from the Northwest and Southwest region. But now what is the problem here in the filter? See, from the top area, I can see that it is showing me here multiple items. Now, what do you mean by multiple items? Okay, it will tell me that, okay, you have selected more than one item, but which item I have selected, which region I have selected, that I'm not able to see from outside. Yeah, I cannot see that whether it is Northwest or Northwest and Southwest or Northwest and Northeast. I don't know. It is just showing me here from outside multiple items. So that is the drawback of this filter. That if you are selecting more than one values, whether you are selecting 2 values or 3 values in the filter, it will always show you these multiple items. Yeah, if I click on the filter button, then I'm able to see, okay, I've selected here Northwest and Southwest, but otherwise I cannot see from outside. Yeah, so remember this drawback of filter, because when I'll be explaining you slicer, then we will discuss this difference. Yeah, so let me remove this multiple selection. I will go for, let's say, Northwest, OK button. Yeah. Now what I'll do, I'll remove this filter. I don't want to see this filter here, so I'll remove it. Simply remove the region from the filter area. We'll keep it blank. Now let us start focusing on the topic of slicers. Yeah. So if you want to create a slicer here from this pivot table, then you have to select first of all one cell within the pivot table. Select any random cell within the pivot table. Then you go to the pivot table analyze tab. Okay, select one cell within the pivot table, and then you go to the pivot table analyze tab. In the pivot table analyze tab, you are having one button here. You see this button here, insert slicer. Insert slicer. Yeah, in the pivot table analyze tab. So we have to simply click this button here, insert slicer in the pivot table analyze tab. I click it, insert slicer. And as soon as I click the insert slicer button, I see this dialog box. Insert slicer dialog box. It comes up. Now here it is asking me that, okay, you want to create the slicer for which field? So let's say I want to create a slicer for salesperson, region, and let's say customer. Okay, salesperson, region, and customer. Suppose I can also create here slicer for date and other things also, but let us go for these three fields: salesperson, region, and customer. Yeah. So once you select all these necessary fields for creating the slicer, then you click on OK button. Click on OK button, and now these are your slicers. Okay, these are your slicers. Now here slicers are kept one above the other. So what we'll do, we'll separate out. So we'll remove this customer slicer. We'll keep it over here. Yeah, we'll make it bigger, smaller over here like this. Then we drag the region here, make it smaller. Yeah. So this is the customer slicer. This is the region slicer. And then I keep it here, salesperson. Okay, I can also keep it below. You decide where you want to keep it. I'm keeping on the right hand side here of this pivot table. So this is the salesperson slicer. I have to scroll up and down to see all the slicer, to see all the salespersons, or what I can do, I can also make it here bigger. Yeah, I can make it longer. Okay. So see, now I can see all the 12 salespersons together in one shot. Yeah, so these are your slicers. Now, before we play with the slicer, I would like to discuss here. Slicer, see, what is slicer? Slicer is also one kind of a filter only. Yeah, slicer is used for slicing the data. Basically, it is used for slicing. Yeah, from that this word has come up. So if you say, okay, Samir, I want to see the data of only this particular region or this particular product or this particular customer, then I select that customer, and then it will slice that data, and it will show you only the data of that particular customer or particular salesperson. So that is what we mean by slicer. Slicer is also one kind of a filter only. It is used for filtering the data. So here we can okay, now one more thing here. You see that when we select one of the slicer, you can see here on the top area a slicer tab here now. Okay, just like we are having pivot table, and for pivot table we are having pivot table analyze tab and design tab. Similarly for slicer also we have here the slicer tab. But first of all you have to select one of the slicer. So if I go to the slicer tab, I'm having here many options. Yeah. So we'll see some of the options here. So see this slicer, what we are having here, salesperson slicer, you can see that it is very, very long enough. Vertically, it is long. Okay. So sometimes it is not easy. Yeah, it is not easy to play with this slicer. So what we'll do now, we will select the slicer, and here you can see this area. This area here in the slicer. What is written here? Columns. Columns is written 1. Okay, I've selected the salesperson slicer, and now I go to the slicer tab. In the slicer tab, it tells me column equal to 1. Height is this much, width is this much. Then again here we are having again height and width. First of all, what is this column? Column is 1. Column is 1 means this is a 1 column slicer here. Yeah, all the values are placed in one column. Now, if I'm not happy with this vertical slicer, what I can do, I can increase this column. Okay, I can make it this column to 2 or 3 also. Yeah, I'll keep it this number of columns for the slicer to 3. So now here we are having 3 columns. Okay, what I'll do, I'll make it smaller like this, and I'll expand horizontally. Yeah. So select this slicer, salesperson slicer, go to the slicer tab, and here in the columns area, you make it to 3. Yeah, 2 or 3 or 4 sometimes. If you're having more values, you can also make it to 4 also. And now it is better. You see? Now I can see all the salespersons here together, and I can also play with it. Okay, so this is the column. Then here we are having 2 height and width. This height and width, and this is also height and width. Now what is this height and width? It is written here buttons. This is the height and width of the button. What is this button? This blue color is one button. So if I want to increase or decrease the height and width of the button, the small button here, that I can do it from here. Okay. And what is this height and width? This height and width is the overall height and width of the slicer. Okay. We are having here overall height and width of this slicer. And also one more thing here, I want to show you that I showed you that if you want to create a slicer, you have to select one of the value within the pivot table. Then you have to go to the pivot table analyze tab, and you are having here the button insert slicer. This is one method. What is the second method? Second method is that you can go to the insert tab here. Okay, go to the insert tab, and when you click on the insert tab, then here we are having one button on the right hand side that is known as slicer button. So here also we have the slicer button in the insert tab. Okay, so either you go to insert and click the slicer button, or you go to the pivot table analyze tab and click the button insert slicer. Both are same. Okay, there are these two options here, slicer. So let us come back to the slicer here. So see now, if I again click on the slicer tab here, we have discussed this height and width, this thing, columns. Then I can also give here the color to the slicers. Here we are having 3 slicers. So let's say I select here customer slicer. After I select the customer slicer, I can go to slicer styles. Now see in the slicer styles, we don't have that much of option. We have light color, dark color. I can select here, let's say orange color here. Then for region, I will select here yellow color. For salesperson, I'll click here green color. Yeah, so simply select one slicer and go to the slicer styles, and you can select one color here. Yeah, if you want to differentiate, that looks better. Yeah. Now, after we have seen some of the buttons over here, now let us play with this slicer. Yeah. So what we'll do, we will click this. See here we are having the 5 customers. B&B Spaces, Ellington Design, Fabulous Homes, Home Emporium, and Home USA. Now what we'll do, we will play with this customer slicer. So I will click on this B&B Spaces button here. In the slicer, I click on B&B Spaces. Now you can see I'm having only the data of B&B Spaces. If I click on Ellington Design, Fabulous Home, Fabulous Homes, Home Emporium, and Home USA. Okay. So this is how I'm using the slicer. Now, if I want to remove my selection here, if I want to clear the slicer here, I'm having one small button on the top right corner here, which is known as clear filter. Yeah, this button here. So I click on it, and now you can see that my customers are back. Yeah, just click this button here, clear filter. Suppose if I click on region here, region slicer, I can click on Northeast. And now as soon as I click on Northeast, you see here I'm having the 4 salespersons belonging to the Northeast region. And if you see also the if you see also the salesperson slicer, here you can see that these 4 salespersons, Max, Susan, Sam, and Leonard, their names are getting highlighted because they are part of this Northeast, and the other salespersons, their names are not getting highlighted. They are a little bit light in color. Yeah, so this gives an indication that whichever are in dark color, they are part of this Northeast, and whichever are shown in the light color, they are not part of the Northeast. They are part of the other regions here. Yeah, if I click on Northwest, I can see here these three customer, these three salesperson. Yeah, Southeast. In Southeast, there are only two salesperson. In the Southwest, there are four salespersons. What I have done here, you have to select this region. Okay, that is what I showed you here, that you have to select the region. Let's say I select Northeast region, and then accordingly, this pivot table will get filtered. Now it is showing me the four salespersons belonging to the Northeast region. Now in the north, once I select the Northeast region, then here in the salesperson slicer, I can see these four salespersons. Yeah, you can see that their names are very bold. Okay, they are shown in different color, dark color, while the other salespersons, they are shown in light color because they are not part of this Northeast region which I have selected. Similarly, you can select these various regions, and accordingly, this dark color will change. Those salesperson who are part of the region, it will get highlighted, and the other salespersons, their names will be shown in the very light color here. Okay. Now one technique which I want to show you here, that is, yeah, what you want to do, that if you select here Northeast, then these four salespersons, their names are getting highlighted, but the other salespersons are also available over here. Now, what is my requirement, that I don't want to get confused. I want to see here only those salespersons who are belonging to a particular region. The other salespersons, their names has to be removed from this salesperson slicer. I do not want to see the other names here. Yeah. So for that purpose, what you have to do now, you see the process, what I'm doing, I'm selecting the salesperson slicer. Select the salesperson slicer where you want to remove the unwanted salespersons. Select the salesperson slicer. Then you go to the slicer tab above. Go to the slicer tab, and in the slicer tab, slicer tab, you are having one button here on the left hand side, which is known as slicer settings. Okay, select the salesperson slicer, go to slicer tab. In the slicer tab, you are having here the slicer settings. Okay, so click on the slicer settings here. And once you click on the slicer settings here, then you get this dialog box. Okay, slicer settings, you click it, you get this dialog box. Now here, you focus on this area. Okay, this area here, the slicer settings. So what it says here, hide items with no data. There's no tick mark here in this checkbox. Then there are three tick marks here. Visually indicate items with no data. What it says here, visually indicate items with no data. So here you can see that whichever salespersons who are not part of the Northeast region, they are highlighted with a different color. Yeah, they are highlighted with a different color here. That is what is mentioned here. Visually indicate items with no data. What is the second tick mark here? Show items with no data last. So you can see here that those salesperson who are working in the Northeast region, their names are shown first, and the other salespersons who are not part of the Northeast region, they are shown at the end. They are shown at the end. This is what is because of this one. Show items with no data last. Let us try. If I remove this tick mark, so there is no change here. But yeah, we can keep this tick mark. And what is the third one here? Show items deleted from the data source. Yeah, so sometimes it's possible that some of the, let's say the salesperson, they are already deleted from the data source. Yeah, so then that can be highlighted if you want, okay. Now, what is our requirement here? That I do not want to see this other salesperson in the salesperson slicer. So simply one tick mark you have to put up. That is this one. Hide items with no data. That's all. Put here the tick mark. Yeah, put the tick mark here. Hide items with no data. First of all, let me do one thing. Let me show this one. I remove this tick mark. Show items with no data last. I click on OK button. You see now here the things have changed. What I did, I removed the tick mark from show items with no data last. So now here it is showing me the names of the salesperson, but you see that it is now showing me in the ascending order. All the names of the salespersons are shown in the ascending order. And those salesperson who are part of the Northeast region, they are shown by the dark color. So this is what happens when we remove the tick mark here. This tick mark here, this tick mark which I removed, show items with no data last. Yeah, let me keep it back. I click on OK button. Now you see that all the 4 salesperson who are part of the Northeast region, now they are shown together. Again, I go to slicer settings here, and now I put this tick mark here, hide items with no data. Hide items with no data. This you put the tick mark. That's all. Click on OK button, and voila. Yeah, the things are gone. If I click on Northwest region, then the Northwest region, these 3 salespersons are there. If I click on Southeast, 2 people, Southwest, 4 people. Now there is no confusion. Okay, so remember this technique. This will really help you. Yeah, suppose if you are having category slicer and within the category you are having a subcategory slicer. So what we will do that when you click on the category, then the subcategory slicer you will see those subcategories which are part of the category. They'll be highlighted with a dark color, and you will also see the other subcategories. So you will get confused. So what you can do, simply select the subcategory slicer, go to the slicer settings, and you put this tick mark here, hide items with no data. You don't want to see any data for the hidden items. Yeah. Click it, and now it will not show you this thing. Okay. Good. So this is all about the slicers. Please remind me how you change the size and dimension of the salesperson category. See what I did here, salesperson, I selected the salesperson slicer, and then I went to the slicers area, slicer tab, and here I increase the column. Initially, it will show you here 1, but I made it to 3. I can see here there are 3 columns now. Yeah, so just make this, select the salesperson slicer, go to the slicer setting, and the columns area, you make it to 3. 2 or 3 or 4, you can decide. Yeah, this is what I did here. Okay. Great. Good. So I think so slicer, I hope that it is fine. And now, okay, now what is the advantage of the slicer versus filter? Yeah, the advantage you can see it very easily that here I can, whichever region I select, whichever customer I select, suppose if I click here BNB spaces. So I immediately I can see that, okay, in the slicer, which customer I've selected, which region I've selected. Yeah. Now suppose one more thing here, if you want to select here, let's say 2 customers, suppose by default, you can select only 1 customer. By default, you can select here 1 region only. But suppose if you want to select here 2 customers, then what you can do, you have to press the control button on your keyboard. So I have selected already this BNB spaces. Now I want to select also this home USA. Okay, I want to select 2 customers now. So what I can do, I have selected BNB spaces. Now I press the control button on my keyboard, and now I select here home USA. I click home USA. Okay, home USA. Now you can see that I'm having here the data of BNB spaces in home USA. Okay. So this is how you can select here multiple items, and you see here that even if I have selected here multiple items, I can still see that which customers have selected. That is the advantage of slicer. While in the filter, I showed you here that it was showing me the title, multiple items are selected. Now, which items I have selected, I don't know from outside. So I have to go inside the slice filter. I have to see that which item I'm selected. If I want to do any changes, I have to again go inside, click the things, click on OK button, and then I can see the effect. The advantage of slicer is this, that I can see the impact immediately on the pivot table. Yeah, so slicers are much more dynamic, you can say like that. And they are much more comfortable, easy to use compared to the filter. Yeah. So I have seen that many of the people, they are putting the slicers in the dashboard, especially if you are creating the dashboard for your users, business users, then they can play with the slicers. Yeah. So this is a very, very important topic here. And if you want to remove the selection here, you can click this arrow button, this clear filter, and now it is gone. Yeah. Also, you have one more button here. You can see this button here, these 3 tick marks. What is these 3 tick marks? It is also used for multiple selection. This one, 3 tick marks. Okay. If I click these 3 tick marks, yeah, now it is active. Just click it once. Now it is active here. Now what I can do, see, currently I can see the 5 salesperson, sorry, 5 customers here. Yeah, I can see the 5 customers. Now I already selected these 3 tick marks here. Now what I'll do, I will click these BNB spaces. If I click the BNB spaces, so see, now here we don't have any data of BNB spaces. I've selected BNB spaces. Now there is no data of BNB spaces. If I click on Ellington design, now there is no Ellington design here. If I click on Fabulous Home, there is no Fabulous Homes. So what this button is doing, it is doing just reverse. Up till now, what we were doing, we were selecting here BNB spaces in the slicer, and then here in the table, it was showing me the BNB spaces data. But this button is doing reverse, that whichever customer you select, it will be removing from the pivot table. Okay, this is doing totally opposite. Yeah, when you select this one, but with this button also we can go for multiple selections. That is the advantage that you get here. Yeah, clear? This is slicer. If you are having any question related to slicer, please let me know, and please do the practice. See, what I'll do, that for these 2 topics, especially that is the pivot table and the lookup functions, I'll be uploading one practice file in the LMS, and then you can work with the practice file. You can create some pivot table and whatever the questions which are asked in that file. You can also check those answers. You can also put it there. Yeah, so this will give you a good amount of practice. You can work on this file also, and I'll be giving you a separate file for practice purpose. Yeah, I'll be uploading after the session is over. Good. So slicers. Now we go for the last topic in this particular sheet, this particular file, that is known as pivot chart. Pivot chart. Okay. So come to the last sheet here, pivot chart. Now see, in the pivot chart also, you can see that we are having the same table. Yeah, what we had in the creating sheet. Same table, pivot chart. Okay, salesperson, product, region, customer, date, item cost, number of items, and total cost. Now we want to create here a chart. So to create a pivot chart from this main table, or it is also known as a data table, there are 2 methods here. One method is direct method, and second method is the indirect method. What is the direct method? Direct method is this, that from the main table, I can directly create a pivot table. This is the direct method. And what is the indirect method? That from the main table, I create a pivot table, and then from the pivot table, I create a pivot chart. Yeah, this is the indirect method. From main table, I create a pivot table, and from pivot table, I create a pivot chart. And the direct method means from the main table, I can directly create a pivot chart. Yeah, so let us see. So we'll go with the direct method just now. So select one cell within the table in the pivot chart. We are in the pivot chart sheet. Select one random cell within the table. Now what we'll do, we will go to the Insert tab. Go to the Insert tab here. In the Insert tab, you can see one button here, almost in the middle area. It is known as Pivot Chart. Okay, Insert tab, and you see here the button Pivot Chart. So if you click on this drop down here, yeah, Pivot Chart drop down, you can see that there are two options here, Pivot Chart and Pivot Chart and Pivot Table. So we will click here, first option, Pivot Chart. Yeah, this first option, Pivot Chart. When you click on Pivot Chart, so here you are getting the dialog box. Now see, this dialog box is similarly to your pivot table dialog box. So here it says create pivot chart, select a table or range. So it will select this whole table. You can see this dotted line here. It has selected the whole table. Now here also it will ask you that where do you want to place this pivot chart, new worksheet or existing worksheet? Let us go with the new worksheet here. Okay, I select here the new worksheet. The range is written over here. And that's all. I have not done any changes here. Click on OK button. Yeah, click on OK button. And now you see here a new sheet, sheet 2. Okay. And now we can see here the pivot table also and the pivot chart also. So remember one thing, that whether I'm going with the direct method or indirect method, whether, if I go with the direct method also, still the pivot table will be 100% created. And if I go with the indirect method also, there also we will be having the pivot table and the pivot chart both. Yeah, so remember this thing, this is important. So in any way, pivot table will be always there. So this is your pivot chart. And here we can see the pivot chart fields. Yeah, just like pivot table, we are having also the pivot chart fields. We are having these field names. And here we are having the filters, legend, axis, and values. So what we'll do that we will, sorry, just hold on. So here, what things we are having in this area? Filters, values. Okay, so filters and values, they were also there in the pivot table fields area. But here in the pivot chart fields area, we are having here axis, bracket categories, and we are having the legend, bracket series. So these are something new in the pivot chart. But I would say that these are same like pivot table. In pivot table, here we were having rows section, and here we were having column section. But instead of rows, now it is written here axis. Yeah, it is same. And instead of columns, we are having here legend. Yeah. So as such, there is no difference between pivot table and pivot chart in terms of this right-hand side area. Now what we'll do, that we will create here a pivot chart. So let's say I take this salesperson here. I drag the salesperson, I put it here in the axis area. Drag the salesperson, you put it in the axis area. And then let us drag this product. Okay, I drag the product, I put it here in the legend area. Okay, so product in the legend area. So you can see that now pivot table is getting created. Sorry, pivot chart and pivot table both are getting created. I'll put this pivot chart over here below. Okay, and I'll make it bigger like this. So drag it down, pivot chart. Now see, currently it is not showing me any data. Now what I'll do, in the value section, I'll put here the number of items. Value section, you drag here the number of items. And now your pivot table is also ready and the pivot chart is also ready. Just see over here what I've done. In the pivot chart, I've taken in the axis area salesperson. In the legend area, I've taken here product. And the value section I've taken here number of items. So it is automatically becoming here sum of number of items. And now your chart and your table are ready. Anybody having any problem, please contact me. So this is done. Yeah. Now here you can see that we are having for every salesperson, there are 5 products. Okay, so there are 5 columns over here. So total, how many columns are there here? 12 5s are 60. So there are 60 columns here. Now see, as such, these columns are looking very beautiful because of the color, but it is very, very difficult to analyze this kind of data because for every salesperson, we are having 5 columns. Yeah. So what we can do, we can convert this chart into a stake column chart. Yeah, because these kind of separate columns will not help me. I want to put the things one above the other. So that is what you have already seen that chart, which is known as stake column chart. Yeah, maybe. So if I want to change this chart, suppose if I'm not happy with this chart and I want to change the chart, it's very easy. You have to select this chart. And then here, if you see on the top area, yeah, just check over here on the top area after selecting the chart. Please remember to select the chart. I repeat this sentence, okay? Once you select the chart, then you go to this upper area. And here now you can see the 3 tabs over here. Pivot chart analyze tab, design tab, and the format tab. Okay. So pivot chart is containing 3 tabs. Pivot table is containing 2 tabs. And slicer is containing only 1 tab. You can remember like this 3 2 1. Pivot chart is having 3 tabs. Pivot table is containing 2 tabs and slicer is containing 1 tab only. So if I want to change the chart here, then I have to go to the design tab. And in the design tab, you can see one button over here on the right hand side, which is known as change chart type. Change chart type here in the design tab. So I click on this button, change chart type. And once I click on the change chart type here, now here in this dialog box, I can see the various types of charts. We are having 7 different types of column chart, line chart, pie chart, bar chart, area chart, XYZ, scatter chart, map, stock, surface, radar, stream map, etc. So I'll go to the column here, column chart. In the column chart, I'll select this second chart here, not the cluster column chart. I'll select this one, stake column chart. Okay, so I click on this second option, stake column chart. And now this is ready. I click on OK button. OK button. And now here, this is your stake column chart. See, now the number of columns have reduced because now we are having 12 salespersons. And for every salesperson, we are having one column. And in one column, we are having the different stakes. Okay, so now it is little bit easy to compare the performance of one salesperson with the other salesperson. Yeah, clear? You can also check other types. When you get some time, you can also check the other types of chart that will give you confidence. Okay, so this is your pivot chart. Yeah, now in this pivot chart, if I click here on the right hand side, just select the pivot chart and you can see here plus and this brush icon. I can click on plus sign here. And if I click on plus sign, I can see here axis. Okay, then axis titles. If I want to put here a axis title, let's say these are my salesperson, I can put over here. I can click on this arrow button here, and then it will ask me whether you want to have it for horizontal axis or vertical axis. I'll go for here both the things in the axis title, and now you can see that here we are having the axis title. I can give here the title. Salesperson. You see, I've given here the title salesperson. I can also put it down, and here also I can write down vertically here that these are the okay. So what I'll suggest you that you play with these options. Yeah, they are very, very easy. Chart title, then data labels. Data labels is also you can check this arrow. Okay, click this arrow and then you will see the various options here. Data table, error bars, etc. So just play with this one later on. Okay. Then you also have this brush icon here. After the plus sign below, you are having the brush icon. If I click on the brush icon here, I can see the various kind of styles like this. Okay. So whichever style you like it, I can also go for the color band or color combination here. Yeah. Which color combination you want to select here. So just play with this one. Yeah. At your convenient time. They are very easy. Yeah. Here, these two buttons are used for formatting the chart. So this is all about the pivot chart. In your opinion, which is the most preferred chart used by business analysts during presentation? Pie, bar, column, etc. Okay, this is a very tricky question. Uh, See, I would say that there is no preferred chart over here. It all depends upon that what you want to highlight. Okay. In the pie chart, I want to see pie chart, bar chart, column chart, they are all used for the comparison purpose. Yeah. So whenever I want to do the comparison, normally pie chart is more preferred because people like to see that pie symbol. Or instead of pie, we are also now having the donut chart. Okay, donut chart also you must have seen. Yeah. So normally it all depends. Suppose if you are having, let's say, see pie chart, you can use it when you are having not more than 5 to 6 pies. When you are not having more than 5 to 6 pies. If you are having more than that, then do not use pie chart. Then you use bar chart and column chart. Yeah, here you can see that we are having 12 salespersons. So this column chart is looking better. Yeah, you can also convert it into bar chart. Yeah, suppose if I select it here and if I go to the design tab, change chart type, I can also go to the bar chart and I can select this option. You see, now this is the bar chart. I have to definitely give some more space here. Okay, I give here some more space. And now this is also another option. Yeah. So between bar chart and column chart, we don't have that much of differences. One is vertical, one is horizontal, that's all. But let's say we are going for line chart, suppose. Now line chart is used when you want to do the analysis over a period of time. Okay. So suppose if I want to see the profit or sales over a period of time, yeah. So then I use the line chart. Yeah. Trend analysis. It is used for the trend analysis. Is there a preference for the amount of data, specifically large data to display? No, see, here it doesn't depend upon the amount of data. No, even if I'm having, let's say, 100,000 record, yeah, I can still use pie chart, donut chart, bar chart, etc. Yeah, it will give me a bigger value. That's all. Otherwise, the chart's shape and size will almost remain same. Yeah. So there is no preference is here that okay, this chart I can use it only for the small data. This chart I can use it for the very large data. No. Yeah, so there is no that kind of demarcation. It all depends upon that what do you want to highlight. Yeah. Every chart is having its own pluses and minuses. Okay. Yeah, I told you about the pie chart. That pie chart is having a limitation. It cannot show you more. It can show you 100 of pies also, but that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Good. So I would say that here I would like to wind up this particular pivot table, pivot chart, and slicers. Yeah, if this is fine. If you are still having, if you are writing any question here, then please let me know. I'll take that question. So please save this file. Okay, for your reference purpose here, I'll also save this file here. Okay. So save this file properly. Okay, and close it. Yeah. Now what I'm thinking here that let us take that small topic today that is known as macros, because lookup functions will take some time. So I would not start with the lookup functions here. We will go for the macros topic, because in half an hour I can complete this macros topic very easily. It's a smaller topic. So please open the file macros.xls. Okay, open the file macros. If you have opened the lookup functions, you can close it. We'll start in the other session. Okay, next weekend we'll start with the lookup functions, and then we will go for the topic of what if analysis. Yeah, what if is very, very important here. So please open the file macros.xls. Okay, so macros. Yeah, so in the macros file, we can see here we are having the three sheets here. We'll mostly focus on the HR list sheet here. So in the HR list sheet, we are having here a table in the HR list. So we are having here employee name, building, department, status, hire date, years, some benefits. Okay, I think so. We have seen this table earlier also. I think so. It was in the freezing, unfreezing, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So there we are used the same table. Now macros. Now, anybody has used macros in the past? Yeah, macros is not a new topic. It's an old topic. So anybody has used macros in the past? Yeah. So I think so. Ron has, no, okay. No. Okay, good. So if you have not used, then this is also very powerful technique here, macros. Now, just focus on my screen here, what I'm doing. Okay, you don't do anything. Just focus over here. See, I'm having one sheet here, a table. Now, what I want to do, I want to do some formatting here. Little bit of formatting, okay? So I'll select this cell here, and then I will make it bold, italics. I will give some font color here. Yeah, fill color here. I will give here some border. Okay. So see, I've done some formatting here. Okay, bold, italics, some border, fill color, and the font color. Now, I want to do the same thing in this area also. Let's say I've selected these 4 cells here, and I want to apply the same formatting over here also. Yeah. So again, I have to do the same thing. Okay, definitely we can also use this format painter. Format painter, you know very well how to use it. But let us assume that you are having one sheet. Okay, I'll give you one use case that we are having a January sales file. In the January sales file, I'm having some raw data. Then I do some data cleaning, and then I put some calculation in that file. Okay, and then I do some calculations. Now I have to do the same thing again in the February sales file. Then March, April, May, June, July. So let us assume that if I performed 50 steps in the January file, all those 50 steps I have to also repeat in the February file, March file, April, May, June, July, August, September, etc. Yeah. So it will be a very boring process for me, because again and again I have to do the same thing. Yeah. So here macros is helping you. What is a macro? Macro means you are trying to record the steps what you are performing in one particular file. You record the steps, and then when you open the second file, let's say February sales file, then you have to just press one button, and then macro will run. Macro will run, and it will perform all the steps automatically. You have to just press one shortcut key. That's all, and Excel will take care of everything. Yeah, every time, every month when you open a new file, just press the shortcut key, and within few seconds, your all those 50 steps are done. So that is what we mean by macro. Macro will help you in recording your repetitive task. Yeah, we are doing a lot of repetitive task every day. Yeah. So if we create a macro, then macro will try to reduce the time. Okay. And it will perform your repetitive task. You have to do only once, that you have to only record the macro only once, and then every time you have to play that macro. That's all. Yeah. So that is what we mean by macro. So now I'll show you how to record a macro. First of all, we have to record the macro, and then only we can play with that macro. So now the step, okay, very, very easy. You have to select one cell here. Let's say I want to do some formatting here in this date cell. Suppose just take one cell here, random cell. Now after selecting this cell, yeah, select the cell, important. Go one by one this step. Select one cell within the table. Then you go to the view tab. View tab. Okay. So select one cell within the table, go to the view tab, and in the view tab, we have one button here on the right hand side, which is known as macros. View tab and macros. Okay. Click the macro here, the drop down macros. Then here we are having two options, view macros and record macro. Okay. We will first of all record the macro. Okay. So select one cell within the table, go to view tab. In the view tab, you click this drop down in the macros button. And now we will click this option, second option, which is known as record macro. So I click on record macro here. And when I click on record macro, I'm getting this dialog box. This is the record macro dialog box. Now macro name. Okay, macro name. Macro name here, by default, it is giving you the macro name macro1. Okay. Now see, suppose if you are creating only one macro in a file, then macro1 is fine. Okay. But suppose if you are having 10 macros, then macro1, macro2, macro3, you will get confused. Yeah. So what you can do, normally it is suggested that you can give a macro name. And when you see the macro name, then you'll be able to understand that for which purpose I have created this macro. So accordingly, you have to give the name. Yeah, because when you or your colleague will see the macro name, you'll be able to understand, okay, for this purpose, I've created this macro. So in the macro name, I'll remove this macro1. And what I'll do, I'll give the name here, formatting cells. Yeah, I want to give the macro name. I want to format the cells. So I'll give here the title, formatting. Now cells. Now see, cells is another word. So what I can do here, I cannot give the space between the two words in the macro. Okay, if I want to give the macro name, I cannot give a space between the two words. So what I have to do, I have to use here underscore, or you can also use dash or hyphen, you can say like that. Okay, so I can use here underscore, formatting underscore, and then I write down here cells. That's all. Okay, if you are having very long name, yeah, so then you have to give some underscore between the two words, okay, or dash, but you cannot give any space. Also, I can give here if I want to put here some number, 1, 2, 3, 4, then that number I can put it at the end or in between, but I cannot start with a number. I cannot start here 1 underscore formatting cells. No, 1, I cannot put it on the starting point. The number has to be kept after some text here. Okay, so I'm giving here the macro name, formatting cells, formatting underscore cells. Now here I have to give the shortcut key, because I told you that whenever I want to play the macro or run the macro, then I have to use a shortcut key. Okay. So shortcut key here, it says control plus something. Yeah, by default, the control is already written here. So control plus something. Now see, we are having a lot of shortcut keys we are using on a daily basis. That is control X, control V, control C, yeah, control P for printing, control B, yeah, control I for italics and those things. Yeah. So there are some of the basic shortcut keys that we are using on a regular basis. Now suppose when you are giving this shortcut key, you give a shortcut key in such a manner that you are not using the shortcut key in Excel. Now, what do you mean by this? Suppose if I'm giving here the shortcut key for my macro, that is Control plus V. Okay, Control plus V. Now what will happen that if I allocate the shortcut key Control plus V to this macro, then whenever I play with this or say whenever I press Control V, it will always run the macro. It will not do the pasting. Yeah, suppose many times I want to do the pasting. I've cut something and I want to do the pasting. So I know the shortcut key Control V for pasting. But what I've done here, that I've allocated that Control V shortcut key to the macro. So that is dangerous. Yeah. So what I have to do here, I have to give a shortcut key to a macro which I'm not using on a regular basis. So many times you must have seen that there are some shortcut keys which are having a combination of Control plus Shift plus something. Okay, Control plus Shift plus something. Yeah, there are also those shortcut keys which are available in Excel. Okay, so you can give those kind of shortcut keys. But directly Control plus V, Control plus A. See, Control plus A is used for selecting all. Okay, selecting the whole content. So that shortcut key we can also allocate to macro. We cannot give it to macro. So what I'll suggest you here inside this box, click inside the box here in this Control plus something. Click inside the box, and now I will give here the shortcut key Shift. Yeah, press Shift and M. Suppose M for money. Okay, so Shift and M. So see, in Excel also there is a shortcut key where you are using Control plus Shift plus M, but I know that I'm not using that kind of shortcut key. Yeah, first of all, I have to check that what will happen when you press Control Shift and M in a regular Excel. But I don't care because I'm not using on a regular basis. So I'll allocate that shortcut key to this macro. Yeah, so again, I'm repeating what I've done here. I have to click inside the box. And after I click the box, I have click inside the box, I have to press Shift and M, M for money or Munich, you can say. Okay, M, Shift and M. And now here we are having the shortcut key, Control Shift and M. Yeah. Then what it says here, store macro in. Now, if you click this drop down here in the macro, store macro in, there are three options here. Personal macro workbook, new workbook, and this workbook. Now, this workbook means what it says that, do you want to store this macro in this workbook, that is this current workbook? I will go with this option. Yeah. What is new workbook? That you have created this macro in one workbook, but you want to use it in another workbook. Yeah. It sometimes is also like that, that you just try to remember that, okay, I have to create a macro. So you create the macro in this workbook or this file, but you want to use it somewhere else. So you can use this option, new workbook. And what is the third option here? Personal macro workbook. Now, what is this one? See, suppose if you want to use the same macro in different workbooks. I gave you that example of January sales. You are recording the macro in the January sales file, and you want to use the same macro for February files, March, April, May, June, July, August, etc. So if you want to use the same macro in various files, then you have to select this option, personal macro workbook. This is very, very important. Okay. If you want to use it only once, then you use this workbook. Okay. So currently we'll go with this workbook because I want to use it in this workbook only. So this workbook here, store macro in this workbook. Now here I can describe that macro. Okay. Now see, regarding the name of the macro, I can give a very long name. Just like our Bollywood movies are having long, long names. Yeah. Yesterday after the session was over, I saw that movie, Bollywood movie, that is known as Sitare Zameen Pe. Yeah. So those who have not seen that movie, yeah, I can recommend that movie. Very good movie. Yeah. So you can see that movie. Luckily here we had that movie. There were two shows on one day only, so that was very surprising. So yeah, it was a good movie. It was late night movie. Yeah. But yeah, so normally here, coming back to the macro name, that you can give a very long name to the macro. Yeah. But I would suggest you that don't give so long name. You can also describe the macro. You give them short names here, and then you can describe that for what purpose you have created this macro. Yeah, so I can write down here that this macro has been created for formatting various cells, something like this. Okay, I can also write down here 3-4 sentences, no issues. Yeah, so this is what we mean by the description. But if you keep the description empty also, that's also fine. Yeah, but this macro name is important, the shortcut key is important, and the store macro in is important. Good. Yeah, check this one. And remember the shortcut key. I have given here the shortcut key Control plus Shift plus M. You remember your shortcut key if you have given something different. Then I click on OK button. Now see, when I click on OK button, now I have to be very careful because see, now my recording has started. Okay, now my recording has started. So now what I'll do, I already selected this cell here. Now I will click on, I'll go to the Home tab. In the Home tab, I'll click this bold, italics. I'll go for the font color, field color, and I'll go for the border, suppose. Okay, whatever formatting you want to do in this particular cell, selected cell, you do those things. Yeah, so now my job is done. Now what I have to do, I have to stop the recording because currently the recording is going on. I have to stop the recording of the macro. So I'll again go to the View tab, and then in the View tab, you go to the Macros button. And the Macros button, you can see here the second option, which is known as Stop Recording. Yeah, earlier it was written here Record Macros, but now because the recording is already going on, if you go back to the Macros button in the View tab, now the second option is Stop Recording. So you have to click this button, Stop Recording. So stop recording. Okay. So now my macro is recorded. Yeah. Now what we have to do, we have to apply that macro to any of these cells. Yeah. So suppose if I select here these 3 cells, suppose these 4 cells, suppose, and I want to apply the macro here. Yeah. So what I'll do, I have to select the cells where I want to apply the macro, and now I have to press the shortcut key which I've given, Control Shift and M. Yeah. So Control Shift and M, and now you see the formatting is applied. If I select here these 4 cells, Control Shift and M, and now it is done. Yeah. Are you all able to create the macro and apply the macro? So this is known as macro. Yeah. Now, see, I've given a very simple example, but suppose if you are having, let's say, 100 steps of calculations, you are putting some formula, you are calculating something, then that value you are putting it into another formula. There also you are doing some calculations. So whatever the steps you are performing, if you feel that these steps I'm performing every day or every month, yeah, the same step again and again. So create a macro. Okay, first of all, you record the macro. Now remember one thing that if you are having many steps, let's say you are having 50 steps and you want to record the macro. So what you can do, what is my suggestion, that before you start recording the macro, you write down that steps. Okay, those 50 steps, suppose if you want to record the macro, you write down those 50 steps on a piece of paper. That okay, step number 1 this one, step number 2 this, step number 3 this. Now why that document will help you, because see, we are humans, so we will definitely forget some steps in between. Okay, if I want to perform 10 steps, I can do it very easily. I can remember that thing. But suppose if I want to perform 50 steps, 100 steps, then I have to remember those things. So sometimes I may commit a mistake. Now remember one thing, that when you are recording the macro, suppose if you are performing some step and you have done something wrong, so you will delete that step. Okay, you will remove that formula, you will delete that formula. So whatever, even if you are deleting, even if you are doing something else in this recording, while recording, everything will get recorded in the macro. Even your sometimes if you are doing lot of shifting from one tab to another tab, if you are doing very often, then that will also be recorded. Yeah, it is just like that when we are recording our audio or video, whatever the background noise that we are having, that is also getting recorded in our video and audio. Yeah, so the same thing happens with macro also. Yeah, macro will not record your audio, but yeah, it will, whatever you are doing something here while recording, yeah, all the mouse clicks, keyboard clicks, everything is getting recorded in the macro. So that's why I told you that you write down the list. Yeah, you write down some steps that I want to do this one, this one, this one, this one by one. Yeah, and so that will help you. Okay, now last thing here before we wind up, macro, it is an excellent feature. Yeah, it will save a lot of time, but it is having one drawback. What is the drawback? That I cannot undo now this macro. I repeat the sentence, I cannot undo the macro. See, if you go on the top area, you cannot click on undo button and redo button. So macros are like permanent thing. If you apply the macro, it will be permanent. Just like your permanent pen or permanent marker that when if you write on some surface, yeah, it will not go away. Yeah. So similarly here also you have to be very careful in applying the macro. Yeah, it is like permanent thing. I cannot remove this macro. Sorry. If I want to really remove this macro, what I can do, I am still having one chance. I can just close this file. Let me show you. If I close this file, I have not clicked on the save button. I close this file. Now it will ask me, do you want to save the changes? I'll say, no, don't save. Okay, don't save. And now let me open that file again. Okay, I'll open this file again, macros file. And now if I go to the HR list, you can see that there is no macro. But what is the problem here? If I go to this view tab, macros, and if I click here this option view macros, then whatever the macros you have created, if you want to see it, you can click on view macros. And now in the view macros, you can see that my macro is gone. Whatever the macro I created formatting cells, now it is gone because I did not save it. Yeah. So this is the problem. Yeah. Or you can do one thing that before you apply the macro, you save the file so that the macro what you have recorded that will also be saved. You save the file, and then when you apply the macro, and then if you feel that no, I don't want to have this macro over here, I don't want to apply the macro here, so you can just close the file. It will ask you, do you want to save the changes? You say don't save, and then you close it. Okay, and then when you open it again, you'll not be able to see that macro applied over here, but definitely your macro will be recorded. Yeah, I did not save the file after the recording. So now my macro is gone. Okay. So you have to be very cautious when you are applying the macro. Okay, because it is a permanent thing. Also, can it be deleted from the view option? Yes. Yeah, we can delete it. Yes, definitely. In the macros, if I'm having the macro here, I can select that macro. I can delete. Yeah, here you can see I'm having the delete option. I can also now see I can also edit the macro. I can edit the macro, but editing for editing you require the knowledge of Visual Basic (VB). If you are good in Visual Basic, then you can definitely you can modify the macro. I am not an expert of Visual Basic. Let me tell you very frankly. Yeah, and I'll suggest you that if you don't know Visual Basic, yeah, and for this particularly for this macro, if you feel that no, I have to, if I want to edit the macro, then I have to learn Visual Basic. I would suggest you that you should not waste your time in learning the Visual Basic because now their software is not used that much. Yeah. Now people are moving towards more towards the programming tools like Python and R and other things. Yeah. So I will not, never, I will personally, I will not waste my time in this learning the Visual Basic. Yeah. I learned this tool almost like 20 years back. Yeah. So, but now there is no usage of that visual, the macro. So suppose if I want to really change my macro, suppose if I want to add some steps and if I want to delete some steps in my current macro, what I'll do, I'll go for the re-recording. Yeah, I'll delete that current macro and I'll re-record my macro. That will save a lot of time. rather than learning a new tool, Visual Basic, and then you try to modify the macro. I think so. See, learning a new tool will take a lot of time, minimum 2 to 3 months. Yeah. I remember some steps in Visual Basic, but now since last 20 years, I'm not using it. So in the pivot tables, we had seen the various topics. That is, first of all, how to create the pivot table, then how to play with the pivot table, how to do the date grouping, how to go for the other grouping. Let's say we had done the grouping of the salesperson. I showed you that one. Then how to do the grouping of the region. Yeah, and we can do the grouping of any field. And then we saw the topic of slicers. So how to create these kind of slicers here. And slicers are very easy to use. Okay, very convenient. And then we are having the uh, pivot chart. Okay, so we created the pivot chart here in this format. Okay, and yeah, so creating the pivot chart is very easy. And I also mentioned one point that there is a strong connection between the pivot chart and the pivot table. If you change the pivot chart, accordingly the pivot table will change, and if you change the pivot table, then the pivot chart will also change. So this is what we had seen. So this was all about the pivot table. Now, after that, we had taken the topic of the macros, if you remember. So macros are macro is used for the repetitive task. Okay, you can record your repetitive task, and then when you run the macro, then it will perform that particular task. Okay, so here we had seen, currently I've not saved this file. So here we saw that, okay, if you want to do the formatting of the cell, then how we can record the macro, how we can stop the macro, and then also how we can run the macro. So for running the macro, we require the shortcut key. Okay, so whatever the shortcut key you have given to that macro, when you go for the shortcut key, then definitely that macro will be running. Now, one more thing, this one thing which I forgot last time, that is, see, I showed you for the macros. Okay, you can just see over here. It's not compulsory that you should open this file, but when we went for the recording of the macro, so what we had done, we had gone to the View tab, and in the View tab, we click this button macros last time. Okay, so in the macros, when I click it, then here I'm having here View macros, record macros. Now there is one more option of creating the macro or recording the macro. Where is that option? The option is available over here. Yeah, here. If you go down, yeah, on the left hand side bottom area, then here you are having a small button. Yeah, I hope that you are having this button. Okay, this is also the macro button here on the bottom left corner here. So if I click that button, then it will give me the same window that we had seen earlier. Okay, when you go for here macros, and when you click on the record macros, it will also give you the same window. And the same window also comes up by clicking this arrow, button here. Okay, this small button. So I would say that rather than going to View tab, click on macros, and then you click on that record macro, I think so this button is much comfortable. Just go below, click the button, and then this dialog box will come up. You fill up this dialog box, and then you start the recording. And what will happen that once you complete the recording, you want to stop the recording, then the same button you have to click it again. Same button. Okay, there is no other button here. You have to click the same button again, and the recording gets stopped. Okay, so remember this small button here. Okay, so this was all about the macros. Now we'll start with our today's topic, that is known as lookup functions. Yeah. Now, in the lookup function file, we are having here various sheets. So we will start with the first sheet here. Okay, please come to the first sheet here. Okay, you can use this. You can use this left-hand side arrow, right-hand side arrow. So you come to the first sheet here, which is known as VLOOKUP function. So in this particular lookup function thing, in the lookup function family, there are at least 5 functions which are available. Which are those 5 functions? VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, index function, match function, and I'll also show you one more function which is known as XLOOKUP. X. Just like VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, we are also having XLOOKUP. So I think so maybe everybody may not have this XLOOKUP in your Excel file. If you are having a very old version of Excel, let's say 2016 or 2013 version, then definitely you will not have this XLOOKUP, but you can see here. Yeah, if you are having the latest version, let's say 2019 minimum 2019 version or 2022 or 2024 or even Microsoft 365, then definitely you will have the XLOOKUP. So we'll also see this XLOOKUP. Yeah. So first of all, we'll start with the very famous function which is known as VLOOKUP. So in the VLOOKUP function sheet, we are having here a table. So we are having various columns like employee ID, first name, last name, department, and pay rate. So here we are already having some employee IDs. Okay, we are having their first name here. Now definitely here we do not have their first name because here we don't have any number. So that's why here it is written NA, not available. Yeah, so this is clear. Now here I want to have the last name of this employee ID 1054. And then I want to know his department name and the pay rate that he is receiving. Now, from where I should get this data? Because see, I cannot just gather and just try to type here, okay? So I have to have some kind of a data set for a backup. So now if you go to the next sheet here, after the VLOOKUP function sheet, you are having the next sheet, which is known as master employee list sheet. So go to the master employee list sheet, and now here you are having the main table. This is your main table in the master employee list sheet. So here you are having the employee ID, last name, first name, department, email, phone extension, location, hire date, and pay rate. Yeah. So these are the total 9 columns that we are having here. So this is our main table. And from this table, I want to fill up these 3 columns. This is my target. Okay. So let us start with this one, first one. What is the employee ID here? It is employee ID 1054. So 1054, his first name is already written here, Howard. Now I want to write down the last name of 1054. So what I'll do, I will remember this number 1054. Then I will go to the master employee list sheet because this is the main sheet. In the master employee list sheet, I'm having the first column here, which is known as employee ID column. And in the employee ID column, I'll be doing, I'll be searching that number 1054. So I'll immediately get this 1054 here, which is the first number, very easy. So I've seen that 1054, the first name is Howard. And here I can see the last name, that is Smith. Okay, so I'll remember this name Smith. I'll come to this VLOOKUP function sheet, and here I'll write down manually Smith. Okay, I'll write down here manually Smith. Press enter. Then I want to know the department of 1054. I'll go over here. I'll search here 1054, and what is the department here? There is some kind of a short form, AT, maybe accounting and taxation can be the full form. So I write down here the department, AT, okay. And likewise the pay rate. Pay rate here, it is for 1054, the pay rate is 11.25. So I write down here 11,25. Okay, definitely I'll also show you how to put the dollar sign here. But yeah, so this is the manual process. So suppose if you tell me that, okay, Samir, you have to fill up these cells, okay, then definitely within maximum 5 minutes, I'll be able to complete this portion. Yeah, 5 to 7 minutes, it will be done. So this is a small table, but suppose if you are having, let's say 10,000 values, yeah, you are having 10,000 record. And for the 10,000 record, I have to write down their last name, department, pay rate, etc. Then it will be a very boring process for me. Yeah, I will get tired. Yeah, because we are not robots, we are humans. So we'll get tired immediately. So now what to do? So here we will start with the VLOOKUP function here. Okay, so let us understand what is VLOOKUP, how VLOOKUP will work. See, suppose if I want to know the last name of this employee ID 1054. So normally what we do, we take this, we remember this number 1054. We go to the master employee list sheet. In the master employee list sheet, I search that 1054 in the first column. So as soon as I get here this 1054 here, now I have to tell the function that okay, please grab the last name for this employee ID 1054, or please return the department for this 1054. So now once I will go vertically first of all, and after searching that number, now I'll go horizontal. I'll now travel horizontal, and now if you say okay, please tell me the last name, I will take this last name, which is known as Smith, and that I will remember this last name Smith, and then I'll come back over here in this particular sheet, VLOOKUP function sheet, and then here I'll be typing what? Smith. Okay, I'll be typing here Smith. So this is what is the whole process of VLOOKUP, vertical lookup. Yeah. So let us start with the function now. So see what I'll do, that I will show you how to get here the last name, and then I will give you 5 minutes. It will not take more than that, 5 to 7 minutes, and then you can uh, put here the formula for the department in the pay rate. Okay, so that will give you some practice here. So let us start with the last name here. So in this cell that is known as D3, okay, in the D3 cell here, I'll be now typing equal to, I'll be typing here equal to VL. Yeah, I'll just use the short form, equal to VL. So as soon as I type here VL, I get here VLOOKUP below. Okay, so you type here equal to VL, you get here VLOOKUP. Now you press tab. Once you press tab, then you get here what? Lookup value, table array, column index number, and range lookup. There are here 4 arguments. Which are the 4 arguments? Lookup value, table array, column index number, and range lookup. Now see, if you are very proficient in VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, then definitely you can type here directly all these arguments, complete the bracket, press enter, and you will get the answer. But let us assume that you are not that, you are totally new to this VLOOKUP function sheet. Okay, you are new to this VLOOKUP function. So I would suggest you that rather than typing directly here all these arguments, I will now tell you to click this button here. This is the FX button here, which is on the left hand side of the formula bar. So you click this after writing equal to VLOOKUP bracket, you click this button FX. Okay, so click this button FX. When you click this button FX, so now you are getting here the function arguments. For which function? VLOOKUP. So rather than typing here horizontally, now we are having separate sections here. This is far better to understand. Okay, so type here equal to VLOOKUP bracket, and then you click here FX, and then this dialog box will come up here. Now in this dialog box also you are getting the same argument which we had seen here. So what are the arguments here? First one is lookup value, second one is table array, third one is column index number, and the fourth one is the range lookup. Now you can see that these 3 arguments are shown in bold, black color. Okay, so it means that these 3 arguments are compulsory arguments. You have to 100% write something here in these 3 arguments. You cannot leave it. But the last argument, which is known as range lookup is optional. Yeah, you can also keep it blank here in the range lookup. That's fine. It will not give you any error. But these 3 initial arguments are very important. So now let us start filling up these 3 arguments here. The first argument says that lookup value. Now, what do you mean by lookup value? See, if I want to get here the last name, so then you will ask me, okay, the last name of which employee ID? So this employee ID 1054, this will be my lookup value because I have to look up to this value. Yeah, so in the lookup value, you have to select this cell that is known as B3. Okay, so you select this cell B3, so B3 will come over here, lookup value is equal to B3. And here it is written that number 1054. What is there in B3? It is 1054. Good. Now we click here. After B3, we click here inside the table array. So you click inside here the table array box. Now see what is written here, table array. Yeah, we will see here when we'll be talking about these various functions of lookup. At some point of in some of the cases you will see table array. In some cases you will simply see array, and in some cases you will see lookup array. So there are three kind of array here: table array, simple, let's say array, and the third one is the lookup array. So we'll see the difference also between these arrays. Here it is known as table array. So when it is table array, what does it mean? That we have to go now to the main table. Which is the main table? That is, we go to the master employee list sheet. As soon as you click this master employee list sheet, you see here it is written in the table array master employee list. This is the sheet name. Just click it here, and the sheet name comes over here. Now what we have to do? We have to select this whole table because it is written here table array. We have to select the whole table. How to select the whole table? Either we can use the mouse to select this whole table with all the columns, or when the table is very large enough, then we can use some shortcut keys. Okay, so let us understand the shortcut keys here. So we'll start with this. Yeah, we can select here this cell. Which cell here? A1 cell. Okay, now if I select this A1 cell, then what I have to do? I have to now, if I want to select the whole table, one of the method is this, that I can press here Control A. After selecting this A1 cell, then you press here Control A. So what happens here? You see that the whole table is selected now. Now there is a dotted line here. Yeah, so I started with this A1 cell, selected the A1 cell, and then I pressed Control A, and now it is written here table array equal to master employee list sheet. That is, it is not written as sheet here. It is written as master employee list exclamation mark, and then it is written here A1 colon I38. A1 is the first cell and I38 is the last cell. So whenever it is written A1 colon I38, it means that it is showing you the range. It is showing you from A1 till I38. The whole thing is selected. Now, here it is asking us the column index number. Now see, I have told lookup that, okay, you take this 1054 number, go to this table, okay, and now you search 1054. So that lookup function will search that 1054. So lookup function has seen that, okay, here we are having that 1054. Now we have to tell lookup that what thing we want to have in return. Whether we want to have the last name in return, or first name in return, or department in return, or email ID in return, we have to tell very specifically to that lookup. So here we are having the concept known as column index number. Column index number it is asking us. So remember that your first column, this column, that is the employee ID column, it will have the column index number 1. Okay, this first column will always start with the column index number 1. Then last name is having the column index number 2, first name is having the column index number 3, and so on. Okay, so whichever is your column, first column in your table, okay, it will be having the column index number equal to 1. So now here it is, we have to tell lookup that which value we want to have it in return. So I want to have the last name. So what is the column index number of last name column? It will be number 2 here. So I write down here in the column index number numerical 2. Yeah, you see, remember that in column index number, you don't have to mention any sheet name, nothing. So not like this, what we had seen in the table array. Column index number means it should show you only the number. That's all, nothing else. Okay, so here I'm writing the column index number equal to 2. Okay, if you want to have first name, then the column index number will be 3 here. If you want to have the department, the column index number will be 4, and so on. So column index number is 2, and now here you can see the answer. Yeah, I will repeat it. So here we are getting the answer Smith. Yeah, and that is the correct answer. Now see here, I have not given anything in the range lookup. My range lookup is currently blank, but still I'm getting the answer here Smith. Okay. Okay, so what we have done here, can you please repeat the step? Okay, so see what we have to do, that here we have to start. Let me click cancel here, sorry. So here we have to start with this cell. I have to write down here VL. I press tab. So I'm getting here VLOOKUP. And then after you press the tab button, now you have to click this button here, which is known as insert function. So I have to click this FX. When I click on FX, I'm getting this dialog box. These are the various arguments which I have to write down for VLOOKUP. 3 arguments are compulsory because they are shown in dark color, and 1 argument, that is the range lookup, is not compulsory, it is optional, so it is written in light color. So lookup value, what is the lookup value? That first of all, I have to take this value because I want to find the last name for this employee ID 1054. So I select this value that is available in the cell B3. So here it is written lookup value equal to B3, then table array. Now table array, what I have to do, once I take this number, I have to go to the master employee list sheet. So before that, I click inside this box of table array. In the table array, once I click inside the box, now I go to the master employee list sheet, and now I have to select the whole table. Okay. So see, either I can select this cell here, A1 cell, and now if I want to select the whole table, I can go for the Control A. Control plus A. So it will select the whole table. And now it is written here, table array equal to master employee list sheet, master employee list, exclamation mark, A1 colon I38. Then column index number. What is column index number? That we have to tell VLOOKUP that which thing we want to have it in written, whether we want to have the last name or first name or department or email. Accordingly, we have to write down their column index number. So the first column here, which is our employee ID column, it will be having the column index number equal to 1. It will always start from the left hand side and it will be number 1. Last name column will be number 2. First name will be number 3. Department will be number 4. So here in our case, we want to have in return what? Last name. So I have to write down here column index number equal to simple 2, numerical 2. That's all. No sheet name. Yeah, and this is what I mentioned earlier, that once we put all these fields, then here we are getting the answer automatically Smith. Now see, the Smith is fine, but now what is this range lookup now? This is important. Though it is optional, but we have to understand this one. So range lookup, if I click inside this range lookup, then here it says range lookup is a logical value to find the closest match in the first column, sorted in ascending order equal to true, or omitted, find an exact match equal to false. Now what is this one? Yeah, range lookup. See, in range lookup, either you can give the answer true, or you can write down false. Okay, either true or false you can write down in range lookup box. Now what do you mean by true here? True means that, suppose here in our example, we want to know the last name of employee ID 1054. Now let us assume that in your this sheet, that is the master employee list sheet, here you don't have that employee ID 1054. What do you have? You have the employee ID 1055, not 1054. But here what we are having? Here we are having the employee ID 1054. Okay. So here we have having 1054, but let us assume that that 1054 is not available in your data set, but you are having 1056, let's say. So then if you are very, let's say, flexible, that okay, if you find 1054 details, then you please give me the his or her last name. If you don't find 1054 in the main table, then I'm also fine with 1055 or 1056. So if you are very flexible here, then in the range lookup, you can write down here True. True. What is true? True means it is known as approximate match. See, if there is a match, 1054 is there in your main table, then definitely it will give you the details of 1054 only. Then it will not give you the details of 1054. But if we are having already if you want to know the details of 1054, but in the main table you are having the details of 1055 or 1056, then definitely it will give you the details of 1055 or 56. Mostly it will go for 1054 because it is the next number. Yeah. So if you write down here true, here also it is written true and answer is same, Smith. Now if I write down here false, now what do you mean by false here? False means exact match. So when you write down here false, it means that you want to know the last name or the first name of only employee ID 1054. You are not flexible. You are not happy with the details of 1055 instead of 1054. No. So if you are not flexible, if you want to you want to have the exact match of 1054, then you write down here range lookup equal to false. So suppose in your main table, if you do not have the details of 1054, then here in this table, it will show you null. Okay. Or some blank cell here, maybe. Okay. So remember this thing. False means exact match you want, and true means approximate match. You are flexible. Now, suppose if you don't write anything, suppose here, if you don't write anything, then also it will be treated as true only. So by default, the range lookup will be always true. If you mention or not mention, it will be true. But if you mention the range lookup equal to false, then it will be going for the exact match. What the point? So here, if you want to type anything, it's fine. Otherwise, okay. Now one more thing, that instead of true and false here, you can also write down here 1 or 0. Instead of true and false here in the range lookup, you can also write down here 1 or 0. 1 for true and 0 for false. So see, now here in this range lookup, if I write down here 1, see it is written true. If I write down here 0 in the range lookup, it will be treated as false. So either you write down 1 or 0, or you write down true or false. Okay, these are the two options that you have here in the range lookup. Today I have recorded one video for my YouTube channel, and that video is about the first spreadsheet program which was launched by Excel. I think so. In the presentation, I've already talked about that program. It was known as Multiplan, if you remember in the presentation. But in this video, I've talked more about that Multiplan, that why Multiplan failed, and then what were the earlier products. Yeah, I also mentioned about the Lotus 123, but before Lotus 123 also, there was one more spreadsheet program which was very popular. This was popular in 70s and 80s. Yeah, so you will get that YouTube video on my channel on this Monday. And in this my YouTube channel, I'll be posting the videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Yeah, this is what I have set up my own target. But yeah, let us see how I can manage these 3 videos per week. Yeah, but up till now the response have been very well. So I hope that it will be also better and better in the near future. So coming back to this topic here, so we are having the things. Now Smith is available. Okay. I'm not putting anything in the range lookup. I click on OK button now. And now here you get the answer, Smith. Yeah. If anybody is not getting the answer, Smith, you let me know. Okay. So Smith is available over here. Now what we'll do that here I have written the table. Here I have written the function here. Yeah. If you double click here on the Smith, then you will see the whole function. V equal to VLOOKUP bracket B3, comma, master employee list sheet A1 colon I38. This is the table array, comma, and then 2. What is 2? 2 is the column index number. And we have not given anything for the range lookup. If you put anything here in the range lookup, then you will see that thing either true or false or 1 or 0. So this is the formula which I have written here in the cell D3. Now what we'll do, we will drag this formula. So we'll drag this formula down And when we drag the formula down, now we get the answer here. So let us check that whether this formula is correct or not for the other employee ID. So let me take this one. I'll take some random numbers here. 1152. Okay, in this 1152, the last name of 1152 is Henders and first name is Mark. Let us see if I go to the master employee list sheet. This is the number 1152 and the first name is Mark and the last name is Hender. So this is correct. Then I'll go for the last record over here, 1368. The first name is Tammy and the last name is Wu. So I come over here and this one, 1368. This is the record 1368 over here in the main table. And here we are having the last name is Wu and the first name is Tammy. Okay. So this is also correct. Are you all getting this VLOOKUP perfectly? Yeah, anybody who is having any problem in getting the in having this VLOOKUP, let me know. Yes, yes, yes. About to try it now. Okay. Now what you'll do? Okay, let me see this thing. No, you should not be getting this reference here. See, in your master, the problem with you is with your master employee list sheet. Why you are getting this 1:1048576? This is something a problem. Yeah. See, in my master employee list sheet, in my formula, if I double click it, you see that it is written like this only. A1, I started with that A1 cell and I selected that, I clicked on that A1 cell and then I went for Control A. Okay. So then the last cell here will be I38. So it should be starting from A1 till I38. See, and one other thing that you can do here, that suppose if you want to select the whole table. Yeah, I think so. One method is also over here, if I'm not wrong. Yes. Yeah, you can also click here this button. But the problem with this button is this, that it will select the whole sheet here. But let me try. If I select this cell here and if I click on this thing, then it will select the whole sheet here. Yes. So if you want to select the whole sheet, then this button is available here, but I don't want to select the whole sheet. What I want to do, I want to select this only the table. So what I do, that one solution I've already given you. Select one first cell and then you press Control A. Second one can be that I select this first cell, A1 cell. Now what I do, I go for Control Shift and down arrow key. I go for now Control Shift and down arrow key. So what it will do, it will select the first column. Okay, I select the first cell here, A1 cell, and then I press Control plus Shift plus down arrow key. So select the whole table, you select the whole column, first column. Now I don't have to just select the whole column, one column. I have to select all the columns here. So now after selecting the first column here by pressing the button Control Shift and down arrow key, now I'll be pressing the combination button, that is Control Shift and right arrow key. Now what you press after Control Shift and down arrow key, you press Control plus Shift plus right arrow key. If you want to select all the columns on the right hand side, we press the shortcut key Control plus Shift plus right arrow key. And then this will also give you this particular range that you are seeing over here in the formula, that will be A1 colon I38. This is another method. Okay. Quick question. How do I populate the column without dragging down from the top cell? Another, see what you can do also, one thing, that suppose, let's say, uh, I will try here. If I select all these cells here, and then if I'll type here the formula equal to VLOOKUP bracket B3, comma, I go to the master employee list sheet, and now here I select the whole table. Okay, or let me write down here A1 colon I38, comma, and I put here 2 bracket complete, press enter. So see here I have given the formula for Smith, and I have selected all these cells here. Now I think so I have to press here Control E. I think so, Control E. No, or Control. I think so. The fill, na fill one. What was the fill shortcut I showed you? Control plus Shift plus E. No. Yeah. So I think so. We have to write down the formula in the first cell, and then we have to go for the flash fill here. Let me check the shortcut key. Yeah, flash fill I've already shown you here. Control plus E only, it is there, but I think so it is not working here. We didn't find it here because selection contains the formula. Okay. So normally we have to do we have to go down, or yes, another method is that we can double click over here. Okay, we can double click over here on these points here. When I double click, automatically I get all these answers. Okay, I think so. These are the two methods which I personally know. Either you drag the formula, okay, or you can select this cell here where you put the formula, and then you can double click over here, and even if you are having, let's say, 10,000 record, yes, even if you are having the 10,000 record, then also it will go down. Okay, normally with this dragging, what is the problem? That we have to drag till the end. Yeah, even if you are having, let's say, 100,000 record, then it will be a tedious process. So yeah, this is that double click here. Good. So now I would request you to fill up these two columns. Okay, just get here, you use here the VLOOKUP function, and then you get here the answer for the department for 1054, and similarly you also get here the pay rate for 1054. Okay, I'm giving you 5-6 minutes. Okay, so complete this portion, complete this table, so this will give you some confidence. Okay, so you do it now only. So see here the formula will be almost same. Simply you have to take care of the column index number. That's all. The main thing over here is that you should be understanding this VLOOKUP. Okay, which is the first argument, second argument, third argument, and once you do the practice, I think so it will be easy for you. How to get the full list without dragging? Double click over here, like double click. Suppose if you write down here the formula in this cell, then you can see that here there is a small corner. Yeah, in the first cell on the right hand bottom area, there is a small corner. So here, if you select this cell, then this corner you have to put your pointer here. See, just now the star is like this. Sorry, the plus sign is like this. The icon. Okay. Now when I put my pointer here, it will become a small plus sign. And now with my mouse, I have to drag it down. Oh, sorry, I have to double click here, not drag it down. I have to double click here in this area. One question, how can we apply the formula to all three columns, then typing it individually? You can do this thing, but then you have to also do some little bit of manual process here. So suppose if you have typed here this formula for getting the last name, yeah, then you can also drag it on the right hand side like this. What I've done here, you can put your pointer here, and then you drag it with your mouse toward the right hand side. Now here we are getting Jessica. So let us understand why we are getting here Jessica. If I double click here, then here the VLOOKUP. Okay, the VLOOKUP here, it is now written bracket C3. Okay, their master employee list sheet, and you see that this has also changed the range. Our table range is A1 to I38. Okay, so this has also changed. Now it is showing you from E1 to M38, and then this is the 2. Now suppose if I change this number here, column number, because we want to get the department. What is the department column number? The department column number is 4. Okay, it is 4. Now one more thing, which I just now I had created some extra columns here on the left hand side. Now see, whenever you are having these kind of blank columns on the left hand side, then also you should not worry. Your employee ID column index number will be always 1. Even if you are having, let's say here 100 columns, 100 blank columns on the left hand side of employee ID, but whenever anybody asks me that, okay, Samir, what is the column index number of employee ID, it will be always 1. Okay, so this is why I put up all these 3 extra columns. Let me remove it. Okay, now I was talking that department is having the employee ID, department is having the column index number 4, and pay rate is having the column index number 9. So here now in this formula, if I change the column index number, I put here 4, then it is giving me here JESSC. What is JESSC? That is this email ID. Yeah, all these email IDs are written like this. The initial part of email ID is written, and then this is MF. Why it is MF? Let me change here. Okay, I put here 9, press enter, so it is giving me here 0. Yeah, so this is also wrong. So what is the problem here? That in some situations only, I would suggest you to drag the formula on the right hand side in very special situations. But in this kind of situation, you should not drag it on the right hand side. Yeah, because what will happen that here in this cell, Smith, what I have to do that if I want, because see, for every whether I want to calculate if I want to know the department or whether I want to know the pay rate, my lookup value will be always 1054. So it should be B3. So here also in the department, if I double click, what should be the first value here? The first value has to be B3, but it has become C3. Why it has become C3? Because here we are having the relative reference. I've already discussed about the relative, absolute reference, mixed reference. So here we have written the formula, we have written the lookup value equal to B3. So this is fine. But if I fix up this B3, let's say if I fix up here $B $3, suppose. Yeah, because if I drag it on the right hand side, then it should not change. So I type here, yeah, I have given here $B $3, press enter. Now if I drag it on the right hand side here, it is showing me what? NA. Let me check it here again. So see, now this is fixed. Now what we have to do, we have to also fix up this particular range. Yeah, because here this table that we are having here, the main table, whether I want to search employee ID or last name, first name, whatever, this table range will be always same. What will be the table range? Here it will be A1 to I38. So now what I have to do here, again, I have come to the Smith, and in the Smith, what I'll do, I will type here, I will fix up the range. How will fix up the range? I have to put here $A $1 colon $I $38. So that will fix up my range. Okay. So how I can put here the dollar sign? See, one thing is that I can manually type $A $1 colon $I $38. This is manual system. Another method is this, that you put your pointer here before A1 or in between the A1, anywhere it is fine. I put my pointer, let's say, before A1. And now what I do, I press the function F4. There is a F4 key. I press it. You see, as soon as I press it, it becomes here $A $1. Okay, when I press it again, it becomes $1. When I press it again, it becomes $A1. And again, when I press it, it becomes again A1. So if I don't want to type manually $A$1, then I have to put my pointer here, maybe before A or in between A and 1, and then I have to press F4 key. And now this is ready. Similarly, I have to do the same thing for the I38. I can put my pointer before I or between between I and 38, and now I can press again here F4, and now this is also $sign. Okay, so now we have fixed up the range. Press enter. So now again this is Smith. Let me drag it on the right hand side. It is showing me again Smith. Why it is showing me Smith? Because this column index number is same 2. But what is that column index number for department? Here I'll be writing here 4. Press enter. So now it has come here 80. So see, you see that how much hard work is here in this example. Yeah, so that's why in this example I did not show you how to drag the formula on the right hand side. Dragging the formula down is better, but I'm not saying that every time this is a problem. In some of the cases, I'm not remembering those cases, but yes, I know that in some of the cases you can also drag the formula on the right hand side. Yeah, and then it will work exactly perfect over here, but not in this example. Okay. I was not able to successfully loading the department data row. Can you show me how can I get it familiar with this step? So for getting the department here, let me type here the formula again. So here in this cell, we type equal to VL. We get here VLOOKUP. We press tab button. Now what we'll do, we will click on the FX button. Yeah, always go with the FX button here. It will help you. So I click here this FX button. So I get this dialog box. Now lookup value. What is the lookup value? It is this one. That is 1054. So I select this cell. This is B3. Now I go to the table array. I click inside the table array. And now I have to search 1054 in what? In the master employee list sheet. So once you click in the table array, you go to the master employee list sheet. And now here you have to select this whole table. So I have shown you two methods. Either you use the control A or you use that control shift and down arrow key plus control shift and right arrow key. Yeah, I'll go with that select A, control A. So I select this first cell and then I press control A. So see, now it is written here A1 colon I38. Master employee. See, remember that sometimes what happens that when you are shifting from one sheet to another sheet, it is possible that this master employee list sheet may come here 2 times or 3 times. But remember that in this table array, the master employee list sheet should come only once. If there are double things for this master employee list sheet, then you have to remember, you have to remove one of the things. So just remember that in the table array, you should have only one time master employee list. Yeah, and then it should have the exclamation mark, and then it should be A1 colon I38. Then column index number. Now see department. We want to have the department in the return. So department column index number is 4. So in the column index number here, I simply write down numerical 4, nothing else. And once you write down here numerical 4 in column index number, you get here the answer 80. Okay, you get here the answer 80. You click on OK button. And now you are getting the answer here. Now see, normally let us go over here in this cell. I type the same function VL, press tab. I click on FX button. Lookup value is this one, B3, table array. I go to the master employee list sheet. I select the whole table and column index number for the pay rate is number 9. So I type here 9. Okay, I get here the number 11.25. I click on OK button. So I get here the pay rate. I double click. So now I get these numbers. Now see, if you see now the formatting. Okay, here we have gone here the formatting is different. Here we are having the dollar sign also. Now in this cell also, in this column also, I can have the dollar sign. I can simply click here. Okay, or I can go to the here currency also, but I can click here. In my case, there are two options, euro and dollar. I click here euro. So I click here dollar, sorry. So see, now it has come automatically here. I double click again, and now everywhere I'm getting the dollar sign. Yeah, so this is how you get the dollar sign. Select the cell, come over here in the drop down, you select here English, dollar, English United States dollar, or you can also click this one. Okay, and here I can go to the currency. In the currency, I can select here the currency, whichever I want. Yeah, especially I checked here for the Indian rupees. See, currency, for, let's say for euro also, we are having many things here. Yeah, euro, French, Belgium, euro, French, France, euro, French, Luxembourg, euro, French, Monaco. Yeah, for euro also, we have many based on the country also and based on the language also. Similarly, if I see the rupee symbol, then rupee here, we are having for different languages here. You see here? Rupee Assamese, Rupee Bengali, Rupee English, Rupee Gujarati, Rupee Hindi, Kannada, and so on. So you can select any one rupee, yeah, whether it is Kannada or whether it is Hindi or Gujarati or whatever, but you select any one thing and the rupee symbol will come here. Yeah, let's say if I select here rupee Hindi, suppose. I click on OK button and now here I'm getting the rupee. Yeah, let me put it here back to dollar. Good. So this is fine. Yeah. Now we have filled up this table. Can you type the formula for the pay rate as I was getting the error? See, pay rate is this one. Just check this formula. Type you want to have, if you want to have the formula, I will type here the formula in the chat window. You can copy this formula. So it is very simple, equal to VLOOKUP bracket what? B3. B3 is this one, comma. Okay. Then master employee list sheet, master employee list, exclamation mark, A1 colon I30, there is the table array, comma, and then 9. Remember, I'm again telling you this thing that when I say here comma, I am putting here semicolon. That is in my system, German system. But whenever you see here semicolon, you have to type comma only. You don't have to type semicolon. Remember this thing, okay? So don't get confused that, okay, Samir is telling here comma, but he is putting here semicolon. But this is the German system. Yeah, you put always comma here between the arguments. Okay, and now, and the column index number for the pay rate is 9. So I put here comma 9 and press enter and you'll get the answer here. Yeah, let me know if you are getting the answer. That's why I'm getting the error. Okay, so you are putting the semicolon. Yes, I got it. Yeah, that's why I was also having a feeling that maybe sometimes because people they see, okay, why he's saying comma, but he's putting semicolon and he's telling us to put comma. So why there is a difference? Yeah. I don't know that sometimes I'm having a question that why here in Germany we are putting semicolon. I'm not having any answer. Okay. How do you calculate the column index number? Column index number, what I mentioned earlier, that you have to always start with the first column in your table. Okay, whichever is your first column in the table, its column index number will be 1 only. Yeah. Then the next column will be having the column index number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. So this is how you calculate the column index number. Clear? The first column will always have the column index number equal to 1. Okay. And remember, it should be first column of the table, not the first column of the Excel. Yeah, that is what I mentioned here earlier. Yeah, suppose if you are having these kind of a blank column on the left hand side of this table, then this should not be counted for column index number. You should always start with the first column of your table only. and its column index number will be always 1 here. Good. Okay, so now let us come to this sheet here. Now in this sheet, you can see that here we are having NA, NA, NA. And as I said that why we are having NA, because we are not putting here the number. Okay, so now what I'll do, just see over here, first of all, I'm putting one number here in this cell B11. Okay, so in this cell B11, I'll be typing this same number which we are having on the top area, that is 1054. Yeah, so let us see that in this B11, if I again type 1054, then definitely here I should be getting the answer Howard. Here I should be getting the answer Smith, and here I should be getting 80, and here I should be getting the answer 11.25. Let us see. So in this cell, I type again the same number 1054. I type here 1054, press enter, and now you see the problem. 1054, this is correct. But now here I get the correct answer, Howard. First name is fine, but I'm not getting here the last name, department, and the pay rate. Why? Because see, here we have dragged the formula. So formula is here. Yeah, if I double click here, there is a formula. So even though we have put the formula, why we are getting here NA? That's the problem. So let us focus over here in this NA. Okay, that is the cell D11. If I double click here, you see what is written here, equal to VLOOKUP bracket B11. What is B11? B11 is this one. So this is fine. Then comes the master employee list sheet, that is the table array. And now you see the range here. What is the range written here? A9 colon I46. What was our first range here for the Smith? It was A1 colon I38. Now what happened that we dragged the formula down. So then this A1, here it was A1, here it became A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, A8, and A9. Finally, it became here A9. And for the Smith, it was I46. Sorry, it was I38 here for the Smith, and then for here it was 39, 38, sorry, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. So what happened that when we are putting the range in the first cell, and when we drag the formula, then definitely there will be a relative reference. So this is the problem. And now if I see this A9 colon I46, let us check here in our table. What is A9? A9 is this one. So from A9 till what? I go down, 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 and I go till I46. That is this one. Okay, so this is my now new table range. Now in this table range, what I'm telling Excel, please find the number 1054. Now see, 1054 is outside my table range. 1054 is over here, and here I'm not, yeah, it is not within this table range. So that's why here we are getting this NA. It's not able to find this 1054 in this table range A9 to I46 because it's outside. So what is the solution now? I already shown you one solution here in this Smith. If I double click, what I've done here, first of all, I have to remove this dollar sign here. Why I have to remove the dollar sign here? Why I have to keep it here B3 here? Or what we can do, we can also put it here dollar $B3, not B3. We put here dollar $B3. What is dollar $B3 here? Whether it is relative reference, absolute reference, or mixed reference. When I write down dollar $B3, what it is known as? Absolute reference, relative reference, or mixed reference? That's my question. It's known as mixed reference. Yes, correct. Yeah, because in mixed reference, either we fix up the row or we fix up the column. Okay, and in the absolute reference, we fix up both the things. And in relative reference, we don't fix anything. That's the difference, as you know. So now here, why I'm suggesting you dollar $B3? and not $B3 or $B3. Why? Because see, what is this cell reference here for this 1054? It is B3. Then we are having B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9, and so on. So I told you that if you want to go for the mixed reference, and if you are confused that whether I should fix up the column or whether I should fix up the row, then what was the rule which I said? That whichever is getting common, whichever is getting repeated here, if the row is getting repeated, you fix up the row. If the column is getting repeated, you fix up the column. That's the rule. So here what we are having B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8. So B is getting repeated. So then we can fix up the B column. So that's why here in the Smith, double click, you can type like this also. You can also keep it here B3, simple B3, that's also fine. But I'll suggest you here what? $B3. We are fixing up the B column, and the 3, that is the row, that will change because it will become B3, B4, B5, B6. Clear this point? So here we have gone for the mixed reference. Then comes the range here. Now see the range, that what I was showing here, that this range I have fixed up. Yeah, because it is fixed. Yeah, because whichever employee ID I want to search, whether I search the first employee ID or whether I search the last employee ID, this whole table, yeah, this particular main table will be exactly the same. So that's why in this Smith formula, what you do, you just put here this $sign, $A, $1, colon, $I, $38. That is what you have to do. Just type over here like this. Yeah, you fix up the whole table range. So even if you are dragging it down also, or if you are dragging on the right hand side also, this table range will never change. And that is what we want. Clear? You change this formula, $A, $1, colon, $I, $38, and these 2 is fine because it's a column index number. Okay, press enter. And now what you do, you drag the formula down. Okay, I drag the formula down, and see now I'm getting here that answer Smith. Now see here I was already getting the answer Howard. Why I was getting the answer Howard? Because if I double click here, you see this is what we have written now here for the Smith. $B11, comma master employee list, and then this range was fixed. And because of this fixed range, that's why when I drag the formula here, it was automatically showing me here Howard. But here it was giving me an error. But now it is showing me Smith. Yeah, if anybody is finding any problem in getting this Smith, you can let me know. Okay, now the same thing you have to also do it for these 2 formulas here for department and pay rate. Just do the same thing. Yeah, double click the first cell here, and here you can type $B3, and here you can fix up the whole range. And then you drag the formula down. Okay, so please do it for both the cells here, both the columns here, department and pay rate. Yeah, fix up the table range, and also you fix up the B. You write down $B3 in both these columns. Okay, so I hope that this is clear. This is fixing up especially the table range here. Yeah, now if you put any formula, any number here, whether the number you are taking it from this upper area or you are giving here any other random number from the table, then definitely it will give you here the answer. Okay, so that you can put it here later on, any of this number here, any of the employee ID number, and check it whether you are getting here the correct answer in all the 4 columns. Good. So I would say that this is known as the lookup functions, VLOOKUP especially. What is V? V stands for vertical lookup. Okay, vertical lookup. V stands for vertical. And now after this VLOOKUP, now we are shifting to the another function which is known as HLOOKUP. And H stands for horizontal. Okay. So Before I shift to the HLOOKUP function sheet, the third sheet here, I would like to tell you one of the major drawback of using the VLOOKUP. Okay, what is that major drawback here? The drawback is this, that in your main table, just listen to me, in your main table, this column, that is the employee ID column where we are searching the employee ID, remember that this column has to be always the first column in your main table. Okay, if this employee ID column is shifted somewhere else in the main table, then definitely your VLOOKUP will never work. Okay, so let me show you one example. You just focus on my screen. What I'm doing here, I'm shifting the position of this first column of the main table. So I'm selecting this column, right click, cut. So I'm cutting this column, and now I'm pasting somewhere between C and D. So I'm pasting between the first name and the department. So I right click, insert cut cells. So see, now I've changed the position of the employee ID. Now it is number 3, not number 1. And now if I go to the VLOOKUP function sheet, you see here, everywhere it is written here, NA, NA, NA. So this is the, you can say, one of the main thing for VLOOKUP, that this first column, yeah, whether it is employee ID, customer ID, supplier ID, whatever, that first column has to be always, or this main column has to be always at the first position. It cannot be at the second, third, fourth, or fifth position. Never. Yeah, so if anybody disturbs this first column here, then definitely you will have here everywhere errors. Okay, so remember this point, because when I'll be discussing about that new function, which is known as XLOOKUP, then you will understand that what is this one, okay, what is this error. Okay, so now what I'm doing here, I'm clicking on undo button here. And now when I undo, I'm now here having the employee ID column. If I go back to the VLOOKUP function sheet, and now you see everything has come up back here. Okay, so this is the one of the major limitation of the VLOOKUP. Now we go to the HLOOKUP here. Come to this HLOOKUP function sheet. Now in this HLOOKUP function sheet, we are having here a table. Okay. Now this table is containing, here it is asking us enter the product code. So here we have to write down the product code. And then once we write down the product code, then we should get here the warehouse 1 inventory, warehouse 2 inventory, and warehouse 3 inventory. Already the warehouse 1 inventory is written here, 150 for this particular product, XP 200. So we have to fill up again here these two cells. That is warehouse 2 inventory and warehouse 3 inventory. Okay. Now where is the main table for this thing here? The main table is in the next sheet here. You see the next sheet here below. It's known as master inventory list sheet. So in the 4th sheet, you are having the table. Now here, if you see the structure of the table, it is now, this table is laid horizontally. It is not created vertically, it is laid horizontally. So first of all, we are having the product code here. These are all the product codes here. There are total 6 product codes. And then we have the warehouse 1 inventory, warehouse 2 inventory, and warehouse 3 inventory. So this is our main table. So now here, first of all, in this particular cell that is known as B6 cell, I want to get here the warehouse 2 inventory for this particular product, which is written in this particular cell, which is known as B3 cell. So whatever product I write down in the B3 cell, accordingly, these 3 values has to change. So let me take here this cell. Yeah, you select this cell here. Let me make it bigger for you. So in this cell, I type here equal to HL, that is, it will give you the HLOOKUP. Press tab, and now here you are also getting almost the same argument. But what we'll do after writing here equal to HLOOKUP and press tab button, we click the same button here on the top left corner here, this one, insert function. So click here this button, insert function, this fx. Again, we get the same thing. Now here also it is asking us what? Lookup value. So now you tell me what is the lookup value here in this example? What should be the lookup value over here? See, XP200 is the, yes, it is the value which is written in that cell, B3. Okay. It has to be B3, not A6. Because see, whatever I write down over here in this cell B3, accordingly, it should give me here the warehouse 1, warehouse 2, and warehouse 3 inventory. Remember this thing. Yeah. So don't think that it is A6. A6 here, it is just written warehouse 2 inventory. Okay. But where just you imagine that here, this is your employee ID. And for this employee ID, I want to get the warehouse 2 inventory. Yeah. See, let me do one thing. What I'm saying here, what is the lookup value over here? Lookup value will be this cell, B3 cell. Why? Because whatever I'm putting in that B3 cell, accordingly, it should give me the answer for warehouse 1 inventory, warehouse 2 inventory, and warehouse 3 inventory. So this cell is your lookup value. Yeah, if I compare with this one, with this example here, so here, which was our lookup value? Employee ID. Because for this employee ID, I wanted to know its first name, last name, department, and pay rate. So with the same logic, we can also go with this HLOOKUP function sheet. Here for this, currently the product name is XP200, and for XP200, I want to know the warehouse 1 inventory, warehouse 2 inventory, and warehouse 3 inventory. So this has to be your lookup value. Yeah, so let me type here again, equal to HL, press tab, equal to VLOOKUP. So equal to HLOOKUP, I press FX button. And now here I have to write down lookup value. So lookup value, I'll be selecting this cell, what I said earlier, that is B3. Yeah, so select B3. So B3 is your lookup value. Now table array. If I click inside the table array, then what I do, I go to the main table. And in the main table, I can select the whole table, because see, now this table I can select with my mouse because it's very, very small. I don't have to press the control and all those things. So let me select this whole table like this. Okay, select the whole table with your mouse. It's very small. So now here we are getting that table array master inventory list. That's the sheet name, exclamation mark, and then we get here the range A2 colon G5. It starts with this is A2, and here this is G5. Okay, so table array is clear. Now come the row index number. Now see, here it is row index number. There we were having column index number. So row index number. Now see, this product code, its row index number is number 1. Then warehouse 1 row will be having the row index number 2, warehouse 2 will be having the row index number 3, and warehouse 3 will be having the row index number 4. So this is how we give the row index number. Yeah, we start from the top area and then we go down, then accordingly we give the number 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, in the column, in the VLOOKUP, we were giving the column index number 1, 2, 3, 4. We were going like this. But in the HLOOKUP, our table is going down. So we are giving the row index number. So we want to know the details of warehouse 2 inventory. So warehouse 2 inventory, what is the column, what is the row index number here? 1, 2, and 3. So I have to write down here row index number equal to simple 3, numerical 3, that's all. Okay, so when I write down here row index number equal to 3, because that's a row index number for the warehouse 2 inventory, now immediately I get here the answer 110. And that is correct. Okay, here the range lookup is also the same explanation which I've given you for the VLOOKUP. That the range lookup you can either write down true or false, or you can write down here 1 or 0. But I'll keep it here just now blank. Range lookup. And that's all. Yeah, this answer is correct. I click on OK button, and now here I get the answer 110. Now here there is a problem. What is the problem here? I cannot drag the formula down. I cannot drag the formula down because what will happen that now it is asking me the warehouse 3 inventory. So in the warehouse 3 inventory also, I have to give here the row index number equal to 4. Okay. So normally what I do that for HLOOKUP, I never try to drag the formula down. Yeah. In this case, I have to just mention one more formula equal to HL, press tab button, lookup value. Lookup value will be this one. Now see here, I can fix up the lookup value if you want. Instead of typing here B3, if I want to drag the formula down, I can type here $B$3 in this, let's say in this one. Yeah, let's say in this 150, if I double click, you see here it is fixed $B$3. So this I can do it, comma, master inventory list, that's the sheet name, comma, and then this table range will also be fixed. Yeah, because the table is same, comma, and then 2. Okay, so here what we have to do, we have to change just the row index number if you want to drag the formula down. Yeah, so suppose if I drag it down, then here it is showing me 150. Why it is 150? Because the row index number here it is showing me 2, but it's not 2, it is here 3. Just I press here 3, and here it has taken the range lookup equal to false, this formula. So here I just change the row index number equal to 3, press enter, and now it is giving me the correct answer 110. And if I want to drag it again down, then here I have to just go to the cell, I have to double click, and now I have to go with the new row number here. Row index number, it should be not 3, it should be 4. It should be 4 here, press enter, and now it is giving me the correct answer. So you see that this dragging the formula is not easy in some of the cases. But why it's false? Because let's say I don't want to have here the approximate match. I want to have the exact match only. I want to know the warehouse 1 inventory or warehouse 2 inventory or warehouse 3 inventory. Okay, and plus I also want to have it for this product only. I do not want to have the value for other product, which is not. Yeah, let's say if this XP200 is not available in my table here, then I do not want to see any of the inventory. That's why here I have written double click false. Okay, I'm very, very strict over here that I want to get the warehouse 1, 2, and 3 inventory detail only for this particular product, which I'm typing over here, otherwise not. Okay. So this is known as HLOOKUP function. Now, I'll give you one sentence here that VLOOKUP is much more famous than HLOOKUP. VLOOKUP is much more famous than HLOOKUP. Do you know the reason? Those who have been working with the functions, VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, do you know that what is the reason behind the success of VLOOKUP and why this HLOOKUP is not that much famous? Any idea? If you know it, okay, don't worry. Otherwise, I'll give the answer. See, both the functions are exactly same. Yeah, only that in VLOOKUP we are having the column index number. In HLOOKUP we are having the row index number. That's all. Otherwise, there is no such difference here over here between the two functions. So why HLOOKUP is not that much famous as VLOOKUP, because wherever you will go, people will talk about VLOOKUP only. Maybe some of you, some of your colleagues may not know anything about HLOOKUP. Maybe they have never heard about HLOOKUP. So what can be the reason here? The reason is this, that first of all, you see that how this table is created in the HLOOKUP. How is this table created? It is laid horizontally. Now, are we creating such kind of table in our day-to-day life? The answer is no. Yeah, we create such kind of table. This one, vertical table. We always create vertical table, not the horizontal table. And this is the reason why HLOOKUP is not that much famous. Because if people they don't use this kind of table, then definitely you cannot use the HLOOKUP. Yeah, you cannot use this HLOOKUP for the vertical table. Remember this thing, vertical table will be having only the VLOOKUP. And horizontal table, in horizontal table, you can use the HLOOKUP. That's all. Okay, so because we are not creating so often that those kind of horizontal tables that we see over here in the master inventory list sheet, that's the reason that why HLOOKUP is not so famous as VLOOKUP. Got it? Okay, so now these two functions are done. So let us go to the next sheet here. Let us go to the next two functions here. After the master inventory list sheet, yeah, thank you. After the master inventory list sheet, we come to the index and match function here. So in this index and match function, we are having here two functions, as you can see here. So one function is known as index function, second function is known as match function here. So here, first of all, we'll start with the index function here in the index match function sheet. We start with the index function. Now see, above this index function, I've written the what this index function does. So index function returns the value at a specific position. So let us see what is this index function. It returns the value at a specific position. So let us type here that index function in this particular cell that is known as C4 cell. So I select this cell equal to index, press tab button, press tab. Now here we are having two options initially, array and reference. Normally we'll go with the array only. Okay, maybe tomorrow if I get some time, then I'll also show you the example of a reference, but 99% we always go with the array option. But before I go for the array option here in this drop down, what I'll do, I will click the FX button. After we write down here equal to index, press tab, we click this FX button here. So I click the FX button here. Here also we get the same thing. Array or reference, we'll go with the array only just now. Array is already selected. I click on OK button. And now we are getting here one dialog box. So in the index function, we have to give here the array and the row number and then the column number. Three arguments are here, array, row number, and column number. Now, array and row number, these are compulsory because they are shown in bold. But column number is not compulsory. Yeah. And here, what is written here? Array only. Okay. Earlier in the VLOOKUP, we had the title known as table array. In HLOOKUP also we had the one of the argument was known as table array. But here it is written only array. Now, when it is written here only array, what does it mean? That either you can select one column as an array, or you can also select the whole table. So you have choices. Yeah, either you select one column or you select the whole table. But whenever it is mentioned here, table array, it means that 100% I have to select the whole table. Okay, so these words are very, very important here. Table array means I have to select on always the table. the main table. While here it is written only array. Array means I can select one column also, I can select the whole table also. I have a choice. So in this array, let me go to this index and match function sheet because our data is lying in the next sheet here. Go to the next sheet here, index and match master employee list sheet. So this is the table. Now here I select first of all, the whole table. Okay. So I have shown you how to select the whole table. Now you don't require any explanation. So I select this A1 cell and press Control A. A1 cell and press Control A. So now the whole table is selected, and that is what we see over here. Array, index and match, master employee list sheet, A1 colon I38. So this is the array. Now I have to write down here the column number. Okay. So what I'll do now, that I'll randomly write here column number 10. I have to just put the number here, column number equal to 10. And for the row number, I'll type here, let's say 5, suppose 5. Okay, I'll explain you why I'm typing here 10 and 5. Because as such here it is asking you what is your row number, what is your column number. So I'm typing here 10 and 5. And now here we are getting the answer Linduck. So I'll show you how you get this answer Linduck here. So yeah, check this array. Row number we are typing here 10, column number is 5. I click on OK button. And now here I get the same answer, Linduck. Now what is this index function here? It says it returns a value at a specific position. And when you saw that index dialog box, it was asking us the array, then it was asking us the row number, it was asking us the column number. So now what I'm doing here, I'm going to this index match master employee list sheet. And now here, this is my main table from where I have to fill up this particular index thing. So what I told that index function here, yeah, just focus over here. What I'm telling the index function here, that you go to the 10th row. Okay, in the main table, you go to the 10th row. So what is my 10th row here? 10th row is this one. This is my 10th row, where this employee ID 1290 record is available. So I said that please go to the 10th row and the 5th column. Yeah, in the formula we wrote that thing, 10th column and 5th row. So this is my 10th column, and now this is my 5th row. Sorry, I'm saying something different. Sorry. It is 10th row and 5th column. Yeah, this is the 10th row and this is the 5th column. So now the combination of the 10th row and the 5th column, yeah, where it combines, I'm getting here the cell, and that cell is having the answer Linduck. What is Linduck? It's the email ID. So what is this index function here? That in the index function, I say that please go to this table, and in this table you go to this particular row, and then you also go to this particular column, and then whatever is available in that particular cell, the combination of that row and column, it will create a cell. So whatever the answer is which is given in that cell, you bring me that answer. Yeah, you tell me that answer, which is in the cell, and that cell is a combination of that 10th row and the 5th column. So then index function will give me this answer Linduck, and this Linduck will come over here. Yeah, so this is known as the index function here. So it says here returns a value at a specific position. Now I'll give you one more example here. Let's say this cell. I select this cell. Why did we pick up 10 and 5 here? See, that is what I decided. It's not compulsory that you have to take only 10 and 5. You can also take here row number 20 and column number, let's say 10. But at least, first of all, you have to check that you should have at least here 10 columns. In our case, we are having only 9 columns. And the number of records that we have here, it is still 38 only. So this I have to take into consideration, that which is my maximum number of row and which is my maximum number of column. And now within this maximum number of row and column, I have to give some number. Yeah, suppose if I want to get here in this main table, let's say this particular cell, this cell here, which is known as 14th of September 1984, this cell. Now, what is this cell here? How it is prepared? It is prepared by this 11th row. Okay, so in the 11th row, we have this 14th of September 84, and then it is the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7th. Okay, 8th, sorry, 8th column here. So this 14th of September 1984, it's a combination of the 11th row and the 8th column. So whenever I go to the index function, then the index function, I should write down this position, that row number equal to 11 and column number equal to 8, and then it will give me this answer 14th of September over here. Okay, see, just now you forget, you don't forget, yeah, you skip this area here just now. Okay, yes, you skip this area. In index function, I don't see this number. First of all, let me clarify this point. Okay, that will come in the match function here. Yeah, in index function, I don't see these numbers. Assume that there is no number over here on the left hand side. Okay, in the match function, we'll be using this employee ID 1054, 1078, etc. But in the index function, you see here, we are having here only the arguments like the array, row number, and column number. That's all. Now, let me give you one more example here. Let's say in this cell, that is C5 cell, I type here equal to index, press tab. I will now click the FX button here. And as I said, we'll be going with the array here. I don't change anything here. I go with the array. I click on the OK button. Now, I'll give you another example. Now, here it is asking me the array. Now, what I said earlier, in the array, either you can select the whole table, the whole main table, or you can also select a particular column. You can also select a particular column also. So now I'll select here only one column in the array. I'll not select the whole table. So in the array, I'll go to this index match master employee list sheet. And now what I'll do, that I will select here this first name column, let's say this one. Okay, I select here the first name column. So here now it is written array index match master employee list sheet, and now it is written here C:C because I've selected only one column. Okay, this is my array. So I've selected first name. Now whenever I'm selecting only one column as an array, then I have to write down only the row number here. I don't have to write down the column number because see here column number is not compulsory. So you understand this thing, that whenever I'm selecting the whole table, then I have to give both the values, the row number as well as column number. But whenever I'm selecting one particular column only, then in that case, I have to give only one value, that is the row number. I don't have to give the column number because it doesn't make any sense here. If I'm selecting only one column as an array, then giving the column number is not making sense. Yeah, then I have to give only the row number. So in the row number, let me write down here 30. Yeah, this is just an example. The row number is 30. And now here I'm getting the answer Melissa. Column number, I'm not putting anything. Okay, column number, I'm keeping it blank. Row number, I'm given here 30 and I'm getting the answer Melissa. I click on OK button. And now here I'm getting Melissa. How? I go to the index match function. I select this column here because this is the column which I selected for the array. And now I go to the 30th row here in the 30th row, and this column first name. So this is the first name. Yes, I'm getting this answer Melissa. Okay, and that Melissa I'm getting it over here. So remember one thing. Yeah, very, very simple. I'm telling you, whenever you are using the index function will first of all, it is used that we are telling the index function, please go to this table or please go to this column, and then you give me this value, which is available in the row number 20, 30, 40, 25, whatever. And also, if I'm taking the whole table as an array, then I have to also mention the column number. That column number 5, row number this one, and then whatever the combination of this row and column is there will be a cell, and whatever is written in that cell, you give me back. Yeah, you give me back over here. Now let us go for the match function here. So what is the match function? Here I've given the definition in very simple words. That is, it returns the numeric position of a value. Now remember that match function is just opposite to the index function. What is match function? In match function, we will definitely now take this employee ID. Let's say this 1054 ID. And then I will tell match function that please go to the table. Which table? This one. And in this table, in this column only, because I know that employee ID is in this column only. So I'll say that, okay, please go to this table, this particular column, and then you give me the position of this employee ID 1054. So the position of employee ID 1054 in the employee ID column will be number 2, because this employee ID, the title, is written in number 1 position, and this 1054 is written in number 2 position. So this is what we mean by the match function. In match function, I'll give some value, and then I'll say, please go to the respective column in the main table, and then in that column, you search where that value is available, and then you give me the position of that value in that particular column. This is known as match function. Okay, so remember that match function is just opposite to the index function. So now let us type here, and then you will get more idea. So in this cell that is known as D4 cell, I type here equal to match. Okay, press tab. Now in the match function, we are having here lookup value, lookup array, and match type. So let us click here FX button. After writing here this equal to match, press tab button. We click on FX. So here these two arguments are important. As you can see, lookup value is important and lookup array is important. Match type is not important, it's optional. Now, first of all, it is asking you the lookup value. Now, what is the lookup value here? I want to get the position of this employee ID 1054. So lookup value will be this one, this value, this cell. That is B3. Here it is B4 cell here. Okay. So I select this cell B4. So lookup value is B4. Now I go to the lookup array. Now see here you see the wording lookup array. So whenever you see the wording lookup array, it means that you have to only select one column. You don't have to select the whole table. You have to select only one column. Yeah. So now up till now we have got the 3 words here. Just remember this thing. First of all, in VLOOKUP we had the table array. So whenever you see the word table array, it means that you have to select the whole table. Then in the index function, we got the term that is known as array. So what is array? In array, I'm having flexibility. Either I can select the whole table or I can select a particular column. That is array. And when I get this word lookup array, in lookup array, 100% I have to select one column only. I cannot select the whole table, because if I want to select the whole table, then it should be table array. It should not be lookup array. So here it is asking me to select the lookup array. Lookup array means the table, the column in your main table where you want to search that particular employee ID. So lookup array, you click inside the box, and now you go to this next sheet here, which is available over here in the next sheet. This is the index match master employee list sheet. And now here we have to select what? We have to select only one column here. That is the employee ID column. So I select here from the top area, this one, employee ID. So now here in the lookup array, you should be able to see the sheet name. that is index match master employee list sheet, and then it should be written here A:A, because we have selected only one column. Yeah, suppose if you want to search the last name, yeah, the position of one of the last name, then you have to select here last name column. Accordingly, first name, department, email, and so on. Yeah, so in the match function, we have to always select one column, not the whole table. So lookup array is fine. Now match type. Now here the match type, we have here three options: 1, 0, or -1. Okay, so let me show you here what do you mean by this match type here. Just hold on. Yes, so here if I type match type Excel, match type in match function here. So these are the three match type that we are having here: 1, 0, and -1. Okay, this is what I just opened in Google. So if it is 1, then what it says here, find the largest value in the lookup array that is less than or equal to the lookup value. Okay. The lookup array must be sorted in ascending order, smallest to largest, for these to work correctly. Again, I'm repeating, what is 1? 1 means if the match type is 1, it finds the largest value in the lookup array that is less than or equal to the lookup value. So what does it mean here? That just now what we do, one request. Just now we don't put anything here. Let us do one thing. I don't put anything in the match type. We go with this one. We click on OK button. And now here we are getting the match type 2. Match equal to 2 for 1054. Yeah, because the position of 1054 in this particular column is number 2 from the top area. Okay. So I hope that this is clear. Now, what is this match type 1? Let us assume that this 1054 is not available in your this column. Okay, it is not available in this particular column. We don't have any record of 1054. But suppose if we have the record of 1053, 1052, 1051. Okay, so we don't have that 1054 record, but we have the record of the above, or say the employees whose records are 1053, 1052, and 1051. So whenever I'm putting in the match function, match type equal to 1, then what it will do, that suppose if this number is not available, then it will go above and it will see that suppose if we are having 1051, 1052, and 1053 record. Okay, let me type here 1051, 1052 record also you have, and you also have the record of 1053. But this 1054 you do not have in your main table. So now what it will do, that if you type the match type equal to 1, then it will search over here that which is the value, yeah, which is the highest value of this employee ID, which is less than or equal to this particular value, that is 1054. So which is less than 1054? It is 1053 also. It is also 1052. It is also 1051. But out of these three values, which is the highest value available? That is the 1053. So then if I'm not having 1054 employee ID in my main table, then it will give me the position of this 1053 employee ID in my table. This is what we mean by match type 1. Okay. So here again I'm repeating this sentence, that finds one or omitted. Okay, suppose if you don't put any say match type, then by default also it will be 1. Okay, just I said for the VLOOKUP also, that if you don't write the range lookup, then range lookup will be by default, it will be true. If you want to have the exact match, then you have to specifically write false in the range lookup, in the VLOOKUP function. Now here, if you don't type anything in the match function, now say match type, it will be taken as 1 only. So what is the 1 here? It finds the largest value in the lookup array. Lookup array means our this table, our main table, or main column. So this is the lookup array. In this lookup array, it will find the largest value. Okay, it will find the largest value that is less than or equal to the lookup value. So if our lookup value is 10, yeah, if the lookup value is 1054, but if it is not there, then it will search the largest value from this employee ID column, which is less than or equal to this 1054. So if we are having these three numbers, then it will be giving you the position of this 1053. If 1053 is not available, then it will give you the position of 1052, because now it is the largest value of all these values, but it is less than 1054. You're getting it? This is match type equal to 1. Similarly here, it says if you put the match type equal to 0, then what it says here, find the first value in the lookup array that is exactly equal to the lookup value. Okay. So match type 0 means what it will do? Match type 0 means you want to have here the exact match. Okay. You want to have here the exact match. You don't want to have the value of 1053 or 1055 or 1056. No. If you are having 1054, please give me the position of that 1054 only. I don't want to have the other position. That is what we mean by the match type 0. So here this is exact. 1 and also we have -1. 1 and -1, they are approximate match. Okay, in the VLOOKUP, we had only two options, 1 and 0. We did not have the option of -1. But here in this match function, we have now three options. 0 is for exact match, and 1 and -1 are for the approximate match. But now we'll see here, what do you mean by the -1 here? If match type equal to -1, then it finds the smallest value in the lookup array that is greater than or equal to the lookup value. The lookup array must be sorted in descending order. So now here, let us do one thing. Let us try here that suppose in this table, if I'm removing this record 1054, suppose. Okay, let me type here 1053, suppose. Okay, I'm changing this record from 1054 to 1053. Now, if I go to the index and match function, you see here, I am still getting 2. Why I'm getting 2 here again? Yeah, because see, I did not put here in this match type. So if I don't put any match type, then what it will do by default, it will take 1 only. What is match type 1? Match type 1, yeah, it will take the value of 1053. 1054 is not available, then it will go above, and then it will search that which is the highest value above that 1054. Yeah, but it should be less than 1054. So now we are having here the record of 1053. So here it is giving me the match type. So it is giving me the position of that 1054 equal to 2, though it is not available. Yeah. Now here, let me put here match type. Okay. Now I put here match type equal to 0. Let us see what happens. Okay. So I put here match type 0. 0 means exact match. I want to have the position of only 1054. So if I put here match type equal to 0, click OK, we get here not available or not applicable. So now it is not possible. Yeah, because 1054, it's not available here because I change it. And now here in the same formula, instead of 0, if I put here -1, suppose. Let us see. Match type equal to -1, I press enter. So now it is -1. So -1, press enter. So it is still NA. Why it is NA here? Maybe we'll do one thing. So suppose here I'm having, let me type here 1055, suppose. Let us try here. Instead of 1056, I type here 1055. I go over here. There is 10. No, but 1051, is it here? No. In this table, we don't have 1051. We have 1053. Okay. So if it is here, if I put -1, yeah, it should give me some answer. No, when I take the mesh type equal to -1, then according to this document, okay, let us see this example here. A1 to A5 is 2, 5, 8, 11, 15. Now, if I go for here 7, okay, 7 number, mesh type 7. So 7 is not available here, and it will go to the next lower value, that is the 5. Okay, if it is mesh type 0, then it would return here, and if I take here 8, it would return here 3, so that is fine. If I take here 10, okay, so it is 11 and 15, so it will show you the position 4. Okay, so let me try here one more thing. And it should be in decreasing order. Yes, that is also very important here. So here, but everything is in, okay, let me see here. It should be sorted in descending order. Okay, okay, there is also very, very important condition here. See, for 1, it should be sorted in ascending order. And for -1, the lookup array should be sorted in descending order here. So this has to be sorted in descending, this one. So let me select here, sort, and let me go for largest to smallest. So now it is sorted in descending order here. And now it is giving me 37 years. Now this is fine. Thank you for that. Yeah, so now it is giving me 37 for 1054. Let us check here. What is 37? What 37 is this one, 1055. Okay. So this will work here. Yeah, because instead of 1054, now it is giving me the position of 1055. Yeah. But if I do it now, if I put here now +1 or 1 only, then it will give me again here NA. Why? Because now this column, employee ID column, I have to again sort, and I have to sort from in the ascending order. So smallest to largest here, again I come here, and now it is giving me 2. Yeah, so these are the typical conditions here, that for match type 1, you have to sort in ascending order that particular lookup array column. Okay, and if you want to have the match type -1, then you have to sort that same column in descending order. Then only that answer will come. But I think so now with this example, you are clear. Yeah. So let us go with our original value. I type here 1054. Here this was 1056. I think so now, even if I put here match type 1, 0, -1, it doesn't make any difference. It will be always 2 here. Yeah, this will be always 2 because I'm already having the number 1054 now in this table. Okay. So index and match function is clear. Now similarly, I can also drag this formula down. Yeah, because here I can drag it because here we are having the different numbers, this employee ID numbers. So let us check that for 1509, is the index, is the match number equal to 18? It is giving me 18 here. Is the position of 1509 18? Let us check. So 1509, it is 18 number. Yeah, it is at the 18th position, 1509. Yeah, you have to see these numbers here on the left hand side. So this is what is the match function. Okay, so for match function, we have to give some reference that, okay, please check this thing in that column and please give me the position. Okay, now I gave you one drawback of the VLOOKUP. What was the drawback what I told you here in the VLOOKUP? That remember that in the VLOOKUP, your lookup, this is also this column where you are searching the employee ID. This column is also known as lookup array. Yeah, just now in match function only we saw that this column where we are searching, that is also known as lookup array. So your lookup array column has to be always at the first position. And then if you tell VLOOKUP that please give me last name, first name, department, etc., then all these columns has to be on the right hand side. All these other columns has to be on the right hand side of this lookup array column. This is the main condition of the VLOOKUP. Okay. Now, in case of index and match function, see as such I have shown you separately index function, I have shown you separately match function. Are you getting it? Now what we'll do that we will use the combination of index and match function, and that is a deadly combination. We'll now go for a combination of these two functions, okay? And then you will see that what is the advantage of this index and match function. So what we'll do, I will go to this table. Let us come to this table here where the first sheet where we put the VLOOKUP function here. Okay. So let us do one thing that in this column, yeah, I'll create a new column here. Let's say location. I'm getting here white color. Yeah. Yeah. So I want to have here the location column, and I want to create here I want to get all the location of these employee IDs. Okay. So uh, oh, sorry. Okay. So this is the location column, and here I want to get the location of all these employee IDs. And here I want to use the combination of index and match function. Yeah. So let us start here. So in this cell, in the cell G3 cell, I want to know the location of this employee ID 1054. What is the location of this 1054? It is building number 1. It's building number 1. So this building number 1 should come over here in this cell G3. So let us type here in this cell equal to, we type here. Now see, whenever we are using the combination of index and match function, we always start with the index function first of all. Okay, we go with the index function here. So let us start here with the index function. Press tab. Okay, I'm going very slowly. Now when you type the index function, then you click the FX button here. When you click the FX button, we go with by default array. We click on OK button. And now here, it is asking us the array. Okay. So here, I have to ask question that what do I want in return? With this index and match function, what do I want in return? In return, I want to have the location of this employee ID 1054. Yes, location. Okay. So in the array, I'll be selecting only the location column in my master employee list sheet. Okay, in the array, I'll only select the location column from the master employee list sheet. Yeah. So I go to the master employee list sheet, and now I'll be selecting the location column. This one, I'll click from top area. Okay. So this is, sorry, I click this one. Sorry. I'm selecting this one. Sorry. Okay. It should be G:'G. Okay. So I'm selecting the G column here. Now, row number I want here. Okay. So For getting the row number, okay, for getting the row number, I'll be using now here the match function. Okay, because match function, what it will do? Match function will give you the position of that either employee ID or last name, first name, whatever. So match function will give you the position. So that position, I'll be using it as a row number in this index function. Okay, just go step by step here. So in this row number, inside the row number, now I'll be typing here what? Match. I'll be typing inside this in row number, match function, curve bracket. Okay, we start with curve bracket. Now match function. Okay. What we'll do here? Match function will give you the position. Position of what? So match function, if I want to know the position, I have to select here this particular cell that is known as 1054. So match in the row number, I type match, curve bracket, and then I select this number that is B3. Okay, B3. I put comma. Okay, and then what I want to do? I want to search the position of this 1054 in the employee ID column. Okay, in the employee ID column, and then it will give me the position of this 1054 in that employee ID column. So row number, match, bracket, B3, that is this B3 cell, comma, and now I have to go in the match function. What we do, we go for the lookup array, not the table array. We go for the lookup array. So now I'll go to this master employee list sheet, and the master employee list sheet, I'll select this A column from the top area. So I select the A column. So row number, inside row number, I put the match function. Match function will take the number that is 1054, which is available in the B3 column, sorry, B3 cell. We will say that, okay, now you go to this this master employee list sheet. In the master employee list sheet, you search that 1054 in this particular column. So this is my lookup array. So I have selected here A column, comma. Now here, what is the third argument in match function? Match function, we had three arguments. First one was the lookup value, second one was the lookup array, and what was the third argument in match function? So match type, okay? Match type, we just now only we saw -1, 0, and 1. So here, what we'll do that we will put here match type 0 because I want to have the exact match. Otherwise, I'm not interested. Okay, so let us put here after A colon A, comma. Okay, put the comma, very, very, very important. After comma, you put here 0 because I want to have the match type, exact match type. And after I put the 0, I complete the curve bracket. Okay, so what I'm doing here, I'm just selecting everything and I'm pasting it in our chat window if anybody wants to see here. So whatever I pasted over here, match, bracket, B3, and remember one thing that you don't put here. Yeah, I just typed here semicolon. You put comma in your case. Okay, so match, bracket, B3, comma, master employee list sheet. Let me type here again. I'll put instead of semicolon, otherwise you will have error. Okay, so yeah, B3, comma, master employee list sheet, A colon A, comma. Yes, now you type this one. Okay, the second formula which I've typed, that you can put it over here in the row number. So what will this row number get? You see that now it is getting the row number 2. Yeah, the answer is 2 here because for 1054 the position in the employee ID column is number 2. So that is correct. And now here we have not put anything in the column number, and now here we are getting the answer, building 1. Yeah, I hope that everybody is getting the answer, building 1. Yeah, anybody who is having any problem, let me know. Yes. So building 1 is coming over here. And now we click on OK button. So here we get building 1. So this is correct. Yeah, for 1054, the location is building 1. 1054, the location here is building 1. This is correct. Clear what you have done? Okay. So in the row number, first of all, we start with the index function. In the index function, we take the we first of all we write down the column that we want to have in return. If you want to have location, you type here location column. If you want to have the pay rate, you select that pay rate column. Okay, which thing you want to have it in return. Then in the row number, you type here the match function, and match function will give you the position. Position of what? Position of, let's say, this 1054. Okay, and that it will take this 1054, it will go to the table, go to that employee ID column, it will give the position, it will get the position, it will give the position, and that position will be used as a row number in the index function. So now you understand that in this main table, we already selected this location column in the index function. First of all, we started with this location column. We selected that location column. So this is fine. Now we had the position. We got the position from the match function. So position was number 2. So see, now position will give you that which row you have to select. And we already selected the column, G colon G, and now the combination of this row and column will give you this particular cell, and whatever is available in this cell, that is building 1, that will come back to your index function. Okay, and that will give you this answer here. Array. Let me now type okay, you're talking about the array. Array, I've typed here only this thing. Sorry. Array I've typed here. Let me put here array. Yeah, this is that array. Okay, array is this one. Master employee list sheet, G colon G. G colon G is the location column. And then the row number, in the row number, I've typed the match function, which I've already typed earlier in the chat window. Yeah, and column number, we don't put anything because we already have the column, we have the row, and the combination of that row and column will give me a cell, and whatever is written in the cell, that will be returned back. Okay. So this is fine. Now, what is the main advantage of this index and match function combination? Now that question will come. So see, now you just focus on my screen. Don't do anything. Now see what I'm doing, that here I'm changing the position of this, let's say this employee ID column, suppose. Okay, let me change the position of this employee ID column. Cut. I paste it over here. Okay, so see now my employee ID position has changed. Okay, now if I go to the VLOOKUP function sheet, you see that here everywhere we are getting NA. For VLOOKUP, everywhere it is NA. But here you see this, it is still showing me building 1. So this is not changing because here I've used the combination of index and match function. So this is not changing. Yeah, this is one thing. Now let me do one thing, that I go for undo button here. So now my employee ID is back here. Now what I do, I change the position of this location column now. I don't change the position of this employee ID column. I change the position of this location column. Let me change it. Cut. I keep it over here. Let's say I keep it along with my employee ID column. So see, now my location column is changed. And if I go to the VLOOKUP here, see, this is not changing. Why this is not changing? Because my employee ID, it is still available at the first position. So definitely VLOOKUP will not get disturbed, but you see that I change the position of this location column, even though this is still showing me building 1. So I hope that you are getting the importance of this index and match function, that whatever was the drawback of the VLOOKUP, that drawback was rectified by this combination of index and match function. Yeah. So once people they came to know about the drawback of the VLOOKUP, and when they saw this index and match function, then they started using index and match function rather than the VLOOKUP. Okay. Yes, yeah, this is true. Yes, you are true that here now under last name we are having now building 1, 2, 3. Yeah, because we changed the position. Yeah, so here we said that whichever is available in this last name, we put here the location, the column index number equal to 2. So whatever is available in the column index number 2, it will show you over here. So this is there. But my major point was this one, that here this answer did not change. Whether I change the position of employee ID column or whether I change the position of location column, it doesn't matter. Yeah. So that's why this index and match function, this combination, okay, not individually. You cannot use it individually normally. You have to use it in a combination. So this combination is an excellent combination. And normally this index and match function is used for the larger data sets. Yeah, that is what I read. Yeah. And it can be used anywhere. It can be used in finance, marketing, operations, anything. Wherever you are having a very large data set, you can use it. And plus, it is not having any kind of limitation. Got the point? This is known as index and match function. Okay. Now here, when I was explaining you this combination of index and match function, it took some time. Okay. It took some time to understand this combination. But now I will show you the most deadly function over here in the lookup here, which is known as XLOOKUP. Okay, so let us try here XLOOKUP. Okay, so here I want to now, let's say, get the phone extension. Suppose here if I create, I type here what? Phone extension. Okay, I want to create here a phone extension column. Yeah, let me create one quick table here, quick column here. Yeah, so here I want to get the phone extension for this 1054 employee ID. So here I'll be using that function which is known as XLOOKUP. Now, as I said earlier, that you try here, first of all, you type here in the cell H3 equal to XL. When you type here equal to XL, you should be getting XLOOKUP. But again, I say that this depends upon the version. If you are having very old version, 2016, 2013, these versions of Excel, then you will never get this XLOOKUP. Yeah. So just let me know that who is not getting this XLOOKUP here. Yeah, if you're having the 2019 onwards version, you should be getting this XLOOKUP normally. Yeah. So equal to XLOOKUP, press tab. Now see in the XLOOKUP, there are so many arguments, many arguments. But let us click this FX button. So in the FX here, these are the arguments for what? Lookup. There are how many arguments here? 3 arguments are compulsory here. Lookup value, lookup array, return array. And there are 3 arguments which are optional. If not found, match mode and search mode. Now see here, I will not be focusing on this the optional thing because we don't have that much of time. Yeah, because we have to also start with that this thing. But at least I'll be giving you an overview about this XLOOKUP and how it is easy to write down. And also it is powerful. So in the XLOOKUP, we have here lookup value, lookup array, and table array. Sorry, return array. So lookup value. What is lookup value? Definitely I have to select this one, B3. B3 is my lookup value. Now we go to the lookup array. Now where I have to search this B3, I have to go to this table and I have to search over here. See, it is written here lookup array, not the table array. So I have to select here this column. A column. So my lookup array is master employee list sheet and A colon A. I've selected this whole column. So my XLOOKUP will take that value 1054. It will come over here and it will search where it is available, 1054. Now comes the return array. It is asking you, okay, which value you want to have it in return. So I want to have the phone extension in the return. So it is telling me return array, not the table array again. It is asking me return array. Return array means I have to select that column which I want to have it in return. So I'll go back to the master employee list sheet in the return array, click inside the return array box, go to the master employee list sheet, and now you have to select that column which you want to have it in return. So I want to have this phone extension column in the return, okay, because from this value I want to have that value. So I select this column only, which is G colon G, G colon G, and that's all. Okay, just now don't worry about these arguments, these optional arguments, because if you don't type anything, it is still fine. And here we are getting the answer 148, and this is what is 148 here in the G2 cell. So only three things. See here, three things you have to remember. What is the lookup value? That where do you want to search? So that will be your lookup array. And then it is asking you that which column you want to have it in return. If you want to have the location column, you select the location column in return. If you want to have the last name, you select only the last name column, and that's all. You click here OK, and now here we are getting the phone extension 148. That is what we are getting over here. Now, what is the advantage of this XLOOKUP? The same advantage what you get in the combination of index and match function. Yeah, suppose if I change the position of this phone extension, yeah, if I cut here and if I put it over here, so see I've changed the position of the phone extension column. If I go back, it is still giving me the answer 148. If I change the position of this employee ID, cut, and if I put it over here, paste, okay, so my employee ID position has changed. My phone extension is over here, my employee ID is over here. If I go to the VLOOKUP, you see I'm still getting here building 1 through that index and match function, and here also I'm still getting that answer 148. Okay, and also remember one thing, that XLOOKUP can be also used for the horizontal table. So earlier we were having separate functions for two separate tables. If you are having vertical table, you use VLOOKUP. If you are having the horizontal table, you use the HLOOKUP. There were two separate functions. But now with this XLOOKUP, this XLOOKUP function can be used for both the type of tables. Yeah, even if it is the horizontal table also. Yeah, I can show you here one demo. Here, suppose if I remove this one, this is my HLOOKUP where I've used. Now here I'll type the XLOOKUP now. Same way. Equal to XL. I press the FX button here. Now it is asking me lookup value. Lookup value is this one. Yeah, that's clear. Lookup value is B3. Now lookup array. Lookup array, I have to go to this sheet and I have to select this. Now here I don't have to select the column, I have to select here the row because this is a horizontal table. So where I have to search this product code in this particular row. So I have to select this row here from here. So it is written here lookup array is master inventory list sheet and 2:2. So I've selected the whole row, not the column, because it is a horizontal table. And now a return array. A return array, again I'll go back. And now I want to have the value of which warehouse? Warehouse 2. So I have to select this row again, warehouse 2 row. So it is written here 4:4. And now here I'm getting the answer 110. Yeah, for XP 200, the value of warehouse 2 is 110. That's correct. I click on OK button. So I get here 110. Now if I change this position, let's say I change the position of this product code. cut, and I paste it over here. So see, now my product code position is changed. If I go to the HLOOKUP, you see that here I'm getting NA, because here I've used the HLOOKUP, but here it is still showing me the number 110. So remember that XLOOKUP can be used for both the tables, vertical table and the horizontal table. So that's why it is more powerful. And it is not having, as such, I have not seen that it is having any limitation. Yeah. Maybe regarding this, I would say the optional things here in the XLOOKUP, yeah, these optional arguments, maybe I'll definitely create one separate video for my channel, and there I'll be explaining you, because I have very good examples. Yeah, because just now if I'll start explaining you this thing, it will take a lot of time. Yeah. So if you are already connected with my channel, you can get this thing. I'll create a separate video focusing on only XLOOKUP, and then how to use this if not found, match mode, search mode. They are also great options. Yeah, but just now I have not put anything here. Okay, good. So these are all the functions of lookup. VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, index function, match function, and the XLOOKUP. Okay, I have given a lot of time here. Yeah, I went a little bit slower so that you can understand. Okay, because these are the functions which you'll be using immediately in your organization. Yeah, and these are the, I would say that these are the very standard functions people have been using for last 15-20 years. Yeah? And what I'll suggest you that now, even though you have learned VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, but in organizations, whenever you want to have these kind of data, you always go for the XLOOKUP. Okay, because index and match function, they are great functions, but as we have seen the combination, in combination, we have to look for many things. Yeah, we have to imagine, okay, from here, this is coming, then this will put over here and blah, blah things. Okay, so in the combination of index and match function, though it is very great combination, but to write down that combination is little bit tricky. So now, because we are having this XLOOKUP, please use only XLOOKUP now. I remember I was conducting one advanced Excel training for one of the consulting companies. It's a very big consulting company. I'll not name that company, but yeah, there, I think so. Yeah, they were mostly. I don't know whether I've said this incident to you. Yeah, so They were mostly in the training. There were a group of some young people, and there were also some middle-aged people. Okay, some senior people also were there, senior-aged people. So I showed them these functions of lookup, and then I said that, okay, please start using XLOOKUP from tomorrow onwards. So then one of the young person, he said that Samir, I cannot use that much of XLOOKUP. I said, why? He said that because my manager is liking this VLOOKUP and he has been using this VLOOKUP for 20 years, that's why he will always love VLOOKUP. Yeah, so this is also a problem. That sometimes your managers, they have been using that VLOOKUP for 20 years, so definitely it will be very difficult for them to shift from VLOOKUP to XLOOKUP. But I always suggest that please show the benefit. Maybe sometimes the manager doesn't know that this XLOOKUP is there, maybe. Okay, you never know this thing. So show them the advantage of this XLOOKUP. Yeah, say that what are the benefits of XLOOKUP, and then you say that, okay, that's why we should be we should be using this XLOOKUP rather than this VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Yeah, so at least your manager has to give you a kind of a flexibility that you can use it. If he or she doesn't use it, that's his or her problem. But you should start using this XLOOKUP now. Okay, and more functions are coming up here. There's also one function which I'll show you in a separate video, that is known as dget function. Dget. That's also very powerful. This is some of the latest functions which have come up here. Yeah, that's why earlier I told you that try to go for the latest version of Excel, so that whenever the new functions are coming up, at least you can start using it. Yeah, many times you see the video, that's fine, but then you have to use it. So if you are having the older version of Excel, then you'll not be able to do it. Yeah. Good. So let us please save this file for a reference purpose. I will also save it separately here. Okay, so I'll save this file separately. You also save it and close it. Okay, now I'm closing this file. And now we are coming to this new file. If you have not opened this file, and then you open this file known as what if analysis. Yeah, at least we'll complete one or two things here today, and then tomorrow, after we complete the project, then we'll complete one or two more situations here. Yeah. So what if analysis, please open this file. And once you are ready with this what if analysis file, then you let me know in the chat window so that I can start with this file. Regarding your, let's say your knowledge upgradation, yeah, what I do that for my knowledge upgradation, I always try to see the videos of other people or maybe some different methods. Yeah, there are some websites which I'm checking on regular basis. So, and also there are some YouTubers which I also get motivated from those kind of YouTubers. Okay. So tomorrow I'll also discuss about those 2, 3 YouTubers who are very good. Yeah. And yeah, which has because this whether you are learning Excel or Power BI, Tableau, any tool, you have to continuously do practice. See, today you have completed this course. Let's say tomorrow you'll complete definitely this course. You completed the project. Okay. You submitted everything. But now, uh, let's say if you don't do any practice for 2 weeks now, okay, after Excel, you will shift to, let's say, SQL. Okay. You learn SQL. Then you will forget whatever you have done in Excel. So remember that during the week, yeah, because you are having the sessions every weekend. So I know that many of you are also working. So, but at least try to get some at least half an hour every day. Okay, maybe in sometimes in the evening or sometimes if you are having small children, then you may don't get that much of time. But maybe after 10 o'clock when your children are sleeping, then at least you spend at least half an hour. Yeah, just try to do some things which you have done in the last week or yeah, last week here, and then you just go for the practice. Yeah, because tomorrow if you have to get ready for, let's say, an interview. So suppose if you say, okay, I've done the this business analytics or yeah, business analytics course from Simplilearn, you show them the certificate and everything, that's fine. But then they will ask you questions. So they will say, okay, what have you learned in this course? You will say, okay, I've learned Excel, Power BI, Tableau, SQL, blah, blah, blah. So then they will, okay, then they will ask you, what is an Excel? What you have learned in Excel? Then you say, okay, I've learned this. And then they will ask you one specific question related to pivot tables, related to lookup function. So then you cannot say that, oh, I completed that session almost like 2 months back, so I don't know this thing. Yeah. So that's why every day, yeah, or sometimes in the weekend also, because this session you are having in the evening, so at least in the morning you can just work for half an hour to maximum 1 hour and just revise those topics. Yeah. Good. So now let us go further here. So in this file, that is the what if analysis, we are having here 4 sheets. We'll start with the goal seek here. Okay, as such in your syllabus of this business analytics with Excel, we have, I think so, goal seek, solver, and I think so data table. But if time permits, I'll also go for the scenario manager. But let us start with the goal seek here. So in the goal seek sheet, let us focus on this particular example. Okay, I'll make it bigger for you. This example here. What is this example here? Here we are having the principal amount, okay, which is 24,000. The interest rate is 3.5%. This is the annual interest rate. Let me make it very clear. Okay, this is not simple rate. It is annual interest rate. Okay, so this is the annual interest rate, which is 3.5%, and this is the term. term means the period. Okay, so this is 60 months. Okay, this is 60 months, not 60 years, 60 months. So let us assume that you are taking a loan from a bank, yeah, and it is of 24,000 rupees or dollars or whatever you say. Yeah, so this is for 24,000 euros, suppose, and the annual interest rate is 3.5%, and the term period is for 60 months, that is 5 years. Okay, 12 5 is 60, so it is for 5 years. So here now it is written here payment. Let me also write down, change this title. It is monthly installment. Like, let's say we write down like this, monthly installment. So what is your monthly installment? Here it is 437. Okay. Now how we got this 437? If you double click here, 437, you will get here one formula. Yeah, 437 directly I have not put it. I have put the formula here. So just double click this 437, you'll get this formula. What is the formula here? The function which is used here, it is equal to PMT. Okay, this is the PMT function, and in the PMT function there are let me click here fx. Okay, fx in the PMT. In the PMT we have first of all the rate, NPR that is number of period, and PV means principal value, or you can say principal amount. So what is the interest rate here? Okay, rate I've taken here J1 divided by 12. What is J1? J1 is this cell where it is written 3.5%. Now why I've divided by 12? Because this is the annual interest rate. See, the term is in months and the interest rate is in 1 year. Okay, it is annual interest rate. So I have to keep these two things same. Either I have to keep both the things year, or I have to keep both the things month. Normally we go with the months. So here I want to convert this annual interest rate into monthly interest rate. That's why I've divided here J1 by 12. Okay. Then number of period, it is available in this J2 cell, which is written 60. So I have taken here J2. And principal value is written where here? In this J3 cell. 24,000 is written in J3 cell. So here, what I've written here, minus J3, not J3, minus J3. Now, suppose if I remove this minus, let us try here first of all, without minus. Okay, I've kept only J3. This is J2, this is J1 by 12. And now I click on OK button. So you see here how it is written in bracket 437. Whenever it is written in bracket, it means that it's a negative value. Yeah, normally you must have seen in case of profit and loss account that whenever the number is written in bracket, then it is a loss. And whenever there is no bracket, then it is a profit. So this is a negative number. Why it is treated as negative? Because here you are giving the money. Yeah, you have taken the loan, and now every month you have to give this 437 euros every month. And no one likes to give the money. Yeah, if I'm getting the money, I'm happy. But if I have to give the money, I don't like it. Yeah, so that's why here it is written in bracket. But suppose if you don't like this bracket, then what you can do in this when you double click here, instead of simply typing J3, I can now type here minus J3. Okay, that's why that minus was written here. I type now here minus J3. Rest everything is fine. Press enter. And now you can see that once I type minus J3, now the brackets are gone. Okay, the brackets are gone. FV is your future value. Yeah, FV, which stands for future value here. And type I have to sing because I am not an expert of finance. Let me just tell you very frankly here. Yeah, but I'll check it here maybe. Yeah, because I have not used this thing. But type, I think so. Let me. Yeah, we can search here. Definitely, we can have here Google. Yeah. So type in type in PMT function. Okay, let us see what is this type in PMT function. Yeah, so rate, NPR, PV, FV is future value, the future value of the loan. This is typically 0 for a standard loan, but can be used to calculate the payments with a future balance. So suppose if you are extending your maybe something like this, what I'm having a feeling, suppose if you want to, if you are having a very, let's say if you don't pay the loan, then what will be the, or today you are taking some loan, but what will be the loan amount in future? Okay, something like that. Yeah, I think so. That is what, because maybe if you are having some finance experts, you can help me. And type here, it says indicates when payments are due. 0 or omitted indicates payments at the end of the period, and 1 indicates payment at the beginning of the period. Yeah, so sometimes you have to pay at the starting of the month, or sometimes you have to pay at the end of the month. So depending upon that, you either put 0 or 1. This is what it is mentioned over here. Yeah. So let us come back over here. Yeah. So here we have got the number 437. Yeah. Now let us go to this topic known as goal seek. See, let us assume that I'm now I've not taken this loan. I'm planning to take a loan. Okay, I've not taken the loan. I'm planning to take the loan of this amount for this much interest rate, and this is the amount. Say this is the number of period. Now I'm calculating here that okay, the bank people, they said okay, Samir, you have to pay 437 euros per month if you take the loan of this amount. Now I'll discuss this thing with my bank. I'll say that okay, see, my salary is very high, so definitely I can pay more installment per month. So maybe instead of 437, I can pay very well every month 600 euros. Okay. So the bank people will say, okay, yes, I can see your salary slip. You can definitely pay every month 600 euros. So now I will ask my bank that if I'm ready to pay 600 euros as a monthly installment, then can you tell me that, okay, if I go with this same principal amount, that is 24,000 euros, and if I pay every month 600 euros as an installment, then for how many months should I pay these 600 euros? Are you getting it? For how many months should I pay these 600 euros? Yeah. So definitely if 437, if I pay every month, and if the principal amount is 24,000, then the term period is 60 months. But now if I'm paying more every month and the principal amount is same, then definitely this term period will reduce. Yeah, I don't have to pay for 60 months. Maybe I have to pay for 50 months, let's say. So I want to know what should be the value of this term period if I pay here a monthly installment of 600 euros. And the other things are exactly same. This is 24,000 euros and this is 3.5%. These two values are same. But I want to know this number. Yeah. So here we go for a concept known as goal seek. So now you see what I'm doing here. First of all, I'm selecting this cell. Which cell? This cell that is known as J4. Okay, this is J4 cell. Now, after selecting this J4 cell, now what I do, I go to the data tab. Go to the data tab, and in the data tab, you have here one button which is known as what if analysis. Okay, so select this cell J4, go to the data tab. In the data tab, you have this separate button known as what if analysis. If you click the drop down here in the what if analysis, then there are here three options: scenario manager, goal seek, and data table. Okay. See, as such in our sheet, how many sheets we are having here? 4 sheets: goal seek, solver, scenario manager, and data table. But here in this drop down, we have only 3. Where is the fourth one? You see that in my case, solver is over here. Maybe tomorrow I'll show you how I get this solver button. Anybody is having this solver button here in your Excel? Just let me know. Many of you may not be having this button. Yeah. But if anybody is having this button solver on the right, on this area, just let me know. Yeah, so tomorrow I'll show you how to get the solver button, because we have to get the solver button here. Without that, we cannot go for the solver option here. Yeah, but let us come back over here in this what if analysis. In what if analysis, I have to select here goal seek. Okay, I don't have solver button, no problem. You do have what if analysis. Okay, good to know. So I click on the goal seek. And now when I click on this goal seek in the what if analysis drop down, then I get this dialog box, goal seek dialog box. Now what it says here, set cell. Set cell, it is showing you here J4. Yeah, because we selected this J4. So set cell is J4. If you have not selected J4, please select here J4 for the set cell. Now it says here to value. So it is asking that, okay, you have selected this J4. This is your set cell. Now here, what value you want? What value you want in J4? Currently, what is the value here? 437. Now here in the to value, I will type what? 600, because I want to increase this installment amount to 600. So in the to value, I'll type here 600, whatever you value want to type here. Okay, I'm not saying that you should go here with 600 only. You can type here 600, 700, 650, whatever, or maybe lower value also. You can also type here 400. Suppose if you say that, sorry, I'm not able to pay this 437, I can pay only, let's say, 300 euros per month. This is my limit. So then in the to value, you can also write down here 300 if you want. But let me go with this 600. Now it says here by changing cell, that which cell you want to change. So in this case, I want to change this cell that is known as J2. I want to see the change over here. Yeah, J2. You click inside this box by changing cell, click inside it, and then you select this cell J2, because I want to see the change over here. I want to know that how many installment months are available if I pay every month 600 euros. Okay, so this J2 will be your by changing cell, and that's all. So set cell is J4, and this here we want to adjust the value to 600. By changing cell, I have to select this cell because here I want to see the change, J2. I click on OK button. And now here you get 600 because you said that, okay, I can pay 600 euros. And now here you get this dialog box. What it says here, goal seeking with cell J4 found a solution. Target value was 600 and current value 600. So this is your current value and target value, both are same. So now you see the answer. What is the answer here? 43 months. So suppose if I pay 600 euros every month for this principal amount of 24,000 euros, let's say, and my annual interest rate is 3.5%, then my installment months will be only 43, not 60. Are you getting it? So this is known as goal seek. Yeah, you are seeking your goal. What is your goal? Your goal is to have the monthly installment equal to 600 euros. You want to achieve that goal. And then you want to know that how much months I have to pay for this if I pay here every month 600 euros. So now the months has reduced to 43. Okay. Now here in this dialog box, if you are happy with the solution, suppose you say, okay, now this is what I want, then you can click here OK button. But suppose if you are not happy with the solution, if you want to still further work, yeah, you want to go for some permutation combination, then in this dialog box, you can go for cancel also. Yes, even if you have clicked on OK button, don't worry. But I'll click here cancel button. So see, now I'm getting that same answer again. Or you can also just now here click the undo button if you want. If you have clicked on the OK button, then you can click on the undo button and the number will come again here. Yeah. So this is goal seek. Now, similarly, you can also play more here. Yeah, now you can say, okay, if my paying capacity is, let's say, 700 euros. Now I want to know that how many months I have to pay 700 euros. Yeah, this is one thing. Now, another option here for goal sake. That is, let's say my paying capacity is every month 600 euros. Okay. I want to pay for 60 months, this 600 euros. Yeah. My annual interest rate is same, 3.5%. Now I want to know that if my paying capacity is 600 euros every month, and if I want to pay for 5 years, that is 60 months, then I want to know that how much principal amount I can get it from the bank. Yeah, because if my paying capacity is more, and if my term period is also same, let's say 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, whatever, and the annual interest rate is also same, then definitely bank can give me a higher loan. Yeah, they will check this thing that based on his salary, we can assume that he can definitely pay 600 euros every month. And if we go with a term period of, let's say, 5 years, 10 years, so definitely we can give a higher loan amount to Mr. Samir. Yeah. So now my things have little bit changed. So what I'll do now, I'll select this cell J4. Yeah, I can also select it later on when I click on the goal seek also, that's also fine. But just now I select this J4. I go to the what if analysis, click on the goal seek. And now in the goal seek, I set cell is J4 because I've selected here to value. In to value, I write down here, let's say now I write down here, suppose 700. Yeah, that I want to make this. My paying capacity is now, let's say, 700 euros per month. So to value, I'm typing here 700 by changing cell. Now I want to change which cell? This cell, principal amount. So I click inside this box by changing cell. I click inside this box and now I select this particular cell because here I want to see the change. Okay, so it is $J $3. Yeah, so check this one J4. Here I put value equal to 700. You can put any value here. And by changing cell is $J $3. I click on OK button. And now here I get the 700 euros because that's what I wanted to have here. Months was 60. So now you see the principal amount. Initially it was 24,000. But now if I'm having the paying capacity for 700 euros and for 60 months, then I can get a loan of 38,500 something approximately. Yes, I can get a more loan, higher loan. So this is what is meant by goal seek. Yeah, so it is a very fun activity. Yeah, you can also use it in your regular things. Yeah, whenever you are, I'm not saying that this is only used for this loan amount, but you can, yeah. Now you can get some idea that where you can use this goal seek. Clear? We'll take one more example and then we'll wind up the today's session here. Yeah, if we are happy with this 600, 700, I can click on OK button. So now this value will remain same. Now let us go for the final example for today. That is this one. Here also we'll be using the goal seek. Okay. So here we are having the marks of set cell will always be the cell with the formula. Yes. Yes. Let us type here. You have raised a very good question. So let me do one thing that if I select this set cell, suppose, let us try. Yeah, so I'll go to what if analysis, goal seek. So here I've selected this cell K4. I go for the value, let's say 700. And by changing cell, I select here, let's say this cell. Okay, this cell here, J2. I click on OK button and see, yes, cell must contain a formula. Yes. Okay. So whichever is your set cell, that set cell has to have a formula. Then only this goal seek will work, otherwise not. Yeah, this is what we have tested. Good, thank you. So now here in this example, we are having the marks of various students. Sorry, only one student, you can say one student. And that student has got, let us assume that these are the various tests, or you can also say, let's say subjects. And the student has scored the marks out of 100. You see that the student is a very brilliant student. 92, 79, 98, 82, 86, 91 out of 100. Now currently the average of the student is 88 marks. Okay, average. Now the student has to appear for the 7th test, or you can say 7th subject, and he or she wants to know that, suppose if that student wants to have an average marks of 90, suppose 90. Yeah, if he or she wants to achieve the average marks of 90, then he or she wants to know that how much marks he or she has to get or receive in this test number 7. Yeah, sometimes we do this calculation that, oh, I've given this much exam. Now I want to achieve, let's say 60% in overall. So I want to know that how much marks or how much percentage I have to get it in the last exam, let's say, so that my overall is 60%, or overall it is first class, or overall it is distinction. So here the student wants to know that how much he or she has to score in this test 7 if he or she wants to achieve the average of 90, not 88. 88 is current just now. So what we'll do, we'll select here this cell, because here also, see, in this average also, if I double click, we are having here the formula. So this is our set cell. Sorry, what happened? Yeah, here. So this is our set cell, because here we are having the formula. So I select this cell, that is J14. I go to the what if analysis. In the what if analysis, I click this goal seek, and then in the goal seek, yeah, set cell is J14, that is this one, to value. Now see how much percentage I want here, or how much average marks I want to have here. 90, suppose. Yeah, I'm not happy with 88, I'm happy with 90 marks. So in the to value, I write down here 90 by changing cell. Now which cell I want to change? I want to change this cell, because currently it is 0. There is nothing. I want to select this cell, and here I want to know the marks that I have to achieve to get the average marks of 90. So you select this cell, that is your changing cell. And now you click the OK button. Now see, when I click the OK button, you will see here some kind of calculation. Yeah, you will see some calculation in background. I click here OK button. So see, finally, it has given me the answer that if I want to achieve the average marks of 90, I have to get here 102 marks out of 100. Not possible. Yeah, I have been a professor for 15 years. I know that just only in one exam, one student got 100 out of 100. Up till now, that's my record. Yeah. So, and that too in the finance subject. That student got 100 out of 100 in the finance subject, which is very, very typical. Okay. Because in finance subjects, you are having the calculation, and the student had gone only for the calculation, and his calculations were excellent. Yeah, there was no chick check, nothing, no cutting here and there. Everything he was very clear about those calculations, and today he is in one of the very good finance company in Canada. I'm very happy for him. Yeah, there are also other students who have done great thing. I'm not saying that that was the only student, but I remember that student, because he was only the student in finance subject where he got 100 out of 100. So now here, this is not possible. 102 is not possible out of 100. So now what we'll do, that I'll not accept this solution. So I'll click on cancel button here. So now again, it is back to 88. Now what I'll do, that let us do one thing, that let us keep it here 88, because 88 marks is also good average, I would say. So let us keep it here 88. So I'll select here this cell. I'll go to what if analysis, goal seek. Set cell is J14, this one. To value. Now to value, I'll keep it same value. I'll not change it here. So to value, I'll write down here 88. To value is 88. And by changing cell here, I'll select the same cell, that is J13. Okay. So J14 is the set cell, to value is 88. By changing cell is J13. I click on OK button. And now I'm getting here 88 marks. So 88 is achievable. Yeah, 88 is achievable. Out of 100, the student can get 88. And if you also see these marks, definitely the student can get 88. Yeah, suppose if I take here 89%, suppose not 90%, but 90 marks, but suppose if I take here 89. Let us go for the final combination. Set cell is J14. To value, I go for 89, not 88 or 90. I go for 89. By changing cell, I select this cell, J13. I click on OK button. So if that student wants to achieve an average of 89, just 1 marks extra, the student has to get 95 marks in test 7. Now this is a challenge. Yeah, though the student has got here definitely 98 marks also in the test 3, but yeah, this will give him or her more pressure. But 88 marks, I think so that will not be a big pressure. Yeah. So this is how we use the goal seek. Now here, the main thing comes over here. What it says here, that the following project tasks are required to be performed in Excel. Use the saved sample e-commerce database. Prepare a table of sales and profit month-wise in a working sheet. So it is now talking about this sales and profit month-wise. So it is talking about this file. Yeah, that is this table. Okay. So see how this table is created. Here, it is telling you month-wise. Okay. So we are having here Jan, Feb, March. Okay. So these 3 characters are used here. So these are written over here. Yeah. Then here, if you want to calculate the sales. Okay. Now we want to calculate the sales for the January month. Okay. For the January month. And also here what we have done that we here already the sum ifs function is used. If you see on the top area, the sum ifs function is used. Now sum ifs, yeah, we already discussed this portion. So sum if means normally whenever we are having 2 conditions, okay, then we use the sum ifs. Otherwise, if we are having only one filter, yeah, or one condition, then we use only the simple sum if. But here the sum ifs is used. Yeah. So let me double click here in this cell. So sum ifs bracket what? Now, first of all, in the sum ifs, we have to start with the sum range. Okay, so if I click this fx button, let us see here fx. So here I have selected that fx. So sum ifs, we have to start with the first of all the sum range. So what we want to do, we want to calculate the sales, okay, for the January month. So now sum range, so we have to select one range. So what is written here? Sales data, that is the sales data is the sheet name, and then it is written here H colon H. Okay, H colon H. So that is this H column. As you can see that in the H column, we are having the sales, and this we want to add up because here we are having individual values for each of the record. But we want to know the total sales for each of the month. Okay, just understand one by one this thing. So sum range is this H colon H. Now comes the criteria range 1. Okay. Now, first of all, before the criteria range 1, what is the criteria 1? Criteria 1 is the B4 sheet. Sorry, B4 cell. Where is the B4 cell? The B4 cell is over here, this one. So I have to take this month. Okay, suppose if I want to calculate the sales of the January month, what I have to do? I have to take this month, Jan. This Jan, I have to go to the sales data. And in the sales data, if you go on the right hand side here, the extreme right, so you are having one column. the last column that is known as the months column. Yeah, so I go to the months column here, and then in the months column, I have to search here Jan. Okay, and then whatever the number of records that I'm having for the Jan, I have to total all those sales records, and then I'll be getting here the total sales for the January month. Yeah, I hope that this is clear. So here in this sum ifs, it is taking the sum range. Sum range is this one, H colon H. Then for criteria range 1, it is taking the U colon U. What is U colon U? U colon U is this one, this column, because the January month I have to search over here. Okay, so this is my criteria range 1. That is the month. Okay, so here it is written, that is criteria range 1 is sales data. Sales data is the sheet name, exclamation mark, and then it is written here U colon U or $U colon $U. So U colon U. Now what is the criteria 1? Criteria 1 is working sheet, and B4. B4 is this one. So here I have to take this month, I have to go to that U colon U, and then I have to search that January, and then I have to total all these values. So I think so here till this point, till these 3 points, these 3 are clear. Are you all clear with this point? Yeah, sum range, criteria range 1 and criteria 1. Okay. Now comes the criteria range 2 also. Criteria range 2 and criteria 2. Now what is this criteria range 2 and criteria 2? See here, if I go back to the document, what is the document giving you here? Yeah, this is written here that we have to prepare a table of sales and profit month-wise in a working sheet. Then there is also another table that has probably also prepared, that is sales table region-wise. So I think so this is this table. Yeah, this is the region-wise sales table. So these also you have to create, but it's already done for you. Okay. Now, in the document, what it says here now, create user control combo box for product category. So that is now we will see. So let me show you the final version of your project. Yeah, this is not the exact version of your project. This is little bit higher version, you can say like that. So here, this is the combo box that we have to create in our project. And if I click on this combo box, I'm able to see here those 4 product categories. There are 4 product categories here in our data set: auto and accessories, electronic, fashion, and home and furniture. So now what you have to do finally at the end of this whole thing, that you have to create, first of all, you have to create the table here. Okay, you have to create the table with all the necessary criterias. And then what is required, that if you change this auto and accessory, suppose, okay, whatever the product category you change, this you have to create this line, this column chart later on. Once your table is ready, you have to also create this another column chart where it is showing you the different regions and the sales. See, in this column chart, you are having what? You are having the months, and you are seeing here both sales and profit. Okay, so you have to create this one, you have to create this one. This you don't have to create, it's not there in your project. That is the histogram. And this is also not there in your project. You have to do only, you have to have only 3 things: this combo box, this column chart, and this another column chart. Only 3 things are required in your project finally. So see, now you see here, if I select here, let's say electronic. Okay, so when I select here electronic product category, then this will also change, and this another column chart will also change automatically. Yeah, if I click here fashion, you see these are changing. If I click here home and furniture, these 2 are changing. So this is what is required in your project, that you create a combo box and you put here the product category, you put it as a selection, and then when the user selects the product category here, accordingly, this column chart should change, this monthly sales and profit column chart should change, and this region-wise sales should also change. Okay, first of all, you should be understanding this project. Yeah, so this is what is required. So now let me go back to our this raw file. So see here in the sales, we have already seen this portion. Okay, till this one. But now here we are having criteria range 2, and this $R $3 is your criteria range. Sorry, this $R $3 is your criteria 2. Now what is this $R $3? So here in this, if you go on the right hand side, here a table with one column has already been created. Okay, so we are having here those. Yeah, this is a simple table. Yeah, one column table. It's already created. Now here, one has been written. Okay, one. So auto and accessories is 1. Electronic is 2. Fashion is 3. And home and furniture it will be number 4. Now here, if you double click this particular cell, you see here one offset function. Okay, there is a function known as offset. So up till now we have not covered offset. That what is this offset function and where we can use this offset function. So now what we'll do, that before I start with this particular area, I'll now explain you what is this offset function. Yeah, and once you understand the offset function, then we'll come over here and then we will connect. Yeah, this is your criteria 2. This one where it is auto and accessories written, it is R3. Okay, and this R3 you are mentioning over here. You see here R3. So what we'll do here finally, that once this offset function is clear, then we will take this, whatever the user selects here, the product category, it will take this product category. Let's say it is auto and accessories. Then this auto and accessories, I will search in which column? In this F column here, because in the F column, we have the auto and accessories and all the categories. So I'll take the product, the auto and accessories, and I'll come over here. I will see that where the auto and accessories are available in which record. And then accordingly, I will also take this product category into consideration for calculating the sales here. So remember that for calculating the sales, we require 2 criteria. One is the month, that is the Jan, February, March. And the second criteria is this product category. Are you getting it? So this is the thing that we have to do over here. Yeah. Accordingly, for this profit also, if I want to calculate the total profit for January, then here also we have the same thing. Here we are taking the sum of K colon K. K colon K is this one. That is this. In the K column, we are having the profit. So these values we have to add. But how we will be adding these values? Based on this month column. Yeah, we have the month column. So what I'll do, I will take this Jan. I will go to the sales data sheet. I will search here Jan, and then I will come to this profit column here. In the profit column, whichever the values which are related to the Jan month, I'll be adding those values. And then I'll be getting here the profit, total profit. But this profit will also be dependent on this product category, whichever is selected by the user. If the user select auto and accessories, then this will change. Yeah, let me show you one example here. Yeah, I'll make it smaller. I think that you'll not be able to see that much, but at least I can show you. So here I've gone for the auto and accessories. Okay, now suppose if I change here number 2, press enter. So now it is electronic, and now you see that these values have changed. You just see here it is 31,000 something, it is 14,000. Now if I make it 3 here, press enter. See, now it is a very large figure. If I make it here 4, press enter. Now see, this is also 117 and 553. Again, if I convert it to 1, now this is again 87,000, 38,000. So whatever these selections that are done by the user, this selection is also affecting my sales and profit. It is not just one criteria. This is also one of the criteria. There is the product category. Similarly, here also we have the same thing, that we have the region. Okay, I want to calculate the total sales of this, let's say, Africa region. So here also I have to take this region, Africa. This Africa I have to search where? I have to search in this column known as this T column, because in the T column we have all the regions. So I'll search here in the T column all the Africa records, and then correspondingly, whatever the sales records are available over here for the Africa region, that I will total up, and then I will get here this particular figure. Okay, but this figure, sales figure, is also dependent on this product category, whichever I select. So here also in this sales cell here, double click, it is taking the H colon H, that is the sum range. Then this is my criteria 1, criteria range 1, criteria 1, and then you can see here we are having the criteria range 2 and criteria 2. So this table is also getting affected by the selection of this product category. Are you getting it? And once these two tables are ready, then from these two tables we can create two different column chart. And then that column chart you can put it into another sheet. You can make it beautiful, and we'll also create a combo box over there, so that when the user they select the combo box, whatever the value they select in the combo box, then what is finally required, that the visualization should also change. Yeah, these two visualizations should automatically change. Okay, so now let us start with this this thing. I think so in your LMS, just search, there is one file which I've already uploaded earlier, that is known as offset main file.xls. Please open that file. It is known as what? Offset main file.xls. Yeah. Here we'll be doing the little bit of practice about the offset function. Okay, now with this offset file, first of all, what is this offset function? Let us understand this one. So offset function, it is used to return a reference to a cell or a range of cells that is a specified number of rows and columns which are away from a starting cell or range. So this is the definition of offset function. So say, for example, this is our table. Okay, this is our table. Here we are having some names of the, let's say, the salesperson, and these are the months here, 5 months here, and these are, let us assume that these are the sales figures here, suppose. Okay. Now, what I want to do that in the offset function, let's say I'm over here. Okay, my position is over here. Yeah, this is my you can say the reference here, and now from this position or from this cell, I want to come to this cell. Okay, from this cell, I want to come to this cell. So how can I do here? Yeah, means how can I come to this particular cell? So see what we'll do here, that either we can go like this, that I start my journey from this cell. Okay, this is my starting point. So from this starting point, I come down. Again, I come down here, and then the fourth one. So I go down 4 steps. Okay, I go down 4 steps. Then I move toward the right hand side, because now I'm over here. I'm at the cell. I'm in the cell of Manish. From Manish, I go to this 777. From 777, I come to 564, and from 564, I come to finally this particular cell. Okay. I can also come from here. Yeah, I can also start from B to C, C to D, D to E, and then from E, from this march, I can also come down here. Good. So now here, let us understand that if I want to get this number here, let's say in this cell, in this cell, if I want to get this same number 749, so what I do here, I write down here equal to offset, press tab. Now see, in the offset function, you are having here total 5 arguments: reference, rows, columns, height and width. Now see this height and width, you can see that it is shown in bracket. So this is not compulsory. Okay, height and width is not compulsory, but I'll also show you how to use that height and width. But first of all, what are the important arguments here? Reference, rows and columns. So here I have to give the reference. Reference means the starting point. Which is my starting point here? This is my B2 cell. B2 cell is my starting point. So here in the offset function, I write down here B2 because this is my starting cell, comma. You put comma, I put here semicolon. Okay, don't get confused. You put comma after this B2. Now it is asking me the number of rows. So see now here from this B2 cell, we have gone down 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have gone down 4 rows. Okay, we have come down 4 rows here. Now remember that for the offset function, whenever you are going down, then it will be a positive thing. It will be a positive thing. Whenever you are going up in terms of rows, whenever you are going up, then it will be treated as negative. Okay, so down is positive, up is negative. Then when for the columns, now see we have reached this Manish point. From Manish, I have to go to this cell. So now I'm traveling through the columns. So now in the columns also, if I'm traveling towards the right hand side, then it will be positive. And if I'm traveling on the left hand side, then it will be treated as negative. Okay, so understand these 4 things here. Yeah, about the directions. So directions are very, very important here. That is in the terms of rows, if we go down, it is positive. If we go up, it will be negative. Number of rows will be negative. For the columns, if I go on the right hand side, it will be considered as positive. And if I go on the left hand side, it will be considered as negative. So here what we are doing, first of all, we have to write down here number of rows. That how many number of rows I have to go down. So here I'm going down 4 rows. So I'll be writing here simple 4. Not -4, because -4 will be if you're going up. But here we are going down. Then I put comma, and now it is asking me the number of columns. So how many columns I'm going on the right hand side? 1, 2, and 3. And I'm going on the right hand side, so it will be positive. So I'll be simply writing here 3, not -3. If I'm going on the left hand side, then it will be treated as -3. But here I'm going on the right hand side. So equal to offset bracket B2, comma 4, comma 3. That's all. Bracket complete. Okay, because this height and width is not compulsory. Here these 3 things are compulsory. I press enter, and now you get the same number, 749. Clear? Let us take one more example here. Suppose if I want to start from here, let's say from here, this cell. Okay, this is my starting cell, starting journey here. And from here, I want to come to, let's say, this cell, suppose. Okay, so this is my starting cell and this is my ending cell. So now how I'll reach this particular cell? So first of all, I have to take the rows. I have to take the rows. So from this cell, I have to go this, from this to this, from this to this, and from this to this. So finally, I have reached over here, 752. Okay. Now I have to go on the left hand side. So now I have to go like this, 2 and 3. Okay. So four rows up, and then we have to go 3 columns left hand side. And finally, we'll be reaching this cell, which is having the number 824. Okay. So here we'll be writing the same formula here, let's say equal to offset bracket. Now reference means what is my starting point. So here I'm starting from here, yeah, from this cell. So it is what? G8. So this is my G8 cell. So I type here G8, comma. Now it is asking me number of rows. Now see here I'm going up. Up will be negative. And I'm going up 4 rows. So I have to write down here G8, comma, what? -4. -4, because I'm going up. Yeah, here we were going down. So -4, comma. Now columns. What should I write here for the columns? -3, yes. -3, because I'm going on the left-hand side. So left-hand side will be negative. Right-hand side will be positive. Yeah. See, remember that you write down these steps somewhere in your Excel file or whatever. Yeah, so that you'll never forget this thing. So -4, -3, height and width I'm not writing here. Bracket complete. Press enter. And now here we are getting the same answer, that is 824. Okay. So Abhishek, you are having question, you can let me know in the chat window. Yeah. So this is one small example of getting the number over here. Yeah. If I want to fetch a particular number in the table, then I can use this offset function here. This is one method here. Now, what is the second thing that we can do here? That let's say I'm not interested in going to one particular cell. Let's say I want to have, let's say, these 9 cells here. Okay, from this whole table, I want to extract these 9 cells here. Okay. Could you repeat this? I explained you with this example, I think. So did you get this point? Yeah, that in the offset function, we have to start with a reference cell. Reference cell, you decide that from where do you want to start your journey, whether you want to start the journey from here or here or here or here. Normally we start from the corners, and then we have to see that where we want to reach the destination. So if we are going down the rows, then it will be treated as positive. If we are going up, it will be treated as negative, the number of rows I'm talking about. And for the number of columns, if I'm going on the right hand side to reach the destination, then it will be written as +3, yeah, miss 3, 4, 5, whatever. And then if I'm going on the left hand side to reach the destination, then it will be treated as negative. So here we have taken what? -4, -3, because we started from this cell. Okay, and then we went up. So up it was -4 because number of rows will be written first, and then it will be written -3 because I'm going on the left hand side. Yeah, from here this cell I'm going over here, and finally I'm reaching this 824. So 1, 2, and 3. So I'm writing here -3, and that is how we are getting this number 824. Got it? Now we'll take this example. Maybe this will be much more clearer. See, I want to extract these numbers from this table, and then I want to, let's say, sum also all these numbers. I want to know the total of all these 9 cells here. Yeah, that is my target. But first of all, what I have to do, I have to extract these 9 cells from this table. And maybe I have to put it somewhere over here below. Okay. So what we'll do now, that here, I will start with, I want to extract these 9 cells here in this cell. So I'll be writing here what? Equal to offset. Now in the offset, we have to write down the reference. Now you decide which reference you want to have it here. Yeah. Suppose if I have this reference, suppose if I start with this cell known as Ranjit, it is the cell known as B8. Okay, I start from here, and then from here, yeah, I go like this, or I can also go like this. Okay. So we'll be starting with this reference cell here. So I'll be selecting this cell here, that is B8, because that is my starting cell, comma. Now, what I have to do here, that I have to go up. Okay, first of all up, and then I have to go on the right hand side 1 and 2. So finally I'll reach this particular 875. Okay, so up and then here. Sorry, what was the question here? 824 is not the table here, whereas 749, oh, 824 was here. You see here? You see this number here? This is that 824. Yes, this is that 824. This is where we wanted to go. Yeah, earlier, this one. Yeah, good. So now what I want to do, that I want to, let's say, reach over here. Okay, so I go up one cell and then I go towards two cells on the right hand side. So let us start here. So I start with this reference cell. So this is my B8, comma. Now rows. Now see, we are going up only one cell. So I have to write down here what? -1, because we are going up, comma. And now I'm going on the right hand side for the column. So I'll be writing here simple 2 or positive 2. You can write, so, but simple 2 is fine, comma. Now see, I don't have to reach this particular destination 875. I have to get all these cells here. These are the 9 cells here. So now here I have to write down the height and width here. I have to mention that how much height it has to occupy and how much width it has to occupy. So let us type here 3, 3, because see the height is 1, 2, and 3. There are 3 cells here, and the width is also 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I want to select here this cells. Yeah. Now let us try. I complete the bracket. Okay, here I'm writing 3 and 3. Yeah, let us try here first of all, and then we'll come to that -3. I type. So here what we are getting uh, this cells here. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so we are getting here. It is taking these cells here. So actually here we don't have any number, but it is showing you here 0, 0, 0. Okay. So now what is the problem here with our formula? Sorry, just hold on. That here, see, we reached this particular destination. Which one? Let me put a arrow. We went here, and then here. Okay. And what we want to do, that we want to select all these 9 cells here. So we have reached here. Now we have to go up. If you want to go up, then we have to write down here what? Height will be -3 here. If we are coming over here 748, and then if I want to take the height, if I go down 3, then it will be written here +3 or simple 3. But here I have reached this cell and I want to go up for the height. So I'll be writing here -3 and then 3. 3 is the width. So width is fine because these are my width. I press enter and see, now you see this figure here. Yeah, these numbers and these numbers are exactly same. Got the point? Because we wanted to extract these 9 numbers and we wanted to place it over here. And we wanted to use the offset function. So now these numbers have been extracted here and they are placed over here. Got it? Now what we can do here? Yeah, what we can do with this 9 cells here? See, if I want to do the summation, if I want to sum all these numbers, then what I can do, I can put here before this offset function, I can write down here sum bracket, then we write down here offset blah blah blah, And then finally, I'll be completing the bracket. So now we have modified this formula equal to sum bracket offset. Yeah, this offset function is already there. We are just completing the bracket with a sum function. Because we want to add all these 9 numbers here. We press enter and now we are getting here the number 6480. Now see, suppose if you change these numbers, suppose one of these number, currently the total is 6480. Let us see if I change this number, let's say instead of 748, now I change it to 750, suppose. Let us try. And here currently it is 6480. So I change here the number 750, press enter, and you see that now it is, this number is also changed, 6482. So remember that when this range or when this table will get modified, if you have created this kind of an offset function, this will also modify automatically. Yeah, so we can say that this offset function is a volatile function. It will, every time it will change if you change this particular table. So it is known as a volatile function here. And here this is a small table, but suppose if we are talking about a very large table and from the large table we have extracted, let's say 1000 values, and if that large table gets changed, then to recalculate those 1000 values, it will take some time. So it will be a little bit slower if you are working with the large workbooks here. Okay. So this is the offset function. Normally the offset function is used to extract a particular data from a table like this. So now what we'll do that we will come to our original sheet here. That is this e-commerce sheet. Yeah. And now here we'll be understanding this particular thing. Yes, now we are coming over here. So now in this particular our project, see already this a small table has been created with one column. This is fine. Okay, I've just here list of product categories have been written, and these are all the simple names which are written. Now here one is written. Okay, initially one is written. Now here we are writing the formula. If I double click here, what is written here? Equal to offset bracket Q1. Okay, what is Q1? Q1 is the reference. You see, our first argument is always reference in the offset function. So see, we have to start from this cell, Q1. Okay, Q1, comma. Now, for the number of rows, we are writing here R2. Why it is R2? Because see, in this R2 cell, whatever the number I write, if I write 1, then here the number of rows will be taken as 1. Okay, so from this cell, Q1 cell, if I write down here number of rows equal to 1, then I will just go down 1 row. Okay, I'll just go down 1 row because here it is written 1. Because so here I'm not, let's say, keeping my formula very rigid. That okay, I'm writing here rigidly 1, 0 or 1, 1, 1. Okay, I'm making this offset function little bit dynamic. Okay, so whatever I type here, the number either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, accordingly here it will take this number. It will now go down. If it is 1, it will go down 1 row. If here it is written 2, it will go down 2 rows. And then whatever is written over here, that particular product category, that will be highlighted over here. That will be highlighted over here. And here, what is the column? Column I've written here 0. Yeah, because see, here I'm only having 1 column table. I'm not having 3, 4 columns table. If I would have 3, 4 columns table, then I should have written here the column 1 or 2 or 3. But this is a 1 column table. So only the number of rows are required. Are you getting it? And height and width we don't require because again the same logic. This is a 1 column table. So see now what it does, if I write down here 2, if I write down here 2, what it will do that in here, whatever that offset function is written, that offset function will start its journey from this cell that is known as Q1 cell. Yeah, always it will start from Q1. Then it will see what is this number written here. So if it is written 2, then here it will go down 2 rows. And once it goes out 2 rows, then it will see here that what is written here, it is known as electronic. And that same electronic will be now shown over here. Clear? If I type here 3, press enter, it will show me here fashion, because now I have to go down 3 rows. Okay, and if I write down here 4, press enter, it will show me here home and furniture, because I have to go down 4 rows. Yeah, so 4 rows are 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now it will take this home and furniture. Got this point here, how we are using it? Yeah, this is just the initial part here. Yeah, that this here we have created the offset function. In offset function, Q1 is the reference, R2 is this cell where it will take the number of values, and accordingly it will go down. And here the number of columns are 0 because we have only one column table. That's all. There is no height, there is no width also here. Okay. Now coming to this particular formula, sales formula. We saw that for calculating the total sales, the first criteria is this one, January. Yeah, this January will be searched here in this column, that is the U column. This is criteria range 1. This U column is the criteria range 1. And then here, what is the another criteria here? Another criteria is this one, R3. So whatever the product category which is written over here in this cell R3, this product category will be taken here. It will be remembered, and then it will go to the sales data table. And in the sales data table, we have here the F column where the product category is written. So here it will search auto and accessories, and whatever the number of records that we are having for auto and accessories, and also for the Jan month here in the U column, accordingly it will calculate the total sales, and these total sales will come over here. Clear what we are doing? See here, if I double click, yeah. Let me write down here again, here just to say, give you an example here. I want to write down equal to sum ifs, press tab. Now sum range. Okay, sum range here. So what we want to do, that we want to calculate what? We want to calculate the sales here, this figure, sales. So sales, I have to add, I have to sum. So where is my sales figure, sales column? It is over here in this is the H column. In the H column, I am having all the sales figures. So I have to select this H column here. See, once I select the H column, it is written here on the top area, equal to sum ifs, bracket, sales data, H colon H. Okay, then I put here comma. Now comes the criteria range 1. Okay, so what is my first criteria here? I have to go to the working sheet here. In the working sheet, yeah, this is my criteria 1, that is the month. Okay, I have to calculate the total sales for January month. But before that criteria 1, I have to write down the criteria range 1. So this January, where I have to search? I have to go to the sales data here, and the sales data, I have to search this January in this column, which is known as U column U, the last column. So I click this column, U colon U. So see, now it is coming here, U colon U, comma. Now I have to write down the criteria 1. What is the criteria 1? Criteria 1 is in the working sheet. And here, this B4 cell is my criteria 1. Okay, so this is B4 says my criteria 1. So I'll select this January. Okay, I'll go to that U colon U. I'll search where the January is written, and then whatever the corresponding sales data are available, I have to add it. So equal to B working exclamation by B4, comma. Now I have to take the criteria range 2 and then the criteria 2. Now see what I have to do. This is my criteria 2, which is written in the R3 cell. That is the Currently it is written here home and furniture. So, but before I type here criteria 2, I have to type here what? Criteria range 2. So for that purpose, I'll go to the sales data. In the sales data, I will select here which column? This column. Sorry. I have to select here what? Product category column here, because here I'll be searching the product category. I select here this product category column. It is F colon F, comma, and now I have to go further. I have to write down the criteria 2. Where is my criteria 2? For criteria 2, I have to go to the working sheet. In the working sheet, I have to select here this particular cell. Because from this cell, I'll be taking that product category. I'll go to the product category column and then I'll search that particular product category. Okay, so this is my R3. Okay, now see, this cell is fixed for all this month. Whether I calculate the total sales for January, February, March, April, May, this cell will be common for all the months. So what I'll do is that whichever cell is common, I'm talking about the cell is common. So what I have to do here, instead of R3, I have to type here what? $R$3, because this is a case of a absolute reference. Yeah, so I type here R3. Instead of R3, I press F4. So it will be written here what? $R$3. Why? Because this R3 cell, it will be common for all the months. Yeah, I complete my bracket, press enter. Okay, what it is? Here it is. Okay, got it. See here, I have written 2 times sales data, sales data. So I remove here one of the sales data. I'll keep it here only 1. Now press enter and see, now I'm getting this number here, 117677. That is this number. Yeah, here we are having the 1000 separator. So this also I can do it. I can select this one, right click, and I go to format cells. Yeah, I can also do it over here directly. Maybe this is better, comma, and I can reduce the number of, yeah. So now see, this number 117677 and 117677, they are exactly same. Okay, so this is how we are calculating this, all the months sales, profit, and over here also. I got a different answer because you have to search here that what you have typed here. See, in my case, I've taken here home and furniture. So Abhishek, you check that what you are having over here. Yeah. If you are having another one, let's say if I type here 1, yeah, auto and accessory. So see, now if I'm taking the auto and accessory, so it is 87,576. Here also I'm having that same number, 87,526. In the working sheet, the tables are already created. Do we need to create again a separate sheet? No, you don't have to create this table again. What is the main point over here is that you have to understand that how these values have come here. Yeah, this is important. If you have understood these values, then you don't have to recreate this table. Just keep it like that. Okay. Clear? And here also now the profit, I think so now you are clear, everybody. If anybody is still having any query, let me know. That for the profit also I have to do the same thing, but now what I have to do, I have to sum here, which column? The K column. Earlier for the sales, I had taken the H column and I had to add all these values. But now for this calculating the profit, I have to now take here the K column, and the rest, all the other things are exactly same. Okay, if you see the formula, only this portion, the first portion is different. Sales data, K colon K. Okay, if you want to be very specific, you can also write down like this, $K colon $K. Okay, while the other things are exactly same, what we have written over here for this sales value. Clear? And similarly here also, same. if you want to calculate the total sales for Africa region and also this auto and accessories, which is written in the R3 cell. So here also, if you double click this formula, you will get the same thing. Yeah, but here only this Africa region or this region column is available in which column here? Where it is available here? In the T column. In the T column, I'm having all the regions. So here I have to compare that where is Africa, and accordingly I'll do it. I'm confused why here R3 is common, because see here, suppose if you want to calculate the sales for January, okay, and you have to take care of this auto and accessories, okay, whatever you are typing here, the product category, yeah, you have to select here. Let me hide all this column here. Okay, now it will be good. See, to calculate the total sales for January month, and also I have to take care of this R3. Whatever is written in R3, I have to also calculate over here. Yeah. So here in this formula, at the end, I have to take the criteria 2 equal to R3. That is this one. Now I want to do the same thing for February. Now see here the month is changing. January, February, March, April, May. So month is changing. So here this cell, that is a B5 cell, it will be also changing here. Yeah, it will take this February, it will go over there, okay, and then it will see that which months are having February. But now here also for calculating the February sales, if I have to take care of the product category, where is my product category? My product category is still in the R3 cell only. Yeah, I am not going to any other cell. I am coming back over here only in the R3 cell for even for this February, March, April, May, June, July, August, etc. So that's why I said that this R3 cell is common for all these calculations, because every time I have to go over here only for the criteria 2. For the criteria 1, I have to see this one, because here the months are changing. Okay. But for the criteria 2, I have to always come over here. For this sales figure also, I have to come for criteria 2. It will be this R3 only. That is the thing. Okay. Good. So now, if this is clear, then what we'll do that let us go for the, I'll now show you this combo box. Okay, whatever this combo box I created here, then now I'll show you this thing. So what you can do that in this original file, let's close this file. Okay, so in your original Excel file, you can create a new sheet here. Okay, you are already having the 2 sheet here, working sheet and the sales data sheet. You create a new sheet here. Now in this new sheet, what I'll suggest you that you don't, or maybe just now you keep it like this. Okay, create a new sheet here, sheet 1. You can write down here the sheet name as dashboard. Okay, dashboard, and this dashboard you keep it on the first position here. Okay, you can also drag it like this, you know this thing technique. So dashboard. Okay, you create a new sheet here which is known as dashboard. You write down dashboard, and now here we'll be first of all creating a combo box. Okay, or maybe before that I can also show you this part here, that let us create a column chart for this table. Yeah, let us understand this one. So let us create a column chart for this table. So you go to the working sheet here. In the working sheet, you select all this whole table. Okay, go to the working sheet, select this whole table, months, sales, and profit. Now we want to create here a column chart. So we go to the insert tab here. Go to the insert tab, and the insert tab, you can see this area here, the charts area. Okay, So go to the select, first of all, select this table, first table, go to the insert tab. In the insert tab, you are having here various options of the chart. Now we want to create here this one, that is the column chart. So I click here this drop down. Here this drop down. In the drop down, I'm having here 2D column, 3D column, 2D bar, 3D bar. Let's say I go with this one, cluster column chart. Okay. So as soon as I put here my pointer, I can see here the chart. So let me click this chart. Okay. So this chart is ready. Okay. Now remember that you see my chart here, what I've done. In my chart, I have done some modification. Okay. I have changed the color, background color here. I've given a proper title here. Yeah. So this also you can do it. I think so when I discuss about the pivot chart. Yeah, pivot chart, I discuss about this thing. Let me first of all put it over here. Which one we picked here? We picked the clustered column chart. Clustered column chart, the first chart. See what I did here, again repeat, that I selected this table. I went to the insert tab here, insert tab, and the insert tab, I click this button here. This is known as insert column and bar chart. So I clicked it, and in this drop down here, in the insert tab, I click this one. Okay, clustered column chart here, I clicked it, and now this chart is ready. Okay, now in this chart, let me go down here, let me put it down. Now in this chart, later on, I will not show you this part here, but later on you can click here this option, and I think so this I've already discussed in the pivot table. So you can give here a axis title, data label. Yeah, you have to just see that how it looks better. Yeah, you can play with this chart elements here by clicking this plus sign. And plus, if you click this button also, this brush icon, in the brush icon, you can select here different kind of chart style. Let's say this one, this is the chart style which I have used. Yeah, suppose if I click this one, see, this is the same one what I have done here. Yeah, I have definitely changed this color here a little bit, so that you can modify. Yeah, so that I leave up to you. Yeah, you can check over here in this upper area. When you select the chart, then here, see, there are a lot of options here. These are the different chart style. Then this is the change color here, change colors. You can select here whichever color you want to select, the panel. Yeah, so this you can play with it. Okay, so this I'm not spending my time over here. Yeah, the formatting, this thing, that you can do it on your own. Very easy. Now, see this chart we have created where? In the working sheet. Now what I want to do, I want to put this chart into the dashboard, into the dashboard sheet. So what I can do, I can select this chart. Okay, I can also copy and I can also paste it into the dashboard chart, but there is one method here. I select this chart, and then here in this chart design, if you go above in the chart design tab, then here I'm having one option that is known as move chart. Okay, so select the chart here, which you have created in the working sheet. Then you go to the chart design tab. In the chart design tab, you click this button, move chart. Okay, so you click on this move chart. When you click on move chart here button, then now it is asking you, choose where you want the chart to be placed. Whether you want to place it in a totally a new sheet. We don't want to place it in the new sheet. We want to place it here in the dashboard sheet. So then I go to object in, and then I click the drop down here. And then in the drop down, I can see these three sheets here: dashboard, working, and sales data. This chart I want to put it where? In the dashboard sheet. So object in dashboard has to be selected here. Okay, object in dashboard. I click on OK button, and see now it will come over here. Yes, now it is over here. Yeah, I can keep it a little bit above. Okay. So this is also another method of moving the chart from one sheet to another sheet. Get? So see, remember that today, tomorrow, whenever you get some time, please take care of these chart elements. You have to just play with it. And also you take care of this editing here, this brush icon. Yeah, it is very easy to do. So this is ready. Now, similarly, we'll also create a column chart for this table that is known as regions and the sales. Yeah, that's also very easy. You select all yes, you select this whole table, regions and sales, only 2 columns. Then what you do, you go to the insert tab. In the insert tab, you click the same button here that we clicked earlier, column and bar chart. And then here also you select the same chart here, clustered column chart. That's all. Select the clustered column chart. So your clustered column chart is over here. Yeah. Now I have to put it in the other sheet. There's the dashboard sheet. So I select this chart, go to chart design. The chart design, I click the move chart here. In the move chart, now I have to select here object in or where dashboard. Object in dashboard. I click on OK button. And now you see that this chart is also available over here. Yeah, this also you can modify. Yeah, like this. Okay, you can give some background color and all those things. You can try. Yeah. Are you all with me? Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. So see, now your 70 to 80% of your project is done. Now what we have to do, finally, we have to put here the combo box. So see, combo box, if you want to put here the combo box in the dashboard sheet, then you should be having here one tab, which is known as developer tab. Now, are you having developer tab in your Excel? Most of you may not have. Yeah, developer tab I'm talking about on the top area. Just check the developer tab. Okay, and let me know that if you are having the developer tab here. No, no, no. Okay, then thank you very much. Yeah, then you cannot do the project. Yeah, you can take care. You can take rest and no, I will now tell you about the developer tab. Yeah. So how to get the developer tab? You have to go to the file tab. Go to the file tab and then you go to this options. At the bottom area, you will see the options. So go to the file tab and you click these options. And then once you go to the options, you are now you are having the dialog box, which is known as Excel options. Clear? Now in the Excel options, you click here this option, which is known as customize ribbon. Okay, so click here, customize ribbon. Now, once you click on the customize ribbon, then you have to check this area. You have to check this drop down in the customize ribbon. Here it says choose commands from. I click the drop down. And in the drop down, I'm having here popular commands, commands not in the ribbon, all commands, macros, file tab, all tabs, main tabs, tool tabs, custom tabs, and pro groups, etc. I have to select here which one? All tabs. You select here in the choose command from all tabs. Now, once you select these all tabs, then here you will be having all the tabs which you are currently having in your Excel. Maybe 1 or 2 tabs may not, yeah, you may not have that 1 or 2 tabs because I downloaded some extra tabs over here in my case, but at least you'll be getting the developer tab here. So you have to select this developer tab here, select the developer tab, and then you have to click here this middle button, which is known as add button. Got the point? Go to this all tabs, click here this developer tab, and then you click here simple add. And once you click on the add button, then this developer tab will come over here. Okay, it will come over here. You click on OK button, and now you should be able to see the developer tab. Have you all got the thing? Could you show it again? Yes. File tab. Go to the file tab. You go to this options at the bottom area maybe. And then when you go to the options, then you, in this Excel options dialog box, you click this option on the left hand side, which is known as customize ribbon. Okay. So click here, customize ribbon. And once you click on customize ribbon, then you will come over here. On the top area, it says here, choose commands from popular commands. Now we will not go with popular commands. We will click this drop down here, and this drop down, we will select here what? All tabs. The drop down, you select here all tabs. Once you select the all tabs, then here you will be seeing all the tabs that you are having in your Excel. You have to simply select this one, developer, select developer, and then you click here this add button. Once you click on this add button after selecting the developer tab, then the developer tab will come over here like this. Along with the other tabs, the developer tab will come over here. You simply click on OK button, and now you should be having the developer tab over here. Okay. When you click here this insert button, yeah, why I'm having here only one thing here, very important. Yes. So in the insert button, you are having here this one, combo box. Yeah, the second option here in the form controls, this is the first one is known as button. The second one is known as combo box here. So this button, you have to click it. And once you click this button, then now what you have to do? You have to create here that button like this. Okay, with your mouse, you come to this area and you have to create a button like this. I repeat, you go to this developer tab, click on the insert button. In the insert button, you have this second option, which is known as combo box. You click it. And once you click it, now here in this upper area of this dashboard sheet, you have to simply create a button like this. You make it bigger. Okay. So this is your combo box. Okay. Combo box is created like here. Now, what we want here, if I showed you that earlier one, my this particular thing, what I've done here, when I click on this drop down, I can see here all the product categories. Okay. So now in this our new combo box, we have to select here, or you right click. Okay, you right click on this combo box. When you right click, then here you are having options like cut, copy, paste, grouping, order, assign macro, and then format control. So I repeat here, whatever the combo box you have created, you right click. Yeah, you right click here. So you do one thing, Prerna, you don't select the chart. See, I can see here that you have selected one of the chart. You don't select one of the chart, you click somewhere outside the chart, and then you can see on the top area, you are having those buttons. Yeah, you don't, because you are having a new version, so you don't have that separate button known as insert tab like this, but you are having those buttons which are already shown on your upper area. So there you should be able to click, you have to search the combo box here, I think so. Yeah, but first of all, you don't select any of the chart, because if you select one of the chart, then those buttons will not be enabled for you. So remove that selection of the chart, and then you go to this upper area, and then you will be seeing, I think so, if I can see properly the combo chart. Okay. Need to add again. Okay, so you do one thing, you select first of all that upper on the right hand side, go to the right hand side. There you select, no, there you select that developer custom on the right hand side, the first developer customer. Don't put the tick mark, just select that developer bracket custom. Okay, you have selected it. Now you click that middle button, remove. In the middle of this two table, there is a remove button. Where there is a add button, there is a remove button. Yes, click on remove. Now you select that again, that second developer custom also. Just select it and then just put the pointer. Yeah. Now you click on remove. Okay. Now here you come to these popular commands on the left hand side. You see that this developer is there. You also remove this developer. Suppose that let us select this developer. You're not able to remove here. Okay, then let us do one thing. Let us click on OK button. Click on OK button here. Now here you are having on the left hand side, sorry, the right after the smart toolbox, you are having developer. Yes, you click it. No, you selected it. Okay. So then where is your developer here? Go to menu. And now you go to that all tabs. All tabs. Yeah, go down. Yeah, click on that drop down. And you go to all tabs. But see, you are already having the developer here. See, that is the problem. The developer is already available. If you go down in the drop down on the right hand side, go down. And there you already have the developer. Can you expand that developer? The second developer, can you click on that arrow button on the left hand side? Yes, now you go down. You are having macros, control component. Okay, you click on that control component. There's an arrow. Okay, and control toolbox. Combo box is already there. Just hold on, I will check my point here. Yeah, let me check here. Customize ribbon. Okay, I will go for here. Add-ins. Okay. Now if you click on, you remove, first of all, you go up. You can also minimize this thing. Minimize this control component and control, yeah. Now you go up and you remove that developer custom. Select it and you remove it. Yes. Now you click on OK button just now again. Okay. Now here you do one thing. You save this file and close this file. Okay. Save the file and close the file. And let us see if it comes again. Okay. Save it and close it and then you open it. If you will type e-commerce, it will open the Shopify. Yes. You can go to that folder, no? Where you have saved or whatever. Yeah. So go to the folder and then you, or wherever the download folder, wherever you have saved my file. Yeah. So now let us do one thing that meanwhile you can, Prerna, you can check this one. Hopefully you should be able to get this box here. Now see what you have to do, that once you have selected this, once you have created this combo box, you have to right click over here and then you have to go to this option known as format control. Okay, you click on format control and then here in this dialog box, you'll get this dialog box for this control. Now in the control, it says here input range, cell link, and drop down line. These three things are important here. So input range. Okay, what I've done here, again, I'm repeating, I will right click this particular combo box. When I right click here, I go to this last option, which is known as format control. I click on format control. And then here I'm getting this dialog box. And in this dialog box, control dialog box, I'm getting here what? Input range. Now, input range means whatever you want to show in this particular combo box, that has to be written in the input range. So suppose in this combo box, if I want to see all the product category, then I have to write down here all the product category. And then it will be showing me in the form of a drop down. Yeah. So here input range. Now see, I don't have to write down those product category manually. What I have to do, if I click inside this input range box, you click it, and now you click this arrow button here. Okay, in the input range, you click it, and now you click arrow button. Once you click on the arrow button, and what you have to do, you have to go to the working sheet. Go to the working sheet, and in the working sheet, you select only these 4 cells here, because see, these are our product category that we want to have it in our drop down. So in the input box, in the input range, you click that arrow button, and then once you click on the arrow button, then you come to the working sheet. In the working sheet, you select here these 4 cells here. Okay, so these are your product category. So now here we are getting that in this drop down small box here, small dialog box, that is working sheet, working exclamation mark, and then $Q $2 colon $Q $5. Yeah, so this is that 4 cells, and their reference is written over here. Now what we have to do, after we get this reference here, we have to click this down arrow button. Okay, I click this down arrow button, and now here I'm getting the input range here. So what is the input range? Again, I'm repeating that whatever you want to showcase in that combo box, that will be coming here in the input range. Yeah. Now comes the cell link here. Okay, cell link. Now in the cell link, I will click this arrow button again. Okay, I select inside the cell link here, cell link box. I click this arrow. And now after I click this arrow in the cell link, I go back to the working sheet. I go back to the working sheet, and in the working sheet, what I'll do, I will select this particular cell. Which cell? R2 cell, not R3 cell. I'll be selecting this R2 cell where these 1, 2, 3, 4 are written. So in the cell link, you click the up arrow button, and then you come to the working sheet. In the working sheet, you select here which one? R2 cell. So that is what is written here in the this dialog box. Working sheet $R $2. That is this one. R2. Okay. I've selected R2, not R3. And now I'll click this arrow button again, down arrow button again. And now I'm over here again. So check this thing. Input range will be working sheet, working exclamation mark $Q $2 colon $Q $5. That is these 4 cells. And then in the cell link, I have to select this R2 cell. So it is written like this, working exclamation mark $R $2, because I'm selecting only one cell. Now comes the drop down lines here. What is this drop down lines here? It is written here 8. What do you mean by these drop down lines? See, whenever we are playing with the drop down, okay. Now suppose, let's say you are having 100 product categories. Suppose you are having 100 product categories, and you are creating a drop down. Now see, when you click on the drop down, then you will not be able to see all the 100 product categories. What you'll be able to see? You will be able to see, let's say, the initial 10 categories. And then you have to scroll down. In the drop down, you have to scroll down. Yeah, that is what we do whenever we are filling up the form. Yeah, let's say if in the form, if it is asked that, okay, you write down your country of residence. So in the country of residence, if I click the drop down, I'll be having, let's say, 210 countries, let's say. Now when I click on the drop down, it will not show me all the 200 countries in one shot. I'm saying in one shot, you cannot see all the 200 countries. Initially, you'll be able to see, let's say, 5 countries, 10 countries only initially, which are starting with alphabet A or B. And then you go down, down, down. And then maybe suppose if you are living in United States, you want to see the United States, so you have to go down. Okay. And then you click United States and that will come in your country of residence. So here, this 8 means that in my drop down, I can see in one shot 8 values in my drop down. Yeah. So here I can decide whether I want to see here only 2 values in the drop down initially in one shot, or I want to see it 3 or 4 or 8 or maybe 10. In our case, how many product categories we are having here? Only 4. So here in the drop down lines, whether I write down here 8 or 2 or 3 or 4, yeah, means whether I write down here 8 or 4 or 5 or 6, it doesn't matter. Minimum I have to write down here 4. So that what happens that in whenever I click on the drop down, I should be able to see all those 4 categories in one shot. Okay. So here in the drop down lines, I have to write down here what? Let's say 8 is also fine. Even I'm having 4 also, 8 will not be a problem. So I'll type here only by 8. Okay, I go for here 8 only maybe by default. And now I click on OK button. So see, now when I click on OK button, now you see here what I'm doing. I'm clicking this drop down here. And now let me select here auto and accessories. So see, now this is auto and accessories. If I select here electronic, this is electronic. You see, now it is working very well. Got the point? Yeah. So now as such your project is ready. Yeah, that you have created a combo box, and whenever the user they select any product category here in the combo box, accordingly this both this column chart will change. And that is what finally you have to do in this e-commerce dashboard project. Okay, but still I have to explain you one point here, but okay. Okay. And in this combo box, what we have done, this cell link. Okay. In the cell link, what we have done here, in the cell link, we had given here the R2 cell, not R3. Now, how this whole system works here, let us understand. See, first of all, the user will come over here to the combo box. Let's say he or she will search, will select here electronic. Okay, he or she will search here electronic. Now see, whatever the user will select here the product category, let's say electronic, what will happen that this selection will change this R2 cell. I repeat, whatever the selection is done by the user in that combo box, suppose if the user selects electronic in the combo box, then that combo box will change here this number which is written currently in R2 cell. So currently what is written here 2 because 2 is electronic. Suppose if I again go back to the dashboard and now instead of electronic, if I select here home and furniture. So if I select here home and furniture, so then what it will do, then now you can see that my R2 cell has changed. Now it is 4. So that combo box will change this number in the R2 cell. When this R2 cell will change, what it will do now? This change will affect this R3 cell. Why this 4 will affect this R3 cell? Because here we know that we have taken here for the number of rows, we have taken here this R2. Okay, so you see the series of event, how it is taking place. First of all, we start with the combo box. People will click one of the option in the combo box. That combo box will change this number in the R2 cell. When this R2 cell number changes, then it will change this option in the R3 cell. And once this R3 cell will change, then it will automatically affect all these values in both the tables. Because here what we have done in this formula for this calculating the sales profit and here also the sales, which cell we have taken as the criteria to R3 cell. Okay, so when this cell will change, this value will change, it will immediately affect both these table. And once both these table, their values will change, then these two charts will automatically change. So finally, the change will take place in your chart. Is it clear? Combo box, change in the combo box will change this number, that is R2. R2 will change this R3, and R3 will change all these values, because here we are taking the R3, and once all these values will change based on this selection, then automatically it will change these two charts. And that is what is the whole project. Yeah, it is amazing. Yes. Yeah, so this is that how the sequence is taking place here. Yeah. So this is the crux of your project number 1. So here you have used the concept of sum ifs, then you have used the concept of offset. You have also seen here how to create the charts, and then you have also seen this concept of combo box. And then in the combo box, yeah, you are putting all these things, you are putting the formula, and then this chart is changing. Yeah. So remember that whatever you have learned over here, this learning should not stay in this project only. Yeah. Tomorrow, when you are tomorrow when you are creating a dashboard for your own data set, okay, then you can also use here the slicers also if you want. Okay, I've already shown you how to use the slicer, how to create the slicers. You can create here the slicer, and with the help of the slicer, these two visualizations can also change. Okay. Combo box drop down not working. Okay. So first of all, please, those who have completed this whole thing, you can save the file. Okay. See what I'll do, that I will save this file, and I will put with my name here, Samir Watia. Yeah. And this final file, I'll be also uploading in the LMS. See, as such, you have already done with me, so you don't require this file, but for your reference purpose, whatever the file that I've just now created, okay, this file I'll be also uploading in your LMS, so that whenever you want to see it as a reference, you can see it. Okay, don't use my file and directly submit it. Okay, because here you have to do a lot of this formatting. Okay, try to make this dashboard little bit beautiful. Yeah. And also one thing, that once your project and everything is done, then definitely you can share it on your LinkedIn profile. Yeah. Don't just put only your Simplilearn certificate, because that is also fine. But then apart from the LinkedIn certificate, you can create a separate post on LinkedIn, and then you can share about this. You can take a screenshot of this dashboard, and then you can put it into the LinkedIn post, describe that what was the project, and how and what things you have learned over here, something like that. Yeah, so this will also be helpful. Yeah, at least if you are targeting the recruiters, then definitely the recruiters will see this thing. I think so. This should be like a default only, maybe. Yeah. So combo box. Okay, now combo box, very quickly, you have to select this combo box, right click, format control, and then in the input range, you have to, for the input range, you have to click this arrow button here. Okay, this arrow button in the input range, and then you have to go to the working sheet. And the working sheet, you have to select here these 4 cells. Okay, you have to select here these 4 cells, and then you have to click that down arrow button. In here, you'll be getting one small dialog box. You have to click the down arrow button in the dialog box, and then again it will open up this particular. You'll come back over here. Okay, so for input range, you have to give here the 4 cells here. Okay, these 4 cells here, these 4 product category, this will be the input range here. Then for the cell link, you have to again click this arrow button here, And when you click the arrow button, you have to select here this R2 cell only. Select this R2 cell, and then this R2 cell will be written over here. And then you have to click the down arrow button, and then you come over here, and that's all. Okay, these drop down lines, you have to keep it by default 8 or 4, whatever, but I'll keep it here default 8. And then you click on OK button, and then the job is done. Okay, so this is how you connect this combo box with two things. First of all, you are connecting with this one, and then you are connecting with this R2 cell also. Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, good. So now let us go to the next project here. Yeah, without talking more for this project one. So see, now I have already given you my file for the restaurant tips. So you can directly open that file. So see what I've done here, that if I go to this sheet, sorry, the tips, okay, we are having the original data. This is one of the sheet which is there, which I've taken it from directly from your raw file. And then here I've created a tips sheet here. In the tip sheet, I've taken here what? The 4 original records, 4 original columns that I've taken here from this particular sheet, that is sex, smoker, day and time. Okay. So I have done the modification. So what we'll be doing now, that we'll be working only in the tip sheet here in my file, which I've shared with you. Okay, we'll be working in the tip sheet. Okay. So now what is the project over here? The project is this, that the project title is restaurant tips. Okay, so here we have to predict the restaurant tip. Suppose if you are going to a restaurant and you have a query, okay, because I also had the same query when I visited US, that okay, if I go to a restaurant, if my bill is this much, if I'm a single person, then how much tip should I give? Yeah. So here we are having some independent variables, like we are having the, let's say, the sex or gender, you can say. Yeah. So here we are having male and female. Then we are having the data of smoker, whether the person is smoker or not. Then we are having here the third column, which is talking about that on which particular day the person has gone. Now see, these are the actual data. Remember that this is not the predicted data. This is the actual data that we have collected. Okay, there are around 245 records that we are having here. So these are the actual data of the people who have visited the restaurant. But only their names have been removed here. Names and maybe their personal details have been removed. We are having only the sex or gender column, smoker, then on which day they have visited. So here we are having, I think so 4 days, if I'm not wrong, that we are having here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah. Then we are having here the time. So time means here we are having two options. Either the person has gone for lunch or the person has gone for dinner. Then we are having the size. What is the size? That is the size of the group, whether there 2 people have gone or 3 people, 4 people, etc. So this is the size column. How many people have visited that together in that restaurant? Then this is the total bill that they have paid. Yeah. And then this is the actual tip which has been given by that group of persons. This is the actual tip which has been given. Okay. Now what we want to do, that here we are having these 4 independent variables. These are known as what? These 6 columns are known, these 6 variables are known as independent variables. And what is our dependent variable? Our dependent variable is this tip. Okay. So all the tip is dependent on, not on only the gender, it is also dependent on smoker, day, time, size of the group, and the total bill. Yeah, normally you take especially the bill also. Suppose what I do here in case of Germany, that if I'm having, let's say if I'm having the food bill for 60 euros, so I at least give minimum 10% of that bill. Okay, minimum, I would say. Yeah. So that is very quick, that okay, minimum 10%. But so that's why here it's not and also sometimes when we are going in a large group, then definitely we will, yeah, we'll be having that kind of feeling that okay, this person has served, let's say 10 of us, so then let us give him or her more tip. Yeah, so it also depends upon the group. But suppose if two people have gone, yeah, a couple has gone, then definitely the tip will be little bit smaller. Yeah, so these six columns are known as the independent variable, and this tip column, this tip is known as a dependent variable. So this is the thing. Now what we have to do, we have to predict the tip. Okay, and for predicting the tip, it is dependent on these six factors. Okay, so now let us do one thing. We'll go to the tip sheet here, and in the tip sheet, what I've done, see here, first of all, we'll be going for a concept which is known as correlation. There is a concept known as correlation. There is another concept known as regression. And then finally, we'll be going for a concept which is known as root mean squared error, RMSE, root mean, MEAN, mean. Okay, I'll write down over here what we have to do. We have to calculate here. I think so here on the right hand side, I must have written, but okay. I have to calculate here finally root mean squared error, and it is known as RMSE. So with the help of RMSE, I can predict the tip which I can give, and this tip is dependent on these six factors that we have here. Okay. So first of all, what we are having here, yeah, we have to understand the correlation concept here, first of all. So here I'm already having this presentation from Simplilearn. So here we are talking about the correlation. Yeah. So what is correlation? Correlation means it is the relationship that we are finding between two variables. Okay. Suppose let's say if I'm having two variables, let's say one is known as sales and second one is known as profit. Okay. Let us assume like that here in this diagram, we are having one is on the x-axis we have, let's say, sales. Okay. And on the y-axis we have here profit. So now normally what we assume that if the sales will increase, the profit should also increase normally. Okay. Because if we sell more, definitely our profit will be more. That is the standard one. So here when you are having this kind of a positive, let's say you are having a upper line, let's say a line which is increasing, yeah, then this is known as a positive correlation. And it's also known as a perfect positive correlation. Normally you will not get that kind of perfect positive correlation, but yeah, what is this positive correlation? When one increases, the other also increases. Yeah, so this is positive correlation. Then if we go to the next slide here, so we also have sometimes the negative correlation. Yeah, many times it happens that we are selling more, but ultimately we are not getting more profit. Our profit is reducing. So here in this case, let us assume that your x-axis you are having sales, so sales is increasing, but on the y-axis the profit may decrease. So in this case, it is known as a negative correlation. This is negative correlation because this we are creating a line, and this line it is going down. If one increases, the second decreases. And sometimes we also have zero correlation. Zero correlation means, see, in this case, I cannot create a line up or down because there are these points are scattered. So in this case, there is no correlation. So we cannot say that, okay, if the sales increases, sometimes we may see that, okay, my sales is increasing, but my profit is decreasing. And sometimes I see that when the sales is increasing, the profit is also increasing. So in that case, you don't have any kind of correlation. You cannot say that how it will work. Yeah. Identifying the relationship between the two variables. This is known as correlation. We can take any two variables. Yeah, let's say height and weight. Okay, height and weight. Normally you must, yeah, we assume that if the height is more, the weight is more. Okay, or we can also go for reverse, that if the weight is more, then we assume that the height should be more. But many times it is also different, that the height is there, but the weight is not there. Okay, or if the weight is more, then the height is not more. So these are this height and weight. Here I'm talking about sales and profit. These are not known as the this is here we are identifying the relationship between the two variables, and that is known as a correlation. Now we go to the next portion, which is known as regression. What is regression? In regression, normally in regression we have two variables. One is known as independent variable, and second one is known as dependent variable. Okay. So in regression, when we have one independent variable and one dependent variable, then that kind of regression is known as, it is known as the single linear relationship. Okay, it is known as the simple, not single, simple linear regression. So whenever we compare one variable, which is independent variable, with one dependent variable, then that is known as simple linear regression. While many times in this example, our own example, what we are having here, we are having here uh, we are having here 6 dependent variables. Yeah, there are there are 6 independent variables, and we are having one independent variable. So we want to see together what is the effect of all these 6 independent variables on this dependent variable, which is known as tip. So this is known as multiple linear regression. Multiple means you just assume that we are talking about more than one independent variable. Whenever we are having only one independent variable and one dependent variable, then that is known as simple linear regression. Okay. So remember that in case of regression, we always have a dependent variable and an independent variable. While in case of the correlation, we also have two variables. But I cannot say that, okay, one is independent and one is dependent. Okay, suppose if we are having sales and profit, so I cannot say that profit is dependent on the sales, or I cannot say that sales is dependent on the profit. No, both are, both can be treated independent also. Are you getting it? So in correlation, if we are taking the two variables, that then we cannot say that, okay, one variable is independent, the second variable is dependent. No, it's not possible. Yeah, height and weight also, they are, I cannot say that height is a dependent variable and weight is the independent variable. No, both are separate, both are independent of each other, and one can affect the other one. Okay, so this is the basic thing over here. So now what we'll do, first of all, in this example, what we have done, that if I want to, first of all, I want to know the, I want to do here the correlation. What kind of correlation? Let's say if I select this sex column. Okay, now sex column, I want to compare, I want to know the relations of the sex or the gender column with the tip column. Tip is my one of the variable. Okay, so I want to know that if this if the sex is male or if the sex is female, whether it will have any impact on the tip or not. Yeah, so we'll do that thing. Then we will we will do the correlation between the smoker and the tip, same way. Okay, then we'll compare we'll do the correlation of the day and the tip, then the time and the tip. Yeah, and then we are having also this size also, that whether size of the family or the size of the group is having some correlation with the tip. And finally, we'll see the correlation between the total bill and the tip. Clear? Now, if I want to do the correlation, here you see that I'm having what? I'm having the text. Okay, I'm having here the text. So I cannot use this text over here. Okay, for the correlation, I require these kind of numbers only. Yeah, Abhishek, you said, can you explain again? Had net issue, just rejoin. Okay. See what we are doing here in this particular project, that we are having here 6 independent variables here: sex, smoker, day, time, size, and total bill. And we have to establish a relationship between these 6 independent variables and one dependent variable, which is known as tip. I want to know that whether these 6 independent variables are affecting my tip or not. And finally, I have to predict the tip here. This is the actual tip which has been given by these people. Okay, we have not written here the name, but the other details are available here. So this is the actual tip. After this actual tip, I have to use the correlation regression, and based on that, I have to create here the predicted tip. And once I get the predicted tip, then I have to compare that whether, if I want to give a tip, let's say now tomorrow, if I want to go to a restaurant, and if I'm having these kind of parameters, yeah, then I want to know that how much tip I have to give, or I can give. Yeah, so that is the final thing over here. So coming back to this example, what I said, that with the text characters, we cannot find out the correlation. So what I've done here, I've converted into numbers. So if you put your pointer here in the sex encoded, if I've written here equal to, if bracket, if A2 equal to male, if this A2 is equal to male, then you can give here 1. And if it is not male, then you give here 2. Okay, you can also do reverse thing. You can also write down here that if A2 is equal to female, then you give 1, otherwise you give 2. So what we are doing some kind of a coding here. Yeah. Instead of male and female, we are converting into number. Now here I can see 2. 2 means it is female. 1 is male. Yeah. So when we are having these numbers, then definitely I can use these numbers for my correlation expression. Okay. Now comes same the smoker. For the smoker here, what is the smoker here? No. If I double click here, I've written here, if B2 is equal to no, then I should be giving here the number 1. And if the B2 is equal to yes, then I should be giving here the number 2. This is the simple if function. Yeah. So here everywhere it is 1, 1, 1. Somewhere here it is 2. 2 means the person is a smoker. You can also do reverse. Okay. Don't think that here every time I have to give smoker equal to no equal to 1. No. You can also do reverse here. You can give 1 to yes and 2 to no. It will not change any answer. Okay. Similarly, for the time encoded, now in the time encoded, if I double click here, then if it is dinner, if time is dinner, then you give here 1. And if it is lunch here, then you give here 2. Okay. So here also we have done the coding. Now this is interesting here, day. See, here we have a day column. Now what I said, that in the day column, we are having 4 options: Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah. Have you seen this thing? If I go for here, data and filter, see, if I click the filter button, see, I'm having here 4 things, 4 options here in the day: Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Thursday. And maybe there is some blank also. Yeah. But there are 4 dates here, 4 days here. So now if I want to convert it into numbers, so see here, now this is also an interesting part, that, see, I want to allocate like this. Here I've written here, if it is Sunday, you give 1. If it is Friday, you give 2. If it is Saturday, you give 3. If it's Thursday, you give 4. Now see, here I have given randomly some numbers, but you can also say, okay, Thursday you give 1, Friday you give 2, Saturday you give 3, and Sunday you give 4. You can go in any manner. Okay. So don't think that, oh, I've committed a mistake. No, I can also do like this also. Sunday I give 1, Friday 2, Saturday 3, and Thursday 4. Now see here, the important part is the switch function. Okay. Switch function I have not explained to you up till now. So see, what is this switch function? See, you know if function. Okay. Suppose here I am writing male. Okay. So I want to know, I want to now here give some number that if it is male, then it should be, I should be getting here number 1. And if it is female, I should be getting here number 2. So if I write down like this also, if in the if function, I have to go for the logical test. Okay. So what is my logical test? That I have to check here if this cell, what is this cell here? It is H252. If H252 is equal to male, yeah, so equal to if bracket, if I select this cell, that is H252, if it is equal to double quote male. Why I have to write down here double quote? Because this is a text. Remember that whenever you are writing a text, it has to be always mentioned in double quote. Suppose here, if you check some condition, let's say if gross salary is greater than 3,000, suppose, then when you write down here, if gross salary greater than 3,000, then the 3,000 is a number. So number cannot be written in double quote. Number will be written like as it is. But because here I'm checking this text, that is male or female, that's why I have to write down in double quote. So equal to if bracket H252 is equal to double quote male. Now if this is true, then what I have to give here the number, let's say 1. Yeah, so here logical test, then if this is true, then if it is true, then what value I have to give? It is 1, comma. Now I have to write down if value is false. Now suppose if here, if it is not male, then what should I give here the number? Then it should be 2. So I write down here 2, bracket complete. Yeah, this is what we have done over here in all these examples here, in all these columns here. Yeah, where we have done the coding. Okay, here we have used the if function. Now see, if you are having here, let's say you want to compare 2 things here, male or female, or yes or no, or lunch or dinner, or suppose if you are having here 3 conditions, suppose. Yeah, let's say you have a condition here that you are having here, let's say 3 options for, let's say, time, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Suppose if you are having 3 options, okay. Now I want to write down here the if condition. If it is breakfast, then breakfast has to have number 1. If it is lunch, it should have number 2. Yeah, I can write down like this. If breakfast is 1, lunch is 2, and dinner is 3. So now here I want to write down some formula. I have to, suppose if I write down here, let's say lunch in this cell, then here I should be getting the number 2. Yeah, because lunch is 2. So here I'll be writing the formula if function equal to if bracket. Now see here I'm having 3 options, not 2 options, 3 options. So first of all, I'll check if whatever it is in this cell, whatever is written, if it is equal to breakfast, then you should write down number 1. So here I write down equal to if bracket, if this cell, that is G260, is equal to double quote. I have to again put in double quote because this is a text. In double quote, if it is written here breakfast, double quote complete, comma. Then what I have to write down here? Then what I have to give the value here? 1, because breakfast is 1, comma. So now I have checked here breakfast. If it is breakfast, it should be 1. Now what I have to do? I have to check now again 2 condition. Okay. So what I have to do now? If I'm using the if function, then after this 1, comma, I have to use again another if function. Another if function. And this is known as nested if. Nested if you have not worked earlier, what is nested if? Nested if means one if function inside another if function. This is known as nested if. So here I write down, so suppose if this is true, if breakfast is there, then value if true will be 1. But if this is not breakfast, suppose if here it is, yeah, here we can see that here we have not written breakfast. So if this is not breakfast, if this cell is not breakfast, then what you have to do? Now we have to go for another if condition. So in the if condition, I put here again bracket, and now what I have to write down? I have to select this cell again, G260 equal to what? Now I'll check here whether it is lunch. double quote complete. Now, if this is lunch, yeah, comma, then what I should give here the number? Lunch, it is 2. So if this cell is lunch, I have to give here number 2, comma. Now see, what we did here, we started with the breakfast checking, which we said that, okay, if this is breakfast, it should be 1. But now suppose if it is not breakfast, then we go inside this box. Now we check whether it is lunch. If it is lunch, then we give here the number 2. But suppose if it is still not lunch, if here now, if it is not breakfast, if it is not lunch, then what it should be? Then it should be dinner. Okay, then it should be written here dinner. So then now here I have to write down directly 3. Why 3? Because now I'll not check whether it is, again, I don't have to write down here again if function, whether it is, if this G260 is equal to dinner. Because see, if it is not breakfast, if it is not lunch, then it should be finally dinner. Yeah, because we have only 3 options. So that's why I'm directly putting here 3 after 2, comma, if this G260 is not lunch, and we have also earlier checked that this is not breakfast, then finally we have to give here the number 3 because it should be down dinner. Are you getting it? This is known as nested if. Bracket complete. One more bracket complete. I think so. I must have told you earlier. I don't know. See, in the Excel, whenever you are completing the bracket, see, when I start the bracket, I'm very, very highly motivated. But when I complete the bracket, then I'm not sure that how many brackets I have to put at the end. So as soon as you get the black color bracket, it means that your formula is ready. Your formula is complete. I repeat, at the end, as soon as you get the black color bracket, it means that your formula is ready. Okay. Because sometimes we start with so many brackets, so finally we have to complete those brackets. So sometimes we have a doubt that, okay, whether I have to complete 2 brackets or 3 brackets or 10 brackets, that all depends upon that which color you are getting over here. Remember that in case of Excel, the outermost bracket is always of black color. Just understand this concept. And tomorrow, let's say whenever you will be going for the Power BI, then in case of Power BI, the outermost bracket color is always of blue color. That you will see further in Power BI. Okay, but here you just remember that the outermost bracket of Excel will be always black color. Yesterday only I completed one whole training on Power BI for the US and Canadian participants. And I think so yesterday or day before yesterday, I asked the same question that, okay, you are using Excel for many years. Just tell me that what is the color of the outermost bracket. Many people, they gave me some different colors, red, blue, green, etc. But this is, I think so, you have to remember. Okay, so I complete my bracket and press enter, and now you see it is written lunch. Lunch is 2. If I change here dinner, press enter, it is 3. If I write down here breakfast, press enter, it is 1. Okay, so here what we have done, we have written here a nested if. Nested if is a concept. It's not a function. It's a concept. Now see, just understand that for having, if we are having here 3 options, you see that how much complex is our if function. Yeah, we have to understand one if function inside another if function. Now in our example here, in this case, when we go up and when I go to the day column here, in the day column, how many options we are having here? 4. So then you understand that if I write down in the if function, then how much complex it will be. So remember that whenever you are having these kind of situation where you are having more than, let's say, 2 options, yeah, and if you want to give some kind of coding, then here I have given you this example of a switch function. Yeah, so here if I double click, so here see how it is written, switch function equal to switch bracket C2. What is C2? C2 is this one. This one. So this is my C2 cell. So whatever is written in the C2, if it is Sunday, then I give 1 number, let's say. If it is Saturday, I give 2 number. If it is Friday, I give 3 number. If it is Thursday, I give 4 number. So that is how I am writing here in the double quote. Okay, so equal to switch bracket C2, comma, and then I check if C2 is equal to Sunday. See, Sunday I have written in double quote. If Sunday, then it should be given 1. Then next value is Friday. If it is Friday, then you should give the number 2. If it is Saturday, you should give the number 3. And Thursday, you should give number 4. So see how easy it is to write this switch function. That is what I wanted to highlight here. Yeah, here I don't have to assume that, oh, I have to write down one if function inside this if function. Now in this if function, I have to put this thing, that thing. No. Suppose if here, if I'm having all the 7 days here, then I can just put here comma, 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 and then I can put here if it is Wednesday, I should give number 5. If it is Tuesday, I should give number 6. If it is Monday, I should give here number 7. So I have to just put here comma, 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 and it is very easy to write down in switch function. So here I've also written the same thing with the if function. Here there is a separate column which I've created, day encoded with if function. If I double click, you see here how much complex it is. If C2 is equal to Sunday, then it should give number 1. Then again I put the if condition. In the if condition, I check whether it is Friday. You should give number 2. Again if condition. Then I check here C2 if equal to Saturday, it should be 3. Again if condition, and then 4. Maybe I can also remove this part here, and I can directly type here after 3, I can put here 4, because finally, if it is not Sunday, if it is not Friday, if it is not Saturday, then it will be Thursday only, if I want to, right? But I think so this step is also fine, that I put especially is Thursday equal to 4, because it is possible that a person may have written in that column, the day column, Wednesday also, let's say, suppose, yes, or by mistake, suppose. So now, I think so these 4 columns are ready. Yeah. Now we are having the size column. This size column I have directly copied here. Yeah, the size is already there. See, size and total bill, they are already in numbers. So these I don't have to convert into something else. I converted only these text columns into numbers. Yeah, so size is there, total bill is there, and the tip is there. This is the original tip that we had. Now you go down, down in this table, and you come to this particular, this area. Okay, come over here. You can see this correlation coefficient here. Yeah. Now you let me know. I think so in your file, there should be some calculation here. Are you having here the calculation in your file? I think so. I think so it is there, yes. Okay, it is there. Okay, so what you can do here, you can just remove all these cells here. Okay, remove all these cells here, whatever the number is written in the last column, sorry, the last row, you remove it. And now I'll show you how to do this thing. Okay, so let us start with this one. So what we'll do now here we want to, first of all, know the correlation between the sex encoded. What is the sex encoded? That is this column. Yeah, this is the sex encoded. Encoded means we have put in some coding here. So I want to know the correlation between the sex and the tip column. Okay. So here I'll be typing equal to. Yeah, let me make it bigger for you. So here I'll be typing equal to, in below this sex encoded, equal to what? Equal to, I'll type here correl. There is a function known as correl, which is for correlation. Okay, we don't have the full name as correlation. We have a function which is known as equal to correl. Equal to correl, press tab, and now here it is asking me array 1 and array 2. So it is asking me that, okay, which columns you want to compare. Okay, we are having only 2 options, 1 column and okay, that we can compare only 2 columns for the correlation. So what we'll do now in this correlation array, what we'll do that we will select here, we'll select from this E2 cell. In the sex encoded, we start from E2 cell and we go down, Okay, select manually, let's say. Okay, and select till which one? E2 colon E244. So till this one. Okay, so from you select from E2, not E1. Don't select the title. Sex encoded, you don't select it. So in the equal to Corel bracket E2 colon E244. So I've selected from 2 E2 till E244, this cell, comma. Now I have to select the second array. What is the second array? Second array means the tip column. So here also I have to start from K2, this one, tip K2. Don't select the title, K2. I go down, down, down till K244. Okay, so here equal to Corel bracket E2 colon E244, comma K2 colon 244. K2 colon K244. Bracket complete. Okay, you select the sex encoded column, you select the tips column, except the title. Yeah, now you press enter, and now here you are getting this value minus 0.08527 something. So here it is a negative correlation. Yeah, negative correlation means that there is a difference here. See, Abhishek, I've shared this file in the chat window. Just now I'll not be able to share this file because this file I'm currently working. If anybody can share the file which I shared with you in the chat window, then it will be good enough. Yeah. Okay, because I think so before the break, if you remember that I had uploaded one file. Yeah. So just you have to download that file, but I think so because you had rejoined the session, then you must have lost that thing. So anybody, if you can share that file, yeah, it will be good. Yeah, yeah, sure. So now here, yeah, I think so someone will share this file. So now here we are having this correlation coefficient between the sex encoded and the tips. Now what we do here, that here we can let us suppose if I let me check here. Yeah, what we can do that in this particular cell, this Corel where we have done the calculation here, in this cell, what you do, you fix up this particular thing. Yeah, you fix up this K2 and K244. Why we want to fix up here? Because when we drag the formula like this, then it will not give any error. What I'm doing here now, I have calculated the correlation coefficient for sex encoded and the tip. Now what I want to do that for this cell, I don't want to write down the formula again. I don't want to write down the formula again. So what I'll do that in this cell where I've calculated the Corel, we fix up this K2 and K244. Why we have to fix up K2 and K244? Because that K2, that K column is containing the tip. So tip is fixed. See, we want to compare sex encoded with tip. We want to compare the smoker encoded with tip. We want to compare the time encoded with tip. So there, yeah, so this is common. Okay. So now here we can put dollar sign. I've already shown you one method, F4. Click over here, click on F4. So now it is automatically coming here, $K, $2. Here also I click F4. So see, now you should be getting like this, or you can also manually type here the dollar. Yeah, so $K, $2 colon K, $244. You fix up this one. Okay. So equal to Corel, just check here, equal to Corel bracket E2 colon E244, comma, $K $2 colon $K $244. This should be your formula for the sex encoded. Press enter, the answer will be same. But now what you do, you drag the formula over here. Yeah, till what? Till this total bill. Okay, drag the formula till this total bill, because total bill also we want to compare it with tip. Okay, so you drag this formula till this total bill, and now here you are having these 6 correlation values. Okay, just check your values here. Okay, you compare my values with your values, it should be same. Yeah, just check all these values, because otherwise when we'll go for the regression, then you will have problems. Okay, so these are the correlation. Okay, so somewhere you are having negative correlation, somewhere you are having positive correlation, here also negative, negative, positive, positive. Yeah, so individually we have checked the relationship between the one column with the other column. Yeah, individually we have done this thing. Good. I have different calculation. You check this one. You check again my formula here, equal to Corel bracket E2 colon E244, comma, $K $2 colon $K $244. If you go with this example, then 100% you will get this, my formula. If you want, I can also write down over here in the chat window, and you can simply copy. Okay. So don't put here E1. It should not start with E1. It should start with E2 and then till E244, comma, K2 colon K244. Yeah, so now it should be working. Okay. So now you can see here my figure minus 0.08527. Minus 0.08527. Yes. Okay. Good. So now what we have done, that we have calculated the correlation here. Now we will go for the regression, because now we don't want to see the individual effect of one independent variable with a dependent variable. Now we have to take all the independent variables and one dependent variable, and then we have to calculate the regression. Okay. So now let us do one thing, that here you can see that in my, just hold on. Yes. See, you go to the data tab. Now see, for regression, if you want to do the regression, then you go to the data tab. In the data tab, you should be able to get this button, data analysis button. Just let me know if you are having this data analysis button in the data tab. Are you all having the data analysis button in the data tab? Yeah, data analysis and data analysis button in the data tab. Are you all having? Yes, no, no. Okay. If you are not having this data analysis button, then what you do, you go to the file tab. Now I'm telling you, you see that you focus over here in the file tab, go to the file tab. In the file tab, you go to the options, go to the options. In the options, in this dialog box, option dialog box, you go to this add-ins. Add-ins here. Okay. Once you click on the add-ins here on the left-hand side, then you come to this area. In the add-ins, you come to this area below, and in this drop down, you click here, COM add-ins. Okay, in the manage, you click here COM add-ins. COM add-ins, you click on go. You click on go. And now, I think so it is COM add-ins. Let me check it here again. Sorry. File, options, add-ins, and then in the add-ins, let me click here Excel add-ins first of all. Excel add-ins go. Yeah, sorry. You have to go to the file, options, add-ins, and in the add-ins you go with this default one only, Excel add-ins. Don't go for COM add-ins, you go for here Excel add-ins. And once you see the Excel add-ins, you click on go button. And when you click on go button, then here you are getting the add-ins dialog box. And in the add-ins dialog box, you have one option here. The first option probably it should be this one, that is the analysis tool pack. And also do one thing, that along with this analysis tool pack, you also select this one, solver add-in. Maybe tomorrow, whenever you get some time, if you want to play with the solver, yeah, today I am 100% sure that we'll not be able to go with that what if analysis because this project is a little bit longer. But yeah, whenever you want to use the solver in the what if analysis, then here you are having that special button or special option add-in. So please do one thing, you in this add-ins, Excel add-ins, you select here both the things, analysis tool pack also and also the solver add-in. And then you click on OK button. Okay, you click on OK button, and then you should be having here the analysis, data analysis button in the data tab. Go to the data tab and you check here the data analysis button. Yeah, hopefully now you should be having data analysis button. Yes. Okay. So see, now this will be a permanent one. Okay, now for every file you don't have to get this button. And now here you will see two things, both. Yeah, means here you'll be getting both the buttons, data analysis button and the solver button, both. Okay, so tomorrow whenever you are using, you want to use solver, you don't have to bring here solver again. It's now available here. So now what we do, that for regression, we click this button here, data analysis button. Okay, so when you click on the data analysis button here, then here you are getting this data analysis tools. And here in this selection drop down, you select this regression. Okay, there are so many options for the statistics. Okay, you will go with this regression here. Go with the regression, click on OK button. And when you click on regression and click on OK button, then here you are getting this regression dialog box. Okay, you get here the regression dialog box. Now in this regression dialog box, it says here input Y range and input X range. Now what is Y range and X range? Y means your dependent variable. Y is your dependent variable and X are all your independent variables. X is independent, Y is dependent. So now in our case, what is our dependent variable? Y is the tips column. So here in the input Y range, you click this up arrow. Okay, you see, first of all, you in the input Y range, you click inside this box and then you click this up arrow. And now once you click the up arrow, now what you have to do? You have to go to the tips column. And now you have to select from which row here? K2. So from K2, you go down. Okay. See, if you can also do one thing, you can also press here Control Shift and down arrow key. If you select one K2, and then if you want to select the column, you can press Control Shift and down arrow key, but then you have to see that whether these two cells are also selected. It should not select these two cells. You have to go till this 3 number. That is the K244. So for the input Y range, you start from K2 till K244. Okay, so now here you can see the dialog box, K2 to K244. You click this down arrow button here, down arrow button. So now you are back over here, input Y range. In input Y range, you should be getting here $K $2 colon $K $244. This is your dependent variable. The tip is your dependent variable. Now input X range. Now in the input X range, I have to select all the values of all the independent variables. Suppose if you are having one independent variable, you select all the values of that one independent variable. If you are having 100 independent variables, you have to select all the values of all the 100 independent variables. So here now in the input X range, I click inside the box, and in this box, I click this arrow button here for the input X range. And now what we have to do? We have to start from where? From E2, because this X encoded is a independent variable. So we have to start from E2. We go on the right hand side. We go till what? From E2, we go till J2. So you start selecting from E2, you go till J2, and now you go down. Okay, because you have to select all these 6 columns values. So start from E2, go till J2 cell, and then you go down, down, down. Yeah, you select down. Okay, and you have to select till 244. Okay, just now I'm doing a manual process. Sorry for that. Yeah, you have to select here till this 244. So finally, what I'm saying here, that for this input X range, you start from E2 cell and you go till J244. You start from E2 cell and then you go till J2 cell, and from J2 cell you drag it down and then you go till 244. So this is your range for your X range, okay, input X range, because here we are selecting all the values of all the 6 independent variables. So once you select this one, $E $2 colon $J $244, you click the down arrow button here, and now you are back over here. Okay. Now here we after we select this input X range and input Y range, now here we can tick mark this one. Sorry, what happened here? Yeah. So here you select here confidence level. By default, it is 95%. Confidence level means how much surety you want. Okay. Normally that how much kind of you want to be very precise. Okay. For this regression. See, suppose, let's say if I'm preparing if I'm manufacturing a missile. Okay. So missiles, nowadays, if we are talking about the drones and missiles and all those things, yeah, because all these war issues are coming, are there. So suppose if I manufacture a missile, then my missile should be 99% accurate in hitting the target. 99.99, I would say. I would not say just 99, 99.99. Yeah, because one missile is costing me too much. So in that case, my confidence level has to be 99.99. Yeah, that kind of accuracy I want. But in these kind of, let's say, calculation, even if your confidence level is, let's say, 90%, even if your accuracy you want just to have 90-95%, that's fine. Okay, so that is what in short I can say you about the confidence level. Yeah, so confidence level, we go with the default one here, put the tick mark, 99-95% here. Now here it is asking us that output option. So where do we want to have the output? Yeah, so here it says output range, then new worksheet apply and new workbook. Now see, I want to create here a new worksheet, and in that worksheet I should be getting all the calculations of the regression. See, just now we have not done any calculation here. We have just put the values for the regression. But now it is high time to get the regression here. So we'll go with this second option here in the output option. We want to create a new worksheet in the same workbook. And let me give here some name. Yeah, that is we give it the name that regression, let's say details, suppose. Regression details, suppose. Just an example, okay? So new worksheet apply, regression details, or regression also you can write down here. And now finally, after you write down this thing, you have to click on the OK button. But before I click the OK button, you check everything here. Input Y range, input X range, confidence level is 95%, and new worksheet apply is this one. Yeah, click on OK button. And now when you click on OK button, so now you are having a new sheet. You see here in your case, new sheet. Whatever the name I gave, it is showing me here. And now this is the regression. You can make it bigger. Okay, we are not going into the details of this thing, but this is the regression here. Okay. Now, once you get these regression values, then what you have to do that here in below area, this area, you are having the coefficient here, this one. Okay, you have here the coefficient. And what are this one? I'll also discuss a little bit later, yeah, just within 10, 15, 20 minutes that we are having here intercept, then x variable 1, x variable 2, x variable 3, x variable 4, 5, and 6. See, actually we are having total 6 independent variables. So for 6 independent variables, we are having their coefficient, and there is also one intercept. I also talk about that intercept later on. So now what we have to do, we have to select all these values. Please select all these values from the first column here. Control C. Okay, select all these values, these 7 values from this first column, Control C, and then you go to the tip sheet, and in the tip sheet, you go to this area. Yeah, this area here on the upper area, where here we are having the title day encoded with if function. You have to select this cell here. Which one cell? M1 cell. So select those, you select all these values, Control C, go to the tips, and you select here this cell M1. And now you right click here in this M1, right click. And when you right click, see, we have to paste. We have to paste, but in the paste option, you see one option here, this one, in the paste option, which is known as transpose. Okay, first of all, you click this transpose and then I'll explain you. So you select this cell, right click, and then you go to the paste option. In the paste option, you click this transpose option, you click it. And now what we are having here, we are having all these 6 values over here. See how these values were written here, they were written vertically. But what we did here that we pasted it horizontally. So what is a transpose? Transpose means whatever is in the column, it converts into rows. Whatever is in the rows, it converts into the column. So we wanted to write all these 6 values in this manner. That's why what we did, where we transpose. Yeah, so in the paste option, you have this option that whenever, if you are having a vertical column, means one column, if you want to convert it into rows, you can use this transpose option. Got it? So now here we are having this. These are the intercept. Okay. Now what you do, that after you bring here the intercept, then yeah, this first column here, which is in this first value, which is written in the M1 cell. Yeah, this cell, you select this cell and then you click here this small button here. It means this small area. In this small area, yeah, you select it, and then here you put your mouse here, Yeah, and you go down. Okay. You select this cell, sorry, you select this cell and then you put your pointer here, you go down. Yeah, go till 244. Go till 244, till this area. Okay, so these values are exactly same. What we are doing, we are simply copying these values. Yeah, if you see these values, they are exactly same. Okay, they are exactly same. So just we are dragging this value from this M1 cell till what? Till 244. Now here in this N column, okay, in the N column, what we have to do that, uh, let's say we take this cell here, which is the cell N2 cell. Okay, this is N2 cell. In the N2 cell, what I have to do, that I have to multiply, just first of all, listen to me, what I'm doing here. In this N2 cell, I'm taking this intercept, this constant, which is written in the N1 cell, and this N1 constant, I'm multiplying with this number, that is the sex encoded. What is the sex encoded for the first record here? It is 2. Okay, so this E2 I'm multiplying with this constant which is written in N1 cell, and whatever the value I get, that I put it over here in this N2 cell. So just here what I'm doing, in this N2 cell, I'm typing here equal to what? Equal to this N1, okay, N1 multiply by what? This cell E2. Okay, so constant I'm multiplying with this sex encoded value here, E2. Okay, so I go over here. So I have written here equal to N1 multiplied by E2. Press enter. So here you get this value 0.074367076. Got this thing? Now the same thing I have to do with this E3 cell. Now in E3, what I'm having here? 1. So this 1, I have to multiply with what? With this constant every time. Okay. So here I will type again this N1 multiply by what? I type here directly E3. Press enter. So it will give me this number 0.0371 blah blah blah. Now see, I cannot do this thing for all these records. So what I'll do now, what I have to do now here in this, what I have to modify here in this formula. If I want to drag the formula down, then what? Yeah, let us save time. What I have to do, instead of this N1, see, because this N1 is constant. This constant, every time I have to multiply by E2, E3, E4, E5, E6, E7. So here, instead of typing in this N2 cell, I type here equal to N1. I press here what? F4. F4. So it is written here equal to $N$1 multiply by E2. That's all. So because this value we have to make it constant, because this value we have to multiply with E2, E3, E4. So you put here equal to $N$1 means multiply by E2. Press enter. So we get the same value. And now you double click over here in this cell. Double click. Sorry, what happened? Or let me remove this one. I double click. Yes, when I double click here, you see, now I'm getting the values here. Especially these two things, you remove it, these last two things. Okay. You go till 244 only, come till here only, these two values you can delete. So this is what you have to do now for the other cells here. See, here we have multiplied in this N2 cell, we have multiplied this constant with E2, with E3, with E4. Now here, what I have to do in this cell, this is the constant. Constant for what? Constant for the, now the smoker encoded. Now up till now we have done the sex encoded. Now we'll take the smoker encoded. So the smoker encoded 1, I have to multiply with this constant. Same way. Okay. So here also I put what? Equal to, I take this one, O1, but I now press F4. Yeah, directly I press here F4. So it is $O, $1 multiply by what? Multiply by this cell, that is F2 cell now. F2 cell. Okay. So equal to $O, $1 multiply by F2, press enter. So now I get this value. I double click over here and I get this thing. Okay. Same way I do the same thing here. Okay. Or if we want, no, I think so we have to do it again. You have to do it separately here because here I've made the constant. Okay. So now here also I press equal to this one, P1. I put F4. Multiply by what? Now I'll multiply with the time encoded. That is G2. Okay. G2 multiply by $P $1. That is this one. Press enter. Yeah. See, now I'll be very, very quick. Okay. Otherwise, we'll not be able to complete this on time. Yes. Similarly, in this Q2 I'll be typing here equal to Q1. I'll make it F4. Okay. Multiply by what? Now this I have to multiply by the this one, day encoded. Yeah, this one with switch function. I have to select this one, day encoded. That is H2. So equal to Q2. Sorry, $Q $1 multiply by H2. Press enter. So this I've got it. I double click here. So this is ready. Yeah, now it is a repetitive task. Okay, now here I have to type equal to R1. I'll press F4. Multiply by what? Now multiply by the size. That is I2. I2. Okay, so equal to $R $1 multiply by I2. Press enter, and now I have to double click here so I get all the values. And then finally here I have to type equal to S1. Press F4. Multiply by what? Multiply, now I'll be multiplying with the total bill. Total bill is J2. Okay, so equal to $S $1 multiply by J2. Press enter, and now I drag the formula down. Okay. So I hope that this concept is clear, that we are multiplying here. Yeah, we are multiplying this constant. See, in the first row, we are having all the constants. So here we are not changing anything. These constants are there. Now for the second row, especially for this N2, what we are doing, we are multiplying this N1, that is the constant, with the sex encoded value, which is written in the E2. Similarly, we take another column, we multiply with F2. We take third column, multiply with G2, H2, I2, and then J2. So this is how we get all these calculations. I hope it is clear. And when you go down, yeah, please ensure that when you go down, then here in these cells, that is 245 and 246, you should not be getting here any value. Okay, you should remove this value because you should be getting here value till 244 only. If you're having here some values, you please delete it. Got the point? Okay. Done? Till here? Yeah. Now what we have to do? Yes. Okay. Now what we have to do, that here, see, if you are not able to cope up with me, don't worry. You just see the process, what I'm doing, and definitely you are having the recording. So once you have the recording, then it will be helpful to you, okay? Because otherwise, yeah, it will take another half an hour or so. Yeah. So just focus over here. It's very, very simple. See, the process is easy. We have done now all the calculations. Now see here, we have created one column, which is known as predicted tip. So how to calculate the predicted tip? So in this cell T2, in the cell T2, what I'll do, that I'll simply add all these values here. Okay, what are these values here? That is from this M2 to S2. So in the T2, what I'll do, I will add all these values. I will sum all these values from M2 till S2. That is what I'll be doing here. So I write down here what? Equal to sum. In the predicted tip, I write down equal to sum, press tab, and then I'll be selecting here these values what? M2 to S2. Okay, the whole row I'll be selecting. Okay, that is M2 colon S2 bracket complete. Press enter. So see, when I add all these values here, these 6 values here, okay, only these 6 values. I'm talking about these 6 values. When I add it, I get here the predicted tip equal to 2.75. Yeah, 2.75. Now what I do, I drag the formula down, and now I'm getting the predicted tip for each of the record. Yeah, maybe this thing I can delete it. The last 2 records here, 245 and 246. So what we have done here, we have calculated the predicted tip. How we have calculated the predicted tip? By adding all these numbers in one row. Okay, so we get the predicted tip. Now, yeah, and here I've dragged the formula down. Now here we have to calculate the error. Okay, we have to calculate here the error. Now what is the error here? Error is equal to the actual tip minus the predicted tip. See here in this column, which column? K column, we are having the actual tip. This is the actual tip which the person has given. And in the T column, we are having the predicted tip. So now I have to calculate the error. Okay, between the 2 tips. So here in this error, that is in the U2 cell, I type here equal to what? Equal to K2 minus T2. What is K2? In the K2, I'm having the actual tip. In the T2, that is this column, that is T column, I'm having the predicted tip. So I have to now know the difference. Error means I want to know the difference. Equal to K2 minus T2, I press enter. So here I get the answer minus 1.74. Okay. So this error is equal to actual tip minus this predicted tip. And now this also I go down, I double click here. Yeah. So I hope that this error is clear. Okay. Error is equal to actual tip minus predicted tip. Now what we have here, we have to square the error. We have to square the error. So whatever this value it is there, we have to multiply by the same value. We have to square it. So here, see, for in the Excel, we don't have any square function here. Yeah, we don't have here square. What we have here, we have one function known as square root. But for squaring, we don't have any function. So what you have to do here, we have to type here equal to this U2 multiply by again U2. Okay, this U2 multiply by the same number U2, that will give you the square. Press enter. So this is the square. Okay. Now this value, I have to also drag it down, and I get all these values here. Okay. So this is the square. You multiply by the same value. So what I've done here, I've written here equal to U2 multiply by U2. So this is done. Okay. Now, after I calculate all these square error for all these records here, 244 records here, yeah, this I will remove it. Yeah, this thing I'll remove it below. Now, after I calculate the square error, now finally here, yeah, you come to this area. Here it is written mean square error. I want to calculate the mean of the square error. So mean means average. Okay. I'll come back to this question that why we are doing this thing. So here we have to calculate the mean of the square error. So these are the square error and we have to take the mean. So mean means average. So what we do here in this cell, I write down here equal to, we use the function average equal to average bracket. And now what we do here, we select all these values from the square error. Yeah, from V2, we go down, 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 and we go till 244. Okay, so you take here from V2 to 244 here. Yeah, or you can also type directly here equal to average bracket V2 colon V244 bracket complete. Okay, bracket complete, press enter. And now here you are getting the mean square error. Okay, you are taking the mean of all these square error. So it will give you this value 1.0146 blah blah blah. Okay. And then finally you have to calculate here RMSE. Now see we are coming to this particular concept known as root mean squared error. Now see if you want to understand this root mean squared error, you just understand what we have done here. We first of all we started with calculating the error. Error means equal to actual tip minus the predicted tip. Then what we did after we calculated the error, we squared it. After we squared the error, then what we did, we calculated the mean of the squared error. And now finally, what I have to do? I have to take the square root. Whatever this value which I've got here, the mean, I have to now take its square root. And that will give me this concept known as root mean square error. So if you want to remember this root mean square error, you remember it from the reverse side. That first of all, we calculated the error, then we did the square of error, then we did the mean of square of error, and now we are doing the root. That's the square root. Okay. So here in this cell, RMSE in this cell Y12, I type here what? Equal to, now see I'm having one function known as square root. Equal to SQRT, square root, press tab, square root of which number? This number. Because here we have done the mean square error. So I select this cell Y11 and I have to take its square root, bracket complete. Yeah, equal to square root of Y11. Press enter, and now we are getting here this value 1.0 something. So now what do you mean by this RMSE? Yeah, here we have got the value root mean square equal to 1. Okay. So how to use this root mean square error? See, we calculated the predicted tip here. Yeah, and we are also having the actual tip. Okay, now let me do one thing. You go to this particular sheet. Go to this sheet 2 here. Okay, go to the sheet 2 here, which I have created. Now in the sheet 2, we are having these two columns. One is this actual tip. Another one is the predicted tip that we have calculated. Now here it is calculating the difference. Okay. So somewhere you can see that the difference is positive, 0. Yeah, somewhere it is, somewhere you'll see that a predicted tip is more. Somewhere the predicted tip is less. Yeah. So here what we are doing that when we get this root mean square error, let me come over here. In the root mean square error is equal to what? It is around 1. Yeah, this is 1.0072. So we can take that root mean square error in our example is 1. So it means that the error between the actual tip and the predicted tip is around 1. Either the predicted tip is calculated more by $1, or the predicted tip is predicting less by $1 compared to the actual tip. So in practice, what we can do, that suppose if I want to now go to a restaurant, yeah, and I'm having all these independent characters, okay, independent values. Yeah, let's say I'm male, I'm not a smoker, I want to go on Sunday, and I want to go for a dinner, okay, and I'm only one person. Sorry, I'm here. We are having, let's say we are a family of three, suppose, okay. And suppose if I have a feeling that okay, we will have around, let's say $10 bill, then I want to know that how much tip I have to give, yeah, to the person. So here, the tip that I can give here, the predicted tip for this record, yeah, it will be how much here? It will be around 2.26. Definitely will not be given, yeah, will not be giving 2.26 exact tip, but yeah, around this one. Okay, so now this my model, this root mean square error model will say that okay, actually the predicted tip is around 2.26. So you decide, either you can give it $1 more also compared to this predicted tip, or you can give $1 less also. So here it is giving you some kind of a base. Yeah, that if you have family of 2 or 3, if you are a male, if you are non-smoker, yeah, if you are going on Sunday, if you are going for dinner, then the predicted tip according to this model and according to the data that we have used, it will be around, let's say 2.5 US dollars. It is not that you have to give only $2.5. You can give $1 more also, or you can give $1 less also. So that is up to you. Okay. So here we are using this root mean square error. This root mean square error, it is one of the indicator for the regression model. Whenever we use the regression model, then we always calculate this root mean square error, and then we can use it for doing the prediction. And here you see that I've created one formula. Yeah, you see this formula here. How this formula I've written here, you see what is written here, tip. Suppose if I want to calculate the tip, yeah, then tip is equal to 0.7594. Now, what is this 0.7594? It is this constant. Which constant? This one. See here, everywhere we have taken this constant. Okay. So see, suppose if you are not having any of these characteristic, yeah, you don't have any data of sex, smoker, blah blah blah. So definitely there will be some minimum tip that you have to give. Yeah, it is expected that minimum you have to give this much. Yeah, that is that constant. Okay, this is that constant, that minimum 0.75 definitely you have to give. Now, after this constant, I have written here plus 0.0372 multiplied by the sex encoded. What is this 0.0372? It is this value. This is our constant for the sex encoded, because you remember that what we did here, we multiplied this n1 by the sex encoded, and that we got here number 0.074. So this is our constant for the sex encoded. Okay, so that's why I've written here this 0.0372 multiplied by sex encoded, then minus 0.0737 multiplied by smoker encoded. Why it is minus? Because you see here this constant is minus. So minus 0.073, this I have to multiply with what? With the smoker encoded. This is the constant. This minus is the constant for the smoker encoded. Then this 0.088, this is the constant for what? This is the constant for the time encoded. Yeah, and so on. And so on. Yeah. So here, suppose if you, yeah, this is the formula. Suppose if you want to use this formula, you can use it. Yeah, if any person comes to you that, okay, can you do this prediction for me? You say, okay, who is going? Yeah, male or female. Then whether the person is smoker or not. Accordingly, you put here the number. Yeah, if the male is there, then you put here sex encoded equal to 1. So 1 multiplied by 0.0372. Then if you are a smoker, if you are not a smoker, you put here 1. So that 1 multiplied by 0.0737 and so on. Yeah, you time encoded. If it is dinner, you put here 1. 1 multiplied by this one. And so on. Once you multiply all these values and then you put here, you do this summation or whatever this subtraction, and finally you will be getting here a predicted tip. Yeah, so suppose if someone is coming with a particular data and the person is requesting you to, okay, please do the prediction, how much tip I should give. Then simply you can use this formula. You don't have to apply any brain. Okay, you use this formula, ask him or her their information, how much people are there, what can be approximately your total bill, yeah, what you predict. And then depending upon all these 6 independent variable plus this constant, you will be calculating here the tip. And this is what is your project. Yeah, because these tools are very easy tools, but the thing is that practice is required.
And with that, we have come to the end of our course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.